everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
ReZero, Fairy Tale Hero from Scratch, Chapter 51 to 130, Ganging Up for Justice, How Do You Know? Hearing this, Baron was briefly confused before immediately putting on a haughty air. It seems you've heard of my name before, kid. You should know that everyone attending this assembly is of noble status. Lowlifes like you shouldn't even dream of peeking at the contents of the meeting. Just meeting me is a blessing from the goddess of luck. Green nodded with a smile. He had confirmed it now. The Baron before him was identical in appearance to the mean-spirited minor noble in his memories. He was a piece of trash who would be the first to stand up and discriminate against Emilia's half-elf heritage at the royal selection meeting. A noble like him, who was qualified to attend the royal selection meeting, but was of a particularly low rank, needed to disparage half-elves even more to show off his own sense of bloodline superiority. He was nothing but a clown. It really is a small world. I say, Lord Baron, have you heard of me? Baron sized Green up with disdain, and said shrilly, I have no interest in the identities of commoners. The excitement in Green's eyes grew, and he pushed Rakens and the other two forward, continuing to press him. Then have you heard of them? Baron was a bit confused, and his expression became impatient. One or two of them, they're all just ants scraping by at the bottom of the royal capital. You don't know any of them? Then this will be easy. Green's expression changed instantly. He shot a look at his three newly recruited lackeys and pointed at Baron, giving the order. Beat him up. It's on me. Rakens's eyes lit up. He let his tongue, pierced with a tongue ring, hang out and walked to the front with a fierce look. When Big Brother Green said he'd introduce us to a job, I was worried I wouldn't be able to do it. The other two chimed in. So this is the job. This makes things easy. Big Brother Green, how badly should we beat him? Green toyed with a shiny gold coin and said, just don't kill him. 1 silver per punch, 5 silvers for knocking him down, and 50 if he coughs up blood. Keep count yourselves. Otto, stop hiding and come over to get a few kicks in to vent your anger. Adon clenched his fists, which were as big as sandbags, and excitedly sped up, fearing Rakens would beat him to it. Now I've got the money for my daughter's formula. Stop it, you commoners. A single punch landed squarely on Baron's nose. It sent blood spraying everywhere. His nose was knocked to one side, looking like a grocery store had been overturned, salty, sour, and spicy flavors all bursting out at once. After being injured, Baron's speech became slurred. You bunch of bastards. Daring to strike a noble, none of you will escape. You motherless thief, you still dare to talk back. 1 silver coin, 2 silver coins. This money is too easy to earn, ha ha ha. The group ignored Baron's shouting. After all, Green was backing them up. Besides, this guy didn't even know who they were, so what was there to fear? Baron's 2 retainers also received a few slaps, and were howling on the ground. In the end, they fled in a panic, leaving the Baron behind to run for their lives. Seeing that Green finally had the situation under control, Otto couldn't wait any longer, and pushed open the door, running toward Green. Green Cohen, I knew you would come. When he was just a few steps away from Green, he suddenly leaped and lunged toward him. Holy crap! Green was startled and hastily took a step back. Otto overshot and plunged into a bush. Otto poked his head out of the bush and spat out a few leaves. No way, Green. Why didn't you catch me? You're not a beautiful girl, why the hell would I catch you? It's only been a few days, and you've gotten even more ridiculous. Green was a bit scared. If your best friend is suspected of being gay, you'd be in a constant state of anxiety. If you want to get busy, go find that femboy Felix, all right. And here I was, having prepared a surprise for you. That was a complete shock, not a surprise. Green retorted, then slowly pushed open the warehouse door. Mountains of high-grade fodder blocks were neatly stacked inside the warehouse, and countless rats were working diligently. Holy crap, why are you raising so many rats? They are the most efficient sorters in the royal capital, and they don't require a salary, just some cheap cheese. Otto followed and explained, his expression looking a bit smug, as if saying, hurry up and praise me. Green clicked his tongue in amazement. You're a terrible capitalist. You won't even let rodents off the hook. You have to arrange insurance and a housing fund for them. Insurance and housing fund. What's that? Oh, are you asking how many gold coins we can earn? Otto had been waiting for Green to ask this. He quickly pulled out a small notebook and handed it to Green. Look at this. If we can sell all the requiem grass and the remaining fodder, we'll have at least 5,000 gold coins coming in. Since you provided the vital information, just leave me 20% when the time comes. This time, I, Otto, can finally bring honor to my ancestors. Green pushed the ledger back to Otto. You handle it, I'm not very sensitive to numbers. As for the split, I don't need that much. Half each. This is too much. I think 20% is enough. Otto wanted to refuse. Green reached out and pressed down, effectively muting him manually. I don't care what you think, I care what I think. If you understand, nod. Otto was stunned for a moment, then nodded, moved. Green Kuan really is a forceful man. After soothing Otto, Green finally handed him a stack of documents he had been carrying. Right, I brought you the merchant authorization documents and travel permits issued by Roswell. Find some time to embroider a Magirius household insignia, and hang it up. It'll save you a lot of trouble. Otto was overjoyed and quickly took them to check, his two shrewd eyes sparkling. This is exactly what I needed, Green Kuan. The warehouse door was pushed open again, and Rakens poked his head in sneakily. Big Brother Green, that old geezer has been beaten unconscious. Green nodded, put his arm around Otto's shoulder, and walked out. This is Otto. Just settle the bill with him. From now on, you're his employees. The three hoodlums gathered around excitedly. Boss Otto, I punched him over 100 times. Just give me 1 gold coin. The extra punches are on the house. That's amazing, Adon. I only landed 30-some punches. Do kicks count? You can count the footprints. Since it was Green's instruction, Otto didn't refuse. He still had over 10 gold coins on him, which was more than enough to pay the 3 of them. All right, Green, I see it's getting late. Why don't we find a place to have lunch first? Yeah, sounds good. Green nodded, then suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Wait, no. What did you just say? What time is it? Otto was a bit dazed. He looked up at the sun and replied, it's about 5/6 of the fire hour. Holy crap, isn't that almost 11 o'clock? Quick, get your dragon carriage out. Green panicked a bit, the royal selection meeting was supposed to start at 12 o'clock. As a knight, he couldn't break his promise to Emilia regarding the time. Okay, Green Kuan, follow me quickly. Otto saw that Green was in a real hurry, and didn't ask for the reason. After walking a few steps with Otto, Green turned back and stomped on the unconscious Baron a few more times. Damn it, it's all your fault. 52 Wangxian Conference Chapter 52. The Royal Selection Assembly on the main street of the royal capital, a dragon carriage sped along like it was insane. Green Kuan, this is too fast, it's dangerous. Shut up, this is what you call drifting. Green Kuan, we can't go that way. Driving against traffic is strictly forbidden on this road. Clearly the road was built backward. Oh my god, guards are chasing us. Don't panic, they're just cosplaying. The road ahead is under maintenance, there's no way through. What are you screaming about? The road will refresh in a moment. The earth dragon smashed through the guardrail and plunged into the unfinished road, leaving 2 deep ruts behind it like a plow horse. Ha ha ha, arrived right on time. Green stopped the dragon carriage by the roadside and hopped down excitedly. Otto climbed out of the carriage dizzy, immediately collapsing on the ground to vomit. Ugh, that was insane. I'm a merchant who travels constantly, yet I get carsick. The earth dragon was also panting heavily, but judging by its eyes, the big fellow was quite excited. A squad of guards came running unsteadily, clearly exhausted themselves. Audacious, driving against traffic, damaging public property. Come with us, oof, I'm exhausted. Fortunately, these were all crimes that could be solved with gold coins. Green patted Otto's shoulder, good brother, you handle this. I have an urgent matter and need to leave first. Otto turned around in confusion. His dear friend Green had already run far ahead. Slowly turning back, Otto felt the unfriendly gazes of the guards and lightly raised his right finger to point at the earth dragon beside him. Hee, honored sirs of the guard, it was this earth dragon that went berserk. Moo, damn it, this beast. Are there any guards who speak earth dragon? I need legal aid. The earth dragon stomped the ground, roaring loudly. Inside the royal selection venue, knights and nobles were divided into two factions. While it wasn't deafeningly noisy, many people were still whispering. Dozens of massive marble pillars, requiring 2 people to encircle them, supported the dome. The pillars were inscribed with dragon language runes, emitting faint magical fluctuations in the air. In the very center was a high platform supported by 7 tiers of steps, the surface covered in silver-patterned brocade symbolizing royalty. 10 seats for the sages, each carved with a different crest, were arranged on either side of the throne, radiating an inviolable majesty. Before the throne, the 4 candidates for the royal selection were already in position. Amelia nervously fiddled with her hands, finally letting out a sigh of relief when she saw Green. That guy had actually made it without being late. If Green hadn't shown up, she would have thought he got scared off after hearing the rumors about the half-demon circulating in town. Green quietly waved a hand toward Amelia, then walked straight toward the knight's formation. Reinhard looked slightly surprised to see Green. Green Kuan, it's truly been a long time. I originally intended to recruit you to my faction, but I didn't expect you to end up serving under Lady Amelia. Green rolled his eyes at Reinhard. Didn't you arrest me? That's what got me exiled to the Mather's territory. I sincerely apologize, Green Kuan, but you did violate the kingdom's laws. As the two were chatting, the cross-dressing knight Felix also arrived. However, upon seeing Green, he flinched and quietly hid at the very back of the queue. Reinhard's expression was momentarily puzzled, then immediately shifted to a smile of understanding. This is Felix, the kingdom's most outstanding healer. It seems you two are already friends. The cat-eared knight glared playfully at Reinhard. Don't expose Felix's existence, Naya, or Green Kuan will come to bother me. Green frowned and gave Felix a fierce look, which immediately scared him into shrinking back into the ranks. The sound of a great sword striking the floor rang out, and the voices of the 500 or 600 people in the assembly instantly vanished. Everyone focused their attention on the tall knight standing before them, awaiting his address. Everyone invited is present, with the exception of one baron named Balin. Therefore please allow me Marcos, captain of the Royal Guard, to take the liberty of presiding over this meeting. The incident occurred about half a year ago. The royal family, led by the late king, passed away one after another. Before the captain could continue, Anastasia Hoshin, one of the 4 royal selection candidates, interrupted him. I understand the captain wishes to deliver his speech smoothly, but I am also very busy. There is a saying in Kararaji, time is money. Rather than repeating things everyone already knows, it would be better to state the core reason why we have been gathered here. That makes sense. Everyone present should already be aware of that secret, whether openly or implicitly. Crush, with long dark green hair and dressed in a formal ladies' night uniform, expressed her agreement. The captain of the guard, Marcos, naturally dared not object to the demands of the 2 royal candidates. Since Lady Crush, the head of the Karsten family, has spoken, I shall naturally obey the command. Then, the reason for gathering those who possess the qualification of dragons Miko here is based on a new prophecy inscribed on the dragon calendar stone. It is inscribed, 5 individuals who may become the nation's new leader. Choose one Miko from among them to form a covenant with the dragon. Knight Reinhard van Astria, step forward. Yes, sir. The crimson-haired knight strode forward and performed a standard knight's salute toward the platform. Honorable members of Sage Council, subordinate of the Royal Guard, Reinhard van Astria, reporting mission completion. The dragon's Miko, the king's candidate, the final 5th person, has been found. The main doors slowly opened, as if complimenting Reinhard's speech. Everyone showed expressions of surprise, and looked toward the main entrance of the assembly hall. A young girl wearing a voluminous golden dress gracefully held up the hem of her skirt, and entered the venue like a queen. Reinhard immediately bowed toward the girl and declared, I nominate her as queen, she is Lady Felt. Seeing this, Green subtly moved to hide behind a certain purple-haired knight nearby. Felt looked at the knights and nobles in the hall with suppressed disgust. Finally, she walked past Reinhard, who was bowing to her, and went straight to where Green was hiding. Stop hiding, Green, I see you. Hee, Felt, you look really beautiful in that outfit today. Green gave a sheepish smile and awkwardly stepped out from behind the purple-haired knight. Felt jumped up and kicked out. Green reacted quickly, using his superior physical skills to catch the small, delicate foot. Big sis, shouldn't you be kicking that guy Reinhard instead? Felt angrily revealed a small canine tooth, looking like a small, fierce orange cat. You traitor, don't think I don't know you sold me out. I came to participate in this stupid royal selection just to save you, wearing these ridiculous clothes to be gawked at by a bunch of disgusting nobles. And you're just standing there watching the show like nothing happened. Damn it, do you know how many times I sprained my ankle practicing this walk? Chapter 53, The Reason to be King. Grim Anderson guiltily set Felt's foot down. Judging by the force of that kick just now, your sprain shouldn't be too serious. To maintain order in the venue, Captain Marcos looked at Felt with his hands behind his back. Lady Felt, allow me to interrupt your reunion with your friend. Please come this way. Felt turned around and scanned the room with disdain, then jerked her thumb back, pointing at Grim Anderson. I only came to this boring assembly to fish this idiot Grin out of prison. Now that he's fine, why am I still here? With that, the blonde loser took her royal selection badge out of her bosom. At that moment, the blood-red gemstone at the center of the insignia glowed, powerfully proving that Felt possessed the qualifications of a dragon's Miko. Everyone present nodded repeatedly and whispered among themselves, confirming that Felt met the requirements for the royal selection. But this girl didn't take out the royal selection badge to prove anything. Humph, go to hell, you shitty assembly. Whoever wants to participate can go right ahead. With that, Felt threw the insignia onto the ground in disgust, stomped on it several times, and then kicked it away with great force. Oh my god, what is she doing? That's simply barbaric. To throw the dragon history stone insignia on the ground and stomp on it. This is sacrilege. The knights didn't react much, but the nobles were beating their chests and stamping their feet, as if they themselves had been insulted. Let's go, Grin, let's go find Old Man Ram. Felt called out to him to leave, just like how she used to lead Grim Anderson around to cause trouble. Grim Anderson quickly leaned into Felt's ear and said, Old Man Ram broke into the Astria mansion today, and was caught as a thief. He's in prison. Felt's foot, which had just stepped out, hung in midair as if someone had cast a binding spell on her. After several deep breaths, she turned around decisively, and began searching for her royal selection badge among the crowd. That kick just now was too hard, the badge had vanished without a trace. Where's my precious insignia? You move. Lift your foot, you bastard. Reinhard, help me find it. The red-haired knight shook his head helplessly, gave Grim Anderson a grateful salute, and then joined the search for the insignia. After retrieving the insignia, Felt pretentiously wiped the dust off it with her dress. Finally, with extreme reluctance, she stood in the lineup of the royal selection candidates. Although the noble who liked to seek attention had been beaten unconscious by the Rakins, there were still other nobles in the hall who were dissatisfied with Felt's words and actions. It wasn't until Miklatov, the representative of Sage Council, spoke that everyone fell silent. Knight Reinhard, could you please tell us how you found her? Reinhard knelt on one knee and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, through the guidance of a friend, I discovered Lady Felt in the slums. Surprise and doubt immediately spread through the noble section. Can an orphan from the slums participate in the royal selection? This is simply an act that brings shame to the kingdom. Felt grew furious hearing this. What does me being an orphan have to do with you? Damn it, if it weren't for having to save old man Rom, I would have left long ago. Priscilla, one of the royal selection candidates, looked somewhat weary. She waved her folding fan and said with dissatisfaction, always chattering on, how truly boring. But it is precisely because you only talk about boring topics that orphans and their ilk from the slums are drawn to the selection. Sensing the provocation in Priscilla's words, Felt, with her personality, naturally wouldn't back down. She immediately met her with a cold face. If you want to fight, I'm game. Priscilla also grew angry, a fierce light flashing in her eyes. As someone who stood at the center of the world, she allowed no one to overstep their bounds. You insolent brat, who do you think I am? With that, she raised her folding fan and swung it down toward Felt's head, carrying a majestic surge of young attribute mana. A dark shadow suddenly darted out. Looking again, Priscilla's wrist was firmly locked by a beast-like claw. The folding fan in her hand was less than 2 fingers width away from the top of Felt's head. You've got quite the grip, son princess. Grim Anderson was controlling his semi-beastified body, his muscles bulging, showing signs of bursting through his clothes. Priscilla sneered, "Ha, little moth, are you sure you want to make an enemy of me?" Grim Anderson's strength gradually gained the upper hand, pulling her wrist further and further away. I, Grin, survive in this world by 3 things, seducing my brother's wife. I mean, protecting my brother's wife, then betraying my own. Wait, no, how does it go? Whatever, the point is loyalty. This girl is under my protection. Felt was slightly surprised by Grim Anderson's beastification ability, but she quickly adjusted her mindset and showed an excited expression. This seemed no different from when they used to fight over territory in the slums together. Well done, Grin. Quick, throw the lime. Let her know what it means to look at the dog before hitting the master. She grabbed Grim Anderson's shoulder, using it as a springboard to perform a spinning kick in the air, aimed straight at Priscilla's face. She thought, I must teach this damn woman a lesson. Hearing this, Grim Anderson subconsciously reached into his pocket, then suddenly realized he seemed to have been insulted. He looked up speechlessly. You brat, are you trying to get me killed? I'll kick you to death, you old woman. Just as Felt's toe was about to touch Priscilla, Reinhard finally acted, grabbing Felt by the back of her collar and pulling her back. Emilia couldn't watch any longer either. She shielded Felt behind her and said, What are you all thinking in such an important setting? Priscilla put her left hand on her hip, elegantly retracted her folding fan, and said from her high horse, I merely wished to educate an ill-bred orphan so she might see her place. Emilia couldn't stand seeing the weak bullied and took an angry step forward. You should apologize to her. Haha, in that case, are you going to apologize and say I'm sorry for being born into this world? You silver-haired half-elf. Priscilla's sharp words made Emilia shrink back timidly. I have nothing to do with the witch. A silver-haired half-elf was exactly the appearance of the witch, sat Ella. Please watch your words. With his princess being insulted, Grim Anderson, as her knight, naturally couldn't stand by and watch. Priscilla, by slandering our candidate based on her bloodline, do you believe you'll lose to her in every other aspect? Emilia soothed her racing heart, only then remembering that she was no longer standing here alone. Under her command, there was now a knight who could clear the path for her. The bold, offensive words drew Priscilla's gaze. A sharp-tongued fellow. To jump into a bonfire to self-immolate after being abandoned by the sun, how truly foolish. Grim Anderson ground his teeth unpleasantly and responded, abandoned. It was me who dumped you unilaterally, okay. When faced with Priscilla's recruitment before, Grim Anderson had rejected her decisively. Priscilla's knight, Al, quickly came over to break up the fight. He grabbed Grim Anderson's shoulder and pulled him back slightly, then shouted to Priscilla, "I say, princess, can we leave it at that? Making too many enemies is quite a headache." Only then did Priscilla restrain herself, turning her head away haughtily. Once the group's argument had settled, Marcos spoke up to continue the meeting. "Now, candidates for the royal selection, please come forward and state your reasons for becoming king." First, Lady Priscilla Bariel and her attendant, Sir Al. Priscilla looked down at the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "The royal selection is meaningless, I alone am fit to be king. You only need to bow down and follow me." Next, the head of the Karsten family, Lady Crush Karsten, and her attendant knight, Felix Argyle. Crush stepped forward with her hands behind her back, standing tall with a serious expression. "When I become king, I will make the dragon forget the ancient covenant. The dragon-friendly kingdom of Lugnica does not belong to the dragon, it belongs to our nation." Next, Lady Anastasia Hashin of the Haitian Merchant Guild and her attendant knight, Julius Juicolius. The purple-haired girl wearing a white velvet dress stepped forward, speaking with the unique accent of Kararaji. "I am greedy, so I want everything. No matter how successful I am in business, it cannot satisfy me. I want a country of my own." Next, Lady Amelia and her attendant, Grim Anderson. Amelia walked out calmly and said sincerely, "I have only one wish, fairness. I want to create a country where all people are treated equally." Grim Anderson nodded to himself. Today, they came here to do 3 things. Fairness, fairness, and goddamn fairness. Throughout the whole thing, only Crush and Amelia's speeches were relatively normal, the others were all problem children. "Grin, you bastard, you're actually not coming to help me." Felt loudly protested Grim Anderson's act of following Amelia. She sized up the half-elf girl's figure, in comparison, she was indeed a bit flat. This filthy guy must have been lured away by her body. "Hurry up and come over to my side. After I become king, all the red light districts in the capital will be under your management. How about it?" Cough, cough. Mind the occasion, Felt. That kind of thing should be enjoyed in small circles. Don't be so unrefined. Grim Anderson guiltily hid behind Amelia. Amelia, seeing someone trying to poach her person right in front of her, felt quite upset. She quickly shielded Grim Anderson like a mother hen protecting her chick. "Aren't you satisfied with having Reinhard following you? Why are you trying to steal my knight?" After saying that, she quickly turned around and gently coaxed Grim Anderson. "I can also buy you red light districts, Grin. It doesn't matter how expensive they are." Grim Anderson fell silent, cursing Puck, her guardian, in his heart. Could you at least let Amelia finish high school before coming to the royal selection? 54 Knight's Duties. Chapter 54, The Knight's Duty. Finally, it is Lady Felt and her knight, Reinhard van Astria. Seeing that it was her turn, Felt temporarily withdrew from the struggle for green. She gave a sneer and swaggered onto the throne's high platform. Looking down at the dense crowd of nobles below, Felt's eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. The reason for becoming king. That's hilarious. If I really become that whatever king, I'll definitely turn this whole kingdom upside down. Nobles, knights, I'll destroy them all. I'll kick all you dull fellows out and rebuild an interesting kingdom from the ruins. These words were like a thunderclap. The nobles below instantly broke into an uproar, their voices of shock and anger rising one after another. What are you saying? Simply outrageous. Such a lack of upbringing. In the seats of the sages, only Miklatov maintained his kind and gentle smile. Even though Felt had included him among the dull fellows, his expression didn't waver in the slightest. Reinhard, your master is quite radical. Hearing this, the red-haired knight's lips curled into a gentle smile, and he said with certainty, "One day, Lady Felt's words will reach everyone." Unfortunately, another bald old man in the sage seats did not think so. This old fellow shot Felt a look of disgust. Then, he fixed his disdainful gaze firmly on Emilia, his voice hoarse and grating. Simply absurd. What do you think this place is? If we are overthrown, the kingdom won't be able to function at all. What is the difference between the Astrea family sponsoring an orphan and Margrave Mather's foolish act of recommending a half-demon? From the noble section, Roswell responded coldly with displeasure, calling a half-elf a half-demon is quite a bad habit. The bald old man's thick eyebrows shot up, and his tone became even more biting. Humph, a silver-haired half-demon, I assent that exactly the appearance of the legendary Witch of Envy. You should be grateful just to be allowed into the throne room. To not even understand that. How filthy. Emilia suddenly lowered her head, her fair cheeks scrunching up as a layer of mist quickly clouded her clear eyes. She looked so aggrieved it seemed she might burst into tears at any moment. Yet she instinctively grabbed Green's sleeve, her grip light but filled with an obvious plea, fearing he might cause trouble in a moment of impulse. Green took Emilia's trembling hand in his and whispered in her ear, "As your knight, I cannot tolerate anyone who makes you look so dejected. Please allow me to argue with him." Emilia looked up at him, her slightly reddened purple eyes slowly filling with trust. She nodded gently, her eyelashes still trembling slightly. Having received Emilia's approval, Green looked up coldly at the seats of sage council. In an instant, beast-like patterns appeared on half of Green's face, his crimson pupils suddenly contracted, and fangs became faintly visible. This terrifying appearance lasted only for a moment before he returned to the image of a gentle, jade-like youth. But that fleeting pressure of a ferocious beast was like a biting gale, instantly sweeping through the entire venue. The physically weaker nobles and guards froze on the spot, their hair standing on end, and their blood seemingly turning to ice. It was a gaze from the top of the food chain, the most primal fear in the human heart. For a moment, the vast hall fell silent, and even the air seemed to stagnate. Countless knights instinctively gripped the hilts of their swords, warily watching the youth with the terrifying gaze. Leading Emilia by the hand, Green walked step by step to the center of the platform, his voice clear and cold, echoing in everyone's ears. Is it not somewhat arbitrary to have someone inherit unearned sins just because they look similar? The bald old man was also quite frightened. Now that he had regained his ability to move, the anger in his heart burned even brighter. The disasters brought by the Witch of Envy are plain for all to see. Everyone in the streets believes that a silver-haired half-elf is a symbol of misfortune. By your logic, should the crimes committed by every bald prisoner in the dungeons be blamed on you? If that were the case, you'd have been on the gallows long ago, you old geezer. Green's tone was flat, but its sharpness was not to be underestimated. If Emilia hadn't been there, Green would usually have started with the word mother. The bald old man was livid, pointing at Green and shouting, "That's sophistry." Green narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly with a look of disappointment, his voice turning low. "Then what are you?" "Malicious slander. It's truly strange. A person's two eyes are clearly horizontal, yet they view people unequally. A person's two ears are clearly separate, yet they always love to listen to only one side of the story." The noble etiquette ability of the Beast Prince quietly activated, causing an awe-inspiring regal aura to surround Green on the platform, as if he were the monarch awaiting coronation. He raised his hand and pointed at the bald old man, his voice becoming sharp and critical. "Sitting high in the sage's seat, ask yourself, is what you are doing truly a wise act? You lack the ability to confront the Witch of Envy to her face, so you vent your anger on an ordinary girl. How shameless." With Green's companionship, Emilia's expression gradually became firm, and her tense body relaxed. She was especially touched when she heard Green call her an ordinary girl. Her greatest wish was to be treated as an ordinary person. "Please allow me to reintroduce myself to the honorable members of Sage Council. My name is Emilia, and I am followed by a great spirit who governs fire mana." Emilia took a deep breath, her voice clear, carrying her own persistence. "As you all have said, I am indeed a silver-haired half-elf. I also know that I will suffer prejudice because I share traits with the witch, but I do not want all possibilities to be completely denied just because of that." The bald old man was at a loss for words, pressing his hand hard against his chest as if he were about to drop dead. Reinhard and the other knights fell into thought after hearing Green and Emilia's statements, clearly moved by the words of this master and servant. The talkative nobles also set aside their doubts, with only a few marveling at the existence of a great spirit of fire. Finally, it was Miklatov who broke the silence. "Bordeaux, you should apologize to Lady Emilia." The bald old man struggled for a moment before finally bowing his head to Emilia in defeat. "I was too arbitrary. Please forgive me." The kind-hearted Emilia was about to speak, when Green raised his hand to cover her mouth. "Emilia, don't just forgive someone the moment they apologize. These despicable old geezers are the best at bullying kind people." Having finished, Green led Emilia down from the throne's high platform. "If an apology were enough, what would we need guards for? You damn bald head, once Emilia becomes king, I'll set up a separate council of eunuchs just for you." Miklatov stood up from the sage's seat and gave a kind smile. "You have truly found a wonderful attendant, Lady Emilia. In any case, all the candidates are here. Now, I declare the royal selection has officially begun." The royal selection meeting ended, and people began to file out of the venue. "You're holding too tight, Green." "Sorry, Emilia, I got a bit carried away." Green quickly let go, and they simply walked side by side. Emilia looked at her empty palm with a bit of disappointment and whispered to herself, "Stupid Green, it would have been fine if you were just a bit lighter." "Green Kuan, over here." By the roadside, Rem was driving a dragon carriage to pick them up. Seeing Green, she couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes and wave vigorously. If she had a tail, it probably would have been wagging. Green responded to Rem with a gentle smile and led Emilia over. "You two, please wait a moment." Just as they were about to board the dragon carriage, a squad of guards blocked their path. Green immediately shielded Emilia behind him. "Is something the matter?" The leading guard waved his hands in a panic and quickly explained carefully, "Don't be nervous, Mr. Grimm, it's just a small matter." In the circle of guards, this gentleman's reputation had long since spread. He was absolutely not someone to be offended. Chapter 55. Good Brother Otto. After steadying Green's figure, the guard captain stepped forward and respectfully handed over a document. "Grimm, this is Otto's statement. Your name appears a total of 42 times. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of caution. "The money he has on him is simply not enough to compensate for the damage to that unfinished road. Could you perhaps—" Green took the document, scanned it, and was instantly dumbfounded. Good grief, this wasn't a statement at all. It was clearly just his name written over and over again. There wasn't a single word about Otto's own involvement. It was a complete scene of brotherly love being used to pass the buck. Is this really a statement or an indictment? Holy crap, I'll take responsibility for the damaged road, but having to pay because a stray dog on the side of the road got scared and had a miscarriage. You want me to pay for that too? Green's voice rose several octaves in shock as he asked in disbelief, what exactly is wrong with this world? The guard captain looked troubled but still squeezed out a flattering smile, bowing and scraping as he explained, actually, that dog was already in the process of being adopted. Your actions are considered an infringement on someone else's private property. Impressive. Rem, come here for a second. Green didn't have a single cent on him, so he could only turn to his little fangirl for help. Rem quickly walked over at his call, standing obediently by his side. Her clear blue eyes were full of submission as she waited for his instructions. Green gave the guard a sharp glare, then reached for the small pouch at Rem's waist. Green Kuan, there are so many people here. Rem's cheeks suddenly flushed a light red, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. What are you thinking? I'm just borrowing some money for an emergency. Through the thin fabric, his fingertips touched the girl's warm, smooth skin. Green didn't dare linger, focusing only on feeling for the small wallet. Tell me, how much? He unzipped the small blue wallet and peered inside. Good grief, with this amount, he could probably pave the entire road all over again and still have plenty left. The guard captain, as if granted a great pardon, quickly held up one finger. Otto has already paid 15 gold, 32 silver, and 7 copper. You only need to pay 10 gold coins, the rest. We'll consider it settled. Green chuckled helplessly. With the change calculated so precisely, Otto must have been squeezed until he didn't have a single cent left. All right, I'll give it to you now. No, Green Quinn. Rem reached out anxiously to grab the wallet back, her cheeks so red they looked like they might bleed. Green was a bit surprised. Why was Rem being so stingy all of a sudden? He pulled the wallet out in confusion, but his fingertips brought out a small folded note with it. Unfolding it, Green froze on the spot. The note was boldly titled Green Quinn Capture Plan. Below it were several lines of small text: eat tree cake together, pretend to fall and snuggle, make eye contact when sharing dessert. Good Lord, are you playing a gal game with me? Give it back. Rem was so embarrassed her eyes turned red. She snatched the note back and clutched it tightly to her chest, her shoulders trembling slightly like a bullied little animal. She clutched the note, brooding angrily for a long while, before finally blaming the whole thing on the guard. Green Quinn couldn't possibly be at fault. It was all because of these annoying tin men that her secret had been discovered. At that thought, Rem suddenly looked up, her blue eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at the guard captain. Damnable guards, Rem will never forgive you. The guards didn't dare stay a moment longer. After taking the 10 gold coins, they practically scrambled away at a 100-meter sprint. If they didn't leave now, they feared the fierce blue-haired maid would pummel them into pulp. The farce ended and Green's gaze fell back onto the girl before him. A breeze blew past, making Rem's skirt sway gently. Her layered maid outfit made her look even more dainty and exquisite. Beneath her smooth blue short hair, those clear eyes were filled entirely with his reflection. For a moment, Green was dazed by the sight. Damn, it seemed like he was truly falling in love. Green smiled as he tucked the wallet back into Rem's pocket, then reached up to ruffle the soft hair on top of her head. His fingertips deliberately mussed up her neat hair, as if by doing so, he could leave his own unique mark on the girl. You really are so cute, Rem-chan. Shall we go eat tree cake together in a bit? Rem's expression instantly brightened, her previous embarrassment and anger vanishing completely. She leaned closer to Green happily, her voice full of excitement. Okay, Green Quinn. It's still early, we can wander around for a long time. Just then, a small silver-white head suddenly poked out from the carriage. Amelia timidly raised her hand, her voice soft and aggrieved. I want to eat it too. Rem's excited expression vanished instantly, replaced by a standard maid smile, though her tone carried an undeniable firmness. Rest assured, Lady Amelia, Rem will bring some back for you. Even if it was Lady Amelia, she would never give up this chance to be alone with Green Quinn. The half-elf girl's ears drooped as she retreated back inside piteously, muttering softly, all right. She really wanted to go shopping with Green too. Green caught a strong scent of a brewing jealousy storm, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This development seemed a bit different from what he had expected. Aren't we good friends? Amelia, what's with that expression of being abandoned by a heartless man? He helplessly leaned toward the carriage window and soothed her gently, don't worry, Amelia. We'll be staying in the royal capital for a while. I'll go scout ahead with Rem and gather some intel first. Once I'm sure it's safe, I'll take you out for a proper stroll. Amelia's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded gently, a tender smile blooming on her face again. It just so happens that Crush invited me to visit, so I'll wait at her mansion for you to return. The afternoon streets of the royal capital were soaked in the warm sun. Tiny wild flowers peeking out from the cracks in the flagstone road swayed their heads gently with the wind. Green walked through the crowd holding Rem's hand. The girl's fingertips were warm and soft. When she grasped his palm, she would unconsciously tighten her grip, as if afraid of being separated by the crowd. Found it, the tree cake shop. Green shouted in surprise. Ding-ling. A crisp chime rang out from the welcome bell as the door was pushed open. A warm, sweet fragrance of butter and roasted nuts wafted over them. The shop was floored with light brown wood that creaked slightly when stepped on. It smells so good. Green stared at the various frosting-covered desserts in the display case, swallowing his saliva almost imperceptibly. He had boasted about it in Aram Village, but in truth, he had never eaten it himself. Come to think of it, he still owed those kids a bunch of tree cakes. Proprietress, how many tree cakes do you have left? Oh, a big customer. Hold on a second while I check, there are 20 left in total. Behind the counter, the proprietress wiped her hands on her checkered apron and counted them with a long wooden tong. 56 Anna's Purpose. Chapter 56, Anna's Goal. I'll take them all, please wrap them up for me. With a wave of his hand, Grin grandly bought out all the tree cakes in the display window. Ding-alling, the wind chime on the shop door jingled as a small figure rushed inside. The little one's crisp shout was full of energy as she practically lunged at Grin's feet. Stop right there. Grin suddenly felt a weight on his calf, as if he'd been entangled by a warm ball of marshmallow. Looking down, he saw a tiny tot barely over 1.3 meters tall clinging tightly to his leg. Her caramel-colored short curly hair was as fluffy as a pom-pom, and the two prominent cat ears on her head were twitching slightly. Please, big brother, don't buy so many. Can you leave one for Mimi? The little one looked up with her round face, her amber eyes sparkling. She leaned her nose against Grin's trouser leg and sniffed, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Big brother smells so good. It's the scent of a super powerful magical beast. Sniff, sniff. Whose brat is this? Good grief. Grin quickly shook his leg, trying to shake off this clingy little tail. But no matter how he shook, the little one stuck to him like glue, giggling instead. Mimi is on a swing. Her carefree appearance exuded a sense of airhead cuteness. Mimi, you mustn't just pounce on people like that. A gentle voice sounded from behind. Grin turned around to see a young woman, in a pure white dress walking slowly toward them. Her light purple curly hair was loosely tied back, a light veil draped over her shoulders, and the small pink dress hat on her head made her look even more charming and elegant. It was Anastasia Hoshin, one of the royal selection candidates. Seeing this woman, Grin immediately became alert. This was a merchant guild tycoon famous for never acting without a profit motive. Appearing here for no reason, she was most likely here to fish for information. I'm so sorry, my child has caused you trouble. Anastasia smiled slightly, her violet eyes filled with just the right amount of apology. I remember you're Mr. Grim Anderson, right? Lady Amelia's knight. What a coincidence. Under Anna's guidance, the four of them found an empty table and sat down. Rem sat next to Grin, quietly holding a cup of black tea, her fingertips gently rubbing the rim of the cup as she stole occasional glances at Grin's face. Mimi stared longingly at the cake box next to Grin, drool practically dripping from the corner of her mouth. Grin couldn't stand it any longer. He picked out the largest piece and handed it over. Take this and eat it over there. Don't get drool on me. Big brother, you're such a good person. Mimi cheered, took the cake, and began devouring it ravenously. With one bite, a third of the bowl-sized tree cake was gone. Her staggering appetite made Grin click his tongue in secret amazement. In just a few bites the cake was gone. Mimi licked the cream off the corner of her mouth and reached out her small hand to Grin again, her cheeks bulging. Chomp chomp. Mimi wants more. Grin looked on in shock, cautiously picking up another piece to hand over, fearing his hand might get bitten if he moved too slowly. After being fed 3 pieces in a row, Mimi finally settled down contentedly, sitting obediently as Anastasia wiped the cream crumbs off her face. What breed of pig are you? Grin couldn't help but retort. Hearing this, Mimi immediately got upset, raising her short arms in protest. Mimi isn't a pig. Mimi is a Cat Clan beastman. A super powerful one. Grin understood. Individual combat power among Cat Clan beastmen varies greatly, most are average, but a few gifted powerhouses are always born. For example, this little one in front of him was not only skilled in earth magic, but could also release powerful resonance waves through her roars. However, these cats' defenses were too weak, making them highly dependent on the divine protection of damage sharing to ensure they wouldn't be killed in one hit on the battlefield. Alright, Mimi, be quiet now. Anastasia pushed a glass of warm milk in front of her, successfully plugging her little mouth. After settling Mimi, she turned her gaze toward Grin and spoke with a beaming smile. Green Kuan, leaving your master behind to go on a date at a cake shop with a maid, won't Lady Amelia be unhappy? Grin chuckled, seeing right through her intentions. If you're trying to find out Amelia's whereabouts, you might as well try your luck at the Karsten ducal mansion. Anastasia pouted with feigned grievance, her tone tinged with a bit of coquettishness. Green Kuan, you really know how to break a girl's heart. Do I really look like such a goal-oriented person? The president of the Hoshin Merchant Guild, who lives by time is money, wouldn't come to chat with me for no reason, would she? Grin looked back calmly, his gaze sharp enough to see through one's heart. Their eyes met and invisible sparks seemed to fly in the air as both tried to glimpse the other's next move. Sigh, I really can't hide anything from you. Anastasia sighed and shook her head helplessly. As expected of the person called the Sword of Words by sage counsel. I originally wanted to establish a friendly relationship with you first. She picked up her teacup and took a sip before slowly getting to the point. The merchant Otto, he's one of yours, right? In a way, Grin replied flatly. I want to purchase all the requiem grass he has. As for the price, I definitely won't disappoint you. Anastasia extended her slender fingertip, dipped it in some tea, and wrote a string of numbers on the smooth tabletop, 6,000. With this amount, do we have a deal? Grin frowned slightly. Although the sell-out of high-grade healing potions on the market had caused the price of requiem grass, one of its ingredients, to increase more than tenfold. But even by the most generous estimates, their stock was only worth 5,000 gold coins. Why would this shrewd woman be willing to pay a premium? There's plenty of that stuff in the capital's high-grade fodder. You could just buy it from the fodder merchants. That won't work. Anastasia shook her head, a hint of helplessness flashing in her violet eyes. Screening requiem grass out of a massive amount of weeds is a monumental task. I still can't figure out how you did it. She had already sent people to investigate that fodder. The requiem grass was mixed in unintentionally by farmers during harvest, and the content in each grass block was inconsistent. Trying to pick them out of compressed haystacks was practically a pipe dream. Grin was shaken. He hadn't expected this to be a unique technological monopoly. After all, not everyone could command the big black rats of the capital. Seeing Grin fall silent, Anastasia also felt uncertain, worried that Grin might guess her true purpose. To create a diversion, Anastasia took a beautifully packaged potion from her handbag and pushed it toward Grin, attempting to sweeten the deal. If you're not satisfied with this price, I can also give you a portion of the finished healing potions once they're made. Our guild's pharmaceutical process is top-notch, why don't you take a look at this sample? Grin picked up the potion and examined it closely. The liquid inside was clear and bright, it was indeed a top-quality product. So, Anna, you're planning to make a killing by reselling potions. Grin looked at her with a half-smile and casually slipped the potion, worth several gold coins, into his pocket. Of course. Anastasia didn't shy away, a shrewd smile curling her lips. After all, this kind of highly profitable business is a first for me in my life. Grin laughed heartily, his tone full of banter. Do you think I'm a fool like Mimi? Chapter 57, The White Whale Plan. Cough, cough. Mimi choked on her milk and coughed repeatedly, puffing out her cheeks and shouting indignantly, why does Mimi have to be used as a synonym for an idiot? Children shouldn't butt in. As Grin spoke, he tossed a piece of tree cake into the air. Mimi's eyes sparkled as she jumped from a standstill and caught it firmly in her mouth. Mimi really is super amazing. Anastasia sighed and pressed her hand to her forehead, knowing her child's personality all too well. She picked up a brown sugar cube, dropped it into her teacup, and picked up a silver spoon to stir it slowly. The sugar cubes slowly dissolved in the warm tea, sending out ripples of light brown. Green Kun, is your refusal to sell this batch of goods because you've heard some rumors? She raised her eyes, her gaze falling on Grin's face, her tone calm but carrying a hint of testing. Or rather, was this a hook you set in advance, wanting to use it as a bargaining chip to get a piece of the pie in Crush's plan? As her voice fell, Anastasia stared intently into Grin's eyes. Those eyes, which usually curved with a smile, were now tempered with a merchant's unique sharpness. A merchant's intuition told her that the man before her certainly possessed more information than she did. As the leader of the Hoshin Merchant Guild, Anastasia's intelligence network spanned the entire royal capital. She had already known that Crush was secretly mobilizing a large amount of military supplies, gathering them at the Duke's mansion. Anastasia's purpose in coming here was definitely not as simple as reselling potions for a tenfold profit. At this critical juncture, whoever controlled the Requiem grass essentially held Crush's lifeblood. That Duchess Karsten was currently in urgent need of a massive amount of high-grade healing potions to prepare for a major event. Hearing this, Grin slowly lowered his eyelids, his thick lashes hiding the expression in his eyes, which inexplicably gave off a sense of mystery. For you to guess even that, I can only say you truly are Karaji's #1 merchant. Hook my ass. I just gave Otto some coins to earn me some pocket money. Who knew this kid would quietly open a rat factory and hoard a mountain of Requiem grass? Anastasia showed an as expected expression, feeling more and more that Grin was somewhat unfathomable. Since that's the case, I think we can reach a more intimate cooperation. More intimate? Does Miss Anna want a political marriage with our faction? But you don't seem to have any females of the right age on your side. Grin looked up, the corners of his mouth curling into a half-smile. It couldn't be the guild master herself stepping up, could it? Mimi can. Mimi is already a mature woman. The Cat Clan beastman dragged her stool closer to Grin. That mysterious and powerful aura of his fascinated her. Rem immediately became alert, staring at Mimi with an unfriendly gaze. Grin, meanwhile, gave Mimi a look of disgust and stepped on the crossbar of her stool, pushing her far away with a loud creak. Sorry, I don't do children. Anastasia had negotiated with countless people, but this was the first time she had encountered someone like Grin, who wasn't even on the same wavelength. Green Kun misunderstood. The focus isn't on intimate but on cooperation. Cooperation? Grin gave a scrutinizing chuckle. Could it be that Guildmaster Anna hasn't even figured out Crush's goal yet, and is already looking for a partner? Anastasia's expression froze slightly, and her hand holding the spoon paused. She then nonchalantly picked up the black tea on the table, and took a light sip, hiding the slight embarrassment of being seen through. Is it that obvious? After putting down her teacup, this deeply calculating woman had already adjusted her emotions. She said frankly, I have indeed only found out that she is purchasing large quantities of ironware and dragon carriages. Just looking at the scale, I know it's definitely no small matter. This cunning fox. She clearly hadn't confirmed anything, yet she pretended to have everything under control. That talk of cooperation just now was entirely to fish for the information in Grin's hands. Grin looked around. He hadn't noticed when he came in, but almost everyone sitting in the cake shop belonged to the Hoshin Merchant Guild. It was possible Anna had already bought this shop. Grin interlaced his fingers and teased, going to such great lengths for an unknown matter, you really are a gossip. She is an overt competitor, after all. Finding out her intentions early is only beneficial for me. Anastasia propped her elbows on the table, resting her chin in her palms. The corners of her eyes tilted up slightly, and a faint smile played on her lips. Actually, it doesn't hurt to tell you. It's also this amount, how about it? Grin's fingertips slowly rubbed the tabletop, finally tapping on the spot where Anna had written 6,000 with tea water. Anastasia shook her head calmly and wiped the tabletop with her finger, erasing a 0 from the end of 6,000. Green Kuen's appetite is too large. For just a piece of information, I can only offer this much. Grin blurted it out almost instantly, for fear that Anastasia would change her mind. Anastasia's finger was still resting on the water stain on the table, and her eyebrows shot up. A flash of bewilderment crossed her eyes before turning into a playful smile. She pressed her hand harder against her chin, making her cheek look even more cunning, her soft Karaji dialect carrying a hint of teasing. Is Green Kuin very short on money? If you can transfer to serve under my command, I can add that 0 back for you. Yes, yes. Mimi is the strongest, and if you add Mimi and Grin together, it's super-duper strongest. Hearing this, Mimi immediately jumped up and shouted her approval, then used her stool like a scooter to slide all the way back. Anastasia doted on Mimi, rubbing her head, and lightly flicking her forehead before turning to Grin with a deeper smile. It seems this child is quite fond of you. Grin hurriedly moved his chair to distance himself from Mimi. Sorry, I have no intention of changing factions. Besides, being a lolicon gets you the death penalty. This brat must have something wrong with her, always sniffing me. That really is a pity, Anastasia sighed softly, and waved her hand toward the door. An attendant dressed in the Hoshin Merchant Guild uniform quickly walked over, carrying a heavy bag of gold coins, and respectfully placed it in front of Grin. She pushed the money bag toward Grin and said in a calm tone, "Do you need to count it?" "There's no need for that." After saying so, Grin stuffed the money into Rem's arms. Seeing this, a flash of understanding crossed Anastasia's eyes, and she asked directly, "Now, can you finally tell me what Crush is planning?" "Of course. To put it simply, it's nothing more than a fish meat business." Grin picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. Fish meat business? Anastasia's hand holding the teacup suddenly stopped, her brows furrowed slightly, a flash of confusion in her eyes, her tone full of doubt. Grin put down his teacup, reached out his right hand, and gestured pointedly toward the sky above his head, a meaningful smile curling his lips. "The one in the sky. That really is unexpected." Anastasia's gaze darkened, her knuckles tightening slightly on the cup handle as she understood. 600 gold coins. This deal wasn't a loss. This guy Grin was clearly prepared and intended to participate in this matter, which is why he hoarded requiem grass in advance. But with just these unfinished medical supplies, it probably wouldn't be enough for Crush to hand over an entry ticket to the subjugation operation. What exactly was his trump card? Could it be that Grin also possessed information regarding the white whale? Anastasia's gaze toward Grin became increasingly deep. He really was a difficult man to deal with. Let's end today's tea here. If we talk any longer, my lovely Rem will get impatient from waiting. Grin stood up and naturally took Rem's small hand. He had promised to go shopping with her, so he couldn't keep wasting time here. When he reached the door, Grin turned back as if he had suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Anna, if you're also interested, you'd better act quickly. Time is running out." At the thought of being able to continue his date with Rem, Grin's tone carried a hint of joy. Anastasia watched Grin leave and slowly revealed a smile. "Calling the subjugation of the white whale a fish meat business. It really makes me curious what's hidden beneath that handsome face of yours." Mimi raised her small hand high. "Lady, Mimi knows. It's a super powerful demonic beast." 58 Rem, are you serious? Chapter 58, Rem, you're serious? The afternoon Royal Capital Market was bustling with people, sunlight filtering through layered colorful banners, casting mottled light and shadows on the cobblestone road. "Green Kun, your hand has been moving constantly. Rem's hand is about to be kneaded into dough by you." Rem lowered her head, her tone carrying a hint of feigned annoyance, yet her fingertips quietly pressed closer to Green Kun's palm. "Ha ha, sorry. Your hand is so soft, I couldn't help myself." Green gave an embarrassed smile, taking the opportunity to interlock their fingers. That boneless, soft sensation spread from his fingertips, making him feel a sense of addiction, unwilling to let go. Rem shyly turned her head away, hiding the happy smile she couldn't conceal behind her hair. Green Kuen's hand is so warm, it's a reassuring temperature. Walking down the street holding hands like this, will people mistake us for a real married couple? Hey, young man, want to buy some apples? If you eat my apples, the baby your wife gives birth to in the future will definitely be healthy. A rough-looking middle-aged man held up a bright red, plump fruit, approaching the two with a smile. Rem was both startled and shy, shrinking behind Green like a frightened little rabbit, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. No, it's not like that, it's not like that. Green Kuen hasn't agreed yet. Green was momentarily stunned, hearing her unfinished sentence, a trace of a smile flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand and handed over 6 copper coins. Boss, give me 2. Taking the 2 heavy apples, Green wiped the water droplets off the skin, and took a big bite. With a crisp crunch, sweet juice trickled down between his fingers. His brows relaxed with satisfaction as he chewed, saying indistinctly, "These apples are even sweeter than the gold coins Anastasia gave me." Rem's eating manner was much more refined. She turned the apple halfway, and nibbled a small bite out of the reddest part. "Green Kuen, something is stuck on your face." After saying that, Rem reached out and wiped away the fruit pulp fragments from the corner of Green Kuen's mouth. Green grinned mischievously and tilted his head to nuzzle Rem's fingertips. "Damn, it smells so good." Rem didn't mind, simply accompanying Green in his playfulness with a doting air. Her gaze fell on the apple in Green's hand, which had a third of it bitten off, and the blue-haired girl's mind began to stir. She blinked her moist eyes, her tone carrying a bit of craftiness. "Green Kuen, Rem's apple tastes strange, it doesn't seem as sweet as you said." Green grabbed her wrist, lifted the apple in her hand to his mouth, and took a big bite. After chewing for a moment, he frowned slightly, even more confused. "There's no difference." "Is that so? Maybe it's just Rem's imagination." Rem revealed a triumphant smile and quickly pulled the apple back. When Green wasn't paying attention, she carefully took a small bite right next to the tooth marks he had left. Looking at the pair of bite marks on the apple, one large and one small, pressed tightly together, the girl held the apple and started giggling for no reason. "Rem, is there anywhere else you want to go?" After wandering for most of the day, Green's hands were full of bags, and his shoulders felt slightly sore. He just wanted to find a place to rest his feet. Rem saw through the fatigue on his face at a glance and pointed considerately toward the street corner. "Rem remembers there's a church over there. Let's go sit there for a while." Green nodded in agreement and walked toward the church, staying close to Remington. The church looked grand, but the walls were covered with mottled vines. It was clearly in disrepair and not very well maintained. Rem pushed open the ajar wooden door. The wind, carrying the fragrance of flowers from outside and the warm sunlight, rushed in together, dispelling the slight chill inside the hall. There was no one in the church. It was very quiet. Only a few beams of golden light fell diagonally through the stained glass, casting colorful spots on the mottled floor tiles. She pulled Green to a bench by the window to sit down, first gently setting aside the things in their hands. Her gaze swept across the faded gauze curtains hanging from the dome, which looked like the sunlight was wearing a wedding dress. Rem's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but associate the scene with a wedding. She thought of the shopkeeper's "your wife" from the market earlier, and the pair of adjacent bite marks on the apple. Her fingertips couldn't help but curl up, her expression of happiness impossible to hide. If only I could really make a vow with Green Kuen here, how wonderful that would be." Green turned his head at some point, his eyes filled with a teasing smile. "What are you thinking about? Your face is completely red." Like a rabbit whose secret had been exposed, Rem hurriedly lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "No. Nothing. I just think the sunlight here is very comfortable." Seeing her cute appearance, so shy she was about to bury her face in her collar, Green's heart felt as if it were being lightly tickled by a feather. The throbbing in his heart surged endlessly. He suddenly felt that if time could pause at this moment, it wouldn't be so bad. The atmosphere between them was that subtle, more than friends, less than lovers stage. Since I like her, why not reveal my feelings? Green thought so, and a mischievous idea sprang to mind. Rem, look, what's that? Rem turned her head following his guidance, her gaze falling on the stone wall of the church, where a painted relief of a goddess in red was carved. Green Kuan, that's the nameless forest goddess. She's a very obscure deity. Taking advantage of the moment Rem turned her head, Green leaned forward slightly and brought his cheek close. When Rem turned her head back, she naturally kissed Green's cheek without realizing it. Green covered his face and said exaggeratedly, "Oh my, Rem, you're serious." Before he could finish, Rem took the opportunity to muster her courage and lunged forward, pressing her lips against Green's mouth. Green's mind went blank instantly. He even forgot how to regulate his breathing, allowing Rem to pin him down on the church bench. The warm, soft sensation covered his lips, carrying the lingering sweet scent of the apple and the faint fragrance of bellflowers from Rem's body, enveloping him entirely. He could clearly feel Rem's slightly trembling eyelashes brushing against his cheek, making his heart quiver. The girl in his arms was tense, but she showed no sign of retreating. Instead, she displayed a hint of clumsy stubbornness. It was as if she wanted to melt all the shyness and joy hidden in her heart into this kiss. In between breaths, the girl pressed her forehead tightly against Green's, unwilling to separate for even a second. "Green Kuan, Rem thinks she has fallen in love with you." "I just teased you a bit, is the reaction really this big?" "Whatever, I have to perform some self-defense." Immersed in Rem's tenderness, Green's hands began to get a bit restless. His fingers wandered nimbly over her body, seemingly searching for the seams of her maid outfit, wanting to get a bit closer to feel her temperature more clearly. "Green Kuan, you can't." "I know this one, no means yes." Unfortunately, the quality of the Magirius household-made uniform was too good, and the design was perfect. After searching to no avail, Green didn't care about much else. He had been a basketball expert in high school. One-handed ball control was child's play for him. That pulsating feeling seemed to have a life of its own, the texture like wool in a warm winter, smooth yet slightly grippy. "You little glutton, you actually hid 2 tree cakes in your clothes." The ability of Giant Catcher Jack finally came in handy. In some places, the acupoints are probably connected. Out of shame and indignation, Rem bit Green's shoulder. "Hiss, it hurts, but it's worth it." Chapter 59, Recruitment by the Church. Just as Grin finally fumbled his way to the zipper of the maid outfit, preparing to open the most mysterious treasure chest of his life, an old, raspy voice suddenly crept out from the shadows of the church altar. "Young people, do you want to join a cult?" Holy crap! Grin was so startled he jolted, subconsciously reaching out to pull Rem's slender waist and flipping over to shield her protectively beneath him. Rem's cheeks instantly flushed a deep red as she hurriedly raised her hands to gather her messy collar, her fingertips trembling. Darn it, why is there always someone getting in the way of Rem's happiness? By the time Rem had flusteredly tidied her hem, Grin was already seething with rage. He strode up to the altar in a few steps, grabbed the old man's collar, and lifted his thin body off the ground. "You old geezer, whether we join a cult or not has nothing to do with you. I think you're just looking for trouble, and are too shy to say it. If I don't beat your pension out of you today, my name isn't Grin." The old man was wearing a faded black robe with frayed cuffs. He appeared to be the priest of this church. He trembled at Grin's ferocious appearance, kicking his legs as he hurriedly explained, "You've misunderstood. I was asking if you wanted to join the faith." Grin's fury was instantly extinguished as if doused by a bucket of ice water. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, and the anger on his face collapsed into an expression of awkwardness. He quickly set the old priest down, even diligently helping him pat the wrinkles out of his black robe, clearing his throat to smooth things over. "So you meant the faith. Faith is good, faith is good." Upon hearing this, the previously trembling old priest's eyes erupted with a startling light. His back stopped aching, his legs stopped hurting, and his previous cowardice was swept away. "So, you're interested in joining?" The old fellow produced a worn-out book from who knows where, flipped it open, and showed it to Grin. "Our Church of Abundance worships the nameless forest goddess. Young man, if you're willing to join, I'll make you the vice bishop immediately." Grin glanced at the tattered scripture that looked like it was about to fall apart and said disdainfully, "This crappy church of yours. You're the only member, aren't you?" How could that be? The old priest's face turned red as he argued back vehemently. This church still has over 10 members. It's just that they've all gone back to farming, but everyone comes here to pray every Jing'an day. TSK, how pitiful. Here's some money, go wander around outside for 2 hours and vacate this place for me. Grin stuffed a few gold coins into the old priest's hand, impatiently pushing him toward the exit. Wait a minute, young man, think about it. If you want, you can even be the head bishop. As long as you worship the forest goddess, you'll surely have a bountiful harvest next year. I'm begging you, just get out already. After driving the old priest away, Grin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully checked the surroundings of the church, and after confirming no one else was there, he sat back down beside Remington. "Rem baby, let me have another kiss." Rem raised her hand and gently pushed back, blocking Grin's puckered lips. She had already snapped out of her dazed state, and the sudden appearance of the old priest had left her with lingering fears. "Green Kuan, let's not do it here. Rem is worried." Grin took a deep breath, suppressing the wicked fire in his heart, and reached out to ruffle Rem's hair. I'll listen to you." Rem leaned gently against Grin's chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, an uneasy look flashing in her eyes. "Green Kuan, what do you think we are now? I guess you're just unlucky." Rem looked up sharply, shocked and incredulous. "Just kidding, baby." Grin pressed Rem back into his embrace, rubbing his chin against her hair. "I once read a sentence in a book, a good impression is liking, and if that liking can withstand the test of time, then it is love. As for what we are, I will use my actions to answer you." Rem was touched, but she still dissatisfiedly gave Grin's thigh a light punch, saying in a coquettish tone, "No, Rem wants to hear it now." Grin leaned down and whispered into Rem's flushed ear, "Rem, you are my future wife." The church door was pushed open a crack, and the old priest's head slowly poked in with a fawning expression. "Then do you need a wedding officiant? I'm a really good singer. For F***'s sake, can you just beat it already?" Grin suddenly exploded, grabbing a handful of gold coins and hurling them at the old priest. "Ouch, my face." The old priest quickly closed the door to shield himself. Once the gold coins had all finished landing with a clink-clank, he immediately pushed the door open again, crawling on the ground to quickly scoop the coins into his pocket one by one. This tip from Grin, his top donor, was worth several years of the church's income. Rem quickly held back the impulsive Grin, soothing his temper. "Green Kuan, you can't hit the elderly. Let's just leave this place. I really can't stay here another second." Grin carried his many bags and led Rem out of the church in a huff. The old priest hurriedly chased after them, shouting loudly, "When you get married, please be sure to consider our church of abundance. The forest goddess will surely bless your love." The sky had gradually darkened, and lights were beginning to flicker on along the streets. Having received Grin's answer, Rem was no longer satisfied with just holding hands. She hugged Grin's arm tightly against her chest. The two of them walked down the street pressed together like a couple in the heat of passion. Feeling the soft sensation against his arm, Grin felt a bit restless, deeply drowning in this warmth. Whoosh, the night wind blew, carrying a hint of chilliness. Grin's eyes snapped open as his beastly instincts ramped up to the maximum. From that slight breeze just now, he had caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It wasn't the sweet, soft scent of a young girl like Rem's. It was more like a black rose soaked in the night wind, wrapped in a faint smell of rust and the cold fragrance of leather. Grin pulled Rem into his arms, placing his palm against her abdomen to protect her firmly. Rem bit her lower lip and gave Grin a reproachful look. "Green Kuan is such a lecher, it's not like Rem is going to run away." Grin didn't notice the change in Rem's expression, instead constantly searching the crowd for that dangerous figure. Found her. In the shadows of a street corner, a figure wrapped in a black cloak with a pulled-up hood was walking hurriedly. After a few quick movements, the figure entered a shop with a sign that read Hoshin Pharmacy. Grin patted Rem's shoulder and pulled himself away from the girl's embrace. Rem, take these things and go back to Emilia first. I have some business to attend to, and I might not be back tonight. Rem quickly grabbed Grin's sleeve and handed him a box of tree cake. Grin Koen, you haven't had dinner yet. Take this with you. Grin nodded with a smile as he took it, but as soon as he turned around, his expression immediately switched to one of gravity as he stepped into the sea of people. This scene really felt like the fated moment when Tanjiro found Muzan. Elsa, you walked right into this yourself. 60 The boss immediately became like this. Chapter 60, the boss died just like that. Rem didn't ask Grin why he was leaving. She simply stood there, like a wife waiting for her husband's return, watching him disappear into the depths of the royal capital's lights. The bustling nightlife of the capital had just begun. Anyone seeing a man bid a hasty farewell to his lover to leave alone would find it suspicious. Could Grin Koen be planning to go fooling around? Certainly not, Rem wouldn't lose to that kind of woman. The girl shook her head vigorously, dispelling those groundless fantasies from her mind. Then, carrying the supplies purchased today, she followed Grin's instructions and walked quickly toward Emilia's location. The wooden door of the pharmacy was pushed open gently. A figure wrapped in a black cloak stood silently before the counter. A hoarse and somewhat lazy female voice slowly rang out, "Boss, are there still any high-grade healing potions for sale in the shop?" The fat boss, who had been dozing on the counter, jolted awake at the sound and instantly straightened his back. High-grade healing potion. He shook his head repeatedly, looking helpless. That stuff has been out of stock for a long time. This small shop only has some mid-grade hemostatic medicine left. Do you want it? Of course, Elsa's voice was somewhat casual. As long as it can preserve a life, any medicine will do. Slender fingers reached out from under the cloak, and a glittering gold coin was gently placed on the counter. Hey, miss, that won't do. The fat boss's tone suddenly became a bit sharp and slippery. His pudgy fingers pushed the gold coin back, adopting the posture of a dishonest merchant. With the current market, how could it be this price? One bottle of mid-grade hemostatic medicine costs at least 5 gold coins. A fleeting cold light flashed in the depths of Elsa's eyes as she took out for more gold coins. These potions really are comparable to silver and gold. Seeing the money in place, a fawning smile immediately piled onto the fat boss's face. He turned to fish out a crudely packaged small medicine bottle from the bottom shelf, quickly pushed it in front of Elsa, and nimbly swept the 5 gold coins into his purse. Elsa examined the bottle of hemostatic medicine in her hand, remaining silent for a long time. A cold killing intent spread silently from beneath the black cloak. This bottle of potion has clearly been opened, and only half the liquid remains inside. If possible, could you explain the reason to me? The fat boss's eyes darted around. He quickly leaned against the counter, avoiding Elsa's gaze. Sigh, where can one even buy medical supplies on the market these days? This bottle was one I kept for my own use. Seeing that we are fated, I reluctantly parted with it to sell it to you. Elsa's gaze remained fixed on the bottle. The crimson corners of her eyes tilted up slightly. So that's how it is. If someone were standing behind her, they would have seen her other hand, hidden within the cloak, already gripping that sharp kukri. It seemed as though in the next second, this dishonest merchant would fall in a pool of blood. Bang, bang, bang. At this critical moment, a sudden, urgent knocking came from the back door of the pharmacy. Elsa's whole body stiffened. She took a wary half-step back, and with a flick of her finger, the kukri slid silently back into its sheath. The fat boss looked toward the back room in confusion, scratched his greasy hair, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who is it?" As he shouted, he lifted the door curtain and walked into the inner room, constantly muttering to himself. Strange, is there a delivery this late? The back door was always reserved for his own people and business partners. His shabby little shop wasn't important enough for a high-ranking member of the Haitian Merchant Guild to deign to visit. In the past, those who knocked on the back door were always peddlers coming to restock. The fat boss's footsteps gradually receded, leaving only intermittent grumbles drifting through the curtain. Creak dash, not using the front door in the middle of the night. I want to see which unlucky bastard dares to come here looking for a scolding. Hey, you are. A very faint muffled sound came from deep within the inner room, and the fat boss's voice stopped abruptly. After a brief silence, his voice rang out again, though it was now filled with a bit of exasperation. Cough, cough, so it's you. Get lost already. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill female voice responded with a sob, Wah, you heartless man. There was another loud bang. Clearly, the fat boss had slammed the door hard. He rustled through the curtain and returned behind the counter, holding an exquisitely packaged tree cake. Sorry about that, guest. It was my ex-wife running here to beg for a reconciliation. Thinking she could use a broken box of cake like this to win back a heart that's been thoroughly hurt. It's simply wishful thinking. He pointed at the cake in his hand, his face full of disdain. Elsa studied him thoughtfully and spoke slowly. However, I thought I heard the sound of an impact. Did you accidentally hit your head, boss? The fat boss shook his head vigorously, returning to his arrogant manner. How could that be? That little wench dared to show up at my door. She must have been itching for a lesson. He patted his stomach proudly and continued. Of course, I couldn't let her leave empty-handed. I just used a flying scissor kick to floor her. That's where the noise came from. Sorry for making a fool of myself in front of the guest, ha ha ha. A dangerous light flashed in Elsa's eyes. The sharp northern cookery had somehow already been pressed beneath her wrist. You really are a piece of scum, boss. She chuckled, her tone sickeningly sweet. Ha, thanks for the compliment. The fat boss laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper had already arrived. Whoosh! Elsa turned into a streak of black lightning, grazing past the fat boss's body like a nimble leopard cat. The fat boss's laughter was still stuck in his throat when an icy tearing sensation suddenly came from his abdomen, so fast that the pain couldn't even keep up. He looked down. The black fabric was being rapidly soaked by a warm liquid, which flowed down his pant legs with a fishy, sweet, and clammy sensation. It was the muffled sound of internal organs sliding out. The fat boss's pupils shrank suddenly. A wheezing sound escaped his throat, and his hands tried in vain to cover the gaping wound. But those slippery, warm loops of intestine still vied to pour out, entangling his fingers and staining his hands with greasy blood. I don't want to. He wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, to curse, but he couldn't even utter a complete syllable. His body collapsed backward like a pile of mud. The heavy sound of the impact echoed in the silent pharmacy. His body twitched a few times and soon became still, leaving only those wide-open eyes filled with the terror of his final moments. A thumb-sized glass bottle rolled out of his upturned pocket, the bottle etched with the exquisite emblem of the Haitian Merchant Guild. It was precisely the high-grade healing potion Elsa had been searching for. Elsa looked down at the corpse on the floor, the crimson corners of her eyes curving into a cold, thin arc. Judging by the reaction, he didn't have any defenses and died instantly. Could it be that I overthought things? She stepped over the eye-catching pool of blood and bent down to pick up the potion, her movements as gentle as if she were stroking a treasure. Afterward, her gaze fell upon the exquisitely packaged tree cake on the counter. The creamy aroma of the cake mixed with the smell of blood in the air, creating a bizarre scent. Elsa reached out a finger and gently poked the small frosting flowers decorating the cake, a casual smile playing on her lips. What a wonderful texture. Melichan should like this. Arigato, mister. She gave an elegant bow to the fat boss's corpse, tucked the potion into an inner pocket of her cloak, picked up the box of cake, and turned to walk toward the pharmacy's front door. After closing the door, she flipped the business sign on the handle to reveal the word closed. By the time someone discovered the corpse inside, this greedy boss would likely have long since rotted and begun to stink. Chapter 61. The assassin's glimmer hidden beneath fangs. Elsa's footsteps grew distant, eventually fading into the pitch-black night. The corpse on the floor gave an inexplicable shudder. Under the cover of night, the surrounding greenery began to wither and age rapidly, as all life energy surged toward a pharmacy. On the corpse's belly, the hideous gash writhed and contracted at a visible rate, the upturned flesh knitting itself back together. The congealed black blood lost its dark brown hue, turning into a transparent mucus that dripped down the fabric. The sunken eye sockets slowly filled out, and the loose skin tightened. In less than half a minute, that aged, hunched corpse had completely transformed into a sharp-eyed youth. Grin sat bolt upright from the floor, gasping for air, passively triggering the blessing of the forest. Really did feel like drowning. Ha ha ha, even Tyra would have flinched at that strike just now, but I didn't even blink. Tell me, what's the difference between me and an Oscar-winning actor now? I finally did it. I actually wasn't recognized this time. He flipped his palm, summoning a small mirror. Wulgaroth, track Elsa's location. Yes, master. Her location happens to still be within search range. The dark light condensed on the magic mirror flickered slightly, and fine ripples appeared on its surface, as if it were stifling a laugh. Master, you sounded so thirst-trappy when you were imitating a woman's voice just now, ha 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 ha. Have you heard of the mother-in-law tattooing characters? Do you want a matching set? Let's just go after that woman. I feel like she's even thirstier. The night was as dark as ink. Elsa walked along the stone path for a long time, passing through the bustling downtown area of the royal capital. The bright lights gradually thinned out, and the glossy bluestone path turned into uneven, muddy ground. The ornate shops along the street were replaced by low, dilapidated shacks, and the sweet scent of wine in the air was supplanted by a lingering smell of mold and famine. The prosperity faded away, leaving only the deathly silence of the slums. The night wind swept debris past the corner, where a pair of skeletal siblings huddled under a sheltered eave. Their faces were sallow and bloodless. The little girl even had an unhealed wound on her cheek that looked like a winding centipede from a distance. To keep his sister warm, the older brother acted as a makeshift human blanket. Feeling her brother's body trembling from the cold, the sister asked worriedly, Oni-chan, Daijubu? I'm fine. Let's head back once father wakes from his stupor. As long as I'm with you, brother, the wounds father gave me don't even hurt anymore. Shouldn't talk for now, Mia. Seeing someone approaching, the brother protectively pulled his sister further into the shadows, shrinking back timidly. He kept his large eyes wide and alert, even softening his breathing, for fear of provoking this woman in clean clothes. Just as Elsa was about to pass the siblings, Mia's stomach gave an ill-timed growl. Gurgle. Elsa's footsteps came to a sudden halt. Her fingertips carelessly stroked the tree cake box inside her cloak, her eyes remaining as indifferent as frozen ice. Sensing something was wrong, the brother quickly shielded Xiaoyun. The woman before them had a somewhat sickly smile, and looked like someone not to be trifled with. Big sister, we'll leave right now. The siblings' gaunt faces and purple, frozen limbs were like a needle, unexpectedly piercing through Elsa's deliberately buried memories. A blizzard, the freezing northern kingdom, starving and dizzy, she had huddled in a corner of the slums, clutching her stomach and shivering just like this. The wounds on her body ached from the cold, and she couldn't even get a single piece of hard bread mixed with snow. Deeper despair hid behind despair. Having just begun to develop a feminine figure, she had been targeted. In the struggle, Elsa had sliced open the perpetrator's belly, the warmth of scalding organs splashing onto her palms. Two extreme, dark images collided in her mind, so fast it annoyed her. Elsa suppressed the inexplicable irritation in her heart, opened the lid of the box, took out a piece of tree cake, and handed it over. You two seem very hungry. I happen to have some cake here. Would you like to try some? Oh my god, it's tree cake. Mia, who looked only 4 or 5 years old, widened her eyes. Realizing her slip of the tongue, the little girl uneasily grabbed her brother's hem, her gaze shifting away. Overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, the brother waved his hands and backed away repeatedly. This is too precious, we can't accept it. Mia's stomach growled even louder upon smelling the cake's aroma. She lowered her head bashfully, secretly hoping her brother would take the cake. Haha, what a wonderful sound. Your bowels must be very cute too, little sister. It would be such a shame if they withered away from hunger. Without waiting for the boy to refuse, Elsa forcefully pressed the cake into his hands. The little boy held it like a hot potato, terrified that his dirty hands would defile the cake. After swallowing hard, he bowed repeatedly to Elsa. Thank you, beautiful big sister. You are truly a kind person. Ha ha ha, what a fine joke. A look of loneliness flickered in Elsa's eyes as she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She knelt down, opened a healing potion, and placed a drop on the pad of her thumb. Then, cupping the little girl's face with one hand, she smeared the liquid onto the wound on her cheek. The little girl gritted her teeth. Although she didn't know what Elsa was doing, she felt that this big sister wouldn't harm her. As the liquid seeped in, Mia only felt an itch on her face. After a few breaths, the pain actually vanished. Watching this miraculous scene, the little boy shouted in surprise, Mia, your wound is gone. Big sister is amazing. Dumbfounded, the little girl touched her face and found that, just as her brother said, the scar that could have disfigured her had completely disappeared. Tears shimmered in the brother's eyes. His cute sister was finally free from pain. When she grew up, she wouldn't have to cry because of a scar on her face. The little man, not even 10 years old, suppressed his surging gratitude and slowly bent down to give Elsa a deep bow. Big sister, I, Otto, will definitely repay your kindness. Era, what a responsible child. If you want to repay me, you'd better survive and take good care of your bowels first. Elsa smiled, snapped the cake box shut, and waited patiently for the siblings to finish the cake. Otto kept pursing his cracked lips as he pushed the cake toward Mia's mouth. Eat up, Mia. I remember you've always wanted to try this. It's delicious. I knew it would taste like this. The little girl had once found a tree cake wrapper and kept it tucked under her hay-filled burlap pillow. That lingering scent had brought her countless sweet dreams. You eat some too, brother. Mia can't eat any more. After just a few bites, the sister quickly pulled her mouth away and pushed the cake back. Elsa watched the human offspring eat for a while, then turned and left, satisfied. Once she was far away, Grin peeked his head out from the bushes like a thief. Did the bowel hunter have a change of heart today? She's actually doing good deeds. The magic mirror smiled meaningfully. Gigi, my foolish master, don't be fooled by this woman. From my years of evil-doing, no. From my vast experience, she was simply testing if the cake and potion were poisoned. Grin rolled his eyes at the magic mirror. Maybe, but these siblings won't go hungry tonight, and their wounds have been treated, haven't they? He really didn't know how much good, and how much evil was in Elsa's heart just then. 62 Brother and Sister's Dream Chapter 62, The Siblings' Dream. After thinking for a moment, Grin reached out his hand, and made a grasping motion toward the two little ones from a distance. A faint green glow drifted out from their abdomens, and at the same time, certain bad things inside their bodies were deactivated. The two brats will be fine now. Luckily, what I gave them wasn't poison. Grin felt a bit of lingering fear. He had poison, and it was discreet enough. But in a situation like this, he might not have been able to resist intervening early. Grin watched the scene quietly until Otto and Mia finished the cake, and began licking the crumbs from the gaps between their fingers. Oh my God. Their little hands are so filthy, and they're still licking them. What if they get a stomachache? The magic mirror also shook its head in disdain. The souls of guys like this must be bitter. No, I can't take it anymore. Grin suddenly jumped out from the bushes and walked aggressively toward the siblings. Hey, you. Stop licking your hands. As the older brother, Otto was the first to see Grin. Realizing things looked bad, he quickly moved to protect his sister. Who are you? Don't come over. Don't come any closer. Mia, who had been focused on licking the cream off her hands, also snapped out of it and hugged Otto's waist from behind in terror. "Brother, I'm scared." Grin ignored the boy's warning and reached into his clothes with a fierce look, as if he were pulling something out. Otto was terrified, trembling. He picked up a dry tree branch from the roadside and waved it around wildly. "Don't come over. I'll really hit you." Mia didn't dare to look any more and closed her eyes as if accepting her fate. Grin walked up to them, raised his left hand, and knocked the branch away. His right hand pulled out a handful of coins with a clinking sound. "Wait a second, let me look for copper and silver coins. How annoying, I should have gotten some change earlier. 4, 5. All right, take them." Grin stuffed several silver coins into the hands of a bewildered Otto. It wasn't that Grin didn't want to give them gold coins, but giving them too much money would likely get them killed instead. "Now, get over to the refugee stalls and eat. If I come back later and see someone licking their hands, I'll give you each a slap across the face." After saying this, Grin turned to leave in a hurry. After a few steps, he suddenly hit the brakes and turned back. Otto's heart, which had just begun to settle, leaped back into his throat. Grin grabbed his shoulder and looked the boy over scrutinizingly. "How old are you this year? You know how to spend money, right? Don't go showing it all at once, you hear me? I am 9, and my sister is 5, big brother." Otto nodded numbly. This person was so scary. He was clearly a good person, yet he was so fierce. Grin didn't quite trust these two little fools, so he scratched his head and continued to instruct them. "Go to the very end of Refugee Street. There's a shop run by a bearded boss. That old guy won't cheat you." To prevent the siblings from being taken advantage of, Grin recommended an old shop he used to frequent. Once everything was arranged clearly, Grin finally let go and released the two little ones. "Don't squat in such an obvious spot late at night, and definitely don't eat things given to you by strangers. Especially good-looking guys, they read basically all bad people." Mia spoke softly, "But you and the big sister from before both seem very kind." Grin felt a surge of secret satisfaction, and his back couldn't help but straighten up. "Ahem, I'm an exception. Since I'm peak handsome, my looks overflowed and were added to my justice points, understand?" "I don't understand." The two little ones shook their heads, not following him at all. The magic mirror hiding in Grin's collar made a sound, catching Grin's attention. "Master, stop being narcissistic. We're about to lose her." Grin realized this and waved his hand. All right, this handsome man has things to do. I'm leaving, go eat." The two of them watched Grin walk away, tightly clutching the silver coins in their hands. "Mia, there really are many good people in the world. When we grow up, we should be kind people too. Yeah, if only this big brother could be Mia's father. He only looks fierce, he definitely wouldn't hit us." Hearing Mia's innocent words, Otto's mood improved a lot. He picked up the conversation, then let the big sister from before be the mother. Mia nodded heavily. "Yes, that big sister looks very strong too, she'd definitely be an unkillable mother." Otto opened his mouth but hesitated. Their biological mother had been beaten to death by their alcoholic father. Mia's yearning made Otto's heart ache. But as the older brother, he needed to be a pillar for his sister, and must not fall first. Patting his face lightly, Otto regained a confident expression. "Let's go, Mia. We'll go to Refugee Street and find that little shop run by the bearded boss. Okay, we'll buy some black bread and eat a few pieces while the taste of the tree cake hasn't faded yet." On the other side, Elsa had already walked to the very edge of the royal capital. After confirming she wasn't being followed, Elsa stopped in front of a dilapidated house, curled her fingers, and knocked gently on the wooden door. The house was quiet, without a sound. Elsa's fingertips paused slightly, then she knocked again with a distinct rhythm, too long, too short. "It's me, Melly." Her voice was very soft, yet it carried a strange penetration. After a moment, the sound of light footsteps finally came from inside, step by step, until they reached the door. The old wooden door creaked open, and a thin figure appeared behind it. Melly was wrapped in thick bandages from head to toe, even her eyes were almost covered, like a little mummy. Cough, cough. Did you get the medicine? She coughed heavily, her voice intermittent and raspy with illness. Luckily, I got it. Elsa stepped into the room, and handed the glowing bottle of high-grade healing potion to her. She looked down at the bottle, her brow furrowing. Why is there some strange little powder in this potion? Could it be poison? Elsa replied, a little guy on the roadside already tested it for you. From the results, there shouldn't be any problem. After hesitating for a moment, Melly still unscrewed the stopper and brought the potion to her lips. If she didn't drink it, the injuries on her body would eventually kill her anyway. Gulp, gulp. The sweet liquid slid down her throat, and a warm power surged from within to every part of her limbs and bones. The pain throughout her body immediately receded like a tide. The movement in Melly's throat gradually slowed down. She raised a hand to wipe the medicine from the corner of her mouth. Her originally pale and cracked lips gained a hint of color. The tips of her bandaged fingers pressed lightly against her chest, where she could clearly feel a tingly itch coming from the fractures in her bones. That was the sign of flesh and bone healing frantically under the medicinal power. The effect is even better than expected, cough, cough. She coughed twice, her voice sounding less weak than before. The eyes hidden in the gaps of the bandages brightened, and her gaze fell back onto the paper box Elsa was holding. A 13-year-old little girl is at the age where she loves sweets. Melly knew exactly what this packaging was. Elsa, is the tree cake in your hand bought for me? Chapter 63, Open the door, I'm here to check the water meter. The girl's voice carried a hint of irrepressible joy. With a faint smile, Elsa handed the cake box to Melly. The pharmacy owner gave it to me. I told him I was bringing the cake to a lovely blessed girl, and he was so happy he fell to the floor in convulsions. Don't gross me out, Elsa. I'll kill every one of those perverted aristocrats who enjoy tormenting children on sight. Melly spat with a frown, her voice full of disgust, yet her hands quickly took the cardboard box, and she couldn't wait to flip open the packaging. The box that originally held 4 pieces of cake now only had 3 left, but Melly didn't mind such small details. The cloyingly sweet aroma of cream mingled with the scent of the fluffy baked cake base as it wafted out. Melly's tense little face softened unconsciously as her bandaged fingers pinched a small piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out slightly, like a little squirrel that had snuck a snack. It's too sweet. She mumbled indistinctly, but she didn't stop her movements. Her other hand was already reaching for the second piece. If it weren't to recover my strength, I wouldn't touch something this sickeningly sweet. You should have a piece too, Elsa. I haven't seen you eat anything today. With that, she pinched a piece of cake and handed it over. Elsa pulled up her sleeve slightly and took the cake. It looks so beautiful, smooth and greasy like a fresh. Stop, 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 Elsa. Can you wait until after we finish eating before saying those disgusting things? Melly knew Elsa's terrible metaphors all too well. If she let her finish, she probably wouldn't be able to enjoy the cake anymore. Elsa chuckled and took a bite. The cream was squeezed against her red lips, and with a flick of her fragrant tongue, she swept the corners of her mouth clean. Neither of the 2 women noticed that inside the cake filling, there seemed to be some of the same strange powder as in the potion. A sudden sound of footsteps, approaching from afar, echoed outside the previously silent door. The 2 inside immediately became alert. Melly, being injured, retreated toward a corner where there was a back door for evacuation. Elsa leaned against the wall by the door, her kukri already gripped in her hand. While tracking them, Grin had kept quite a distance. But a killer's sixth sense kept plucking at Elsa's nerves. She felt as if a thin thread was hooked onto her shadow. The magic mirror sensed Elsa's aura and gradually locked onto the coordinates. Good grief, they're hiding so far away. No wonder I couldn't find little Melly at first, She wasn't even in the service area. The magic mirror flew to a wooden door and raised its handle to point. "This is the place, master. Both the big one and the little one are inside. Should we start a fire first or go with poison?" Grin glared fiercely at the magic mirror. "Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? Ever heard of courtesy before force? Watch and learn." After saying that, Grin straightened his clothes and walked up to the door in an orderly fashion. Just as he raised his right hand to knock, he first called out loudly, "Is anyone home? Community warmth delivery." The person inside kicked the door. Grin's eyes widened as he felt the wooden door flying toward him. Holy crap! The wooden planks smashed against Grin and shattered into countless small pieces. Fortunately, Grin had a strong physique and was unharmed. At that moment, Elsa stepped slowly out from the shadows behind the door, that signature faint smile on her face. The kukri in her hand glinted coldly under the moonlight, looking incredibly sharp. "Young man, following a frail woman in the middle of the night isn't very gentlemanly behavior. You kicked the door off its hinges and you're calling yourself frail." Grin patted his clothes, shaking off the wood chips. Elsa didn't dare relax at all. The person before her was dressed properly. He definitely wasn't a resident of this poor district. Walking straight up to knock on their door made him even more suspicious. He had shattered the sturdy wooden door upon impact without retreating a single step. From the feedback, this person was definitely not someone who could be easily defeated. This was the first time Elsa had seen Grin in this form, and for a moment, her eyes held a hint of confusion. "How strange. Have we met somewhere before, young man?" The little mummy poked half a head out from behind the doorframe, with quite a few cake crumbs still hanging from the corners of her mouth. Seeing this, Grin mischievously released a trace of the Beast Prince's aura. Mellie's pupils shrank suddenly, and her bandaged hand clamped over her mouth. That oppressive feeling, mixed with the rank smell of the forest and sheer violence, pierced her nerves like ice-cold needles. It was the giant beast from the forest that had brought her such despair. "It's you. Elsa, this guy is that monster." Mellie's teeth-gritting expression was exactly the same as that Ulgrim pup from before, though her trembling legs betrayed her unease. Elsa's expression turned grave as she moved slightly in front of Mellie. "Looking closely, your eyes are as beautiful as ever, mister. Or should I call you the fake count? Don't be nervous, I'm just here to check the water meter." Grin spread his hands and said with a wicked grin, "Now, who wants to be the water meter first?" Elsa's ears twitched. She heard the rustling of people putting on clothes in the other residences upstairs. "Beast, if you start something here, a lot of people are going to die." The commotion from the door shattering just now had already woken up many nearby residents. Lights flickered on in some houses, and a few hot-tempered older women leaned halfway out of their windows to curse. "What's all the noise in the middle of the night? Are you going to let people sleep or not? If you keep it up, I'll have the guard arrest your whole family." Elsa deftly hid her kukri in the darkness of the night, instantly switched to a pitiful expression, and bowed deeply toward those windows. "Summa Mason. It's all because my dear husband drank too much outside. Our child is also very sick. Please, everyone, forgive us. TSK, what a useless man. This kind of trash only knows how to take his temper out on his wife. I bet he's not even as good as an earth dragon." Grin wasn't happy about that. He pointed a small hand and shouted back, "Damn it. The one who mentioned the earth dragon, that's going too far. You dare talk back? Today, this old lady is going to teach you a lesson." A basin of foot-washing water cascaded down from above. Holy crap. Grin quickly performed a lunging roll, barely dodging the lethal move. "You old hag. You really want to be the nail that sticks out, don't you?" The woman was full of fighting spirit, pointing at Grin from afar and cursing. "You brat, just you wait." After saying that, the old woman turned back into her window, and a moment later, a splashing sound could be heard. Grin guessed she had gone back to refill the water and quickly looked for cover. Elsa narrowed her eyes into slits. From the moment he appeared, Grin had acted with total ease, which gave Elsa a faint sense of foreboding. Within just a few breaths, the old woman poked her head out of the window again, holding a basin brimming with water in both hands. "You men, getting yourself all drunk and confused in the middle of the night, then coming back to beat your wife, you re nothing but a coward." Grin's eyelid twitched as he shot a glare at Elsa, the instigator of this situation. Then, he put his hands on his hips, looked up, and shouted in one breath, "I'll beat her if I want to. If I don't beat her today, I won't be able to sleep. If she doesn't get beaten by me today, she won't be able to sleep either. Not just her, I'm going in to thrash that little one too." As he spoke, Grin walked toward Melly's house. The woman upstairs was so angry that smoke was practically coming out of her ears. "This is truly outrageous. Why are all the men on this street alcoholic, violent jerks?" 64 Assassin Organization Chapter 64, Assassin Organization. Grin strode into Melly and the other's dilapidated base. The lingering fear from the depths of her soul made Melly keep backing away until she hit the wall. This girl kept glaring fiercely at Grin, looking as if she might bite him at any moment. Grin crossed his arms and said provocatively, "What are you looking at? Look any more and I'll gouge your eyeballs out and stomp on them like bubbles. Bring it on, you bastard." With nowhere left to retreat, Melly had no choice but to brace herself and pounce like a cornered rabbit. Fortunately, Grin had the height advantage. He pressed down on her head, and no matter how Melly swung her arms like she was rowing a boat, she couldn't reach him. As Melly's body kept swaying, the bandages on her body gradually drifted toward Grin. Grin found the right moment, grabbed both ends of the bandages, and gave them a sharp tug. The originally loose bandages tightened with a shoo sound. Grin took the opportunity to wrap them around Melly's wrists twice before kicking her onto a pile of straw in the corner of the room. "I'm gonna kill you." With her mouth restricted, Melly's words were slurred, and she squirmed on the ground like a caterpillar. Grin looked down sarcastically and said, "And I'm gonna beat you to death." The little caterpillar was even cosplaying as a Shangxi local. Elsa leaned against the doorframe, her raven feather-like long hair falling loosely. A few strands of hair brushed against her fair collarbone with every breath, tracing a lazy and seductive curve. The corners of her eyes naturally drooped, which should have given her a gentle appearance, but now her pupils were filled with a half-smiling light, like the casual flick of a cat's tail before catching a mouse. "All right, Mr. Beast should probably explain his reason for coming, shouldn't he?" Grin looked Elsa's graceful figure up and down, secretly thinking she was a real femme fatale. As expected, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it often becomes. However, Elsa's figure was indeed the best Grin had ever seen, even Priscilla couldn't compare. Grin casually pulled over a chair and sat on it backward, saying with a sigh, "As for me, I'm here to show you a way out. But just in case, you'd better listen while kneeling." Grin snapped his fingers. At the same time, Elsa and Melly suddenly felt a pain in their stomachs, as if something had grown countless roots and pierced into their stomach walls. "My stomach." Melly curled into a ball, her knees pressed tightly against her abdomen. Every breath was accompanied by a tugging pain in her stomach. Survival instinct drove her to keep clawing at her throat. Vomit mixed with saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. The spasms in her abdomen made her whole body tremble uncontrollably, and her consciousness gradually blurred in the waves of intense pain. Elsa stumbled and supported herself against the stone wall, slowly sliding down, until she was prostrate on the ground. For a moment, she looked a bit like a downed teammate in PUBG. Perplexingly, a delirious smile of enjoying the pain appeared on her face. "Oh my, Beast Queen, when did you poison us?" The cake and the potion were clearly checked. "It's not poison, just some magical seed powder. And my divine protection happens to be able to seal the vitality of these powders. If you do anything against me or try to break the seal I've placed, your stomachs will go poof, and be burst open by wildly growing vines." This powder was scraped off magic beans. Unlike ordinary plant seeds, magic bean powder still possessed terrifying growth capabilities, just on a smaller scale. And the blessing of the forest can control the growth speed of these powders. To remove it, the vitality within the powder can be directly extracted, making it lose its activity. Just like that pair of siblings, the residues can then be expelled from the body through metabolism. Elsa looked thoughtful and struggled to lift her face, asking in a flat tone, "In that case, are those siblings on the road still alive? Glamorous people like you shouldn't attack innocent passers-by." Grin looked down at Elsa. From this angle, he could see a nice view. "You used them to test the poison. Even if they died, that debt should be on your head." Elsa supported herself against the stone wall, and stood up shakily. "Haha, when people are hungry, they can even eat poisonous, rotten food. If someone had used a cake to make me test poison 15 years ago, I wouldn't have hesitated for a second, even if I would have died immediately after eating it. Living in that kind of environment, dying from a sweet tree cake would have been the best possible ending. The little boy could be used for hard labor, so he'd likely be kept by his father's side. As for that little girl, she would most likely be sold in a few more years." Elsa forced her spirit, which was about to be scattered by the pain, to hold on. She drew her kukri and prepared to cut open her own abdomen to remove the source of the problem. Grin frowned at this and advised, "You're a girl, after all. There's no need to be so ruthless to yourself, is there?" After Grin finished speaking, he snapped his fingers again. The pain in the two women's stomachs immediately receded like a tide. Elsa's movement froze and she smiled. "It's been a long time since I was treated as a woman." "Aren't you going to make your move, Green Queen? Since your mission failed, you would have been hunted by the organization anyway. And I'm also curious what you two would look like after turning into lower life forms." Grin leaned one hand against the back of the chair, and nonchalantly revealed the secret of their organization. "Who exactly are you?" Melly, struggling on the ground, suddenly trembled upon hearing the word organization. She stopped squirming, revealing a pair of pupils filled with a hint of fear through the gaps in her bandages. Elsa's smile didn't change, but her eyes darkened a bit. Both she and Melly came from the same assassin organization, named Gustico. The leader of this organization calls herself Mother, and possesses the terrifying ability to change the forms of living beings. If a mission fails, there's a high probability they'll be deprived of their 5 senses by Mother, and turned into unconscious frogs or rats. I'm becoming increasingly curious about your true identity, Mister. You wouldn't happen to know Mother, would you? "I have a name, Miss Elsa. My name is Grim Anderson." "Grim Anderson? It sounds like a fake name." Grin chuckled softly at her words and inconspicuously tapped on the magic mirror hanging at his waist, as if hinting at something. With the tap, the magic mirror shook off a small amount of glowing stardust, which disappeared into the night wind in an instant. "What does it matter if it's real or fake? What's important is that I can help you avoid Mother's liquidation. After all, you wouldn't want to turn into a frog or a rat, would you?" Elsa's half-smiling casualness completely vanished, replaced by a cold scrutiny. First, he had seen through her cursed doll ritual, and now he appeared to know the assassin organization inside out. This guy always kept himself on the side of the hunter. "And the price? There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially from a greedy guy like Green Queen. The price certainly won't be low." "You don't seem very afraid, Elsa." Grin rested his hands on the back of the chair, and looked at Elsa with some surprise. Melly was shorter and standing downwind, so she inadvertently inhaled a lot of the hypnotic factors released by the magic mirror. She shuffled over to Grin's side and struggled to push the bandages away from her mouth against the chair leg. "Elsa is different. She's like Mother, an unkillable monster who still has value to the organization. The only one who will be punished is me." Melly's tone was a mix of fear, anxiety, and a stubborn refusal to accept her fate. Chapter 65, Employment. "Can you really help me escape Mother's reckoning? If you can truly do that, I can work for you. Even if it's disgusting requests, I can accept them." The little girl struggled to lift her head, her expression carrying the desperate survival instinct of a drowning person, though she still felt a sense of revulsion at her final words. That mother had many times turned her into hundreds of frogs as punishment. This double torment of body and spirit had driven Mellie's fear of mother deep into her subconscious. Even just hearing mother's name or thinking of the punishment scenes would cause her to instantly tense up, her eyes to tremble, and her hair to stand on end out of control. She feared not just death, but the humiliation and eternal torment of being stripped of herself and turned into a lower organism. Elsa could not protect her. The mysterious man before her seemed like an omniscient prophet. Perhaps he really could give her a few chances to survive. After all, she was already at a dead end. Disgusting requests. You sure have a high opinion of yourself. Grin looked down at Mellie, using the tip of his foot to tilt her chin up, and said with disdain, "Tisk tsk, if you don't have a mirror at home, surely you have urine. There's a puddle right at the door. Go take a good look at yourself. Flat in the front and back, yet you actually want to use an ugly person trap on this handsome me. You bastard. You're so nice to Petra, maybe it's just to satisfy the evil thoughts in your heart." Mellie was fuming, her anger even dissipating a bit of her fear toward mother. Grin shook his head speechlessly. These little sprouts really should be sent to school to learn some proper ethics. Who knows what's going through their heads all day? I only want legal ones. Glimpsing Mellie's dirty hands, Grin pulled his chair back in disgust. Naughty kids in this world really have no table manners. She had been covered in cream earlier, and now, because she'd rolled on the ground a few times, she was covered in a layer of dust. What's it to you? Anyway, you're not included in my evil thoughts. I have other uses for your dirty hands. Mellie misunderstood slightly, a hint of bitterness appearing in her eyes. If he wasn't interested in her body, then she only had her skills as an assassin left. She was treated as a tool no matter where she went anyway. As long as she could survive, doing some dirty work was nothing. Mellie wiggled her body and sat up, asking, "Tell me, who do you want to kill?" Grin chuckled, detached a bulging money bag from his waist, and then tossed it with a clatter at Mellie's feet. Tsk, not only is your figure meager, but your little head doesn't seem quite right either. Pick up the bag. The first task I'm giving you is to take these gold coins and eat, drink, and have fun in the royal capital. Whether you buy cakes, buy dresses, or use them as marbles to break people's windows, it's all fine. Then, stay in the royal capital and wait patiently for my next command. There were a full 200 gold coins in the bag. For just a little girl, she probably wouldn't be able to spend them all. Mellie was stunned. After a long while, she tilted her head in confusion. What kind of mission is that? After working her clever little brain, she reached a terrifying conclusion, and her hair stood on end. You wouldn't be trying to fatten me up and then give me to some perverted noble to please him, would you? Grin sucked in a breath of cold air, left speechless by Mellie's words. After a pause, he suddenly started looking for something on the ground for no apparent reason. 2 breaths later, Grin lived up to expectations and found a long, thin stick in the grass. I'll teach you for not learning anything good. Grin hit Mellie's bottom with the wooden stick. What are you doing? I'll give you fattening up. Another strike with the stick, sending Mellie rolling all over the ground. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I'll go buy cakes and dresses right now. Mellie scurried behind Elsa before she finally managed to escape Grin's education. Continuing the pursuit now would be a bit out of reach. Problem children are such a hassle. Grin threw the stick away and shifted his gaze to Elsa. What about you, Elsa? Think about it. Opportunities for paid leave don't come often. As long as you accept my employment, I'll cover all your expenses for food, clothing, housing, and travel this month. Even if you go to the pleasure district to hire male hosts, you can put it on my tab. Elsa maintained a languid smile, like a jackal lurking in the shadows. Her fingertips carelessly stroked the handle of the kukri at her waist, a cold glint flashing for an instant within the smile at the corners of her eyes. You already have our lives in your hands, yet you still put on a friendly front. You really have bad taste, Green Kun. Grin still wore that unreliable expression, his kind smile crinkling the corners of his eyes, looking harmless to humans and animals alike. Ha, not at all. Regarding the Gut Ripper's twisted personality, using force would only result in a corpse. Elsa lowered her eyes to glance at Melly, who was clutching her clothes with a pale face beside her. The careless smile from before faded slightly, and a hint of solemnity flickered in the depths of her eyes. The man before her was far more dangerous than any employer or prey she had ever encountered. With Melly's current physical condition, there wasn't even a shred of room for escape. If she were alone, she would be happy to have a hearty battle to the death with such a strong person. Regarding the hidden danger in her belly, Elsa could sacrifice a life and tear her stomach out directly. But Melly couldn't. Her life had already become someone else's toy. Elsa's fingertips quietly applied pressure, the patterns on the knife handle digging into her palm. Could she kill him before Grin's bizarre ability activated? No, it was impossible. Wonderful. It truly is a situation with no chance of survival. Grin took in all the resolve and weighing of options in her eyes. It seemed he would have to change to a bargaining chip that could strike her weakness to take the Gut Sister for his own use. His tone remained casual as he spread his hands in persuasion. If the price I'm offering isn't to your liking, feel free to mention anything you want. Of course, it better not be a carriage full of holy gold coins. He couldn't produce that either. Hearing this, a charming yet slightly bloodthirsty chuckle escaped Elsa's throat. Her red lips curled slightly, and her voice trailed off languidly and alluringly. Is Green Kun serious? Actually, since the first day I met you, I've been thinking about that one thing. If you can really bring it before me, perhaps I will give your proposal some serious thought. Grin's brow furrowed instantly, the smile at the corner of his mouth freezing for a moment, as he looked at her speechlessly. You couldn't be thinking of cutting open my guts, could you? Elsa tilted her head with feigned innocence, her long lashes trembling, but her eyes surged with undisguised fanaticism and interest. Are my intentions that obvious? If we can achieve a friendship of touching each other's guts, I could certainly swing my blade for you once. Are you a total pervert? What's with always wanting to cut me? Grin rolled his eyes irritably, then his tone suddenly shifted, becoming somewhat seductive. How about changing the target? Are you interested in the white whale? I can take you to cut its guts. He raised his hand to gesture an exaggerated size, describing it with high spirits. That fellow is probably the largest mabeast within the borders of Lugnica. Its guts are so thick a dragon carriage could pass through them. It's definitely the most powerful and special specimen you've ever seen in your life. When the time comes, you can cut it however you like. Even if you cut it out to sew into a robe, there'll be more than enough. 66 Elsa felt things could get even more chaotic. Chapter 66, Elsa thinks things could get even messier. Hearing this, Elsa's eyes suddenly dropped, her long lashes veiling the surging emotions within. She remained silent, her lips pressed thin, much of her previous lazy, manic demeanor faded, leaving only a quiet, focused contemplation. The white whale. She murmured those two words under her breath, a trace of imperceptible excitement lingering in her tone. No wonder supplies on the market have been ridiculously scarce lately. So someone is planning to move against that legendary mabeast. Because of the existence of the cursed doll, she had always lived her life as if separated from the world by a thin veil. It was difficult to grasp a true sense of life, she felt muddled, like a wandering empty shell. Only when she sliced open a prey's warm abdomen, and gripped those pulsing intestines with her fingertips, feeling the scalding sensation spread from her hands to her entire body, could she truly feel alive. And the white whale, that was a familiar of the Witch of Gluttony, one of the world's top mabeasts. Its guts would surely be hotter and more vivid than any prey she had ever known. That is indeed a tempting offer. Elsa pressed a finger against her red lips, exuding a seductive charm. However, I am quite devoted. By comparison, Green Kuen's intestines excite me much more. The casual smile on Grin's face instantly froze. He couldn't keep his composure for even half a second, his eyes screaming that this was absurd. Fine, fine, fine. Grin nodded repeatedly and, with a look of utter helplessness, lifted the clothes covering his stomach. Come on then, I'll give you the chance. One slice of the knife, and my guts are yours. Elsa flicked her tongue out, quickly licking her lips. Her body arched slightly, her right hand gripping her kukri in a reverse hold. Arigato. Then, I shall dig in. No, I haven't even started the countdown yet. As soon as Grin finished speaking, he saw Elsa launch herself toward him like an agile leopard. She certainly didn't waste any opportunities. Whatever, it's not like I'll die anyway. Grin closed his eyes, and the blessing of the forest activated in response. The surrounding vegetation began to move despite the lack of wind. Specks of shimmering green light drifted from the leaves, all converging toward him. A very faint sliding sound was heard. Grin only felt a slight chill on his stomach, the expected pain did not come. A very soft brushing sound passed by his ear. Grin felt a wave of coolness across his midsection, but the anticipated agony was nowhere to be found. He opened his eyes slightly to see that what was pressed against his abdomen wasn't a cold blade, but Elsa's soft fingertips. Green Kuen's physique is unexpectedly good. Elsa's fingertips traced over Grin's firm abdominal muscles. Her movements were gentle to the point of teasing, carrying a lingering ambiguity. This is the first time someone has ever offered their guts for me to cut. I've truly met a kind person. Startled, Grin lunged back several steps to create distance. He clutched his chest tightly, his face full of disgust. I think I've met a psycho. Are you going to cut me or not? Elsa brought the fingers that had touched his abdomen to her lips and gave them a shallow lick, as if taking a preliminary taste. Her red lips curved into a soul-stirring smile. While a fanatical desire still burned in her eyes, there was now a touch of playful composure. Let's save it as part of the reward. I've always liked to save the most delicious dessert for last, to be savored slowly. Now, tell me about your plans for the white whale. The man before her had once squeezed her intestines out through her mouth. Every time she recalled that scene, her heart raced. Grin then briefly outlined his thoughts to Elsa. He wanted her and Melly to take a vacation in the royal capital, and wait for his orders. By taking control of these two assassins first, he could prevent Roswell from causing more trouble. Furthermore, if the white whale was killed, those lunatics from the witch cult would likely appear. When that time came, the more combat power he had available, the better. Melly poked her head out from behind Elsa and said with some concern, Elsa, the target is the white whale. Can we really win? Elsa raised her hand to wipe the cream off Melly's cheek. If he truly brings down the white whale, wouldn't that further prove he can protect you from Mother's reckoning? Melly realized that the white whale hunt wasn't just about Elsa's obsession with giant intestines. It was also a test Elsa was setting for Grin. She was very curious to see how far this man, who didn't fear the assassin organization, could actually go. Let's leave it at that for now. For the next few days, you two should just relax. Grin turned and walked toward the door. Just as he stepped out, he saw a middle-aged woman walking hurriedly toward him. Grin retreated half a step, dumbfounded. Holy crap, is this auntie that fierce? Coming downstairs to confront me directly. Seeing Grin, the woman sped up even more, shouting with a look of worry on her face. Oh my heavens, did you break the door? Talk things through first, you must never hit a child. No, I was just using a small stick to teach her a lesson. I didn't use any force at all. Grin's mouth twitched, he found it a bit difficult to extricate himself now. The woman was dressed simply and wore wooden slippers. From her face, though she wasn't sallow from hunger, she looked somewhat thin. The woman grabbed Grin's wrist and pulled him to the side. Young man, I couldn't see clearly from upstairs just now. Looking at your outfit, you're probably not from around here, are you? Before Grin could answer, the woman had already brainstormed an entire narrative for the situation. I understand. That poor woman must be a mistress you're keeping here. You rich people are really something else, keeping a mistress, but not even buying her a decent house. She gave you a child, you know. I saw just now, it looked like a daughter. And here you are, dead drunk and hitting them. Having said that, the woman sniffed the air, her expression turning puzzled. Wait, why is there no smell of alcohol? This is absolutely ridiculous, what on earth are you talking about? This is a misunderstanding. Let go first, Auntie, I have urgent business to attend to. Grin was dizzy from the woman's rapid-fire verbal assault, all he wanted was to break free and run. What are you all arguing about? Melly, hearing the noise, curiously walked out of the room. When the woman saw Melly covered in bandages, her eyes almost spat fire. You absolute scumbag. You actually beat the child into this state. She backed away a few steps, picked up a wooden board from the ground for self-defense, and began shouting loudly for help from her old friends. Come out and help me quickly. We must teach this bastard a lesson today. Oil lamps lit up in several nearby rooms in response, and replies came immediately. I've had enough too. Only last year a woman was beaten to death by her drunk husband. We cannot let this happen again today. Wait for me, see if I don't poke him to death with a shovel. Are you people insane? Grin guiltily backed away from the woman, and called out to Elsa inside for help. Elsa, come out and help me explain. As soon as he spoke, Elsa walked out slowly, wrapped in a black robe that completely concealed her fine figure. The cold-blooded killer actually acted like a housewife who had suffered immense grievances. She crouched down trembling and pulled Melly into her arms, tears welling in her eyes. She looked exactly like a mother and daughter sharing a hard life. Kind grandmas, please don't make things difficult for my husband. Otherwise, if his real wife finds out, we will surely be killed. Chapter 67, The Sword Demon and the Flower. I want to see what he's capable of. Daring to commit crimes in our Iron Barrel Street. Two other middle-aged women, dragging brooms and shovels, were about to reach the battlefield. Seeing things were going south, Grin Anderson took off running, turning back to point fiercely at Elsa. You damn woman, just you wait, this isn't over. Still dare to be insolent. Take a hit from my shovel. Watching the three indignant women chase after Grin Anderson, an inexplicable emotion welled up in Elsa's heart. What a bunch of lovely people. Grin Anderson sprinted all the way, being chased through several streets. As he passed a certain storefront, he even spotted the figures of Otto and Mia. The two little ones were holding plump coarse grain buns, eating heartily alongside a large bowl of hot soup. Mia, I think I saw that big brother from before. Probably not. I only knew hunger could cause hallucinations, I didn't think being full would make your eyes play tricks too. Finally shook them off. Panting heavily, Grin Anderson stepped out from a dark corner, warily scanning his surroundings. Those three women definitely did manual labor, they were incredibly energetic. Mainly, they were too familiar with this neighborhood, managing to take shortcuts and intercept him every time. After tidying up his hair, which had been ruffled by the brooms, Grin Anderson prepared to head to Crush's residence. This Duchess's temporary mansion was located in a secluded part of the royal capital's noble district. It wasn't exactly grand or extravagant, yet it carried the heritage of the Karsten family. The stone courtyard walls weren't high, but they were carved with simple diamond patterns. No ostentatious family crest stood outside the gate, only a plaque engraved with the name Karsten hung there. After proving his identity to the guards, Grin Anderson was granted passage. Emilia must have given them a heads-up beforehand. He walked to a low fence at the corner of the courtyard, and looking up, came across a small garden carved out at the back of the mansion. Strangely, even though it was late at night, a warm yellow lantern was still lit inside. The soft, dim glow broke through the cold silence of the night, circling a quiet corner of the world. Pitter-patter. The sound of watering echoed. Beside a magic lamp stood a strong elderly gentleman. It was Crush's vassal, the sword demon Wilhelm. At this moment, there wasn't a trace of majesty on the old man's face. He was bent over, adding water to the plants in the pavilion garden, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. Sensing someone's arrival, Wilhelm straightened up and bowed slightly toward Grin Anderson. "It has been a long time, Mr. Oldman, aren't you going to sleep yet at this hour?" Grin Anderson was somewhat puzzled, glancing occasionally at the watering can in Wilhelm's hand. What kind of normal person waters flowers at night? Wilhelm understandingly moved half a step aside, revealing a cluster of small yellow flowers that had been blocked by his body. "This is a strange flower called the luminous calyx. It refuses to absorb water and sunlight, so I can only come to water them at night." Grin Anderson nodded in understanding and smiled. "I didn't expect the world-renowned sword demon to be so knowledgeable about plants. You flatter me. My wife adored these fragile plants, and out of love for her, I don't dislike these flowers either. She always said the luminous calyx is as stubborn as a small beast, insisting on growing against the sunlight. Only by drinking enough dew at night can it bloom with its brightest colors during the day." The old man's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. When he thought of his wife, those eyes that had experienced 100 years of slaughter, and were honed to a sharp edge, actually softened like they were soaked in warm water. "Once in my late wife's garden, she loved to drag me along to tend to these flowers late at night. She was a careless woman, always spilling water from the can onto her lapel, yet she would stubbornly claim it was an extra gift for the flowers." When mentioning his wife, the usually taciturn sword demon became quite talkative. Realizing his lapse after the fact, Wilhelm straightened his hunched back. The lingering sorrow around him was gradually covered again by the composure of a veteran of many battles. He lowered his head slightly and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of Mr. As one grows old, one tends to get nostalgic over these old things." Grin Anderson responded with an understanding smile. "It's all right, old man. I like listening to stories." Wilhelm shook his head gently and said, "It is getting late. I really shouldn't delay your rest." Grin Anderson shrugged. "All right then, may I ask which room Rem is staying in?" Wilhelm looked a bit troubled and pressed further, "Forgive my bluntness, but may I ask what your relationship is with Miss Rem? Although you are in the same camp, asking for a lady's room in the middle of the night is quite suspicious." "You're overthinking it, old man. Rem and I are a loving, betrothed couple. Please go to the second floor and turn right." Wilhelm showed an expression of sudden realization. Regarding the love of young people, he had always been respectful and reverent. Grin Anderson nodded gratefully and walked straight toward the residential part of the mansion. Once upon a time, he and Teresa were just like this, wanting to be together every moment. Wilhelm watched Grin Anderson's back. After hesitating several times, he decided to be selfish for once. "Please wait a moment." Mr. Grin Anderson stopped and looked back in confusion. "Is there something else?" Wilhelm walked solemnly to Grin Anderson, his body ramrod straight, and then bowed deeply. Maintaining a 90-degree bend, he spoke in a pleading tone, "Lady Crush will likely invite you for a talk tomorrow. When that time comes, please be sure to agree to her request. I beg of you." Grin Anderson was quite surprised and quickly helped Wilhelm up. "Please stand up first, old man. I don't know what Crush's request is. If it's unfavorable to our side, I'm afraid I can't agree to it directly." There was a struggle in Wilhelm's aged eyes, and his hands trembled slightly. He knew his current actions were an act of disloyalty to Crush. Exposing the master's needs before a negotiation would put them at a disadvantage. But only in matters regarding his beloved wife, Teresa, could he not remain calm. "Grim, in 400 years, you are one of the few who have escaped from the white whale's mouth, and you still remain sane after surviving. You must have valuable information about that demon. If you can truthfully inform our side, I am willing to offer this old life of mine." At the mention of the white whale, the killing intent in Wilhelm's eyes almost solidified, and his knuckles cracked loudly as he clenched his fists. Grin Anderson held Wilhelm's arm, his fingertips clearly feeling the old man's tense muscles. Even that aged skeleton was vibrating slightly from extreme hatred and obsession. Grin Anderson's eyes darkened. He first raised a hand to press down on the old man's white-knuckled wrist, his tone steady and slow. "Old man, calm your mind first. There's no need for this. The outcome of this matter will surely be as you wish." "Thank you, Lord Green. Thank you." Wilhelm knelt excitedly on one knee, his head lowered slightly to hide the tears in his eyes. Grin Anderson leaned down and patted Wilhelm's shoulder comfortingly, whispering, "After galloping across the sky for 400 years, it's time for it to fall." Walking into the residence, Grin Anderson immediately smelled a strong scent of alcohol. This mellow fragrance was much higher grade than the red wine he had drunk in prison. Presumably, when Crush hosted Emilia and the others, they held a small drinking party. Grin is back. On the spiral staircase, a dizzy half-elf girl walked down unsteadily. 68 Intimate Talks Chapter 68, Private Talk in the Boudoir. "Goodness, Emilia, just how much have you had to drink?" Grin went to meet her in a daze, helping the stumbling Emilia back onto her feet. Emilia's restless little hands cupped Grin's face, kneading it. "Grin, your face is so cute, and it's changed so much." After saying that, she threw herself into Grin's arms, squirming against him. "To think you'd hide something this delicious in the Roswell mansion, how mean. Even though I've been an adult for a long time, Ram keeps pouring me soda water. You guys must want to drink it all yourselves in secret." Emilia rested her head on Grin's shoulder. Her large, drowsy eyes closed and opened and closed, refusing to drift off to sleep. Grin wrapped his arm around Emilia's waist to keep her from slipping. The sweet scent of alcohol mixed with the faint, elven floral fragrance from her hair drifted to the tip of his nose. The girl in his arms was as soft as a ball of cotton, her body restlessly rubbing against him. Her warm breath brushed against the side of his neck, making his fingertips tingle with heat. Grin sighed with helpless indulgence, reaching up to support the back of her swaying head, looking completely at a loss. "My princess, you really need to be more careful. If you dared to drink like this at the entrance of a 21st century bar, you'd probably have been picked up and turned into a cream puff long ago." "Cream puff?" Emilia suddenly looked up, sniffing here and there, looking around. After finding nothing, she looked like she was about to burst into tears. Why do you have to hide all the good food? Grin, you're such a bad boy." "I know, let's play house, Grin. I'll be the mommy, and you'll be my baby." Good baby, good baby. Mommy will take you to sleep, okay?" Grin turned his face away in disdain. "Oh, come on, why are you being so childish?" After a few seconds of processing, Grin's expression changed instantly. He turned back and said with a serious face, "Wait, Lyaoka-san, can I sleep with you?" Emilia pressed Grin's head against her chest, gently stroking his hair. "Shame on baby Grin. You're so big and yet you can't leave your mommy. I really don't know what to do with you." Grin felt a bit oxygen-deprived from being smothered in the brain cushion waves. Hee, then can I have some milk?" Head spinning, Emilia tilted her head and dithered. Clearly, Grin's question had once again touched upon her blind spot of knowledge. "But there's no baby bottle here." Grin shook his head and smirked, "Don't worry, I have a technique. If Green-kun wants to drink milk, Rem happens to have a cup here." Rem's voice came from above the stairs. She was currently wearing casual clothes, and on the tray in her hand sat a cup of steaming milk. Grin quickly pushed Emilia to the side. "Ahem, it's a misunderstanding. Emilia is practicing the drunken fist, and I was just giving her some guidance." Rem walked down with the milk and helped Emilia onto the sofa on the first floor. "Emilia-sama, please drink some milk to sober up. Afterward, Rem will take you back to your room to rest." Having received the cup, Emilia happily waved at Grin and patted her thigh. "Baby Grin, come here quickly. There's milk to drink." Grin awkwardly shuffled toward the stairs, wanting to make a run for it. Rem turned her head to look at him, a professional maid smile on her face. Baby Grin, Emilia-sama is calling you. Grin stumbled on the stairs and scrambled up to the second floor on all fours. I'm going to wash up and sleep first. You two chat, you two chat. After saying that, he ducked into a random room. It's like being caught cheating. Rem's expression is so scary. Grin walked to the bedside and flopped onto it. Today had been truly exhausting. As expected of a guest room in a duke's house. Even the bed smells as sweet as Rem. Grin tossed and turned on the bed, inadvertently touching a silky piece of clothing. He picked it up and saw that it was actually a maid uniform. Wait, isn't this Rem's outfit? Sniff sniff, the scent is very similar too. The room door was pushed open. The blue-haired girl stepped inside. Green-kun, what do you intend to do with Rem's clothes? Rem blinked her large blue eyes with an air of innocence. Seeing Grin show such interest in her clothes, she felt a flicker of joy in her heart. Unlike the blank slate that was Emilia, Rem would certainly pass a biology test. Just now, she had thought Grin was preparing to take off with her clothes. Grin asked somewhat awkwardly, is this your room? Instead of answering, Rem walked over and sat down beside Grin. Her little hand crawled across the bedding, finally interlocking tightly with Grin's palm. The girl lowered her head, her thoughts unknown. Hey, Green-kun. Yeah, I'm here. In the face of Rem's pure emotions, Grin didn't dare to be flippant. Rem's body slowly tilted, leaning into Grin's embrace. Does Green-kun also like Emilia-sama? Grin felt a bit anxious and was about to explain. Rem looked up and pressed her finger against Grin's lips. Rem knows. Green-kun is very outstanding. There will surely be many girls following closely behind you. Rem isn't that greedy. I never wanted to occupy your whole heart. As long as a small corner of Green-kun's heart holds Rem's name, Rem will be satisfied. While pouring out her heart, the girl hugged Grin's waist tightly, pressing herself intimately against his abdomen. I am someone who lies often, but the words I said to you in the church were not false in the slightest. Grin's whole body relaxed as he gently rested his hand on Rem's back. Rem, you will definitely be my wife. Rem nodded. She chose to believe Grin's words unconditionally. Time seemed to slow down at this moment as their two hearts gradually merged. Rem was about 154 centimeters tall, and weighed only 42 kilograms, making her relatively thin, but her body proportions were still quite impressive. As Grin comforted her, his hands started to get restless again. She was his wife anyway, so wasn't it only natural to get a little handsy? Rem's body tensed for a moment before quickly softening like warm water. Her thick eyelashes fluttered violently, and a soft moan, tinged with a bit of timidity yet complete indulgence, escaped her lips. Green-kun, it's very late. Aren't you going out? I can't walk anymore, Remington. As Grin spoke, he took Rem's hands and pulled her into his arms. Gee, Green-kun. Rem's fingertips gripped his clothes, her knuckles turning slightly white. Yet she made no move to push him away. Instead, she burrowed further into his embrace, her petite body curling between his legs. Is Green-kun's wife so? Whatever Green-kun wants to do, it is all okay. Her thin frame was wrapped in a just-right softness. Though she looked delicate, she was so soft that he couldn't bear to let go. Rem's cheeks were burning hot, yet she proactively raised her arms to encircle Grin's neck, giving herself over completely. Her soft, sweet voice was laced with faint whimpers and full of joy. Rem will keep waiting for that day to come. My hero, Green-kun, the day you take me as your wife. Chapter 69. I declare, Rem is my wife. Prison release version. Green-kun, when it's just the two of us in private, can Rem call you husband? Of course. We're going to get married eventually anyway, so there's no problem with starting a bit early. Time flew by and 2 hours passed. Grin leaned against the headboard, a twig dangling from his mouth. He took a mock breath of air, removed the twig, and exhaled, pretending he was smoking. Rem, how do you think this world was born? How does it function? Where do we come from and where are we going? At this moment, Grin had completely emptied his mind, his eyes drifting like a saint who had seen through the vanity of the world. Sure enough, after Amun is finished, he'll think about anything and everything except women. Rem looked up tiredly, her slender white arms propping herself up on the mattress as she slowly crawled into his arms, her cheek pressed against his warm chest. My dear husband seems to have turned into a dummy. Grin pinched her soft cheek and raised a hand to wipe the thin layer of sweat from her brow. This is important, Remington. It seems I must give you a crash course in advanced astronomical knowledge. First, you need to understand the concept of a world. It happened to be Sage Mode, and the serious knowledge stored in his brain hadn't been cleared yet. He absolutely had to give student Rem a proper lesson today. Rem dizzily extended a finger, tracing small circles on Grin's chest, her voice as soft as a marshmallow. Green Kun is Rem's entire world. Rem's world was born after being saved by Green Kun, and it only revolves around Green Kun alone. Teacher Grin, is Rem's answer correct? Grin stared blankly at Rem's "please praise me" expression, momentarily dazed. This girl is a genius. If she were born in the information age, she could have been a grandmaster of flirting. Wrong answer. You must be punished. Grin gently took Rem's small hand and pulled her into his arms. Stop right there. The magic crystal stone pendant around Grin's neck suddenly erupted with a rich, deep purple light. A dazzling halo of light surged out, condensing into Betty's figure before his eyes. The furious Great Spirit appeared and immediately pushed Grin off Rem, the force so great that he rolled straight to the foot of the bed. Betty's eyes and ears have been severely polluted by you too. Now, immediately, at once stop this, Betty says. Heaven knows what she had gone through. She had been working hard inside the magic crystal stone, refining impurities and constructing the space. She had finally finished and wanted to come out to ask for some praise, full of joy. But as soon as she connected her senses to the outside world, she stumbled upon that jaw-dropping scene. Even though she had lived for over 400 years, it was her first time seeing a live broadcast. The educational training, mentioned in certain books, was simply too terrifying. That despicable Grin, surely he wouldn't want to do that kind of thing to Betty too, right? Filthy, impure, lewd. Betty will never forgive you. Grin scrambled over from the foot of the bed and slid onto his knees, pulling Betty into his arms for a nuzzle. Betty, I missed you so much. Truly, one meeting without it feels like 3 years. The warm embrace made Betty's tense emotions relax slightly. She stubbornly turned her head away, her cheeks puffed out like an angry pufferfish. Humph, I suppose you still have a bit of a conscience. Then Betty shall be merciful and temporarily forgive you. Then the Great Spirit mulled over that sentence from just now, feeling like something was off. Wait, no. What did you just say? Don't mind the details. Betty, you've come at the perfect time. Before he could finish, Grin saw that Betty was already holding a small round-toed leather shoe, its shiny tip pointed right at his face. If he said anything else out of line, he'd likely get a shoe to the face from Betty. Ahem, I mean, with 3 people, we can finally play fight the landlord. Grin raised his hands in surrender. Betty crossed her arms and rolled her eyes at Grin. It's already so late. You are to go to sleep obediently for Betty. No more making those disgusting noises. Hearing this, Grin immediately lay flat, pulling Rem close with one arm, and patting the empty space beside him with the other, a fawning smile on his face. All right, Betty, I've cleared some space for you. Come on, baby. Betty disdainfully kicked off her other shoe and took small, dainty steps, walking over slowly with an air of importance. After diving into the crook of Grin's arm, she didn't forget to say in a commanding tone, "Where is Betty's bedtime story?" Rem's eyes instantly lit up, and she leaned in, asking softly, Green-kun knows how to tell bedtime stories. Rem wants to hear too. Betty frowned and pointed at Rem fiercely. This is Betty's privilege. You, an impure woman, are not allowed to listen. Okay, Lady Beatrice. Rem gave a silly smile and covered her ears with both hands. Rem can't hear anything now. Can we start? Grin pulled the two girls closer. With a thought, a pitch-black book materialized from the air. All right, my two lovely ladies, welcome to your moon, my heart. The story I'm bringing to everyone today is called The Little Match Girl. Legend has it that it was New Year's Eve. The snow fell thick and fast. On the cold, dark street, a little girl was selling matches barefoot. She was so cold she curled up in a corner, clutching a box of matches. The cold wind blew again and again, but she hadn't sold a single match. The little girl couldn't help but think of her late grandmother and muttered to herself, I really want to see grandmother one more time. Just then, a slave carriage passed by. A slave whose hands were bound in chains said, so cold. My wrists are about to break. The little girl felt pity, so she struck a match and threw it over. The match landed on the straw in the carriage. The prisoner was instantly engulfed in flames and died wailing. His pain was over. A hunched old man passed by. As he bowed his head to cough, a large amount of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. My lungs are about to burst from coughing. The little girl felt pity, so she struck a match and threw it over. The match landed on the old man's linen clothes, and flames instantly consumed him. His pain was over too. One miserable pedestrian after another passed by, and one match after another was struck. By the time the matchbox was empty, the entire city was ablaze with a raging fire. In the end, everyone got to see the little girl's grandmother. Is that right? Rem blinked her large eyes, staring at Grin with a bit of a chill. Betty bit Grin's shoulder. What kind of ghost story is that? You dummy, now that you've tricked Betty into your hands, are you even starting to get lazy with the stories? My mistake, my mistake. I'll tell you a new one, in the night garden. 70 Crush's Morning Tea Chapter 70, Crush's morning tea late into the night, everyone slept soundly. This time, Grin did not dream of being executed by firing squad again. The next day, Grin slowly woke up, gently withdrew his hand, and stretched with great effort. Seeing that Betty and Rem were still asleep, Grin did not disturb them and quietly slipped out of the room. He felt a sneaky sense of having a good time, and then skipping out without paying. Green-kun, what are you doing, meow? Felix's voice startled Grin, who was slowly closing the door. He quickly turned around and covered Felix's mouth. Don't disturb my wife's rest. Felix nodded, and only then did Grin release his hand. The cat-eared crossdresser gently sniffed the scent on Grin. Ha ha, Green-kun actually has the mixed fragrance of different women on him. You're truly a sinner, meow. But this puts Feli-chan at ease, at least confirming your sexual orientation is normal, meow. Grin reached out, wrapped an arm around Felix's shoulder, and whispered demonically into his ear. Haven't you heard of liking both men and women? Felix shuddered all over, his fur practically standing on end. Don't joke like that, meow. Felix kept backing away, broke free from Grin's hold, retreated to a safe distance, then turned and ran. Lady Crush has invited you and Lady Amelia for morning tea. If you need a guide, please go find Old Man. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be going now, meow. Ha ha ha, so easy to tease. Grin walked to the window, brought his thumb and forefinger together, and whistled. A carrier pigeon descended from a tall tree in the garden and flew onto the windowsill. This little fellow was Otto's messenger, always following him for easy communication. Grin stuffed a previously prepared small note into the bamboo tube tied to the pigeon's leg and released it. After finishing this, he began searching for the location of the tea room. Just as he turned the corner, he bumped into Wilhelm, who was coming his way. The other man still had that meticulous appearance, as if he had been waiting there specifically for him. Upon seeing Grin, the old master gave a slight nod of greeting. Lord Jellin, Lady Crush and Lady Amelia are already waiting in the tea room. Grin smiled in response. Please take me there. The tea room was filled with a faint aroma of tea. Crush was sitting upright at the table, holding a white porcelain teacup, her gaze fixed on the garden outside the window. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head, her golden eyes holding a touch of warmth. Lord Jellin, you are earlier than I expected. I have been looking forward to this meeting for a long time. Amelia also looked up from the tea snacks, her silver hair shimmering softly in the morning light. She smiled and waved at Grin. Grin, come sit quickly. Crush prepared a very rich selection of tea snacks. Grin strode over, unceremoniously sat down beside Amelia, picked up a cookie, and stuffed it into his mouth. The sweet but not cloying taste melted on his tongue. He spoke with his mouth full. Amelia, you're up so early. You drank so much yesterday, doesn't your head hurt? Amelia's face flushed slightly red. Although she didn't know what happened after she got drunk yesterday, she could guess she must have acted foolishly. I don't know what happened either. I only drank a little bit of wine, and my mind started getting fuzzy. Crush set down her teacup, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Allow me to apologize to you. I did not know beforehand about Amelia's tolerance for alcohol. It's fine. On the contrary, thanks to you, I got to see another cute side of Amelia. Amelia's cheeks instantly turned as red as ripe cherries. Her fingers subconsciously tightened on her skirt, and even the tips of her ears flushed pink. She hurriedly picked up her teacup and took a sip, but the warm tea couldn't suppress the restlessness in her heart. Gee Grin, don't talk nonsense. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Crush, afraid that her unbecoming appearance would be laughed at by this dignified duchess. A certain cat-eared crossdresser was taking advantage of Grin's blind spot, stealthily creeping up behind Crush. Lady Crush, you must be careful of this guy Grin, meow. Felix's voice was soft and urgent, and he couldn't help but sneak a glance in Grin's direction, afraid of being caught. Hearing this, Crush turned her head slightly, a trace of helpless amusement in her eyes. She raised her hand and gently patted the back of Felix's hand. All right, stop sneaking around. We have guests. It's too impolite of you. Upon hearing this, Grin immediately raised an eyebrow and said while chewing his cookie, Hey, I'm still sitting right here, hockey fay. Hearing Grin's voice, Felix straightened his back instantly as if his tail had been stepped on. When he turned around, his face had already switched to a righteous expression. Of course, meow. Green Kuan just scared Feli Chan. Lady Crush, when dealing with a guy who likes to tease people like this, it's easy to get taken advantage of. Amelia gave Grin a stern look, then nodded apologetically towards Crush. Grin is usually this mischievous. If he causes you any trouble, Crush, please forgive him. No need for that, Amelia. Both you and Lord Jellin are my honored guests. Crush smiled and shook her head, raised her hand to pull Felix to sit in the empty seat beside her, then turned her gaze back to Grin. Her expression lost some of its casualness, becoming more solemn. All right, let's end the jokes here. Felix, come over. It's just right good for you to hear what we are about to discuss next. Felix was taken aback upon hearing this, his ears drooping slightly. Is it about those missing merchant caravans on Flugel Avenue, meow? Crush nodded, her golden eyes turning to Grin, sharp as a blade. Lord Jellin, you must have already heard some rumors from Wilhelm, haven't you? The old master took a step forward, coming before Crush, and lowered his head full of apology. Lady Crush, I sincerely apologize. This old man failed to restrain his own heart. Crush raised her hand to stop him, the aura of a ruler emanating from her. Raise your head, Wilhelm. I forgive all your actions. Carry this apology and repay me in battle. Wilhelm bowed deeply, regained his dignified demeanor, and stood back behind Crush. Feeling Crush's scorching gaze, Grin paused his cookie chewing. His fingertips slowly rubbed the edge of the table. He swallowed the last bite of the sweet snack, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Has your grace truly prepared to take action against the fog demon? Amelia's hand holding the teacup tightened sharply. Her silver-blue pupils widened suddenly, clearly startled by this name. She had always thought Crush invited her here, as a guest with the purpose of befriending other factions. These complex matters now were making her little head spin. All traces of amusement instantly vanished from Felix's face. His cat ears stood alert, and his gaze towards Grin was full of scrutiny. Could this unreliable man really have escaped alive from the white whale's attack? Crush raised the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with confidence. The swords have been sharpened. What we need most now is information on that demon. After all, the more we understand it, the higher the survival rate for my warriors. Chapter 71, Intelligence on the White Whale. Then, how many troops have you prepared? Grin asked point blank, getting straight to the point. Crush clasped her hands, her elbows resting on the table, a hint of hesitation in her brow, clearly weighing whether to reveal all her cards. Considering the crucial role of the white whale's intelligence to her side, she finally let out a soft sigh and decided to be honest. About 700 people. To be honest, I'm really not good at dealing with someone as blunt as you, Lord Jellin. Grin quickly calculated in his head, and nodded nonchalantly. That should be enough to give the white whale a hard time. Crush smiled confidently upon hearing this. Of course, I've prepared elites. Grin shook his head, and laughed heartlessly. No, Crush. What I meant was that the white whale could finish off your men in a single gulp. Unbelievable. Is the optimal troop ratio I discussed with several strategists still no match for it? A look of gravity appeared in Crush's eyes. She possessed the blessing of wind sight, which allowed her to read the natural wind and the emotional winds of the human heart, accurately judging whether the other party was lying. Since this man appeared, the wind around him had been chaotic, with no discernible pattern. But when he pointed out that 700 people were not enough to kill the white whale, the wind eerily stalled for a moment. This proved that the man before her was not lying. The white whale is more than just a massive magical beast. Grin tapped the tabletop with his finger, his tone calm but carrying an indisputable weight. Its most lethal trait isn't physical impact but those two types of mist. Ordinary mist can blot out the sun and sky, causing your team to lose coordination instantly. The second is the mist of elimination. Those hit by it will disappear, and even their companions' memories of them will be completely erased. He looked up at Crush, a flash of solemnity in his eyes. Those who disappear leave no trace. Those still alive won't even remember their missing comrades. The formation will only grow more chaotic as the battle progresses. Crush's hand under the table quietly clenched. The blessing of wind sight allowed her to clearly capture the unwavering truth in Grin's words. Even more troublesome are its clones and defense. Grin continued, once it falls into a disadvantage, it will split into two clones to distract you while the main body hides in the mist to recover. The white fur on its body can disperse mana, making attack magic almost completely ineffective. The more Crush listened, the more her heart sank. She felt that her previous preparations were not just insufficient, but practically suicidal. It seems that even increasing the number of people to 1,000 would be futile. Felix listened from the side, his cat ears tensing up. He couldn't help but interject, then. Then is there really no way to deal with it, meow? Of course there is. Grin curled his lips into a sly smile. Crush, one person's strength is ultimately limited. Against a disaster-class magical beast like the white whale, relying solely on your Karsten family is like throwing a lamb into a tiger's mouth. Only an alliance and joint operations are the wisest course of action. Crush's body trembled slightly, her golden eyes full of gravity. She pressed her knuckles against her brow and said deeply, "Are you recommending yourself, or do you want me to unite with other royal selection camps? The more allies, the better, of course." Grin nodded, his tone resolute. The white whale's mist shrouds Flugel Avenue, obstructing many merchant caravans and travelers. There will always be someone more anxious than you to eliminate this thorn in their side. Before he could finish, the wooden door of the tea room creaked open, and a dainty yet shrewd voice drifted in. "Oh my, Lord Grin's words have truly struck a chord with me. Ha ha ha, Mimi is here to find Big Brother." The Cat Clan beastman with caramel-colored curly hair poked her head out from behind Anastasia. She lunged toward Grin with a reckless charge. Grin raised his hand to block her, grabbing Mimi by the collar and lifting her up. If he didn't catch this little one quickly, she might fly onto his head the next second. "Mimi wants to eat that cookie." The little sprout pointed at Grin's plate, pleading familiarly while constantly swaying her body to get closer to the table. Grin had no choice but to drop her directly onto the dining table. Anastasia also walked straight to the table and pulled out a chair to sit down. She propped her elbows on the table and looked at Crush with a beaming smile, her tone carrying the clarity unique to a merchant. "Lady Crush, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you and I to be worrying about the same thing. This fish meat business is something our Hoshin Merchant Guild also wants a hand in." As she spoke, Anastasia gave Grin a playful wink. Crush's expression remained unchanged, her tone calm. "Naruhodo. It seems you two have already met beforehand." Anastasia laughed brightly, not hiding it at all. "After receiving a message from a certain merchant, I ran over here before I even had time for breakfast. Could I have some tea and snacks as well?" Poor Otto, once again failing to have his name remembered. Crush waved her hand, and Felix retreated understandingly to prepare food for Anastasia. "I will consider the alliance. However, for now, let's talk about your bargaining chips. After all, this is a judgment that will affect the royal selection and even the future of the country. We cannot jump to conclusions. My private mercenary group can be integrated into the subjugation force, and all the supplies for the teams can be provided by the Hoshin Merchant Guild. Of course, if Green Kun can hand over that entire warehouse of Requiem grass to me by sunset today, we could produce at least 800 high-grade healing potions. Those are a warrior's second life, after all." Crush's eyes shifted slightly. She had fewer than 200 high-grade healing potions in her possession. How could she not be tempted by such terms? "Is this Green Kun's bargaining chip as well?" "As far as I know, Emilia shouldn't have any usable military force, right? With just this, the contributions from each side are quite unbalanced. If they truly killed this magical beast that had rampaged for 400 years, it would be a supreme honor for anyone. Not to mention for royal selection candidates like them who were in dire need of massive prestige." Emilia, who had been sitting upright the whole time, looked up in a panic. She had just come for breakfast, and Grin had somehow started discussing the major event of subjugating the white whale with Crush. As the center of her camp, she felt like nothing more than a decorative vase at this moment. "I can have Puck help out too." Saying this, Emilia gave Grin a resentful look and tugged at his sleeve. Grin extended his hand and gently covered Emilia's slightly cool hand, signaling her not to panic. He then looked directly at Crush, his tone certain. "I possess a treasure that can grant me power rivaling the white whale for a short time. When the white whale is injured and uses its cloning ability, I will strike unexpectedly and cut it down." As his voice fell, the tea room instantly went silent, everyone's face filled with disbelief. As a creation of the Witch of Gluttony, in the entire kingdom, only the sword Saint Reinhard van Astria could slay the white whale in a one-on-one fight. Unfortunately, Reinhard had been assigned by the kingdom to escort core members of Sage Council to the Empire for a diplomatic mission. Crush's eyes widened even further as she focused on the wind around Grin. The blessing of wind sight was fully active, and after a long while, she murmured in a low voice. "It's actually the truth." Her hands slowly relaxed and rested on the edge of the table. She first gave a slight nod to Anastasia, then turned to Grin with a solemn expression. "May I see that treasure? If I can confirm the power within it, the Karsten family will accept this alliance." 72 Witch Cult Chapter 72. The Witch Cult. Grin rolled his eyes, considered for a moment, and then nodded. He raised his hands towards the void, silently chanting in his heart, "Giant Crown." A strong light flashed, forcing everyone to close their eyes. The light bloomed like flower petals, finally coalescing into a bronze crown covered in fine cracks in Grin's hands. The moment the giant crown appeared, the flow of mana in the entire room began to become chaotic. The web-like cracks shimmered with a dark golden light. From the ancient patterns, faint roars of giants seemed to emanate, causing the tea-house window frames to tremble slightly and creating tiny ripples in the tea within the cups on the table. Amelia subconsciously tightened her grip on Grin's sleeve. The Great Spirit Puck sensed the danger and materialized in midair on his own. "Lia, what's going on?" A faint blue light shimmered around him, and icy mist unconsciously swirled around his fingertips. His pupils were fixed intently on the bronze crown in Grin's hands, his tone full of wariness. "This power, it's actually the aura of an origin giant." Felix had just entered from outside carrying food. Hearing this, his cat ears shot straight up in fright, the tray in his hands wobbling as he exclaimed. "An origin giant? That's a being from legends, meow." Even the giant bloodline within the legendary sloth which Sekhmet was not 1/10,000th of what this race was at its peak. Anastasia's smile deepened, her shrewd eyes filled with both shock and delight. "This is truly eye-opening, Greencoin. You can even produce such ancient relics." "Just a fluke." Grin flipped his palm, storing the crown back into the dark fairy tale book, then looked at Crush. "Have you considered it, Duchess Karsten? Let me make this clear beforehand. If you are unwilling to form an alliance, I will have no choice but to seek other allies." Upon hearing this, the first to become anxious was the sword demon, Wilhelm, who quickly stepped forward half a pace. "Lady Crush." In Grin, he saw the hope of subjugating the white whale. Crush gave Wilhelm a reassuring look and smiled with relief. She took a deep breath, slowly stood up, extended her right hand towards Grin, and spoke in an extremely solemn tone. "Lord Jellen's power is indispensable. The Karsten family hereby swears to form an alliance with the Magirius household and the Hoshin Merchant Guild to jointly subjugate the white whale. For this battle, I will spare no effort." Grin nudged his chin towards Amelia beside him and joked, "Crush is quite mischievous. My lady here is still by my side, she is the center of our faction." "My apologies, I was inconsiderate." Crush nodded apologetically and turned her hand towards Amelia. Amelia's cheeks flushed slightly. She hurriedly reached out for a light handshake, her fingertips soft with a touch of fluster. It's fine. I will do my best to help everyone." Puck hovered by her shoulder, his tone somewhat worried. "Grin, the white whale is a witch's familiar. It's inevitable that people from the witch cult will be watching there. I'm not comfortable with Lia going." Crush and Anastasia frowned in unison. This was a point they truly hadn't considered. Grin's expression turned grave. "That's exactly why I said the more allies, the better. My instructions to Otto weren't just to invite Anna. By now, he should have already gone to mobilize Priscilla. If the wielder of the Yang sword could also join, the pressure would be much less." However, Grin didn't hold much hope for the arrogant Priscilla. Anastasia shook her head helplessly, taking the black tea and biscuits handed to her by the cat-eared crossdresser. "That woman won't agree. Not only that, she might even humiliate your friend before throwing him out. After all, Otto's identity was merely that of a merchant. Priscilla naturally wouldn't give him the time of day." Crush's mind had already settled on the witch cult behind the white whale. She spoke in a low voice, "Judging from Lord Jellen's reaction, it seems you already knew the witch cult would appear. If you have any related information, I hope Lord Jellen will be forthright. Many battle plans will need to be redeployed." Grin had prepared the relevant materials on the way to the capital, a good 10 pages worth. After pushing them in front of the women, Grin picked up his teacup and took a sip to moisten his dry throat. "It's all here. My handwriting on the dragon carriage is a bit messy, please bear with it." Crush looked up seriously. "Before that, I hope Lord Jellen can look me in the eyes and guarantee the authenticity of this information." Grin put away his smile and responded solemnly, "Everything I have written is fact." Crush focused intently on Grin, scrutinizing him repeatedly before closing her eyes with satisfaction. Anastasia asked curiously, Crush really trusts Greencoin, doesn't she? Felix proudly lifted his little face. Not exactly, meow. Lady Crush possesses the blessing of wind sight. No one can lie in the presence of this being without being discovered. It seems Crush is deeply loved by this world. Anastasia smiled with sudden understanding, casually pulling out a piece of intelligence to examine carefully. Crush and Amelia also each took intelligence reports to read, quickly becoming absorbed in the words on the pages. For a time, the room fell into an eerie silence. It was only after a long while that Felix's horrified voice ended this pantomime. This is too outrageous, meow. After killing the white whale, a full 3 archbishops of sin will appear. Don't panic, Felix. Since Lord Jellin requested an alliance, he surely has corresponding preparations. Crush soothed in a deep voice. The page in her hand clearly recorded the abilities of the 3 archbishops of sin, sloth, gluttony, and greed, as well as their estimated times of appearance. Anastasia lightly tapped the table edge with her fingertip, drawing everyone's attention, and waved the paper in her hand. Greencoin's battle plan and required materials are all listed here. The content on the paper outlined the white whale's weaknesses and the items that needed to be prepared: large-scale wind magic tools to disperse the mist, giant siege crossbow bolts with chains to restrict the white whale's movements. After reading for a while, Crush pointed to a line at the bottom of the page, her brow slightly furrowed, her tone full of confusion. All the preceding items target the white whale's weaknesses, but I don't quite understand this last one. Lord Jellin, what do you need a symphony orchestra and bard for? These entertainment units don't have any combat power. Grin grinned, deliberately acting casual as he scratched the back of his head, his tone nonchalant. To use as background music. Fighting alone is just too monotonous. Crush's brow furrowed tightly, her expression growing increasingly grave. The blessing of wind sight quietly spread out as she stared intently at the airflow around Grin, her tone serious and devoid of any jest. That's a lie. I also don't believe Lord Jellin would do something as absurd as listening to music while fighting. With his lie exposed on the spot, Grin slumped back helplessly into his chair and sighed softly. Then what if I said it's to deal with the witch cult? Would you believe that? Crush's expression became extremely complex, because this absurd statement from Grin was actually true again. No matter how hard she racked her brains, she couldn't figure out what use these entertainers could possibly have. She could only raise her hand to massage her temples, even beginning to doubt herself a little. Many times I wonder if my divine protection is malfunctioning. Lord Jellin, could you explain in detail? Chapter 73, Gluttonous Auto. Since it concerned his core trump card, Grin naturally wouldn't explain it directly. Sorry, Crush, some secrets cannot be spoken aloud. If you have concerns, you are more than welcome to withdraw your troops immediately after killing the white whale. I certainly won't stop you. Grin leaned forward, elbows propped on the edge of the table. His tone was casual yet carried a daunting sharpness, with certainty hidden within his smile. Mimi, who had been focused on devouring desserts, suddenly stood up on the table with her hands on her hips. Don't be afraid, big brother. Mimi will help you. Anastasia quickly pulled her down. You mustn't be so rude, Mimi. Get back to your seat at once. At the mention of the white whale, Wilhelm suddenly tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his eyes burning with battle intent. But he didn't speak, because the one to make the decision now was his head of house, Duchess Crush Karsten. The Karsten family doesn't have a habit of abandoning allies. Lord Jellin, if we cooperate fully, what are our chances of victory? Crush's words were full of probing intent. Grin narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly held up one finger. Crush's brow furrowed slightly as she asked, only 10%. Before Grin could speak, Mimi scurried under him, and placed her finger horizontally across his, forming a cross. With Mimi, the chances are 100%. Grin pulled his finger back and gave Mimi's head a sharp flick. If you do all the showing off, what's left for me? Mimi crouched on the ground, clutching her head. Ah, it hurts. Mimi's brain is going to get weird. Referring to dizziness, Grin held up a finger again. What I mean is, we will definitely win. Although she guessed Grin was well prepared, this result still surprised Crush. The air around Grin was as solid as iron. There was absolutely no falsehood in his words. She suppressed her racing thoughts and asked seriously. One last question, Lord Jellin. Do you have a way to deal with the Sin Archbishop of Greed? Grin responded with a reassuring smile. At the very least, I can stall him. If there's an opportunity to kill him, I will seize it firmly. Crush closed her eyes, dispelling all extraneous thoughts. When she opened them again, only a look of determination remained. Though I still have some questions and concerns, the aura around Lord Jellin and the confidence in your eyes cannot be faked. I believe that someone who can produce an ancient relic will not disappoint me. Seeing that his head of house had made up her mind, the sword demon Wilhelm could finally no longer contain himself and bowed deeply to Grin. Slaying the white whale is my life's quest. If I am still alive after the subjugation of the white whale, I will risk my life to present the head of the witch cult's Archbishop of Sin to your excellency. Grin. Anastasia's eyes crinkled as she dabbed the corners of her mouth with a white silk handkerchief. It seems we'll need to double our efforts in gathering military supplies. My mercenary group will also assist you, Green Kun. This will surely be the biggest business deal since the founding of Lugnica. Then it's settled. We'll settle the score with the witch cult and the white whale together. Tomorrow morning, we set out for the great tree of Flugel. Grin stood up, supporting himself on the table's edge, and stretched his numb body. Everyone, go and prepare. I also need to see how things are going on Otto's end. On the other side, Otto clutched his lapels and stumbled up the white jade steps of Priscilla's mansion. The stone surface was cold against his feet, yet Otto was drenched in cold sweat. If he hadn't had the Mathers family crest in hand, he wouldn't have been able to enter at all. He followed Al through the corridors in trepidation, and entered the gilded main hall lit by candlelight. Otto kept his head down, not daring to look around. His boots scuffed the floor, and his whole body was as tense as a drawn bow. Only when Al spoke to remind him did he jerk his head up. His legs instantly went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the floor. All right, kid, hurry up and say what you have to say. It's almost time for the princess's nap. On the crimson velvet throne atop the dais, Priscilla sat reclining. Her blonde hair and red dress were like a spreading wildfire, and her posture was tall and elegant. Her red eyes were half open, casually glancing down at Otto. The royal arrogance and disdainful nobility radiating from her nearly suffocated Otto, making him afraid to even breathe. Oh my, what is Grin's intention in sending a clown over? Priscilla's voice was lazy, yet it carried a bone-chilling contempt. Otto hurriedly bowed, his back bent so low it touched his knees, his voice trembling. This humble servant, Otto, is a friend of Green Kun. I have come to visit today to invite the Sun Princess to join us in subjugating the White Whale and the Archbishop of Sin. Afterward, the lords can share in this honor. Priscilla sneered and leaned back lazily, her blonde hair and red dress spreading out like flames, her tone full of impatience. I never share anything with anyone. Otto's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Returning empty-handed would make it impossible to face his friend. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, summoned his courage to take half a step forward, and continued his persuasion. Please reconsider, Princess. If we truly manage to subjugate both the White Whale and the witch cult, your reputation will surely increase tremendously. It would also be a great benefit to the kingdom's residents. He prattled on incessantly, listing the advantages of the coalition and the post-war glory. Even Al couldn't help but admire the guy's persistence. But Priscilla on the throne kept that amused, mocking smile on her lips. There was not a ripple of emotion in her eyes. She was neither annoyed nor angry, simply watching him struggle like a clown. Seeing this, Al couldn't help but shake his head. One look at the princess's expression, and he knew there was no hope. I say, kid, you should just give up. Grin knows the princess's temperament as well. I'm sure he won't blame you. Priscilla wasn't finished playing yet, and quickly raised her hand to stop him. To receive such cold treatment and still want to help your friend. This friendship is indeed admirable. I shall be merciful and grant you an opportunity. That's wonderful. The princess is truly a benevolent ruler. Otto's eyes immediately lit up, and he beamed with joy. Priscilla smiled mischievously, her tone dismissive and arrogant, as if granting a trivial favor. She adjusted herself into a comfortable position on the throne and kicked off a shoe, revealing a smooth, jade-like foot. Kneel on the floor, endure the shame and humiliation, and like an ugly beast, offer a kiss to the top of my foot. The joy on Otto's face froze instantly. His color drained away, and his lips trembled, unable to speak. He felt a surge of humiliation rush to his head. He gripped his lapels, his knuckles turning white, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. On one side was his friend's trust, on the other, the extreme humiliation of a noble. In his struggle, cold sweat rolled down his forehead and dripped onto the cold white jade floor. If Greencoin were here, he would surely have cursed this princess to high heaven. But he was different, he was just a merchant. Enduring some humiliation for a friend seemed like no big deal. Greencoin was his best friend, after all. Reclining on the throne, Priscilla urged, "It seems your friendship isn't that deep. If you can't do it, don't waste my time." Seeing Priscilla about to pull her foot back, Otto made up his mind and spoke to stop her. "I'll lick it." He bent down trembling, his back hunched like a lowly beast, his fingertips digging into the floor as he crawled toward the throne. Al was slightly stunned and started to speak, but was ultimately stopped by a faint glance from Priscilla. He lowered his head and backed away. The closer Otto got, the more Priscilla's expression filled with disgust. This lowly and lazy behavior made her feel somewhat nauseated. If Otto had shown some spine, he might have had a chance. Priscilla had already decided to give this man a hard kick the moment he tried to kiss her. Otto took a deep breath, and just as he was about to lower his head, a sudden change occurred. Grin appeared at the hall's entrance, filled with immense rage, and shouted in frustration, "Damn it, Otto. I sent you here to be a negotiator, and you're here eating ice cream." 74 Return to Iron Bucket Street. Chapter 74, Return to Iron Barrel Street. Otto was greatly alarmed, hastily backing down, and anxiously explaining to Grin. "What ice cream?" "Greencoin, I don't have any, I just wanted to be able to help you. I'm really sorry, I've embarrassed you." As he spoke, Otto hung his head dejectedly and said sadly, "I really don't deserve to be your friend." Grin glared coldly, forcefully extending a finger to jab Otto's chest. "How dare you say that? Can we even be considered friends with you acting like this?" "Otto, I'm truly sorry, Greencoin." "Grin, you've disappointed me so much, Otto." "Otto, perhaps I should atone for this with my death, Greencoin." "Grin, you had this kind of good thing, and you didn't even think of me." "Otto, I'm really sorry, Greencoin." "What did you just say?" "Get out of my way, you wouldn't even appreciate it properly." Grin pulled Otto behind him in one swift motion, and casually yanked off the tablecloth from the flowerpot stand by the entrance. He gave it a vigorous shake to unfold it and tied it around his chest as a bib, all the while smacking his lips in preparation. "Sorry about that, Priscilla. This guy Otto isn't mature enough yet. This kind of thing requires me to take charge personally." Itadakimasu, outside the grand and ornate gates of the Sun Princess's mansion, two disheveled figures were tossed out by Al as if they were trash, landing on the cold white jade steps below. "Sorry, bros. The princess specifically ordered you to be thrown out." Al spoke, dusted off his hands, turned around, and walked back through the mansion gates. The tablecloth around Grin's chest was now askew and draped behind him like a cape, making him look utterly ridiculous. Otto pushed himself up slowly from the ground and timidly approached. "Greencoin, are you all right?" Grin turned his head and glared at Otto. The midday sun shone down, illuminating the red footprint mark on his right cheek. What do you think? At the same moment, a certain princess was also staring blankly at the bite mark on the top of her foot. Ftahahaha. Otto could no longer hold back. He clutched his stomach and laughed out loud, his whole body shaking, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Honestly, I thought you and Her Highness were going to get into a fight right then and there. I never expected. Green Kuan, you didn't see the flustered look on that lady's face. She couldn't even pull her foot back in time. Grin gently rubbed the mark on his face and cursed, "You're really the worst, Otto. I took that kick for you." "Sorry, Green Kuan. I really couldn't help it." Otto laughed until his stomach cramped. Clutching his lower abdomen, he squatted on the ground, unable to even stand steady. Grin quietly activated his divine protection ability, quickly healing the injury. Otherwise, walking down the street would easily cause misunderstandings. "Stop laughing, damn it." Grin kicked Otto in the butt a few times, finally stopping the guy's laughter. Now calm down, Otto felt a strange new emotion stirring in his heart. "Green Kuan, having a friend like you is really great. If you hadn't shown up in time earlier, I truly wouldn't have known how to handle the situation. That woman is crazy. Don't take it to heart." Grin patted Otto's shoulder. This guy was also a bit stubborn. He had written very clearly in the letter, if Priscilla wasn't willing, just leave immediately. But Otto, not wanting to let Grin down, was stubbornly prepared to grovel. Grin paused, then pulled a money pouch from his robe and held it out to Otto. "By the way, Otto, I used all the requiem grass as a bargaining chip in a trade. People from the Hoshin Merchant Guild will be coming to transport it soon. I still have some money here. Take it to pay off your debt first. As for your share of the profit, I'll make it up to you once we return to the Mathers territory." Otto's debt repayment deadline was indeed approaching, so he didn't refuse excessively. "No problem. For Green Kuan to be undertaking such a big task, it's my honor to be able to help you. Enough with the sappy talk. Are you free now? Come with me to take care of something first." Grin put an arm around Otto's shoulder. This guy really was loyal and righteous. Unlike the perverts back in his hometown, the citizens of Lugnica placed quite a bit of importance on dignity. Otto's willingness to offer a kiss to Priscilla's foot for Grin's sake was enough proof that he considered Grin a true friend. "What is it, Green Kuan?" Otto showed keen interest. He had messed up the earlier task for Green Kuan, so this was a great opportunity to redeem himself. Grin spoke as they walked. "There's a pair of siblings over in Iron Barrel Street. Their names seem to be Otto and Mia. I plan to buy them." Otto hurriedly covered Grin's mouth, looked around cautiously, and whispered, "Green Kuan, human trafficking is illegal." Grin pried Otto's hand away. "We'll just go handle some adoption paperwork, won't we? As long as the gold coins are sufficient, the other party will agree." That method could work. Otto didn't ask Grin the reason for doing this, just nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side through the bustling main street. The further out they went, the more dilapidated the streets became. Until the road surface became patchy and potholed, and the air carried a sour, rotting stench. Iron Barrel Street had arrived. Reaching the street entrance, Grin didn't go in immediately. Instead, he pressed himself against the wall and peeked around for a while. He had to confirm that those few fierce aunties weren't there at the moment. Otherwise, he might get chased again. Otto was a bit confused. "Green Kuan, are you buying or stealing? This feels a bit weird to me." Grin made a silencing gesture. "Be extremely careful. The aunties here are terrifying." Both of their attention was focused on scouting the road ahead. They completely failed to notice that from the alley behind them, 50 or 60 porters carrying boxes were emerging one after another. "Hey, you two up front, make way. Excuse us, we have a large shipment of goods that needs to pass through here. Grin and Otto turned around in unison, dumbfounded, and cleared the path. The boxes were marked with words like so-and-so pastries or so-and-so cakes. As a merchant, Otto was well aware of the value of these items. Seeing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this really a slum district? Someone actually bought such high-end goods all at once. They must have cleaned out the entire street's stock." Grin jolted, a terrifying thought popping into his mind. Oh no, my money. Sure enough, at the very end of the porter procession followed a little girl wearing a new style dress and sporting a blue-purple ponytail. Who else could it be but Melly? You spendthrift. Grin charged towards Melly, flailing his arms, and firmly gripped her shoulders. You little brat, why did you buy so many cakes? I hope you don't choke on all that sugar. Melly was startled, but upon seeing it was Grin, she inexplicably grew bold. You're the one who told me to go buy cakes. And there are still several cartloads of little dresses that haven't been delivered yet. Melly broke free from Grin's grasp, pinched the hem of her dress, and spun around gracefully. Her blue-purple long hair lifted lightly with the turn, the skirt brushing against the dusty ground, making the little dress appear even brighter and more eye-catching. Melly lifted her chin, her olive-green eyes brimming with delight, her voice crisp and clear. This one is my favorite. So, how is it? Pretty, right? It was only 5 gold coins. The corner of Grin's mouth twitched. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After holding it in for a long time, he finally managed a sentence, how much is left? Melly let out an "oh" as if remembering something. She pulled out an utterly empty money pouch from her bosom and shook it in front of Grin. I'm broke, old man. Time to cough up some more gold. Chapter 75, A Family of 3. 666, just you wait, I'm about to give you a real thrashing. Grin lifted his shirt and slowly pulled out the belt from his waist. What are you doing? Melly shrank back in fear, her small face turning pale. The hem of her brand-new western dress was too long. She tripped and fell onto the muddy ground with a thud, hissing in pain. Don't come any closer. The bruises from the last time you hit me haven't even healed yet. Her voice trembled as she scooted back across the ground, her back pressing firmly against the mottled wall of the alley. Grin approached step by step, pulling at his belt, the veins on his forehead throbbing. A month's worth of funds, and you blew it all in a single day. Do you think I print money? The nearby porters vaguely guessed their relationship from the conversation, and didn't feel it was right to step in. A few of them were scared off immediately, fearing they'd be caught in the crossfire. Otto waved his hands frantically and rushed to stand between them, holding down Grin's arm. Green Kuin, calm down, calm down. Don't hit the child. In his eyes, Grin's fierce appearance paired with Melly's fearful yet stubborn temperament made them look exactly like a father and daughter having a falling out. He didn't doubt it for a second. After calming Grin down, Otto approached Melly with a kind, squint-eyed smile. Hello there, little one. I'm your father's good friend, Otto. Otto spoke gently as he helped Melly up from the ground, even thoughtfully brushing the dust off her clothes. Are you out of pocket money? How about Uncle Otto gives you some? I am not her father. Who would want to be this bastard's daughter? Melly and Grin spoke almost simultaneously, decisively denying the relationship. Seeing this, Otto became even more convinced, waving his hand with an "I understand you guys" look on his face. Sigh, no family gets through without bickering. Just talk things through, don't resort to violence so easily. Grin laughed out of frustration and pointed at Melly to explain. Look, this brat must be at least 12 years old and I'm only 18, Otto. Are you suggesting I had a daughter when I was 6? This question left Otto stunned. He scratched the back of his head in silence for a long while before finally blurting out a nonsensical remark with a hint of seriousness. Maybe you're just exceptionally gifted. After all, Green Kuin, you're always doing things that are beyond imagination. Grin snapped the belt taut with a sharp crack that made Otto shiver. Otto, I feel like I should give you a beating first. Otto quickly begged for mercy. No, no, no. I was joking. Actually, you're probably her adoptive father, right? This time, Otto was certain he was right, because Grin had come this time specifically to adopt a certain pair of siblings. Mellie's cheeks flushed red with anger, her blue-purple ponytail practically standing on end as she gripped her skirt and stomped her foot. Who would want an adoptive father like him? You rumormonger. With that, she opened her mouth and bit Otto's arm. You're the one who's his daughter. Your whole family is. Ow, ow, ow. Wincing in pain, Otto hurriedly pulled his arm back and retreated 2 steps with an innocent look, clutching his reddened arm and muttering aggrievedly. Green Kun clearly looks like a strict father, but how did he raise such a fierce daughter? Otto was completely confused. If he wasn't the biological or adoptive father, could he be a godfather? Surely not a perverted father. Ere I assent this, my dear husband. A sweet and somewhat seductive voice drifted from the entrance of the alley. Before the voice had even faded, a tall and graceful figure leisurely leaned against the brick wall at the alley's entrance. Elsa was dressed in a form-fitting black dress that outlined her curvaceous and exquisite figure. Her jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, with a few stray strands clinging to the side of her neck, making her snow-white skin stand out even more. Her smiling eyes swept across the scene, finally landing on the belt in Grin's hand, a hint of playfulness flashing in her gaze. Is this some kind of parent-child game? Otto let out a long "oh," his eyes lighting up. He clapped his hands as if having a sudden realization, his gaze fixed on the 3 of them with absolute certainty that he'd got it. In his heart, he was once again convinced of the idea that they were a family of 3. This must be Green Kun's wife. He hadn't expected that Green Kun, at such a young age, would prefer the big sister type. After looking Mellie over a few more times, he secretly gave Grin a thumbs up. Green Kun, you really are exceptionally gifted. His Hugrin took several deep breaths, shook his head in resignation, and said to Mellie, fine, dear daughter. Hold down your Uncle Otto, I'm going to give him a few lashes with the belt. Mellie gritted her teeth. I'll listen to you just for today. Let's deal with this rumor-mongering scum first. Otto backed away repeatedly. We still have serious business to attend to. Have you forgotten, Green Kun? He glanced toward Elsa as he retreated, hoping this Mrs. Grin would say something to dissuade him, a fawning, silly smile plastered on his face. Madam, please talk some sense into Green Kun. You look like the type who is a virtuous wife and a good mother at home. Elsa leaned against the wall, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. Watching the 3 of them chase and play, she lightly pressed a fingertip to the corner of her lips, her eyes full of relaxed amusement. I'm a bit curious. What is this serious business Mr. Otto is talking about? Hearing this, Otto suddenly covered his mouth, his eyes full of panic, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no. A slip of the tongue. He felt secretly vexed. If Green Kun hadn't told this lady about adopting the siblings yet, wouldn't his words cause a fight between them? If it led to marital discord, that would be terrible. As Green Kun's good friend, he absolutely could not let such a disastrous event occur. Grin could no longer stand Otto's internal monologue and quickly came over to pull him aside. Stop making trouble. Go help move the cakes already. That's my hard-earned money. Having found something to do, Otto finally settled down, but he still cast occasional gossipy glances toward Grin. Grin looked Elsa up and down. This mature beauty looked much better in normal clothes than in that revealing combat suit. Elsa smiled charmingly, shifting her pose to show off her seductive figure. Green Kun, your gaze is quite intense. Mellie picked this outfit for me, you know. I have to say, it's not bad. Grin nodded. It's certainly much better than that breezy outfit of yours. Of course. Mellie stood with her hands on her hips and swaggered over. This dress Elsa is wearing was casual wear ordered by some noble. I spent a fortune to buy it and have it altered. Grin took the opportunity to grab the little brat by the collar and slowly lifted her up. Caught you, you brat. Don't tell me you spent all the money on these useless things. The sensation of the rising perspective brought back bad memories for Melly, and she quickly struggled, saying, "How is that possible? I also spent money to buy 2 little sidekicks." Grin's brow furrowed. He looked up and saw 2 small figures in the line of porters, huffing and puffing as they carried a small crate back and forth to Melly's house. 76 Justice from Heaven Chapter 76, Justice from Above. Grin curled the corners of his mouth imperceptibly and released Melly. Those 2 brats look so thin and weak. How much did you pay for them? Melly proudly held up 2 fingers. 2 gold coins. I spent a long time haggling with their bastard of a father. Grin stared at Melly with some suspicion. Just bribery. No coercion involved. Seeing that things weren't looking good, Melly quickly moved her short legs and hid behind Elsa's back. Feeling safe, Melly poked her head out and made a face at Grin. Bleh, that guy is even more detestable than you. I just gave him a little lesson, what's the big deal? Just as she finished speaking, a shrill, mean male voice rang out from not far away. That's her, Master Guard. A group of people marched over in a grand fashion. There were about 5 or 6 royal capital guards, and standing in their midst was a middle-aged man dressed in rags but reeking of alcohol. It's this damned little brat who snatched my children away. A ruthless glint appeared in Melly's eyes. Yesterday, under the pretext of helping her get some exercise, Elsa had taken Melly for a stroll past the siblings' house. The 2 little ones had been delayed by food and returned home late, only to be brutally beaten by their father. Melly's short temper flared up instantly, and she controlled several bat-like magic beasts to chase and bite the mun. If she hadn't been worried about causing trouble and getting a beating from Grin, that mun would have been cosplaying as a ginseng root in the ground long ago. Later, at Elsa's suggestion, they bought Mia and Otto and brought them home to be little followers. Seeing that Melly was dressed nobly and didn't look like an ordinary person, the guard's tone was much better than the drunkard's. The leader's helmet seemed a bit too large. Every 2 steps he took, he had to reach up and straighten it. Walking up to Elsa, he said, "Madam, we received a report that your daughter is suspected of assault and human trafficking. Could you please explain the situation?" Elsa turned slightly, extending her arm to shield Melly firmly behind her, her black dress outlining her tall figure. The corners of her lips held her habitual charming smile, but there was not a hint of warmth in her eyes. She slowly scanned the alcohol-reeking men before looking back at the lead guard, her voice soft but carrying an unquestionable aura. The guard must be joking. My child is kind-hearted and wouldn't even step on an ant. How could she do such a thing? She pointed at Grin, her smile reaching the corners of her eyes as she spoke lazily. If you have any questions, you can ask the child's father. The lead guard looked over in the direction Elsa pointed, struggling to pull at the visor of his helmet to get a clear view. Grin rolled his eyes at Elsa before putting on a kind smile to greet the guard leader. That's right, I am that exceptionally gifted father. The lead guard let out a bewildered, "Huh," after seeing Grin's face clearly. He then quickly snapped his visor shut, turned around, and prepared to walk out of the alley. The middle-aged man grew anxious and hurriedly pulled him back. Master Guard, what are you doing? Hurry up and arrest these detestable people. Also, they must compensate me 10 gold coins for my loss of parental affection. His daughter could have been sold on the black market in a few years. The mere 2 gold coins Melly gave him made him feel like he had been cheated. During the struggle, the men spotted Mia and Otto inside the house. Master Guard, look. My children are in their house. The 2 little ones also spotted their drunkard father and began to tremble with fear. As the elder brother, the boy quickly propped up a bedboard to block the doorless frame. The guard leader's eyes darted around, looking like he didn't want to stay a moment longer. He could tell at a glance that the drunkard before him was lying. This guy often caused trouble while drunk and had been to jail many times. Last year, he had even beaten his own wife to death. The poor woman was a refugee without household registration, and at the time, there were no witnesses or physical evidence. The two children, forced by their father's violence, had been too afraid to speak. The man insisted the woman had committed suicide by jumping from a building, claiming the beating was only a trigger, and in the end, he was only sentenced to 3 months in prison. If it weren't for the requirement to respond to citizens' calls for help, the guards wouldn't have bothered with such a person at all. Stop pestering us. If I remember correctly, you didn't even register those two brats just to save money for booze, did you? Now they're living well, and it saves you some food. What's so bad about that? Let go already, don't interfere with our official business. The guard captain increased his strength and pushed the old drunkard to the ground. Seeing that no one was helping him, the man immediately began throwing a tantrum on the ground. Oh, there's no justice. Come look, the guard is hitting people. Our loving family has been cruelly torn apart. His voice was very loud, and all the neighbors around heard him. A basin of cold water descended from the sky, soaking the drunkard through and through. Which son of a bitch dares to throw water on me? The old drunkard scrambled up from the ground in a pathetic state, pointing upstairs and cursing fiercely. The person who threw the water was none other than the helpful auntie from yesterday. This time, she hit the bullseye, and it made her feel much better. I wondered who it was. Isn't this the scoundrel from the next street? Get lost right now, or next time I'll be throwing boiling water. The old drunkard sneered, boiling water. Can you even afford charcoal? Try throwing it on me. The auntie gave a cold laugh and left him with a just you wait. The mother and daughter downstairs had given her a lot of supplies today, including high-quality pine charcoal, and a kettle was currently heating on the stove. The auntie wouldn't go so far as to throw all the boiling water, that would probably kill someone. She just took a drinking cup, filled it, and returned to the balcony. Don't hide. I'll hit you even if you hide. With a precise prediction, the boiling water spread out in midair, and a good amount landed on the old drunkard. You bitch, just you wait, I'll burn your house down tonight. The old drunkard shrieked in pain, constantly tearing at his clothes as if ants were crawling on him. Grin felt a bit guilty watching this and slowly leaned closer to Elsa. The auntie had already seen him, and waved the cup in her hand. See that? This is what happens to anyone who abuses their family in our Iron Barrel Street. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Having said that, the auntie returned to her room, satisfied. The old drunkard kept rolling around until the temperature on his body finally subsided, leaving his skin a mottled mess of white and red. Guard, that wretched woman tried to murder me right in front of you. Aren't you going to do anything? Cough, cough. This helmet blocks my vision too much. I didn't see anything just now. How about I call her out to throw it again? Chapter 77, The Magic of Turning into a Dog. Green had always felt this guard captain looked familiar, and only now did he recognize him. This fellow was Enjoy, who had once been ordered to take command in a crisis. He just didn't know why the man hadn't replaced the helmet left behind by the previous captain. Presumably, the finances didn't allow for it. Captain Enjoy judged from Green's expression that he had been recognized. He slowly took off his helmet and gave an awkward smile. Long time no see, Lord Green. I'll take this blind fool away from your sight immediately. When the other team members saw the captain take off his helmet, they all involuntarily took a few steps back. Rumors were spreading throughout the entire guard circle that this helmet brought bad luck. Seeing this, the old drunkard began to feel like retreating. He had originally intended to throw a tantrum and act shamelessly, but the guard captain was being extremely respectful to that young man. Looking at the guard's panicked expressions, how could he not realize what was going on? Fine, collusion between officials and civilians, is it? Remember this, I will never let this matter drop. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Melly, then turned to shout threats at Green. You'd better tie your daughter to your belt. Don't let me catch an opportunity. Melly, everyone wants me to be your dad. Green smiled helplessly. Melly, meanwhile, ground her teeth audibly, and Elsa quickly pulled her tightly into her arms. The little girl shouted things like, "Go die," while constantly trying to break free from Elsa's grasp. Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, the old drunkard felt he had lost face completely. He rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward, and began shouting with spittle flying everywhere. "You pretty boy. Let's see if you can still laugh after I knock out a few of your teeth." It wasn't his first time in prison anyway, at least someone would provide food there. Before his voice had even faded, his fist swung toward them. Green casually stepped to the side, dodging steadily, and called out, "Good doggy, look here." He reached into his waist, pulled out the magic mirror, and held it directly in front of the old drunkard's eyes. Countless dazzling whirlpools suddenly appeared on the mirror's surface, and hypnotic particles as fine as stardust flew out, burrowing into every part of the old drunkard's body. "You are a dog. You are a dog." Green's voice carried a strangely penetrating quality. The light faded from the old drunkard's eyes as they became dull and vacant. A coarse, low growl squeezed out of his throat, "Woof. Woof woof." Green nodded in satisfaction and kicked a pebble near his foot. The old drunkard immediately dropped to all fours and pounced, sticking out his tongue as he excitedly chased after the stone, looking exactly like a stray dog. Having dealt with the drunkard, Green turned to look at Enjoué and the others, speaking warmly, "Do you guys want to?" Alarm bells instantly went off in Enjoué's mind. He waved his hands frantically, "No, no, no. No need, mister, we can handle it ourselves." As he spoke, he actually crouched down, mimicked a dog barking, "Woof woof woof," and scurried toward the street corner. His subordinates followed suit, and for a moment, Iron Barrel Street was filled with the sound of dogs barking. Green scratched his head, looking bewildered. "No, I was going to say there's too much cake to finish, and asked if you wanted to take some with you. We're acquaintances after all, what kind of person do you take me for?" Enjoué's body stiffened. He stood up in a daze, brushed the dust off himself, and forced himself to stay calm. "That's not necessary, mister, we still have patrol duties to complete." He waved to Green, then turned and whispered to his men, "I was imitating the criminal's behavior to understand his mindset, do you understand?" Several guards hurriedly nodded and bowed, "Understood, understood. Boss, your imitation was the most realistic." The group fled as if their feet were on fire, not daring to linger for a second. Dogs are so cute, doing this really damages a dog's reputation. "If you ask me, a guy like that should be buried alive." Melly grumbled, cursing fiercely. Green held the magic mirror and tilted Melly's chin up. "If you don't behave, I'll turn you into a dog too. Then the first thing I'll do after turning into a dog is bite you to death. Honestly, why let that scum leave so easily?" The little girl jerked her head away and argued indignantly. Mia and Otto's mother was beaten to death by him. If I had been a step later yesterday, those two kids would have been dead long ago. That outrageous. Green was stunned. He had thought the drunkard was just a domestic abuser, but he hadn't expected him to be a murderer as well. In that case, letting him live as a dog for the rest of his life to atone for his sins was just right. The power of the magic mirror Wulgaroth was absolutely catastrophic for ordinary people. Without external intervention, that state was almost irreversible. Seeing Green sneer, Melly thought he didn't believe her. The little girl pouted, her voice half aggrieved and half defiant, "You blind fellow, whether it's turning into a dog or getting beaten, do whatever you want." Green snapped out of it, slowly bent down, and reached his left hand toward the top of Melly's head. Though Melly talked tough, she felt an instinctive wariness toward Green. Her eyes snapped shut, her long eyelashes trembling with nervousness, and even her breathing slowed. The next second, Green's palm landed gently on the top of her head. With a warm touch, he gently smoothed her messy hair, his tone unusually soft. "I didn't mean to blame you, Melly. You did very well this time." This girl was only focused on buying dresses. If she got her hair done too, she would probably look no different from a young lady of a great family. Melly snapped her eyes open, her clear gaze still holding a lingering trace of fear. It took a moment for Green's words to register, and the stubbornness she had been forcing up mostly collapsed instantly. She turned her face away and muttered, "It seems you're not completely blind yet." Elsa watched this scene, her smile gaining a touch of genuine softness as she spoke slowly. "Melichan really has been tamed." Hearing this, Meli indignantly slapped Green's hand away. "If I had known, I would have let the black-winged bat bite him to death yesterday. Now that he's escaped, there will definitely be constant trouble later." Green comforted her, "Don't worry, there won't be any trouble. That man's soul has already completely taken the shape of a dog." These were meant to be soothing words, but as they fell, Elsa and Meli both froze, and the surrounding air instantly grew heavy. They had both thought Green had merely used some minor trick to disturb the man's mind, making the drunkard crazy for a few days at most. They hadn't thought any deeper. Seeing their expressions were off, Green was full of confusion. "Did I say something wrong?" Meli, being outspoken, asked directly, "Do you mean that guy will think he's a dog for the rest of his life?" Green nodded stiffly. "Unless it's undone, that should be the case." Elsa's smile faded, replaced by a touch of solemnity. She slowly paced 2 steps around Green, and when she looked up at him, her gaze was complex and hard to read. "Green-kun, you are really similar to Mother. You both possess eerie and unpredictable abilities. She can transform a person's body into a lower organism, while you transform a person's soul." Green gave a wicked smile. "I actually have other ways to train. Turn a person into a dog. Do you want to find out?" 78 Amelia's Worries Chapter 78. Amelia's concerns. Hearing this, the seriousness in Elsa's eyes instantly melted away, and she casually brushed a lock of black hair that had fallen onto her shoulder. She lightly shifted her lotus steps and pressed herself against Green's side, her warm breath brushing past his ear. Her tone was sickeningly soft, the final sound carrying the unique cold allure of a gut ripper. "Oh Green-kun, could it be that you want to add some role-playing elements to the contents of my request?" Elsa's fingertips subtly brushed against Green's lower abdomen, her aggressive gaze seeming to fantasize about the shape of Green's intestines. Green's breathing hitched slightly, the sensation on his abdomen felt like an electric current shooting through his entire body. "Damn it, is there something wrong with the quality of your clothes? Why is there static electricity?" Her fingertips climbed along the texture of the fabric, finally stopping at Green's chest, where she could feel the steady, powerful beating even through the cloth. Elsa chuckled softly. "Green-kun clearly claims to be the one doing the training, so how is it that even your heartbeat is unsteady now? When others are around, you call me husband, but when we're alone, you call me Green-kun. Elsa, you're being irresponsible." Green lectured her shamelessly. A smile touched Elsa's brow. She leaned down, her lips almost touching his earlobe, her warm breath fluttering against Green's eardrum. "Green-kun is truly straightforward. However, if you could cut off a segment of Mother's intestines and give it to me, I might call you that privately." Green's brow twitched almost imperceptibly, and he distastefully put distance between himself and Elsa. "You can't go 3 sentences without mentioning intestines. What do you want that stuff for? To use as a condom? I'm not used to those things." Green's teasing words, however, made Elsa's eyes light up. "Haha, that idea is truly captivating. Green-kun, we really are compatible." Green gasped, looking down at the spot Elsa had touched, thinking, "I can't wear this shirt anymore." Elsa looked up, her expression somewhat dreamy, her slender fingers tracing her flushed cheek, as if fantasizing about the appearance of that umbrella. When raindrops fall, washing away the fresh blood on the umbrella surface, the shaking caused by gravity makes the dead flesh come alive again. Isn't that beautiful? Ugh, I can't stand you. Here is the arrangement for the next step. Get away from me quickly. Green quickly took a slip of paper from his pocket and flicked it into Elsa's hand. Elsa clutched the slip of paper and pressed it to her chest. A love letter. Green-kun's actions are truly boyish. If I wrote you a love letter, I'd have to write it on intestines, right? Green gave a dry laugh, then shouted in Otto's direction. Let's go, Otto. Why are you still addicted to moving things? No one is paying you. Coming. Otto tidied his dirty clothes and walked over, raising a hand with a smile and resting it on Green's shoulder. Green-kun, the house is piled high with cakes. Are you planning to resell desserts lately? Do you have some profitable new information? Yes. I plan to choke the white whale to death with cake. Green glared fiercely at Otto and led him slowly out of the alley. Elsa watched Green's retreating back, her eyes somewhat hazy. She actually quite enjoyed this game of playing family, just like playing house. She slowly unfolded the slip of paper. It read, "Bring Melly to the Karsten family mansion tonight to find me. We will depart for the great tree of Flugel tomorrow morning by carriage." Elsa concisely grasped the phrase, "Come find me tonight," and the blush on her cheeks deepened further. Oh my, it really is a love letter, Green-kun. Just as Green walked into Crush's mansion, he saw a certain pouting half-elf girl waiting by the main entrance. Amelia puffed out her cheeks, staring fixedly at Green. The words "I am angry" were clearly visible in her silver-violet eyes. Green's memory was always excellent, so naturally, he knew the reason for her displeasure. They had clearly agreed that day that once he confirmed the streets were safe, he would take Amelia out shopping. Amelia had kept this promise in her heart, counting down every second until this moment. Green didn't make excuses. He walked straight up to Amelia and said in surprise, "Oh dear, this is terrible. The night came back too late, and the princess is almost turning into an old woman. Don't think you can just gloss over this. You promised to take me out shopping." Green scoffed and decisively gestured toward the door with his chin. "Fine then, let's go right now." Amelia spun around abruptly, the sullenness in her eyes instantly vanishing, shining as if filled with crushed diamonds. But this excitement didn't last 3 seconds. She straightened her face again and switched to a slightly reproachful tone. "I have many things I need to ask you." Green's negotiations with Crush today weighed heavily on her heart. Even if she was naive, she could tell that Crush's true purpose in inviting her over was to obtain the intelligence Green possessed regarding the white whale. What worried her the most was that Green had actually volunteered to join the white whale subjugation effort. Amelia, full of worries, walked side by side with Green on the flagstone path, remaining silent for a long time. Seeing this, Green proactively broke the silence. "Amelia, didn't you have something to ask me?" Amelia slightly raised her head, her voice soft yet serious. "MHM. Green, you want to subjugate the white whale to accumulate prestige for me, right?" Green nodded, his tone frank. "That is part of the reason. After all, not everyone knows that the royal candidate of our faction is a kind-hearted and responsible good kid." Amelia showed an "I knew it" expression, her brow furrowing even tighter. "Won't this be too dangerous?" "Don't worry. I guarantee with full confidence that we will win. Just trust me this one time, all right?" "Of course I believe you." Amelia's voice was lower, but the worry in her eyes was thick and impossible to dispel. "But there's also the witch cult. Green, you get tired too, and you have moments of distraction. When I think about that, I really can't calm down." "Relax, Amelia. I have a trump card, the kind you can only use once in a lifetime. I can completely elbow the white whale and its guardian to death." As Green spoke, he dramatically demonstrated several elbow strikes. Amelia looked at Green's comical performance and reluctantly curled her lips, but that hint of a smile was quickly suppressed by a stronger sense of unease. She gently bit her lower lip, her voice containing a slight, hard-to-notice tremor. "Green, you're lying again. Those 3 archbishops of sin didn't all appear just because of the white whale, did they?" Green was somewhat surprised. During his negotiations with Crush and Anastasia, he had never directly answered the reason for the witch cult's appearance. After all, if he spouted nonsense, Crush's divine protection would detect it. Amelia watched the change in Green's expression, and she knew she had guessed correctly. Sure enough, is it also because of me? Chapter 79, Street Performance. Grin let out a sigh of relief. Fine, actually, the Bishop of Sloth is coming for you. Amelia's pupils dimmed slightly, and she subconsciously pulled the hood of her cloak forward. Her fingertips gripped the fabric tightly, burying most of her face in the shadows. As if this could shut out the malicious gazes hidden in the air. The past whispers of gossip, the evasive dodging, and the occasional stones and insults thrown at her had long since pierced her heart like a dense array of needles. Her long-term experience of being isolated and loathed had made her accept by default that her existence was unwelcome. Even in Roswell's mansion, she didn't even want to face her own appearance in the mirror, fearing she would see that face which brought calamity. Why does Grin go to such lengths? Even to the point of facing the terrifying white whale and the witch cult. The girl's voice carried a hint of imperceptible sadness. Grin patted Amelia's back and comforted her with a smile. Amelia, don't always say things like that. It makes me sound like your simp. It's like this, Sloth would endanger Aram Village, so I can't leave him be. That scumbag Gluttony, and I have a personal grudge, and I simply find greed annoying. Amelia's sense of loss was completely washed away by a sudden wave of fluster. She suddenly raised her head, her hood slipping down to reveal those purple eyes filled with anxiety. No, no, Grin, you are my attendant and close friend. I absolutely don't have any vulgar thoughts about treating you like a dog or anything. For now, Grin really was her first and only close friend. Is that the point? Grin pressed his hand to his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. And you've misunderstood, Amelia. A simp is someone who lowers their posture, unconditionally accommodates the other person's needs, and wants to be with them. It's not an actual dog. Amelia had an epiphany. I see, then Rem is your simp, right? Mutual affection can't be called simping, that's called true love. Hearing this, Grin felt like he was choking on air. Amelia's delicate nose wrinkled imperceptibly, and she covered her small mouth in surprise. Well, since when did this happen? Although I knew you and Rem were close, I didn't expect it to have turned from friendship into love. So her knight had fallen in love. The half-elf girl turned her head away, subconsciously avoiding Grin's gaze. She raised her fingertips to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, her movements carrying a hint of imperceptible panic. The sun was bright at the moment, but it didn't feel very warm. As the breeze blew, she even felt a slight chill in her abdomen. Grin didn't notice Amelia's expression. He walked ahead with his hands behind his head. It's truly not easy for you to even know the word love anymore. Amelia gave a light humph. I'm nearly 100 years older than you, okay? The girl quickened her pace and caught up to Grin's side. By the way, Grin, where did you buy that tree cake the other day? I want to eat another one. Grin raised his hand and pointed to a shop that had long since closed. There, that's the one. Why is it closed? Amelia exclaimed, pouting her lips in disappointment. Grin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with an awkward laugh and explained, maybe all the cakes were bought out by some spendthrift woman. That's too much. I wanted to treat Grin back for once. Amelia's face was filled with a resentful expression, her large purple eyes looking around as she tried to find a cake shop that wasn't closed. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she hoped. All the cake shops had sold-out signs hanging up. Just as Amelia slumped her shoulders in dejection, she caught a glimpse of the crossroads from the corner of her eye. A large crowd had gathered there, a dense mass of people, noisy and incredibly lively. Grin, look, something seems to be happening over there. With that, Amelia reflexively grabbed Grin's wrist and jogged toward the crowd with great interest. As they approached, the noisy sounds from the crowd came crashing over them. All sorts of discussions, exclamations, and cheers were mixed together in a chaotic mess. My God, this guy is unbelievable. I have to say, he's amazing. With that strength, he could probably knock down a bull. Has no one notified the guards? This is a bit too cruel. Oh, you mean the guards? It looks like they were just pushed out. Amelia stood on her tiptoes in curiosity, her slender calves tensed straight. From time to time, she couldn't help but hop a little, like a cute little rabbit hooked by curiosity, trying her best to see the scene in the center of the crowd. But there were too many people, all she could see were bobbing heads, a dense black mass. Let alone seeing what was inside, she couldn't even spot a shadow. What made her even more hesitant was that she didn't dare squeeze into the crowd. After all, her face was too conspicuous. If she were recognized, there was no telling what kind of commotion it might cause. If she encountered some ill-intentioned people and was groped, it would be even worse. In the end, the girl could only turn her head pitifully and cast a pleading gaze at Grin. "I can't see inside." After a brief thought, Grin slowly walked behind Amelia. "Don't move, I'll lift you up." Amelia was stunned for a moment, followed by a cry of surprise. The sudden feeling of weightlessness as her body went airborne made her subconsciously tense up. Her hands flailed about, but her perspective kept rising, and the scene previously blocked by heads was gradually revealed. Amelia stammered, "Wait." Grin turned a deaf ear, simply grabbing Amelia's arms steadily. With a bit of force, he lifted her up sideways and let her sit steadily on his shoulders. The girl's weight was surprisingly light, like a fluffy cotton doll. There was no pressure when she landed on his shoulders. She was just a bit stiff when she first sat down, her small body struggling randomly on his shoulders for fear of falling. "All right, Amelia, now you can definitely see. Tell me what's inside in a bit." Only then did Amelia slowly calm down, clutching Grin's head tightly with both hands as she carefully maintained her balance. After taking a breath, she raised her head and looked through the gaps in the center of the crowd. However, when she saw clearly what the people were gathered around, the girl's pupils suddenly dilated, and the curiosity on her face instantly froze. Amelia was speechless with surprise, her small mouth slightly open as her whole body froze on Grin's shoulders. In the center of the tightly packed crowd, everyone seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, voluntarily leaving an open space. In the center of the clearing knelt an old man with a crazed expression. His hair was messy, and his face was full of a ferocious expression. At this moment, he was tightly clutching the neck of a skeletal female dog, letting out unintelligible roars as he fiercely conducted so-called instructional training with the dog. "Hold on, Bruce." 80 Female Knight released from prison. Chapter 80, Bitch Knight Prison Release Version. Woof woof woof. The middle-aged man barked deliriously, as if he were giving New Year's greetings to everyone around. "Brother, we all fought our way out of the slums, don't lose face now. I bet 1 silver coin that he'll definitely seize the final fruit of victory." "Good, I'm in. This isn't fair, this poor doggie's body was just terrified by a dragon carriage a few days ago. Forest goddess above. Protect your believer." Filthy language and crazed cheers mixed together, surging this way like a tide. Grin stood outside the crowd, listening to these messy words, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper, his face full of bewilderment. What on earth is going on, Amelia? What's actually inside? Is someone performing on the street? But the response he got was the girl's tearful, trembling voice. "I want to come down." "What's wrong, Amelia?" Grin sensed something was off and asked quickly. "Hurry, put me down quickly." Amelia's voice grew smaller and smaller, thick with a nasal tone, sounding extremely aggrieved. Okay. Grin obediently held Amelia's waist and set her down steadily. At this moment, Amelia lowered her head, the brim of her hat concealing her face. Yet even through that thin layer of fabric, a faint white mist could be seen rising. She was so overwhelmed with shame and anger that even the tips of her ears were steaming from the heat. Grin leaned in curiously to take a look. Good grief, Amelia's little face was burning like hot coals. Her eyes were red, pooled with a thin layer of tears, making her look as if she had suffered some immense injustice. "Are you okay, Amelia?" he asked quickly with concern, though his heart was full of doubt. What exactly had this girl seen to have such a strong reaction? Amelia reached out her hands and tightly covered her burning little face. Tears shimmered faintly through the gaps between her fingers, and she sounded pitiful. "Ugh, Grin, I need to go to the church to wash my eyes." All right, whatever you want, just don't cry, my little ancestor." Seeing her like this, Grin immediately panicked and scrambled to comfort her. In his heart, he cursed that old man people were talking about 1,000 times over. Damn it, what exactly was going on in there? Just then, a familiar elderly voice rang out. "Did someone just mention the church?" The speaker was an old priest wearing a worn black robe, clutching 2 silver coins in his hand, presumably having won them in the betting just now. Grin's expression chilled. "Why is it you, you bastard?" The old coot before him was the same priest he had encountered at the Church of Abundance last time. The old priest froze for a moment, then slapped his forehead, revealing an expression of sudden realization. "It's you, you suck-a-hem, so it's you, great benefactor. Thanks to those gold coins you tossed me last time, I was able to give the church roof a thorough renovation." Grin narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous smile as he cracked his knuckles, making a crisp crack sound. "Haha, it really is a small world, old priest. Don't be impulsive, young man. Let's talk things out." The old priest shrank back in fear and tried to slip away, but the wall of people behind him was packed tight, not leaving him even a crack. Grin was quick-handed, grabbing the old priest's shoulder and hooking him over. "Take a deep breath, feeling dizzy is normal. Grandpa, don't hit me. How about I give you these 2 silver coins? I'll give them all to you." The old priest was scared out of his wits, hurriedly stuffing the silver coins into Grin's hands. Grin gave a disdainful laugh, pulled 2 glittering gold coins from his pocket, waved them before the old priest's eyes and teased. "Grandpa, let me hit you, and I'll give you 2 gold coins directly. How about it?" Unexpectedly, the old priest's eyes lit up. He snatched the gold coins and stuffed them into his pocket in the blink of an eye. "All right then." The old priest agreed decisively, then leaned back, slumping his entire weight onto Grin. He even cooperatively closed his eyes, looking as if he were at your mercy. "Holy cow, I've met someone even more shameless than me." Grin stepped back quickly, pushing the old priest away. Watching him stumble to regain his footing, the corner of Grin's mouth twitched. Amelia tugged urgently at Grin's sleeve. "Hurry, Grin. If I don't wash my eyes now, I'll never be able to get them clean." All right, we're leaving now." Grin comforted Amelia as they prepared to leave. The old priest looked Amelia over, seemingly understanding something. He quickly took a porcelain bottle from his robe and walked over. "Did something dirty get in your eyes, young lady? I have a bottle of holy water here, hurry and rinse them." Amelia nodded quickly, took the bottle in a panic, and began pouring it onto her face. Grin timely held down her hood, which was about to slip off, to avoid exposing Amelia's appearance. This small gesture made Amelia pause for a moment. Then she lifted her damp eyes and blinked at him gratefully, water droplets still hanging from her long eyelashes. Grin sighed softly and turned to give the old priest a slight nod. "All right, old priest, we're even now." The old priest laughed, waving his hand, the wrinkles on his face bunching together. "Being able to help you young people makes this old man feel like I haven't decayed to the point of being useless yet." With that, the old priest leaned in mischievously. To keep Amelia from noticing, he lowered his voice. "Young man, two-timing like this, you have quite a future ahead of you. It seems your stamina is even more fierce than that bitch knight inside. What does my stamina have to do with you? Don't tell me you have a daughter to introduce to me." Grin rolled his eyes, responding nonchalantly. The old priest spat and said disdainfully, "You brat aren't worthy of my daughter." "How do you know I'm not worthy? What if she happens to like someone like me?" Grin raised an eyebrow, smugly planting his hands on his hips and vainly smoothing the stray hairs on his forehead. To his surprise, the old priest didn't get angry. Instead, he stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully, saying seriously, "That's true, she really does like the pretty boy type." Grin's face darkened. "I'm finding you a bit punchable." "What do you mean by pretty boy?" The old priest smoothed things over with a grin. Sorry, I accidentally said what I was thinking out loud." He paused, then as if remembering something, he approached while rubbing his hands together, his tone full of salesmanship. "Oh right, my name is Simon. Young man, if you get married in the future, you must consider having me officiate. I'm telling you, I'm very versatile, I can play any instrument. For just 20 silver coins, I can sing a song at your wedding. For 2 gold coins, I can sing for you all night long. All right, I'll definitely give you my business when the time comes." Grin waved him off dismissively and looked back at Emilia beside him. "Don't rub so hard, Emilia. Be careful not to hurt your eyes." Chapter 81, Preparing for War. The girl washed her eyes over and over again, rubbing the corners until they were red, yet still looked uneasy, afraid that the vile scene she had just witnessed would be branded onto her memory. "Thank you, old priest." Emilia returned the porcelain bottle to Father Simon and bowed slightly. After that, she hurriedly grabbed Grin's sleeve and quickly walked away, her steps slightly rushed. "Grin, let's leave quickly. This street is too filthy." Father Simon watched the 2 figures hurrying away, suddenly slapped his thigh, as if remembering something important. He quickly took small, stumbling steps to catch up, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Young man, wait. If there are 2 brides, you have to pay extra. Double the price. Here, take it, please stop following us." Grin nodded numbly and threw the 2 gold coins he had taken out to the old priest. Immediately, he grabbed Emilia's wrist with his backhand and started running wildly. That old bastard was truly wicked, saying such things in front of Emilia. Emilia stumbled and jogged as he pulled her, the hem of her skirt brushing against the grass poking through the cracks in the flagstones, making a faint shush sound. Her heart was racing, half from the shame and indignation caused by the priest's words, and half from the panic caused by the warmth emanating from Grin's palm. Her violet eyes beneath the brim of her hood were sparkling, hiding an indescribable ripple, like a lake surface ruffled by the wind. "Be sure to be happy, young man." Father Simon watched the figures fleeing in panic and vigorously waved at them. A trace of indescribable loneliness was in his aged eyes, and his voice gradually faded into the wind. "Sometimes I really feel like this Lugnica is just like an asylum," Grin muttered breathlessly and irritably. "Ha ha, it's not as scary as you make it sound." Emilia had been pulled by Grin for quite a while, her breathing slightly unsteady, and her cheeks flushed pink. She raised a hand to smooth her wind-tousled silver-white hair, her hood askew on her shoulder, looking like a junior student wearing a hoodie. Emilia looked at Grin's tense profile, couldn't help but curve her lips, her voice still carrying a hint of lingering shyness. "Grin can now naturally hold my hand, even though you're supposed to be my knight." Emilia's voice was as low as a whisper, the end of her sentence carrying a soft, sweet note of reproach. She secretly glanced up at Grin, then quickly lowered her head again. Her gaze fell upon their clasped hands, and her fingertips instinctively curled, causing a tickle in Grin's palm. Grin acted as if he had been burned, quickly raising both hands, putting on an appearance of innocence and purity. Sorry, did I offend you, Emilia?" His flustered appearance instead made Emilia burst into laughter. She raised her free hand and lightly punched Grin's arm, the force as gentle as a feather brushing past, deepening the slight blush on her cheeks. "Idiot, I didn't say I minded. Aren't we good friends?" Grin struck while the iron was hot, and held Emilia's small hand once more. "Emilia, what other privileges do I have as your good friend?" Emilia tapped her cheek with a finger, tilting her head slightly in serious thought. "You can call me Lia. I haven't thought of anything else yet." Grin looked at Emilia's innocent expression and tightened his grip. This was likely the best proof of closeness the elf girl could think of. Falling in love with someone turns you into a pot of charcoal fire. No matter how you hide it, people will feel the unusual warmth. But before making it clear, no one wants to be the first to speak, and many romances die prematurely in the ambiguous stage. After all, that seemingly blazing charcoal fire can instantly be extinguished if one is not careful. Emilia's feelings were sensitive, he absolutely couldn't touch them lightly before the foundation was solid. It wasn't until the sun began to set, and the sky was stained with an orange-red sunset glow that they slowly walked back to the entrance of Crush's mansion. The knights guarding the gates merely glanced up, then simultaneously stepped aside to clear the path. They already recognized these two distinguished guests of Crush, and no one stepped forward to stop them. The moment they stepped into the mansion, a completely different atmosphere of solemnity and hustle rushed over them. The courtyard had lost its usual elegance and tranquility, replaced by a scene teeming with people. Hundreds of warriors in gleaming armor and mages draped in various colored robes moved through the area. Dragon carriages loaded with spears, arrows, and healing potions were continuously driving in. Warriors polished their swords and archers checked their fletching. Some gathered in small groups, discussing tactics in low voices, eager to immediately put all their planned moves into action. Along the way, Grin also saw many large siege magic weapons, carefully covered by black cloth, only their menacing outlines visible, exuding a terrifying aura. I didn't notice these big fellows when I was visiting. Crush really hid them well. Grin sighed softly, his eyes showing some surprise. Emilia nodded, giving a slight smile. Crush is a duchess of the kingdom, it's not strange for her to possess such power. In the crowd, Felix, who was patrolling back and forth, spotted Grin and Emilia from afar. The adorable cat-eared crossdresser immediately stopped, stood on tiptoes, and waved his arms widely. Over here, over here. Green-kun, Emilia-sama, please come this way first. Felix's voice was clear, instantly cutting through the noise in the courtyard, causing several warriors who were transporting supplies nearby to subconsciously look over. That is Sir Grin, the central figure of this campaign. A young warrior lowered his voice, his eyes full of excitement. Yes, the silver-haired half-elf's knight. I hear his strength is unfathomable. The veteran next to him nodded, his tone carrying a trace of awe. Keep your voice down. None of the retainers of these royal selection candidates are weaklings. Grin followed the voice and walked up to Felix, his gaze sweeping across the busy courtyard, asking in a deep voice, is all personnel present? Felix maintained a safe distance from Grin, placing his hands behind his back in a ladylike, dignified manner, and answered seriously, almost. We have more personnel than expected, probably already over 1,000 people. Grin surveyed the surrounding warriors, seeing that every one of them was energetic, with no fear of the white whale in their eyes. Instead, they were full of fighting spirit, eagerly preparing, and chatting cheerfully. Felix saw what Grin was thinking, chuckled lightly, and explained, surprising, isn't it? After all, slaying that demon is everyone's long-cherished wish, especially Old Man S. Grin nodded and said thoughtfully, I've heard about that too. The old man has been pursuing the white whale for about 10 years now, right? Hearing this, the smile on Felix's face faded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of melancholy, and he gently corrected, it's been more than 10 years, Green-kun. Old Man S. wife Teresa Van Astrea, the previous sword saint, died 14 years ago. 82 Father and Daughter. Chapter 82, Father and Daughter. Forget it, this topic isn't suitable for right now. Felix lightly patted his own face, quickly shifting his emotions and returning to that charming and lively appearance. At the same time, a squad of elderly warriors wearing old-fashioned equipment approached with steady steps. Their armor was covered in mottled scratches, some even showing signs of rust, yet they were polished spotlessly clean. The swords in their hands lacked a dazzling luster, but they possessed a sharpness honed over years of use. The hair of these veterans had long since turned gray, and their faces were etched with the furrows of time, yet their steps remained steady and powerful, their backs straight, showing no signs of senility. Seeing this, a rare hint of softness appeared in Wilhelm's heavy gaze. He stepped forward slowly and nodded to the leading veterans, it's been a long time, old friends. Wilhelm, we've come to support you. To receive such good news before entering the grave is truly heartening. The sky was dimming, and the sunset's afterglow had long been swallowed by the twilight. Rows of torches were lit in the courtyard. Under the reflection of the firelight, Grin saw a familiar, aged face among the squad. He immediately quickened his pace toward them. When he reached the side of the formation, Grin decisively pulled a thin, bony old man out from the crowd. "Old man, what are you doing here joining the commotion?" "It's you, young man. What a coincidence, are you also here to participate in the white whale subjugation campaign?" Father Simon blinked his cloudy eyes, a heavy, bitter smile appearing on his face. This old fellow's physique was far from what it was in his prime, causing the armor to hang loosely on him like an empty shell on a bamboo pole. Seeing this, a veteran standing nearby couldn't help but lean over and ask, "Old Simon, is this young man your nephew? You two seem quite close." Another person quickly reached out to cover his mouth, urgently reminding him in a low voice. "Shut up, you old fool. Have you forgotten that Simon only had one daughter? And she was by the white whale." Halfway through, he also shut his mouth, fearing he would reopen his old comrade's wounds. This old priest, who was usually grinning and lacked any sense of decorum, started to tremble uncontrollably at this moment. He raised his withered, skeletal hand and gave a smile that looked more painful than crying. He reached up to wipe his tear ducts, which had long since shriveled due to age, but nothing came out. "It's all right, it's not a secret anymore. I did have a daughter. I vaguely remember her name was taken from the forest goddess's true name, but I never expected that demon would even snatch away the goddess's name. Originally, those killed by the white whale's fog of oblivion would have their entire existence erased, no one would remember them. Fortunately, the forest goddess's widely known title offset most of the power, allowing Simon to faintly recall his daughter's figure. But this was also a misfortune. Old Simon had searched his mind for over a decade, and still hadn't gathered all the puzzle pieces of his daughter. The crowd fell into a brief silence, and even the crackling of the burning torches became clear. Many veterans gathered around, patting Simon on the shoulder with reddened eyes, yet they couldn't find any words of comfort. They all understood this feeling, the pain of not even having a complete memory to anchor one's longing. A veteran missing a front tooth spat heavily and slammed his shield, his voice filled with hatred. "Don't be so soft. So what if you remember, and so what if you don't? Right now, I just want to carve out the white whale's heart as an offering to my younger brother." His younger brother had been a warrior under the previous generation's sword saint, Teresa, and died being crushed by the white whale years ago. Fortunately, he wasn't swallowed by the white fog and forgotten. After the battle, his broken body was recovered, allowing him to be laid to rest. Another balding old man holding a spear suddenly choked up, red veins appearing in his cloudy eyes. "I should have had a child too, maybe a son, maybe a daughter. That small stool and set of cutlery at home, and the height marks carved on the doorframe, they cut into my heart like a knife." The light from the torches flickered, casting shifting shadows on everyone's faces. The already heavy atmosphere now gained a touch of tragic heroism. Wilhelm took a deep breath, stepped beside Grin, scanned everyone present, and shouted in a booming voice, "All this pain will surely be settled. The person before you is Lord Grimm. He has brought precious intelligence regarding the white whale, and will become the sword with which we slay the demon." The crowd was filled with awe. Without any command, they stood to attention in unison and saluted Grin together. "So you are Lord Grimm. This kindness, we will surely repay with our lives." Old Simon was so excited he was incoherent, his wrinkled hands tightly gripping Grin's wrists. "So it's like this, Lord Grimm, thank you for giving me the chance to reclaim my daughter's name." Wilhelm looked at Simon's state with concern. After a moment of thought, he pushed Simon in front of Grin. "By the way, Lord Grimm, don't you need a bard? Old Simon's singing is no worse than theirs, he'll definitely be up to the task." Simon looked up in confusion, his tone somewhat anxious. "No, Wilhelm, I'm here to be part of the vanguard." He had already seen through Wilhelm's intention to place him in the relatively safe second line. After all, Simon was almost the oldest person present, and he had neglected his training over the years. Even swinging a weapon was difficult for him. "I can fight, Wilhelm." As Simon spoke, he abruptly took the long sword hanging from his waist and pulled hard on the hilt. But that sword hadn't been unsheathed for years, and had long since rusted into its leather scabbard. Despite using all his strength until his face turned red, the blade only loosened slightly, failing to break free from the scabbard's grip. Old Simon gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Finally, he could only throw the long sword heavily to the ground in frustration, letting out a dull clack. He looked up, his voice raspy yet firm. "Even if I have to use my teeth, I'll tear a piece of flesh off it." Seeing Wilhelm remain unmoved, old Simon became angry. "I must be in the vanguard. Sword demon, don't forget, I was your captain back in the day. I'm begging you, Wilhelm." Wilhelm shook his head helplessly, a flash of emotion crossing his eyes. "Simon, Lord Grimm's plan is very important. This responsibility is by no means lighter than that of the frontline warriors. You're not lying to me, are you?" Simon hesitated, his thin fingers clutching the hem of his clothes like a child who had lost his way. Wilhelm drew his longsword and held it vertically before his eyes. "Captain Simon, I swear upon Teresa that these words are not false." Only then did old Simon's intensity gradually fade, and he nodded in resignation. He patted Grin's shoulder with a bitter smile. "Lord Grimm, consider this a rehearsal for your wedding. What would you like me to sing?" Don't look at the old fellow's current down-and-out appearance. In his youth, he was a legendary figure who took the world by storm. His beloved wife was conquered by his soulful voice and outstanding talents. That grand wedding back then caused a sensation throughout the entire street. Grin leaned down to pick up the old war sword, his fingertips brushing over the rusted scabbard. He gripped it tightly and slowly pulled the hilt. A sharp, ear-piercing sound of friction rang out. The lusterless blade was revealed before everyone. "Father Simon, I will take your place in the vanguard. This war sword will surely drink its fill of the white whale's blood. You just watch from afar and celebrate the white whale's death." Chapter 83. The new portal. After familiarizing himself with the situation on site, Grin finally returned to his room, exhausted. It was already midnight, they would be setting off at sunrise. He pushed the door open gently. Rem was already asleep inside. Betty was nowhere to be seen, she must be busy with that matter. Thud, thud, thud. A series of knocks rang out. But they didn't come from the room's main door, they came from the wardrobe in the corner. With a creak, Grin opened the wardrobe, and an intense hurricane of inattribute mana surged out from within. Betty's figure slowly emerged from inside the wardrobe. "Grin, as you requested, all the magic circles have been engraved. I'm just waiting for you to inject a large amount of mana to open the passage between both sides." Having said that, Betty leapt up lightly, throwing herself into Grin's embrace like Willow Catkins. "Thank you for your hard work, Betty." Grin's voice was kept very low, his gaze falling on Betty's face, which was filled with hope. "Then what reward should you give Betty?" Betty's voice carried a hint of imperceptible joy as she reached out to grab the corner of Grin's clothes. Grin gave a gentle smile, cupped Betty's head, and gave her small face a firm kiss. A flash of panic appeared in Betty's eyes, but she didn't struggle or resist. Only when Grin lifted his head did she suddenly wipe the saliva off her face. "Aren't you just punishing Betty?" Grin chuckled, his fingertips lightly brushing against Betty's reddened cheeks, his eyes full of affection. "I'm giving you a stamp to reinforce our contract." Betty leaned dependently in Grin's arms, and pressed a small hand against the wardrobe door. "Are you ready, Grin? I'm going to start draining the mana from your body." Grin looked down at Betty in his arms and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Let's begin." Grin felt the mana inside him like floodwaters from an open gate, surging continuously toward Betty's palm, flowing along the lines of the magic circles that glowed with a faint blue luster. He gritted his teeth to steady himself, looking down at the girl in his arms, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible trembling. "Holy crap, Betty, this is too brutal." A thin layer of sweat also appeared on Betty's small face. The strands of hair on her forehead were dampened by sweat, sticking to her smooth forehead. She bit her lower lip, her small palm pressed tightly against the wardrobe door. To reduce Grin's burden, she slowed down the speed of the mana injection. Betty is being as gentle as possible. The wind inside the wardrobe was still howling and swirling, carrying the remnants of the magic circle, and weaving a thin net in the room. The moment her words fell, the magic patterns on the wardrobe door suddenly erupted with a blinding purple light. The attribute mana hurricane surged wildly inside the wardrobe, letting out a deafening roar. Grin could even feel a familiar aura belonging to the Roswell mansion slowly seeping through the magic passage. The passage it's about to open. Betty's voice trembled with excitement as she suddenly looked up at Grin, her amber eyes sparkling. Grin, just a little more effort. Grin took a deep breath, mobilizing all the mana in his body. The pale purple mana light intertwined with the blue light of the magic circle, casting a dreamy halo in the room. Boom! A low rumble sounded, and the hurricane inside the wardrobe suddenly subsided. Grin looked down and saw that the originally plain wooden wardrobe door was now shrouded in mana mist, with magic patterns flickering from time to time. Creak! Grin pulled open the wardrobe again. The other side of the door connected to another room, which seemed to match the decor of the Roswell mansion. They had constructed a new gate of opportunity, connecting the wardrobe door in Crush's house to the one in Roswell's house. Betty breathed a sigh of relief and leaned softly in Grin's arms. Her voice sounded a bit weary, yet it carried an irrepressible joy. Success. Grin, we did it. Grin reached out and held her tightly, his fingertips gently brushing the messy strands of hair on her forehead, his eyes full of tenderness. Yeah, as expected of my cute and powerful BB. Betty's cheeks flushed slightly. She turned her face away, but still quietly snuggled closer into Grin's arms. Of course. Who do you think Betty is? Just then, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from the room inside the wardrobe. Grin's gaze instantly became alert. He looked down at Betty in his arms and silently mouthed two words, "Be quiet." Betty understood immediately and obediently shut her mouth, though a hint of curiosity flashed in her amber eyes. The footsteps grew closer and finally stopped at the door. Grin left the wardrobe door slightly ajar, leaving only a small crack. On the other side of the door was a maid with short, peach-colored hair. Ram had finished her daily work, and was currently changing her clothes. The shoulder straps of her chemise hung loosely on her shoulders. As she raised her hand to untie her hair ribbon, the fabric over her chest swayed gently, tracing a soft curve. That slight tremor reached Grin's eyes through the moonlight, like a feather lightly brushing against his heart, making him feel tight with itchiness. Like snow-capped peaks softened by moonlight, they were nestled just above her narrow waist. Seemingly noticing the strap slipping, the girl turned slightly and raised her hand to pull it tight. The curve receded a bit, leaving only the shallow folds where the fabric met her skin. She's already started dressing. Damn it, I'm a few seconds too late, I missed the good part. What on earth, Grin? Let Betty see too. It's a female ghost. Should keep your voice down. Ram's fingertips had just touched the clean clothes she was about to change into when her movements suddenly paused. She slowly turned around, her gaze landing precisely on the seemingly closed wardrobe door. That bit of coolness mixed with attribute mana pricked her perception like a fine needle. The tips of her ears turned beet red instantly. Her rose-colored eyes narrowed, and her previously somewhat lazy expression was suddenly covered by a thin layer of ice. Who's there? Ram's voice was soft, but it held an indescribable tension, full of shame and indignation. She had already faintly guessed who was playing tricks. Ram clenched her small hand in the air, a faint green light appearing at her fingertips as the aura of wind magic spread silently. Wait, wait. He hurriedly pushed the wardrobe door fully open, forcing a flattering smile onto his face. He, Ram, I'm back. As expected, it's you, you smelly rat. Ram's face darkened instantly, but the crimson on her ears grew even more vivid. A wind blade instantly condensed in her palm, and was thrown out with a sharp whistling sound. The force looked intimidating, but it was deliberately aimed slightly off. She clearly didn't intend to actually hurt him. You dare attack Grin in front of Betty? Betty was prepared. She raised her hands, and a purple shield appeared in response. The wind blade hit the shield with a soft thud, and was easily deflected, dissipating into a few wisps of breeze in the air. Unnoticed by anyone, fine cracks actually appeared on the shield Betty had condensed. Ram glared at Grin, grabbed the pajamas next to her, and threw them on in a few quick motions. Her movements were so fast they carried a hint of panic. She didn't even bother to smooth out the wrinkles in the hem. She tightened her collar. The shame and annoyance from before faded slightly, and her tone gradually calmed down. Lady Beatrice is being too indulgent with Grin. He's thick-skinned, a little hit won't hurt him. Humph, no one can bully Grin when Betty is around. The Great Spirit crossed her small arms, and stood proudly between the two. Chapter 84, Evacuation. Grin Anderson stepped forward and picked up Betty from behind. All right, my dear Betty, don't be angry, or you'll get wrinkles. He chuckled, stroking her furrowed brow with his thumb, his voice full of doting affection. Betty's frown smoothed out instantly. She turned her face away, huffing with feigned arrogance, but still obediently wrapped her arms around Grin Anderson's neck. Humph, then for Grin Anderson's sake, I'll let this idiot off for now. Ram, standing nearby, had already calmed down. She crossed her arms, a hint of scrutiny flashing in her rosy eyes. Grin Anderson, shouldn't you be in the royal capital protecting Lady Amelia at all times? Why have you suddenly appeared at the mansion at this time? Actually, she really wanted to ask when Grin Anderson had started peeping, but the mentally strong Ram felt she should prioritize the bigger picture. Grin Anderson's smile faded, and his expression gradually turned serious. We constructed a return passage. I came back because I need your help with something very important. Hearing this, Ram's expression also grew heavy. She keenly caught the key point. Something important. The camp's main combat force suddenly returning. Is there danger at the mansion? Grin Anderson nodded in surprise. This pink-haired brat's intuition was unexpectedly sharp. Yes, the witch cult might appear near Aram village. I need you to take the villagers to a safe place. When Ram heard the words witch cult, her entire body tensed like a drawn bowstring. A bone-chilling cold light suddenly gathered in her rosy eyes, and her peaceful aura instantly became as sharp as a blade. She subconsciously clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her palms, her Oni blood stirring slightly from deep-seated hatred. Because the witch cult Grin Anderson mentioned was the enemy that destroyed her homeland, broke her Oni horn, and turned her from a prodigy into someone incomplete. Those lunatics who desecrate life, do they want to stir up a bloodbath again? After a brief moment of rage, she quickly suppressed her surging emotions. Only calm killing intent and vigilance remained in her eyes as she looked sharply at Grin Anderson. Is their target the mansion? Lady Amelia. As a servant of the Magirius household, she immediately channeled her hatred into alertness, ready to fight at any time to protect the mansion and her companions. Don't be nervous, Ram. We still have time. The most important thing now is to evacuate the civilians. Grin Anderson planned to keep Amelia with him. The Bishop of Sloth would likely follow the half-elf girl, drawing them toward the great tree of Flugel. Only by gathering the three archbishops of Sin together could he maximize the damage when he used his ultimate move. However, there was no guarantee that other witch cultists wouldn't stay behind near Aram village. For an ordinary village, that would be a total catastrophe. A hint of doubt flashed in Ram's eyes as she looked at Grin Anderson uneasily. Where should we hide? This is the border, surrounded by mountains and forests. There's nowhere suitable. Grin Anderson tightened his hold on Betty, his gaze falling on the hazy magical mist on the wardrobe door, his tone certain. They can go to the sanctuary that the Magirius household has protected for generations. There's a barrier there for protection, it's the safest place right now. As for Roswell's schemes, they could be ignored for now. To Grin Anderson, the great rabbit was much easier to deal with than the white whale. The sanctuary. Ram's pupils contracted slightly, clearly not expecting Grin Anderson to suggest that place. That sealed land isn't a place anyone can just enter. With Betty here, it won't be a problem. Grin Anderson looked down at the girl in his arms, his fingertips gently brushing the soft top of her head. There should be a door in the mansion that has long been connected to the sanctuary. 400 years ago, Betty and her mother, Echidna, lived in the sanctuary. When the warlock of melancholy attacked, Betty escaped to Roswell's mansion through that door. Ram's breath hitched, her rosy eyes widening as her solemn expression was instantly replaced by shock. She subconsciously took half a step forward, her voice tinged with disbelief. In the mansion, there's a door leading directly to the sanctuary. Having served Roswell for many years and considering herself well-versed in the mansion's secrets, Ram had never heard such a rumor. The door was hidden so deeply that even a trusted confidant like her was completely unaware, which spoke to the secrecy of the matter. Betty, who had been lazily leaning against Grin Anderson's shoulder, stiffened almost imperceptibly upon hearing this. Her amber eyes lowered, resting on Grin Anderson's collar, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, hiding the fleeting melancholy in her eyes. The smoke and screams of 400 years ago seemed to echo in her ears again. That door was her only path of escape from purgatory, and her last connection to her mother. For all these years, she had guarded the forbidden library, and never set foot on the land behind that door again. Grin Anderson, how do you know? Betty looked at Grin Anderson blankly, she had never mentioned this to anyone. Grin Anderson's gaze flickered. This is divination. You know how it is. Big liar. Betty rolled her eyes at Grin Anderson, her cheeks puffing out as she pinched his ear and pulled him closer. Then use your divination to see what Betty is thinking right now. TCH, do I even need divination for that? You're definitely thinking about me. Grin Anderson replied shamelessly. As those words fell, Betty's expression unexpectedly froze for a moment. Seeing this, Grin Anderson couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. No way, really. He lowered his head and rubbed his face against Betty's. Haha, Betty, we're literally stuck together and you're still thinking about me. Betty's face instantly flushed deep red, as if scalded by hot syrup. She snapped her head away and punched Grin Anderson's chest with her small fist, though the force was as light as a tickle. Don't get ahead of yourself. Big liar, you big liar, how much longer do you plan to keep lying to Betty? Grin Anderson's smile faded, and he gently wrapped his arm around Betty's waist, pulling her into a tight hug, his voice tender. This is my biggest secret, Betty. Betty's body stiffened slightly. She looked up, her butterfly-patterned eyes full of resentment. Even Betty can't know. Grin Anderson pretended to ponder, his fingertip gently brushing the tip of Betty's nose. I'd need at least 1,000 years of friendship before I could tell you. So stay by my side for those 1,000 years, Betty. Sly guy, how is Betty supposed to refuse that? Betty huffed and buried her face in Grin Anderson's collar, her voice muffled. Ram took a step forward. Leave the evacuation of the villagers to Ram. Please, Lady Beatrice, show Ram the direction of the door. Grin Anderson set Betty down and added, we need to check the state of the door first. Once confirmed, you can go to Aram village tomorrow morning to bring everyone over. Visibility is too low right now. Chapter 85, Dual Heart Synchronization. The gate of opportunity leading to the sanctuary had been sealed for 400 years. The magic circuits engraved on the door were already mottled and aged, and the flow of mana was filled with stagnation. Betty stood before the door holding an old magic book, tiny specks of light dancing at her fingertips as she carefully reconnected the broken circuits one by one. Grin sat patiently on the ground with his legs crossed, his chin resting on one hand, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on her focused profile. Betty, you're so cute when you're serious, too. Don't mess around. If you act spoiled with Betty now, Betty's hand will slip. The 400 years of loneliness made Betty somewhat afraid to stand behind the door alone. It was only with Grin's company that her heart gradually settled. The moment the repairs were finished, the circuits on the door suddenly lit up and then slowly faded. Betty closed the heavy magic book and let out a long sigh, her shoulders slumping as a deep look of exhaustion appeared on her face. She looked up at Grin, her tone carrying a hint of coquettish dissatisfaction. Stupid Grin, you made Betty get distracted and waste a lot of mana. Grin couldn't wait to pull Betty into his arms, as if he had obtained the softest pillow in the world. Closing his eyes and pressing his forehead against Betty's, he said, but wasn't that all my mana anyway? Humph, Betty wanted to save a little for you, honestly. Betty muttered, her small hand poking Grin's cheek. All right, Betty needs to rest now. The magic crystal stone around Grin's neck emitted a soft glow in response. Betty's figure turned into specks of light dust, like dandelions caught in an evening breeze, slowly flowing into the crystal. The moment the light faded, the magic crystal stone quietly withdrew all its brightness, with only an occasional faint flicker of magical fluctuation, like a young girl's steady breathing while asleep. Grin raised a hand to rub the bridge of his nose, just turning around to find a place to rest for a while. A familiar, boisterous burst of laughter crashed into his ears. Ha ha ha, Green-kun. I wondered why it was so noisy, so you're back. Are you finally ready to fulfill your promise? Subaru stood with hands on his hips, laughing toward the sky with high spirits. Grin was quite helpless regarding the antics of this clown. He had indeed promised him back then that the next time he returned to the mansion, he would give him a chance to earn some merit. Since they had met, Grin took the opportunity to discuss the plan with him, giving Subaru Natsuki some information about the Archbishop of Sin of Sloth. Are you listening to me? The guy you're dealing with is from the witch cult, known for their cruelty. Subaru waved his hand dismissively, his tone ridiculously exaggerated. I know. According to you, isn't he just a tentacle monster? My eagle-like eyes won't miss a single subtle movement. Grin let out a long sigh and patted his shoulder. Sigh, just be careful. Go to bed early tonight. I'm heading back to Ram's room first. Subaru Natsuki looked shocked. Wow, Grin, have you actually made a move on Ram already? I'm going back to the royal capital through the gate of opportunity in Ram's wardrobe. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? Grin rolled his eyes and retorted, besides, even if I were to make a move, it wouldn't be her. I think Ram is much cuter than she is. Ho, so you're planning to win over the sister-in-law first, and then conquer the older sister? Or have you already bagged Rem, and now want to kill two birds with one stone? Subaru suddenly wore a lecherous, I get it all expression, leaning in with a wink and nudging Grin's arm repeatedly with his shoulder. Grin was a bit surprised. Did Subaru Natsuki pull the seer card today? You're crazy. Just go to sleep. If you get sleepy during the battle tomorrow, it'll be the death of you. Thanks for the concern, Green-kun. I admit you're a worthy opponent, but I won't show any mercy. In this grand operation, I will definitely turn the tide. I'll leave you in the dust. Holy crap, don't go overtaking randomly. Save that talk for your own left and right hands, please. Grin, with a face full of dark lines, sent Subaru Natsuki away. With the tedious matters settled, Grin prepared to return to the royal capital. He gently pushed open Ram's door and tiptoed inside. With a soft clack, the wooden door closed behind him. Turning around, Grin noticed Ram sitting upright on the edge of the bed, her pale pink nightgown making her snow-white skin look even more radiant. However, Grin was too tired and didn't plan to strike up a conversation. He acted as if he hadn't seen her, and walked toward the wardrobe. Wait, Grin, Ram's cold voice sounded from behind him, carrying her usual aloofness. Grin paused, turned back to raise an eyebrow at her, and asked lazily, what? Ram narrowed her eyes slightly, her delicate eyebrows furrowing with a look of utter disgust. Why is it that even the most normal sentence sounds so lewd when it comes out of your mouth? Grin suddenly got annoyed, his exhaustion vanishing instantly. He walked up to her and looked down at her. What's with that look? I've never taken advantage of you. Last time, you were the one who leaned into my arms. I could even say you were lusting after my body. Ram sighed softly upon hearing this, her tone filled with an indescribable helplessness. Ram is truly worried about Rem's future. I hope the gods protect you, and that your future children take after Rem more, otherwise, Ram will definitely have a breakdown. Our children will be good kids no matter who they take after. I am the one who should thank the gods. Fortunately, you took all the arrogant genes while in the womb, which is why my baby Rem is so perfect. Humph, you loathsome rodent. You should just hide in your burrow, and be happy that you managed to latch onto the Oni bloodline. Damn, Ram, you've gone too far. Grin's chest heaved with anger, and he even wondered if he should have Rem cosplay as Ram to vent his frustration. Suddenly, Grin reflected on her words and noticed something strange. He scratched his head in confusion and asked blankly, "Wait, how do you know Rem and I are together? I don't think I've told you about that yet." Ram's shoulders trembled imperceptibly, and she instinctively looked away, avoiding Grin's gaze. Rem has a lot of affection for you. That child was bound to make a move after you went to the royal capital. Probably how it is. You're totally trying to pull the wool over my eyes, or rather, trying to trick an Oni. Grin smiled triumphantly, stepped right in front of Ram, leaned down slightly, and stared intently at her evasive eyes. I'm the #1 swindler in the royal capital. You think you can fool me with such a clumsy trick? I remember that Ram and Rem seem to possess a shared sensory talent. This girl, could it be? Oh, I get it now. Grin slapped his palm hard, making a crisp smack. Ram, you didn't happen to have a telepathic link with Rem last night, did you? Rare twins among the Oni clan usually possess this skill. Let's call it dual heart synchronization for now. Without words, they can directly sense each other's emotions, approximate location, and safety. The closer the distance, the clearer the sensation. If they are too far apart, it becomes blurred and weak. In the original story, Rem had felt the despair transmitted from Ram at the mansion while she was in the royal capital. Ram's shoulders jolted, and the hand resting at her side instantly gripped her skirt, her fingertips turning a faint white from the force. Those eyes, usually as calm as a still well, suddenly tightened. Her voice carried a rare hint of panic that she hadn't even noticed herself. What nonsense are you talking about? She hurriedly turned her face away, but a faint blush uncontrollably crept over the tips of her ears, and her cold voice lost its composure. It's just that Rem can't hide her feelings. Anyone could tell she's fond of you with a little observation. It has absolutely nothing to do with that ability. 86 Holding a girl in my arms. Chapter 86, Holding a sister in my arms. From Ram's suddenly tense shoulder line and contracting pupils, Grim was certain he had guessed correctly. This dual heart synchronization ability could actually be shielded unilaterally, but once it exceeded a certain limit, it could no longer be intercepted. Rem had worked very hard to block the transmission of emotions last night, but when facing Grim, she would always unconsciously let down all her defenses. If the distance hadn't been so far, Rem might have even seen some fragments of images co-occurring in her mind. Haha, still being stubborn, are you? Just you wait. Grim chuckled softly, as if he had discovered a new world. He turned and briskly pulled open the shimmering gate of opportunity on the wardrobe, his figure vanishing inside with a flash. In less than 10 seconds, he emerged from the gate of opportunity again. But this time, there was a dazed, sleepy figure in Grim's arms. Darling. It's the middle of the night, what are you doing? Rem gave a small yawn, her fair little hands rubbing her bleary eyes. As her gaze swept over the surroundings, her expression grew increasingly bewildered. Is sister here too? Could it be? I'm dreaming. Ram's heart tightened suddenly, as if she had guessed Grim's intention. Her cool voice took on a hint of fear and alertness. Grim, don't do anything reckless. Reckless? Grim raised an eyebrow, glancing down at the girl in his arms who wasn't fully awake yet, and said righteously, Rem is my dear wife, what's reckless about it? He only had one dear wife, the others were just cousin wives. After saying that, Grim simply spun around while holding Rem, causing the person in his arms to let out a soft, sweet exclamation. Only then did Rem wake up a bit more. She blinked her moist eyes and looked at Grim in confusion. Green Kun, why are we back at the mansion? Grim lowered his head close to her, his warm breath brushing against her ear, his voice deep and seductive. Baby, don't talk. Rem's remaining sleepiness vanished instantly in shock, and her cheeks flushed bright red. Those eyes, always filled with gentle watery light, widened, and her steady breathing became erratic. She instinctively wanted to turn her head away, but her fingertips gently grasped the corner of Grim's clothes, unable to bring herself to actually push him away. Gr Green Kun. Sister is still watching. Rem's eyes flitted flusteredly toward Ram by the bed before quickly falling back to Grim's face, filled with a touch of helpless shyness. Grim's fingertips gently tilted up Ram's reddened chin, his thumb brushing against her burning cheek. The breeze from his descent brushed against her trembling eyelashes. He didn't rush to deepen the kiss, but first touched her soft lips with his own, rubbing them tentatively. The girl's breath hitched suddenly. Her fingers clutching his clothes tightened, yet she obediently tilted her head up and closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. Only when he felt her posture gradually relax did Grim tilt his head slightly, his tongue gently prying open her lips and teeth, slowly exploring with a gentle possessiveness. The person in his arms let out a soft moan, turning as soft as spring water. She instinctively reached out to wrap her arms around his neck, her nose brushing against his jaw, even her breath tinged with a cloying sweetness. Ram's movements suddenly froze, her fingertips clutching the edge of her clothes tightening with force. A strange yet burning emotion surged into her mind without warning through the bond of dual heart synchronization. It was the shyness and joy surging in Rem's heart, like a warm cloud, sickeningly sweet, with a tremor of being cherished. At such a close distance, the intensity of the emotion wasn't diluted by distance at all. The feeling was so vivid that she felt as if she could feel Rem's burning cheeks, and that kiss felt as if it were imprinted on her own lips. Ram's body swayed, the tips of her ears burning uncontrollably. A flash of panic crossed her cool eyes, which was then forcibly suppressed, turning into a thin layer of frost. She bit her lower lip hard, trying to cut off this annoying sensation, but that cloying emotion clung to her like vines, refusing to leave. Shameless. Ram gritted her teeth, squeezing out these words, her voice carrying an imperceptible rasp. She braced herself against the edge of the bed, wanting to stand up and separate the two, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. Halfway there they suddenly went weak, and she collapsed uncontrollably onto the floor with a soft thud. Rem tilted her head slightly, breaking the entanglement of breath with Grim. Her cheeks were still flushed, but she immediately turned to look at Ram, who had fallen to the floor, her shyness replaced by worry. She pouted reproachfully and looked at Grim with a hint of grievance. Green Kun, don't bully sister. She bullied me first. Grim licked the corner of his mouth and gently set Rem down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Rem hurried to Ram's side, carefully helping her up and supporting her back to sit on the edge of the bed, her tone full of concern. Are you okay, sister? Did you hurt yourself? It's fine. Ram's voice was still cool, but it was a bit softer than before. Although she was answering Rem, her gaze remained fixed on Grim. In those rose-colored eyes, anger, embarrassment, and a hint of complex emotion she didn't even understand herself were churning. What are you looking at me for? Am I not allowed to kiss my own wife? This did make sense, and Ram couldn't find a reason to refute it. In the end, she could only turn her face away helplessly, snorting coldly and mocking him with disdain. Humph, Ram truly cannot believe that Rem would lower her standards to fall in love with a small fry. Grim wasn't angry at all, instead, he muttered under his breath, that's still better than someone falling in love with a perverted clown. Ram's brow furrowed and she fell into a brief silence. After a long while, she finally spoke. Ram will never fall in love with anyone other than Remington. You're a lesbian. Grim was slightly stunned, the smile on his face fading a bit, a sense of bewilderment inexplicably arising in his heart. What was wrong with Ram today? She suddenly became so emo. Ram's brows knitted slightly, her rose-colored eyes filled with a bit of wariness and confusion as she repeated, what is a lesbian? It's a special bond between women, usually manifested as holding hands while cleaning windows together. Grim talked nonsense with a straight face. Rem realized and nodded innocently. Rem and Sister Sama indeed have cleaned the mansion's windows together. Rem's gaze sharpened as she argued, Rem, do not easily believe what a rodent says. This fellow is very good at hiding vulgar terms within normal conversation to satisfy his perverted psychology. Green Kun really is a big meanie. Rem chuckled, covering her mouth and winking at Grim. Hey, redhead. Don't you go corrupting my wife. Abominable fellow, Rem has endured again and again, but this is the last straw. If it's the last straw, then just start enduring all over again. Chapter 87, The Bedside Skirmish of the Oni Sisters. Ram's lips curled into a faint, subtle arc. She raised her fingers to point at Green, her tone flat but carrying an air of command that brooked no argument. Rem, go give him a punch in the face. Rem pointed at herself with her fingers in surprise, her mouth falling open in disbelief. She instinctively looked at Green, then quickly turned back to Ram, pursing her lips aggrievedly as she pleaded, but sister. Green Kun, he. Ram raised an eyebrow slightly. A hint of indisputable coldness flickered in her pinkish-purple eyes, and she drew out the last syllable, exerting a silent pressure. Rem fell silent instantly, her shoulders slumping slightly like a kitten being scolded by its owner. Faced with the bloodline suppression from her older sister, Rem still didn't dare to disobey. She stole a glance at Ram's tense profile, then looked at the playful expression on Green's face opposite her. Finally, she sighed as if resigning herself to fate and slowly shuffled over to stand before Green. The girl clutched the corner of her clothes, lowering her eyes, not daring to look at him. After hesitating for a long while, she finally raised her small fist and pressed it against Green's face at an extremely slow speed. Feeling the slight pressure and warm temperature on his cheek, Green couldn't help but find it amusing. Driven by some strange impulse, he stuck out his tongue and gave it a lick. Rem was startled and hurriedly pulled her hand back. Ever since she had confirmed her relationship with Green Kun, this guy enjoyed teasing her even more. She hurriedly shot Green a look toward the door and whispered urgently, Green Kun, Rem thinks it would be better if you ran away quickly. Rem covered her face in exasperation. Rem, you're spoiling this guy too much. Your future status in the family is looking a bit worrying. Rem turned around and gave a sweet, innocent smile. It's all right, sister. The love between Green Kun and Rem is real, Rem firmly believes in that. Green hugged Rem from behind, his hands stroking her warm lower abdomen. That's so moving, Remington. It seems I must respond to this love. I love you, love you, love you. My brain is trembling. Sensing that Green's restless hands were trending downward, Rem quickly lifted them and placed them back on her waist. Green Kun, you have to be good right now. Yes, my lady wife. No problem, my lady wife. Sigh, who can save Ram? I have to think of a way. Ram shook her head helplessly, her heart filled with complex emotions. That damned innate talent, dual heart synchronization, had really put her through the ringer. Ram had no intention of separating from Rem. She had already decided that even if Green and Rem got married in the future, they would have to continue working at the mansion. But Green and Rem would inevitably have times when they were all over each other, and at those moments, there was no way to stop the transmission of emotions and sensations. Just thinking about that wave-like sensation of oxygen deprivation that washed over her last night made her heart palpitate. Last time, it had been diluted by a distance of thousands of miles before reaching her. If this young couple were to be intimate next door, Ram felt she would definitely be done for. Ram had foreseen this outcome long ago. During the mana replenishment, the reason she felt so exhausted was half due to the pleasure of the mana influx, and half because she was desperately guarding the valve of emotional transmission. Then take your time thinking. Rem and I are going to have a little meeting. Green curled his lip and pushed Rem by the shoulders, intending to teleport back to the royal capital through the gate of opportunity on the wardrobe. Ram's eye twitched. She felt that this bastard Green wasn't listening to her at all. Rem has to rest with me today. I refuse. Why do you get to sleep with my wife? Do you take me for an incompetent husband? Green shielded Rem tightly in his arms, staring warily at Ram. Rem leaned longingly into Green's embrace, closing her eyes with a happy smile. All right, Green-kun. Let's be considerate of sister. Rem will compensate you afterward. Green's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, a one-time compensation. As soon as the words left his mouth, the girl seemed to realize the ambiguity in them, and her cheeks instantly flushed bright red. And no, it's not like that. She buried her head low, her voice barely a whisper. It's just making some delicious food for Green-kun, or helping you massage your legs and such. Ram couldn't watch any longer. She stepped forward, snatched Ram from Green's arms, and gave Green an annoyed look. Truly surprising. Your foul language is now hidden within normal vocabulary. As she spoke, Ram helped Rem to the bedside. The little girl stretched and finally curled up softly under the covers, blinking her big, bright eyes. Good night, Green-kun. You must dream of Rem tonight. Rem also lifted the covers and snuggled next to Rem, waving her hand at Green as if shooing a fly. Turn off the magic lamp on your way out. Green curled his lip and reluctantly moved to the magic lamp, lightly tapping the crystal on the lamp base with his fingertip. The warm yellow glow seemed to have its breath cut short, suddenly vanishing. The room was left with only a bit of hazy silver moonlight leaking in from the window. Green's walking made distinct footsteps as he sauntered over to the gate of opportunity embedded in the wardrobe. He raised his hand and grasped the cold metal doorknob. With a soft click, he pulled the gate of opportunity open a crack. Green paused deliberately and even made a show of lifting his foot, tapping the toe of his shoe lightly against the threshold to create the illusion that he had already stepped inside. Having done this, Green crouched down and crept silently through the darkness toward the bed. He channeled his Beast Prince ability. His eyes gradually transformed into vertical slits, granting him night vision. Lying on her side, Rem quietly watched the dark shadow approach her, her lips curving into a sweet arc. The girl had only one thought in her mind, Green-kun is really so cute. Finally reaching the side of the bed, Green slowly raised his head, and immediately locked eyes with Remington. Green froze for 2 seconds, then immediately began to whisper. Wife, move back a bit. Rem obediently made a small space for Green. Under the cover of Rem's movement, Green synchronized with her retreat and scrambled onto the bed. A sigh from Rem drifted through the silent darkness. How had her cute little sister become such a love-struck fool? Sigh, Ram's bed will have to be thrown away tomorrow. You're not asleep, Ram? Green asked nonchalantly, without a hint of guilt. Does Ram look like the kind of creature that falls asleep in a second? Then move further inside. I'm about to fall off, Green pushed his luck, grumbling dissatisfiedly. Don't tell me you have some kind of divine protection of thick-skinnedness. Despite her sharp tongue, the soft-hearted Ram still moved further in. A small bed was a bit cramped for 3 people. Green finally got his wish. He buried his head in Rem's embrace, the faint fragrance from the girl's hair lingering around his nose. Rem closed her eyes as if accepting her fate. Green was right before, he and Rem couldn't stay formal and distant forever because of her. That would be like forcing Rem to live a life of celibacy. She might as well try to get used to it as much as possible. There were only 2 sprouts of the Oni race left, her and Remington. She shouldn't stand in the way of the race's revival. Sensing Ram's compromise, Green stole a glance and said disdainfully, Are you sick, Ram? Do I look like the kind of person driven solely by lust? I'm here to talk business with you. 88 Ram's New Life Chapter 88. Ram's rebirth. Veins throbbed faintly on Ram's smooth forehead. Could you please take your hand out of Ram's clothes before saying such things? Sorry. I forgot to turn off auto-loot. Grin quickly pulled his hand back and gave an awkward smile. Let's get down to business. When you transfer the villagers tomorrow, you need to be careful of a villager driving a dragon carriage, his carriage might be carrying dangerous items, like fire magic stones. Hearing this, Ram straightened her expression and listened seriously, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a sneer. Knowing so clearly, Ram is starting to suspect you're the one planning it behind the scenes. I really can divine some fragments of the future. Believe me, Ram, I can swear on Ram's conscience. This wasn't actually a lie. Among the magic included in the Queen Snow White compendium, there were indeed some simple divination techniques, though he had never used them. Ram bit her lower lip, silently enduring Grin's little movements. At this moment, her mind was still relatively clear, and she firmly guarded the boundary of dual heart synchronization, not letting her emotions flow toward Ram. No wonder Ram is so kind, it's because her conscience is truly large. With a crisp smack, Ram raised her hand and slapped away Grin's evil hand. Fine, Ram will keep an eye out. Can you be still for a moment? Grin withdrew his hand resentfully, rubbing his chin with his fingers. After pondering for a moment, he asked with concern, one last thing. How is the recovery of your horn going? This had to be confirmed. If Ram's horn hadn't recovered to a usable level, Grin wouldn't feel entirely at ease with her escorting the villagers. Before Ram could speak, Ram suddenly looked up. Her eyes, which had been a bit hazy from Grin's little movements, instantly brightened amazingly. Green Kuan, what did you just say? Big Sister's horn is recovering. Grin was stunned and looked at Ram with some surprise. You didn't tell Ram. Ram took over the conversation, her tone carrying a hint of irrepressible worry. Although your specialized blood does have the miraculous effect of regenerating an Oni horn, Ram's horn has, after all, been dead for so many years. If the final result isn't satisfactory, Ram didn't want to tell Rem, to avoid giving her false hope. As she finished speaking, Ram slowly mobilized the wind magic within her body. A few wisps of pale green light flowed slowly along her smooth forehead, as if gently awakening a sleeping creature. The place where only a rough, horn-like stump had remained was now perfectly covered by delicate skin, except for the very center of her forehead, where a small and exquisite Oni horn had quietly emerged. Its size was roughly equivalent to that of a 7- or 8-year-old Oni child's horn, with both its diameter and length less than 1/3 of an adult Oni horn. Rem's breath suddenly hitched, her clear eyes widening as her gaze fixed intently on Ram's horn, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Big Sister, your horn, it really grew back. Grin rubbed his chin, the worry between his brows not yet dispelled. With just this bugle of yours that's just sprouted, will it really be enough if you encounter those lunatics from the witch cult? Ram gave a tsundere humph, her chin lifting slightly, her tone carrying an unquestionable confidence. Ram can now enter the Oni transformation state for a short time. Dealing with a few trashy cultists is more than enough. That's wonderful. Big Sister. Rem's voice trembled uncontrollably, and the moisture in her eyes grew heavier. In the blink of an eye, warm tears rolled down. Rem thought she would never have the chance to see Big Sister's horn grow back in this lifetime. Grin hurriedly pulled his sleeve and carefully wiped Rem's cheek, his movements as light as if he were afraid of breaking something fragile. There. Ram's horn recovering is a good thing. Ram's expression also softened. She reached out and gently embraced Rem, stroking her hair over and over just like when they were children, her voice carrying a hint of helpless indulgence. There. Rem, you're already an adult, you can't just burst into tears all the time. As Rem leaned in, Grin's other hand happened to be caught between the embracing sisters. The faint fragrance from the girls mixed with their body heat, making it feel like his hand had been stuck into a warm little stove. It wasn't until Rem turned around and snuggled into his arms that he was finally freed. Green Kuan, I really don't know how to thank you. Hearing this, Rem glanced sideways at Grin and ruthlessly exposed him. Rem, don't say such things to him so easily, or there's no telling what kind of excessive, lewd requests he might make. Grin immediately raised his voice, defending himself with an aggrieved look. Hey now, Ram, your prejudice is way too deep. Do I look like the kind of person who uses favors to demand rewards? Then why don't you just say it? Ram raised an eyebrow and retorted. TSK, do I really need to tell you about the things between Rem and me? Grin smugly retorted to Ram, then leaned down, leaning in with a mischievous grin to whisper into Rem's ear. Bold and ambiguous words, wrapped in warm breath, lightly brushed against the curve of Rem's ear. The tip of the girl's ear was instantly stained with a thin layer of red, and that crimson spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, causing the temperature of her cheeks to rise steadily along with it. Rem pursed her burning lower lip and nodded gently, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Okay, Green-kun. Rem will work hard. Rem pricked up her ears, but she simply couldn't hear what Grin had said. But seeing Rem's bashful appearance, she didn't even need to think to know it definitely wasn't anything good. Of course, this bad was in reference to herself. When the time came, because of the dual heart synchronization talent, she would surely have to suffer along with her. Having obtained Rem's consent, Grin contentedly shifted to a comfortable position, embracing Rem like an octopus. Sorting through the existing information, he was also somewhat unsure of how much Rem could achieve in her newborn stage. Thinking this far, Grin fished a small dark brown bean out of his pocket and handed it to Ram, saying proudly, Ram, here's a treasure for you. This way, we can be a bit more at ease tomorrow. What use could a bean full of scratches have? Ram took it with a face full of suspicion, twirling the rough bean between her fingertips and examining it carefully against the moonlight spilling in from the window. Grin explained patiently, this is called a magic bean. It's an extremely terrifying magical plant. If you encounter someone you can't defeat, just put a little saliva on the magic bean and throw it at the enemy. Ram's brow furrowed and she complained bluntly, as expected of something belonging to a lewd person, even the method of use is so disgusting. Chapter 89, Grin's Magic Lesson. According to the original timeline, the white whale will appear near the great tree of Flugel tomorrow night. Only after dawn the day after tomorrow will Sloth lead the witch cult to find Amelia. What he was truly worried about was that Sloth's gospel book hadn't updated Amelia's real-time location, that lunatic might still single-mindedly charge toward Aram village. This was also the reason he decided to move the villagers. If he didn't see Archbishop of Sin Sloth at the great tree of Flugel, Grin could only deal with the white whale first, tell Crush to retreat, and then immediately rush back to Aram village to intercept the witch cult. Looking at the overall situation, Ram's job wasn't dangerous. She just had to take the villagers to the sanctuary for refuge tomorrow. With her currently recovered strength plus a magic bean, there usually wouldn't be any danger unless she encountered an Archbishop of Sin. Grin didn't care about Ram's sarcastic words at this moment, instead urging her with a solemn tone. Ram, if you happen to encounter a lunatic who keeps repeating, love, and my brain is trembling, you must immediately activate the magic bean in your hand, throw it in that guy's face, and then run for your life. Just as he finished speaking, Ram tilted her head and thought for 3 seconds, then she gripped the magic bean and threw it at Grin's forehead with all her might. Ram, what the hell are you doing? Grin questioned while gritting his teeth and clutching his forehead, that had almost turned him into someone with a prominent horn. Suppressing her laughter, Ram said confidently, isn't the lunatic you described just yourself? Oh, sorry, I forgot to activate it before throwing. Ram picked up the magic bean that had bounced to the corner of the bed and made a move as if to lick it. Grin was scared out of his wits and quickly stopped her, don't. If you do that, everyone will be flying in a moment. Ram smirked, is it really that scary? You coward. She didn't actually intend to activate the strange thing, she was just using it to scare Grin. Grin rubbed his struck forehead, faintly feeling a large bump protruding. This damn woman actually used 10% of her strength to hit him. Fine, 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 so that's how you want to play, huh? Grin glared at Ram through gritted teeth. If Ram hadn't been in the middle, he definitely would have given Ram a crow sits on airplane. He rubbed his aching forehead as a bad idea gradually surfaced in his mind. Rem, we're going to subjugate the white whale tomorrow. I've decided to teach you a powerful magic move now to enhance your strength. Rem blinked her eyes and asked curiously, what magic is it, Green-kun? The precast delay for most magic is quite long, which causes you to lose the initiative in battle. What I'm going to teach you today is the profound mystery of the magic world chantless water magic. Rem can also do some simple magic instantly, as long as I'm practiced, it's no problem. Rem was only halfway through her sentence when her voice suddenly stopped, because it seemed Grin was already using this magic on her. Feeling a slight foreign sensation, the low-resistance Rem couldn't defend herself at all and quickly succumbed. This gap in strength made it impossible for her to win no matter how hard she tried. This magic usually only required one-handed hand seals, and there were no specific requirements for the form of the seal, as long as the water element could be generated in the end. Green Kun, as for this magic, let's wait until Rem has time for a private lesson later. I can't calm down to learn with sister right next to me. As Rem spoke, her body timidly retreated backward. But her position was sandwiched between the two of them. How could it be so easy to escape? Grin pursued relentlessly, closing off Rem's retreat route. Don't be so heartless, Remington. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll give you some good guidance. Seeing this, Rem resigned herself to her fate, and closed her eyes, murmuring an apology. Sorry, sister, Rem has reached her limit. After saying that, she slipped into a state of clouded consciousness, and the same emotions and sensations gradually flowed into Ram's mind through the bond of dual heart synchronization. You hateful rodent. Ram was suddenly wide awake, staring at Grin viciously. You bastard, stop it. Ram was worried Rem couldn't take it, so she braced herself and tucked herself under the covers. Grin only heard an ow as the pain of having his palm bitten by a vicious dog washed over him. Hiss Ram, you dog. You're just like a dog. Ram responded feebly, quickly, take your claws away. In pain, Grin instinctively tried to pull his hand back, but he was held firmly by an irresistible force. Rem, relax a bit. Rem bit her lower lip and said with a heavy nasal tone, okay, Green Kun. Ram, under the covers, heard everything clearly and bit down even harder with her teeth. Grin was out of options. Then he suddenly remembered a nursery rhyme, in the small, small garden, digging, digging, digging. This move indeed had immediate results. Rem suddenly became dazed, or perhaps she was just tired. Grin seized the gap and successfully escaped. At the same time, he pulled back a fierce-looking Ram. This girl was biting down hard on Grin's arm, talking tough with slurred speech, stinky rat, I'll bite you to death. Let go of me right now. Grin performed a finger flick, striking directly at Ram's Oni horn. Ram's mana fluctuated for a moment and she fell backward onto the bed. Grin quickly rolled out of bed and ran toward the gate of opportunity on the wardrobe to escape. I'm going to discuss tactics with Crush again. With a soft click, the door opened and a cold wind carrying a dusty scent instantly rushed in. He didn't even have time to look back. He slipped into the door like a slippery loach, not forgetting to slam the door shut behind him. The commotion in the room gradually subsided. Ram loosened her grip on Grin's arm, her cheeks still slightly puffed out. She gave a cold snort toward the gate of opportunity before reluctantly loosening her teeth. After about 10 minutes of silence, Rem suddenly moved her body, appearing somewhat restless. Clutching the hem of her clothes, her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, Sister, can you go to the toilet with me? Rem cleared her throat, shot her a quick glance, and then awkwardly turned her gaze away, of course. It just so happens that Ram also feels the room is a bit stuffy. I'll go with you. The two girls walked out of the room. Only a few faint night lights were lit in the hallway. As they reached the corner of the long corridor, a dark silhouette gradually came into view. Ram frowned. Barusu, what are you doing standing on the windowsill in the middle of the night? Subaru Natsuki, who was in deep thought, suddenly snapped out of it. Oh, it's Ram. I'm thinking about what cool pose to strike after defeating the witch cult tomorrow. How does this one look? After saying that, he struck his signature pose, left fist pointed down and right hand held high pointing at the sky, his face putting on a determined expression. Rem asked in confusion, then you don't need to stand so high, do you? You don't understand. The higher you stand, the more people you attract, especially Amelia Tan, who will definitely be watching me intently. Subaru Natsuki changed poses as he spoke. Just as he was about to transition to the next move, his foot stepped into thin air, and his body began to wobble. He flailed his hands wildly to maintain his balance, but the angle of tilt grew larger and larger beyond his control. Ram blinked innocently and gently blew a puff of air forward. "Ram, I hate you." Finally, the straw that broke the camel's back appeared. Like a young eagle spreading its wings, he plunged headfirst into the bushes downstairs. 90 Honey is coming. Chapter 90, Mimi attacks on the other side. Grin leaped out from the gate of opportunity above the wardrobe, and landed steadily on the floor of a guest room in Crush's mansion. He collapsed into the soft bed, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Mining was just too mentally exhausting. Noticing a sticky sensation on his fingertips, Grin sat up, grabbed a large metal teapot from the bedside, and stuck his hand into the opening to rinse it. After cleaning up, Grin casually tossed the teapot out of the window. The address was number 73 Silver Oak Long Street, 7th Meritorious Noble District, Royal Capital of Lugnica, Kingdom of Lugnica, the northwest corner of the VIP residential building. No one would go and pick it up, right? Looking outside, it seemed to be around 11 or 12 at night. Grin fluffed his pillow and lay back down. Things had gone sideways, and now he was sleeping alone. Just as drowsiness began to wash over him, the sound of rapid footsteps drifted from the hallway, accompanied by two youthful voices chattering incessantly. "Come with Mimi, Mimi knows which room Big Brother is staying in." Another youthful voice replied, "Slow down, cutie. Your hair is so soft, Mimi. Don't mess up Mimi's hairstyle, or else Mimi won't be in her cutest state when she appears before Big Brother." Grin heard it clearly, although only two people were speaking, there were three sets of footsteps. Creak. Grin hadn't locked the door, and this little sprout didn't bother knocking, pushing the door straight open. "Big Brother, Mimi is here for a night raid." The energetic Cat Clan beastman began sprinting toward Grin's bed, leaping high after a short run-up and crashing down like a shark-mouthed cannonball. Grin was prepared. Hearing the noise, he performed a quick kip-up to his feet, grabbed two corners of the quilt with lightning speed, and flung it upward toward the incoming figure. With a soft poof, Mimi slammed squarely into the quilt. Grin's wrists flicked, and in a few moves, he had wrapped the struggling little cat girl into a round quilt ball. "Woo, Big Brother, let Mimi out." Muffled sounds of struggling came from inside the quilt bundle, along with the thumping of small fists hitting the fabric. Grin said nothing, directly using her as a pillow behind his back. "Not sleeping in the middle of the night, coming here to look for trouble. Bad Brother, let Mimi out." Grin turned a deaf ear, decisively stuffing the Mimi-filled ball behind him and propping it under his lower back. A soft sensation came through the fabric, along with rhythmic wiggling and kicking, making him sigh comfortably. "SSSA, the pressure is just right, and it even comes with a built-in massage function. Not bad, not bad." After he'd had enough fun, he finally looked up slowly at the two figures standing at the door, Elsa and Melly. "You guys are really late. I was just getting ready to wash up and go to bed." A faint, enigmatic smile played on Elsa's lips, her signature purple eyes shining strikingly in the dim light. "After all, our guide is a half-wit, we got lost several times along the way." Her gaze swept over the bundled Mimi on the bed, a hint of indulgence in her eyes. After all, young creatures often had a high initial favorability in the hearts of many girls. Melly, meanwhile, frowned and stood with her hands on her hips like a little adult, glaring at Grin indignantly. "You sadist, let Mimi out right now." Bundled in the quilt, Mimi seemed to hear reinforcements and struggled even harder. After failing to break free despite much flailing, she took a deep breath, her cheeks puffing out like a little frog, clearly preparing a big move. A deafening roar suddenly exploded from within the quilt, and an invisible resonance wave swept out with Mimi at the center. It was as if an invisible blade had swept through the room, bringing a sharp, powerful wind. SSSLA. A series of crisp sounds followed as the tightly wrapped quilt shattered. Snow-white cotton fluff mixed with scraps of fabric flew through the air, drifting down like a light early winter snow. Even more unexpectedly, the clothes on Grin's body didn't escape either. The fabric tore inch by inch, turning into fragments and flying away. This scene was a bit like the characters Tian Can and DK in the movie Kung Fu Hustle, who were blown stark naked by the landlady's lion's roar. Buzz, the ringing in his ears gradually faded, and the room fell silent for a moment. Grin looked down blankly at his naked body, then at the scraps of cloth covering the floor, completely stunned. What the hell, where are my clothes? Melly covered her eyes and turned around, pressing herself against Elsa. Elsa, however, had no reaction. Instead, she appreciated Grin's physique with great interest. Greencoin's skin is really nice. Grin's face darkened as he hurriedly grabbed a sheet from the bed and wrapped it around his waist, barely covering his private parts. He turned around, gritting his teeth, and looked at the culprit. Mimi's eyes were wide as she came skipping over. She stood on her tiptoes, poked Grin's stomach with her small hand, and laughed so hard she doubled over, her cat ears twitching incessantly. "Haha, Big Brother is so handsome even without clothes." Grin's mouth twitched as he reached out, grabbed Mimi by the back of her collar, and lifted her up. "Little furball, I think you're really asking for a beating." The little cat girl's toes left the ground, and her round eyes blinked. Far from being afraid, she wagged her fluffy tail, and reached out to touch Grin's face. "Mimi isn't afraid. With the divine protection of trisection, the pain will just fly over to Hitaro and Taivi. You really are a great older sister." Grin facepalmed, unable to find the words to criticize this little brat who didn't hesitate to throw her brothers under the bus. He didn't feel like arguing with the cat girl, so he casually tossed Mimi to the other side of the bed. Mimi rolled several times on the soft bed, finally falling off with a thud after failing to catch herself. She crawled on the ground, wriggling all the way back to Grin's feet. "Big Brother," Mimi fell. "I know, I'm the one who threw you." Grin nudged her aside with his foot and put on his slippers. Melly couldn't take it anymore and ran over with a pitter-patter, carefully helping Mimi up and patting off the cotton fluff on her clothes. Then she turned and glared at Grin angrily. "You even bully children, that's too much. Did you just meet me today?" Grin placed a hand on Melly's shoulder and gave her a gentle push, sending her to the floor on her backside as well. Then, standing over the two girls, he pointed at Mimi and commanded, "Now, go find me some clothes immediately, or I'll lose my temper and hang you up for a beating." Mimi nodded repeatedly and gave a carefree smile. "Okay, Big Brother. Mimi will find you the most powerful clothes." As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed out the door like a gust of wind, her tail wagging. Having gotten rid of that big trouble, Grin finally had time to talk with Melly and Elsa. Chapter 91. The kind-hearted little girl. "I thought you'd climb over the wall. I didn't expect your nerves to be so steady, coming right through the main door." Elsa lifted her gaze with a faint smile, the corners of her eyes carrying a trace of casual, delicate weakness. "That little kitten was quite enthusiastic, seeking us out the moment we entered." Melly nodded. "Mimi said we carried your scent." Grim suddenly understood, grumbling inwardly about that little brat who always clung to him without any manners, sniffing around. Melly glanced up at Elsa, her brow slightly furrowed as if recalling something troublesome. "That was really close earlier. When the guards questioned us, Elsa foolishly introduced herself as the Gut Ripper." Hearing this, Elsa lightly brushed the hair falling over her shoulder with her fingertips, her smile remaining composed, showing not a hint of panic. "It's all right, Melly. Sometimes telling the truth makes people think it's a joke." Melly frowned, her tone carrying a note of serious rebuttal. "We won't encounter such fools every time. I think you should forge an identity next time." Elsa didn't argue further. She walked gracefully to the desk and elegantly pulled out a chair. As she knelt to sit, her skirt billowed in a delicate arc. The gentleness in her eyes and brows made one momentarily forget her terrifying, notorious title. Such matters are better left to Greencoin. He's the best at lying." Grim shrugged, looking unconcerned. "What's the point of forging anything? You are Elsa the Gut Ripper, she is Melly the Beast Tamer." Isn't that fine? Melly protested loudly, no. I am determined to leave the assassin organization. Hurry up and think of new code names for us. Upon hearing this, Grim unconsciously rubbed his chin with his fingertips, frowning slightly, his gaze scanning back and forth between Melly's and Elsa's chests. Then how about Big Bear and Little Bear? Melly's eyes narrowed sharply, her little silver teeth grinding with a creak. Be serious. I'll give you one last chance, young lady. Seeing the little girl was dissatisfied, Grim fell into deep thought again. Just a second before Melly couldn't resist urging him again, his eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh, his brows and the corners of his eyes lifting with a hint of triumphant amusement. Then, pointing at Elsa, he said with a straight face, your codename will be Gut Danger. As for Melly, hers will be Lucky. Elsa indifferently curved her eyes into a smile. How profound, Green Kun. Melly, however, was completely baffled. I feel like this Lucky codename is weird. Is that a codename a human would use? Grim walked up to Melly with a sincere expression, solemnly patted her shoulder, his tone utterly certain. This codename is actually very powerful. It means even Reinhard would be deeply impressed by you, hence Lai Fu impressed by Reinhard. Melly's eyes sparkled, her previously furrowed brow instantly smoothing out, her eyes shining like scattered gold. She subconsciously straightened her back, clenching a small fist against her lips, her voice brimming with excitement, really? Even a sword saint like Reinhard would be impressed. Grim nodded, his expression solemn and seemingly genuine. In reality, he was desperately maintaining a poker face to keep from laughing. Absolutely, and your codename even has a secret signal. Melly, her eyes full of curiosity, couldn't help leaning forward, so impressive. What's the secret signal? Grim crooked a finger at Melly, signaling her to come closer. Then, leaning close to her ear, he lowered his voice and enunciated each word. It's tisk tsk tsk. This urgent sound is both discreet and recognizable. From now on, whenever I go tsk tsk tsk, you'll know I'm calling you. Melly looked up in a daze, her eyes filled with confusion, clearly unable to grasp the convoluted reasoning. I still think it's weird. TSK, isn't it obvious? You're just too uneducated, kid. Once the white whale matter is settled, I'll send you to an academy for some proper schooling. Grim waved his hand dismissively, thinking to brush the matter aside for now. This offhand remark made Melly pause. Her clenched fist slowly relaxed, the excitement in her eyes dimming as if doused by a sudden chill, her voice softening. An academy. She lowered her gaze, her eyes falling on the tips of her slightly dusty boots, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. For as long as she could remember, her world had consisted only of slaughter, orders, and the roars of magical beasts. Things like academies, sitting in bright, clean rooms reading and writing, were nothing but distant, unattainable illusions to her. Melly was silent for a long moment. Suddenly, she looked up, a faint glimmer reigniting in her eyes, as if she had made some resolution. Her tone carried a hint of barely perceptible seriousness. After we deal with the white whale, you can't go back on your word. Grim, busy pondering his next excuse to brush things off, was taken aback. Seeing the cautious hope in the girl's eyes, his heart gave an uneasy thud. He could only brace himself and wave his hand. Got it, got it. I won't go back on my word. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor again, accompanied by Mimi's silly giggles drawing closer. Big brother, Mimi's back. The little girl had barely charged through the door before she threw a large pile of clothes at Grim. Grim fumbled to catch the heap of soft fabric. Grabbing a light purple shirt at random, he shook it out and pulled it on, snorting, "Humph, you know what's good for you." But as soon as the collar brushed his chin, his arms were pinned, unable to move, and his lower back felt tight as if bound by a corset. TSK, what is this? The size is way off. Grim tugged at the collar, grimacing. Just as he was about to ask Mimi what was going on, he heard Elsa suddenly chuckle softly. Green Kuan, I believe this is women's clothing. Grimm's eyes widened sharply, a surge of anger shooting to the top of his head. He grabbed the fabric with both hands and yanked with all his might. With a crisp rip, the light purple shirt was instantly torn in two. Seeing this, Mimi clapped her hands vigorously. Big Brother is so strong, tearing Mrs. favorite clothes in one go. Grimm understood. These were Anastasia's clothes. Furious, he laughed instead, I should just tear your mouth first. Seeing Grimm was truly angry, Mimi quickly begged for mercy. Sorry, Big Brother. But Mrs. clothes were the cleanest ones Mimi could find. As she spoke, she scurried to the door, poured a cup of water, and brought it over. Tipping her little face up, she fawned, Big Brother, don't be mad. Mimi got you water to drink. Grimm took a deep breath, finally calming his anger a little. He took the cup, tilted his head back, and took a big gulp. His gaze inadvertently swept over the cabinet by the door, and his pupils suddenly contracted there, placed conspicuously, was a familiar teapot. Hey, didn't I throw that teapot away? Mimi immediately hopped over to claim credit, her little face full of pride. Mimi found it downstairs just now. It had Big Brother's smell on it, so you must have accidentally dropped it, right? Holy crap. Grimm instantly froze, stopping mid-swallow. The overflowing tea began to trickle down from the corner of his mouth. 92 quickly call someone Chapter 92, hurry up and greet them. Grimm wiped his mouth and said expressionlessly, Elsa, lend me a blade. Hearing this, a flicker of a smile passed through Elsa's eyes. With a slight movement of her fingertips, the cold glinting short sword at her waist unsheathed itself, and was caught firmly in her palm. She stood up and walked slowly to Grimm's side, handing the hilt toward him. Grimm took the kukri and gradually approached Mimi. Seeing this, Mimi's fur stood up in waves as if she had touched static electricity. Big Brother, what are you doing? I'm helping you trim your nails. Grimm raised his hand and struck with the back of the blade toward Mimi's butt. Mimi shrieked, looking like a startled rabbit, and bolted toward the door with a kick of her hind legs. The strike didn't land squarely, only brushing against her pant leg. Big Brother has turned into a demon. Before she finished speaking, she had already dashed out the door, the pitter-patter of her footsteps echoing down the hallway until she disappeared. Grimm looked at the empty doorway, clicked his tongue in frustration, and tossed the kukri back to Elsa. Elsa spun the hilt between her fingers, caught it, and sheathed it, her eyes full of disappointment. I thought I'd get to see that little cat's delicate intestines. Grimm cursed and turned toward the shimmering gate of opportunity in the corner of the room. Let's go, Melly. Come with me for a moment. Melly immediately pulled back her amused smile, and hurried to catch up. As she passed Elsa, she didn't forget to warn her, be careful yourself, don't go around giving your name to the guards again. Elsa waved her hand with a lazy smile. Don't worry. Grimm reached out and pushed open the gate of opportunity, and a distorted light and shadow instantly rippled behind the door. He took the first step inside, with Melly following closely behind. Their figures were soon swallowed by the light and shadow. As soon as they emerged at the Roswell mansion, Melly looked back at the gate of opportunity like a curious child. She stood on her tiptoes and reached out to touch it, but her fingertips only caught thin air. The door had already vanished without a trace. Melly couldn't help but click her tongue, turning to Grimm with eyes full of inquisitive light. This is way too amazing. Grimm scanned the room. The bed was empty, Ram and Rem were nowhere to be seen. He gave Melly a nonchalant glance and said in a flat tone, Don't keep reaching out like that, or you might fall into another dimension. As he spoke, he started walking toward the other end of the hallway. Let's go to my room first, I need to change my clothes. Melly quickly pulled her hand back as if she had been burned, stuck out her tongue, and hurried to keep up with Grimm. I know. I was just curious. The hallway was silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing softly on the wooden floor. The window directly opposite Ram's room was wide open, letting in a constant stream of cold night air. Turning a corner, there was a slight movement ahead. Immediately after, two familiar figures walked out from the corner. At the end of the hallway it was Rem and Ram, just returning from the restroom. Ram held a handkerchief, slowly and methodically wiping her fingertips. Seeing Grin wrapped only in a bedsheet with a little girl following behind him, her gaze instantly became unfriendly. Shameless. Ram is going to call the guard. I've noticed your head is full of nothing but filthy thoughts. Do I really look that suspicious like this? As Grin spoke, he pulled up the loose bedsheet. Rem covered her mouth and giggled. Wait a moment, Green-kun. Rem will go get some clothes for you. Grin gave Rem a grateful look, then switched back to a provocative tone when he turned to Ram. He walked over to the window and gently closed it. Seeing me wearing so little, you didn't even think to close the window. What if someone accidentally fell out in the dark? As soon as Grin approached the window and looked down by the moonlight, he saw that the usually neat bushes of the green belt had been crushed flat. Wow, did someone actually fall down? Ram withdrew her gaze disdainfully and said flatly, Barusa's clothes were blown down by the wind. Grin looked skeptical. How is that possible? A piece of clothing can smash a big hole down there. Ram added, Barusa happened to be in the clothes at the time. Grin was speechless. This girl's way of expressing things was just too much. That's called falling from a building, baby. Humph, don't use such a frivolous title on Ram. Ram crossed her arms and turned her head away, clearly very dissatisfied with Grin's previous behavior. Ram returned at that moment, carrying a full set of clothes. Green-kun, put these on quickly before you catch a cold. Grin took the clothes and smiled happily. Rem is the only one who cares about me. After saying that, he pushed Melly, who was hiding behind him, in front of Ram. Here, I was worried you couldn't handle everything alone, so I found you a little helper. Melly stepped forward somewhat awkwardly, looking up cautiously at Ram and Remington. Rem hadn't paid much attention to the child until now, but under the hallway's night lights, she finally saw Melly's face. That slightly round face, the upturned nose, and the way her lips pursed slightly when she spoke it perfectly overlapped with the figure in her memory. The air suddenly tightened, and even the night wind seemed to freeze by the window frame. The gentle smile on Rem's face shattered instantly. Her blue pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, and the aura around her became as cold as a blade tempered in ice. She almost subconsciously, she turned sideways and reached for her waist. Amidst the crisp clinking of chain links, a cold glinting morning star was already in her palm. The chain was pulled taut, and the head of the flail flashed with a daunting cold light under the moon. It's you, the culprit who hurt Green-kun. Her voice carried suppressed rage, each word squeezed out through her teeth. This little girl was the one who had placed the curse on Green-kun in Aram village. Hey, hey, hey. Grin was quick to react, grabbing Rem from behind for fear that she would strike in a moment of impulse. Melly backed away. She had truly felt that killing intent just now. The blue-haired woman really wanted to kill her. Grin held down Rem's small hand and hurriedly comforted her. Don't be impulsive, Remington. This little shrimp is my subordinate now. After saying that, he turned to Melly and winked at her, signaling her to yield quickly. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and greet them. Melly's round eyes widened, her face full of bewilderment and confusion, completely failing to react to this sudden situation. Did that hateful guy Grin really want her to call them that? Forget it, whatever. She had to stick close to Grin's camp now, if she had any hope of avoiding being hunted by her former assassin organization. After a brief moment of thought, Melly seemed to have made a decision. She fidgeted with the hem of her clothes and moved awkwardly toward Rem, her cheeks flushing bright red. Her small mouth opened several times before she could speak. For a moment, Rem's rage and Grin's attempts to comfort her both stopped. Even the noisy night wind didn't dare make a sound. Chapter 93, Advancing Towards the White Whale. Are you sick? Can't you just call me Big Sister? Grin rolled his eyes, looking at Melly as if she were some brainless idiot. Isn't she your woman? I thought you wanted me to call her that. Melly completely broke down, yelling at the top of her lungs, frustrated and embarrassed. It was all Grin's fault for constantly impersonating her father to take advantage of her, which caused her to make the mistake. Rem, experiencing being a mother for the first time, was clearly at a loss. Green Kun, what exactly is going on? Did you adopt this little girl? Ram sneered from the side. The situation is already obvious, Remington. Just like other nobles in the royal capital, he keeps young maidens by his side for amusement. Hearing this, Grin immediately clasped his hands together and bowed towards Ram. Please, big sister Sama, stop causing trouble, okay? Ram glanced at him, a mocking curve playing on her lips. She leaned against the wall with crossed arms, her tone icy. There are already enough freeloaders in the mansion. There aren't extra gold coins for you to keep serving maidens. This mom. This big sister, don't say such unpleasant things. Melly hastily corrected herself, waving her small hands wildly in front of her. Her face was flushed red, but she stubbornly straightened her back. I am not a freeloader. I can lay poison, dig traps, interrogate, and even command maybeiasts. Grin was quick, immediately covering the girl's mouth, afraid she would say something even more shocking. He chuckled dryly and waved his hand at Ram and Rem. Hee, what she means is that she is exceptionally hardworking and resilient. Rem's agitated emotions calmed down somewhat, but her clear blue eyes were still fixed intently on Melly, concealing a trace of vigilance. If this little girl dared to do anything disadvantageous to Green Kun, she would certainly strike without hesitation. Green Kun, she is, after all, our former enemy. Isn't keeping her too dangerous? Hearing this, Grin smiled calmly, his eyes reflecting a degree of casual nonchalance. Ah, it's fine, Rem. There are always big bad guys in the world picking up little bad guys, taking them to see different sights, and then dying together. Isn't that how it's written in storybooks? Melly froze for a moment, her covered mouth still making muffled sounds. Her round eyes were full of astonishment, as if hearing such twisted logic for the first time. When Grin released his hand, she still hadn't recovered, only staring blankly at his profile. The silhouette outlined by the moonlight revealed an inexplicable tenderness. She opened her mouth, and the previous panic and grievance suddenly dissipated greatly. She only muttered softly, "Who wants to die with you?" Ram sighed softly, and the magic that had been gathered at her fingertips quietly dispersed. She glanced at Grin, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I have to admit, Grin really has a knack for manipulating little girls. All right, I'll leave her to you for now. I'm almost dead tired. Grin rubbed his sore eyes, patted Melly's back, and pushed her toward Ram. He then gathered the remaining clothes and prepared to return the way he came. As he turned, his steps paused and he looked at Rem, who was still standing in place. He raised his hand and rubbed Rem's head, his fingertips tracing her soft hair, his voice gentle, "Rem baby, good night. See you tomorrow." Rem looked at his profile, gently lowered her eyelashes, and said in a soft voice, Green Kun, good night to you too." The night gradually faded, and the east turned the color of a fish belly. The Karsten mansion, usually peaceful, completely erupted at dawn. Morning light pierced the heavy clouds, and golden brilliance, like shattered gold, spilled into the courtyard, illuminating the cold gleam on the armor. The courtyard, which was originally spacious and quiet, was now filled with a dense mass of troops. The crisp sounds of armor clashing rose and fell, yet there was no chaotic clamor. In just a moment, the 1,000-man army was lined up neatly, in ranks and files, resembling a drawn sword, exuding a sharp, murderous aura. Crush, wearing customized silver-white armor, slowly ascended the high platform in the center of the courtyard, flanked by the sword demon Wilhelm and Felix. Her dark green hair was tied into a neat bow with a white ribbon, swaying gently with her steps. Her slender amber eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. She stood still in the center of the platform, her gaze slowly sweeping over the ranks below. Wherever her sight reached, the previously standing soldiers subconsciously stiffened their backs. The faint sounds of armor clashing quietly subsided. In the vast courtyard, only the soft sigh of the wind passing over the crowd remained. 400 years. The white whale, created by the Witch of Envy, has used the world as its hunting ground, wantonly ravaging the weak, and growing increasingly tyrannical. 400 years have passed. During this time, countless lives have been taken. Due to the peril of that fog, nameless gravestones have continuously increased. But those days of helplessness and being slaughtered are coming to an end today. She suddenly raised her voice, every word resounding powerfully and forcefully. We who are here, will end it with our own hands. Let us slay the white whale together and put an end to this endless sorrow. Before she finished speaking, Crush sharply drew the long sword from her waist, the gleaming blade pointing directly towards the distant sky. Destination Great Tree of Flugel. The 1,000 troops raised their weapons, their deafening shouts piercing the sky, slay the white whale. Slay the white whale. The roars piled up like waves, layer upon layer, shaking the stone slabs in the courtyard. Poor sat Ella, due to the Witch of Vainglory's manipulation of reality, almost all the sins committed by the witches have been piled onto her alone. Hundreds of dragon carriages traveled together on the wide road, kicking up dust everywhere they passed, creating a cacophony of noise. There were also many warriors riding earth dragons, or other maybe-asks interspersed throughout the convoy. The Amelia camp had fewer people, and one dragon carriage was enough to hold them. Grin sat inside, with Elsa on his left and Amelia on his right. Because Rem had the best driving skills, she reluctantly had to drive the dragon carriage up front. Sitting in the opposite seats were his 3 subordinates, Asian, Ahan, and Adon. The Junhandon trio, riding a dragon carriage for the first time, seemed very excited. Adon leaned back on the soft sofa and exclaimed comfortably, "Boss, riding a luxury dragon carriage on the road is awesome." Hearing this, Grin immediately perked up. He crossed his arms proudly and let out a few arrogant sneers. "Humph, of course. I never take those slow buses. Tonight, I'll take you to penetrate the white whale's great fortune. Boss is mighty." Although they didn't understand certain words their boss used, the trio still eagerly flattered him. Outside the dragon carriage, Subaru Natsuki was excitedly speeding around on an earth dragon borrowed from Crush's household. As he swept past the dragon carriage, he vigorously waved in their direction. "Woohoo Amelia-tan, I'm here. Doesn't my earth dragon look cool?" Rakens unhappily poked his head out, opening his mouth to reveal his long, tongue-pierced tongue. "Hey, you. Don't disturb our big sister-in-law while she's resting." Subaru Natsuki replied angrily, "Who are you? Why are you in Amelia's dragon carriage? You look so scary. Don't tell me you're the rumored witch cult." 94 Luxury Dragon Carriage Bonus Chapter 94, Luxurious Dragon Carriage Bonus Chapter, Damn it, come over here, I'll punch your eyes out. As a thug, Rakens couldn't stand the provocation, and was about to beat up Subaru Natsuki. Grin couldn't take it anymore and kicked Rakens in the butt. "Move back a bit, you're blocking my light." "Yes, boss." Rakens replied with a fawning bow. When the boss first said he would take them to subjugate the white whale, the 3 of them were scared half to death. Later, seeing such a massive army, the 3 of them started getting cocky again. If they could perform meritorious service in this campaign and receive rewards, not only could they gain a lot of wealth, but they could also gain honor and bring glory to their ancestors. The always straightforward Ahan asked excitedly, "Boss, when do we go in later? With your combat power, you're going to subjugate the white whale. I brought you for logistics. If you see wounded, move fast to rescue them, got it?" Grin said earnestly, then turned and nodded to Adon. "Most importantly, stay safe. Especially you, Adon, don't be stupid." "Yes, boss." Just as the 3 were about to be moved to tears by their boss's concern, Subaru Natsuki's provocative voice came from outside the dragon carriage again. "Where's that sham-8 guy from before? Get out of Amelia-tan's dragon carriage right now, and see how I, Dragon Knight Subaru Natsuki, deal with you." Having obtained Patrash, Subaru Natsuki was high-spirited, drawing the standard longsword at his waist and waving it, looking somewhat decent. "Who is this guy? I can't take it anymore." Rakens was fuming with rage and rolled up his sleeves. "Boss, don't stop me, I'm going to snap that crappy sword of his." "You two, come with me." Ahan also joined in, clenching his fists and shouting, "That's right. See if I don't punch him off that earth dragon." Adon looked at Grin with an inquiring gaze, as if seeking his permission. Grin spread his hands helplessly. "Just don't be an eyesore here. That guy is one of us too. Just mess around a bit, don't hurt him." Having received their boss's approval, the three jumped off the slowly moving dragon carriage one after another, howling as they chased after Subaru Natsuki. In the grand procession, a burly wolf-folk demi-human figure riding a lion-tiger-beast wove back and forth through the crowd. His grayish-brown fur glistened in the morning light, and his signature fangs swayed slightly with his hearty laughter. It was Ricardo Welkin, the captain of the Iron Fang mercenary group. His loud voice, with its heavy Kansai accent, could only reach a few feet away at this moment. The rest of the sound was swallowed by the tide of people, and the roar of dragon carriages stretching across the horizon. "Hey, hey, you there," the young man trembling while clutching your scabbard. Ricardo patted a young infantryman on the shoulder with enough force to make him stumble half a step. "Hey, kid, you're clutching that hilt so hard it's about to squeeze water out. Save the lubrication for the victory celebration, ha 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 ha." At these words, several veterans nearby couldn't help but chuckle. The dullness and oppression that had filled the ranks seemed to be punctured by his bright voice. "Ha ha ha, this kid is probably a greenhorn in every way." Everyone's scared their first time. The soldier, startled by Ricardo's pat, turned beet red and said with a stiff neck, I am not afraid." Ricardo continued to move through the ranks, using humor to dispel the pressure in everyone's hearts. Before long, his business expanded to the side of Grin's dragon carriage. Ricardo slapped the door of the dragon carriage and shouted loudly, "Hey, is young Grin there?" "I'm Grin. What do you want?" Hearing the voice, Grin poked his head out of the window and sized up the demi-human before him. Ricardo was burly like an iron tower, with grayish-brown fur covering his neck and forearms, and a broad-backed machete hanging at his waist. The lion-tiger beast beneath him was slightly sturdier than a warhorse, but looked more like a lithe giant hound. Its steps were light as it trotted, not looking heavy at all. Ricardo gave a rough smile, his voice like a booming bell. "Seeing you so relaxed, I'm relieved. The lady said I must coordinate with your rhythm during the battle. I've been looking forward to meeting you." Grin raised an eyebrow, resting his elbow casually on the windowsill, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Mainly, your mount is a bit funny, it makes it impossible for me to stay tense." Ricardo froze for a moment, then grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, and enthusiastically began to educate Grin. "This is called a lion-tiger beast, they're probably rare around here. Although not as strong as an earth dragon, they're much more agile. If we get into a chaotic fight, while subjugating the white whale, that's their time to shine." Grin waved his hand, his smile remaining. "Haha, it's a bit rude, but I still want to comment it feels like you're riding a brother of the same species." To a modern person's eyes, that was completely a dog riding a dog. While he was laughing heartily, a fair and slender hand suddenly reached out from the carriage and pinched his ear with precision. The sudden pain made Grin grimace, and he quickly begged for mercy. "Ouch, it hurts, it hurts." "Lia, what are you doing?" Amelia's small face also peeked over, saying apologetically to Ricardo, "I'm sorry, Captain Ricardo, I apologize on behalf of my knight." "Ha ha ha, no problem, no problem." Ricardo threw his head back and laughed, his sharp teeth shining brightly in the morning sun. Young Grin isn't wrong, a mount and a warrior are brothers who live and die together. Before leaving, his gaze inadvertently swept over the corner of the carriage, and his vision suddenly froze. A woman sat there, quietly lowering her eyes. But the gaze falling on his abdomen carried a sharp chill, like a wild beast's claws, making the battle-hardened Ricardo subconsciously stiffen his back. This half-elf princess's camp really is full of hidden masters. Ricardo thought to himself, but he laughed aloud, tilted his chin at Grin, and tossed out a crude joke. "I'll head off first. Young Grin, you'd better take it easy. If you get off the carriage with trembling legs later, you won't be able to fight the white whale, ha 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 ha." With those words, he shook the reins, and the lion-tiger beast immediately understood, carrying him at a gallop toward the rear of the procession. Amelia looked at Grin blankly and asked, "What does getting off with trembling legs mean, Grin? Are you feeling unwell?" Grin was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer. "Maybe he's worried I haven't eaten enough." Amelia suddenly grabbed Grin's wrist with concern and said reproachfully, "Grin, did you not eat breakfast properly again? I've told you many times, breakfast is very important. You'll definitely lack energy if you don't eat it." Chapter 95, Too Easy to Deceive. Grin was momentarily choked up by Amelia's sudden concern. Seeing Amelia gripping his wrist with her brows tightly furrowed, he suddenly felt a bit guilty. Just a moment ago, he had actually wanted to explain to Amelia under what circumstances a person's legs would tremble. Elsa had been watching the drama from the side. She thought Grin and Amelia looked like they were acting out a romantic picture book, which she found quite interesting. But now, this play was clearly stuck at an awkward juncture, with no progress for a long time. Elsa couldn't wait any longer and suddenly reached out, her slender fingers pressing against Grin's shoulder with a gentle push. The force wasn't great, but it accurately struck Grin's center of gravity. The sudden force caught Grin off guard, and he stumbled into a soft, fragrant embrace. A faint floral scent lingered at the tip of his nose. It was the clean and refreshing fragrance unique to Amelia. Amelia let out a startled cry, subconsciously letting go of the hand gripping his wrist, and hurriedly reaching out to support his shoulders. The moment their skin touched, a thin blush instantly washed over the girl's cheeks, the pink spreading all the way to the roots of her ears, even tinting her earlobes a faint crimson, making her look exceptionally moving. "Are you okay, Grin?" Her voice was thin, carrying a hint of a panicky tremor. I'm fine. It actually feels pretty good." Grin smiled foolishly, looking quite pleased with himself. As expected, the safety airbags of a good car are indeed different, the cushioning effect is excellent. He turned his head to look at Elsa. "What's gotten into you? Why did you push me?" Elsa raised the corners of her eyes, a playful smile shimmering in her amethyst-like pupils, her voice light and airy. "Watching you two stand here for ages like two puppets tangled in strings is quite boring. I once read a picture book titled The Rogue Prince Falls for the Little White Rabbit, where the male and female leads conceived their first little life on a dragon carriage." Grin bared his teeth in disgust. Did this pervert have some strange hobby for watching live shows? Geez, you actually read such lewd books. I thought you read the spring and autumn annals. Elsa squinted her eyes, as if reminiscing about the contents of that picture book. "I didn't go looking for it specifically, it's just that a mission target once happened to be a bookstore owner who was secretly smuggling people." She lightly tapped her chin with her fingertip, a blush rising on her face, warm breath escaping her mouth as she spoke. "I flipped through a few pages. Although the plot was a bit cliché, the details of the dragon carriage rocking were drawn quite realistically. If it's only realistic, then it can't be considered a masterpiece." Grin nodded solemnly, stating his opinion with a straight face, as if he were some sort of connoisseur. Amelia blinked her clear eyes blankly, looking at the solemn-faced Grin, and then at Elsa, whose face was flushed. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted her skirt, her brows slightly furrowing. "Conceive a little life. Did they?" Amelia whispered those words, her voice full of confusion. Just then, a warm glow of white light suddenly lit up on Amelia's shoulder, and a furry little head popped out. It was Puck. He put his little paws on his hips, his furry face full of exasperation, as he protested loudly, "You two, don't go teaching Leah weird things. You're actually still around, Puck. I thought you'd deserted the front lines." Grin feigned surprise, his eyes widening, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Puck hopped onto Grin's head in a huff, patting his head with a thump-thump sound. "I didn't expect Grin to distrust me so much, it makes me so sad." Actually, it doesn't really matter if you come out or not. The battle will probably start at night, and by then, you'll have already clocked out. Grin complained. He knew that Puck's true body was always guarding the frozen forest. This little cat-like body was merely a projection. This was because if he descended in his true form, Emilia's mana would not be able to sustain it. Only between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. could Emilia's mana supply barely support the existence of his clone without placing too heavy a burden on herself. Puck's little paws suddenly stopped, the force of his tapping on Grin's head lightening considerably, and a layer of heavy seriousness filled his pale green eyes. Grin, you must protect Leah well when I'm not around. Are you saying that because you're planning to pull a disappearing act? Grin asked warily, reaching up to pull Puck down from his head and holding his paws. Puck gave a guilty, silly smile to act cute. Hee, how could I? Protecting Leah is the only reason for my existence. I just hope you can take over the shift with me, Grin. Grin stared into Puck's rolling green eyes and poked his soft belly with a bit of pressure. If I don't see you tomorrow morning, I'll kidnap Leah to the neighboring country of Kararaji. Puck wiggled his soft body, squeezed out from between Grin's fingers, and nimbly flew back to the top of Emilia's head. That's quite scary, but as long as my daughter can live happily, it doesn't really matter where she is. Emilia quickly reached out to grab Grin's sleeve, her clear eyes filled with genuine annoyance as she puffed out her cheeks and said, I won't be kidnapped so easily by anyone. Grin, do you think I'm a dummy? Grin shook his head meaningfully. He didn't bother to argue, it was better to let the facts speak for themselves. Then, Grin closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the perfect emotions were already brewing in his gaze. The smile on his face faded, replaced by complete sincerity, and his eyes even shimmered with tears. Grin gently took hold of Emilia's wrist, his lips trembling slightly. But Leah, my curse from last time wasn't completely removed at all. Only in Kararaji can one buy the medicine specifically for treating the aftereffects of the curse. After this subjugation mission is over, can you accompany me there? Ah, is that so? Emilia's voice instantly rose a few notches, her clear eyes filled with deep concern, and her fingers gripping his sleeve tightened involuntarily. Is your body okay, Grin? Have you had Beatrice check it? Before she could finish, the magic crystal stone necklace Grin wore suddenly lit up with a soft purple light, and delicate magical patterns flowed across the surface of the crystal. Before Grin could react, a petite figure wrapped in a faint magical mist materialized in front of him, and fell straight into his arms. Beatrice smoothed her skirt, her brow furrowed in dissatisfaction, her golden hair brushing against Grin's collarbone with a cool sensation. Idiot, don't move. She raised her hand and placed it on Grin's forehead, her icy fingertips carrying a faint magical aura that slowly spread from his forehead throughout his entire body. A moment later, she withdrew her hand, and the glow on her fingertips quietly dissipated. There was no murky aura of a lingering curse, no signs of mana disorder, and even the tiny scars left from the previous fight had long since disappeared. Beatrice's tense shoulders relaxed for an imperceptible moment, and her fingers hanging at her side curled slightly before she quickly resumed her usual cold expression. She tilted her chin up and gave an impatient tsk. Humph, there's no curse. Elder brother, your daughter is beyond help. 96 Arrival at the Great Tree of Frugger Chapter 96. Arrival at the Great Tree of Flugel. Only then did Emilia realize she'd been tricked. Puffing out her cheeks in annoyance, she stomped her little feet, causing her silvery white hair to flutter. Grin, you're so mean. My poor daughter, the road ahead is far too arduous. Puck couldn't bear to watch, covering his eyes before flopping back dejectedly onto Emilia's hair. Grin extended both arms, pulling Betty into a tight embrace. He leaned close to Betty's ear, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear, "You're one to talk. You were just as frantic earlier." Betty leaned confidently into the crook of Grin's arm, her tone haughty. Betty knows she was tricked too. Are you satisfied now, humph? The carriage wheels rolled over the last stretch of bumpy dirt road. With a gentle sway, the vehicle came to a steady halt. From outside the window came the crisp clatter of the knight's armor, and Crush's clear, steady voice pierced through the curtain. "Everyone, we have arrived at the great tree of Flugel. Finally here. Lia, you take Rem and Intestine danger, go meet up with Crush. I need to set up a few things under the great tree of Flugel." The half-elf girl nodded obediently. Grin reached up and lifted the carriage curtain. The evening wind rushed in, carrying the crisp scent of grass, plants, and ancient wood. The setting sun was slowly sinking against the treetops in the distance, dyeing the horizon a warm, radiant orange-red. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, Grin supported Betty under her arms, lifting her high and placing her on his shoulders. Betty's startled cry rang out clearly. Her hands reflexively grabbed fistfuls of Grin's hair, her fingertips trembling slightly from the surprise. Her cheeks flushed a shade identical to the evening glow at a visible speed. "Warn Betty next time before you do something like that." "Got it, Betty." Grin chuckled softly. With his left hand steadying Betty, he freed his right hand to summon the magic mirror. "I need both hands free to work. I can't keep holding you forever. This is much better, we can see each other just by turning our heads. Wulgaroth, scan the surroundings. Alert me immediately if there's any situation." The magic mirror raised a translucent arm in a salute to Grin. "Yes, Apostle." "Ahem, yes, Master. You're finally planning some big moves. It's truly moving, sob sob." As it spoke, it even made a show of wiping its mirror surface, as if real tears were about to fall. After fidgeting for a moment, the magic mirror emanated a faint aura of magical light and wobbled as it flew towards the sky, like a drifting, glowing bubble. Betty rested her chin on one hand, thoughtfully watching the magic mirror disappear into the sky. She leaned down and poked Grin's brow, her tone carrying a note of certainty. "Grin, Betty feels there's something off about your servant." "What's wrong?" Grin asked in return, carrying her as he walked slowly towards the great tree of Flugel, the fallen leaves underfoot crunching softly. Betty lowered her voice. "It slipped up just now. Apostle, that's a word that can be linked to witches. I'm fairly certain he has no connection to witches." Grin walked under the great tree of Flugel. The golden rays of the setting sun flowed over the ancient tree's robust branches, dyeing its mottled bark a warm gold, making it appear sacred and solemn. An ancient tree of this scale could rightfully be called a world tree. The gravity in Betty's eyes did not lessen in the slightest. She gently smoothed Grin's hair, lost in thought. There is more than one witch. Combining knowledge she had perused in the library, Betty logically described her conjecture to Grin. Even if the magic mirror has no connection to Sat Ella, it could be the creation of another witch. Only by reaching that supreme level of power could one create such a precise magical life form. These words made Grin himself fall into a moment of doubt. Even now, he hadn't figured out how he came to this world. And that dark fairy tale book he saw the moment he awoke in this other world. If that thing wasn't some cheat given by the heavens, could he have unwittingly become someone's pawn? "Damn, Betty, you're starting to scare me a bit." Betty gently stroked Grin's face and said solemnly, "No matter what lies ahead for you, Betty will always be by your side." She had already decided, once matters here were settled, she would immediately return to the library and search through the books her mother left behind to find answers for Grin. Meanwhile, Grin summoned the dark fairy tale book, flipping through its pages one by one, trying to find some clues. Kings and queens, princesses and princes. The source of all power in the current world is Od Lagna. It is the mana source pool at the world's core, lacking self-awareness but maintaining the energy cycle of all things. Simply put, it is the heavenly Tao of this world. However, Grin could feel that his power was heterodox. It was not connected to this world's heavenly Tao. When he drew mana into his body, that mana would become something completely his own. Even Reinhard, the sole one favored by Od Lagna, could not immediately utilize the mana Grin converted and released. He would need to wait for Od Lagna to reassimilate the mana before regaining control over it. Let's finish the task at hand first. Once we reach the sanctuary, I'll definitely study this damn book properly. Grin put away the dark fairy tale book. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed faint scraping sounds coming from the other side of the massive tree trunk. Instinctively, he raised a hand to steady Betty's calf and curiously went to investigate. At a corner of the giant tree, Subaru Natsuki was standing on tiptoe, using a sharp stone to scribble and draw on the ancient tree's mottled bark. The Junhandon trio were also gathered beside him, pointing and commenting, clearly having become quite familiar. Now all four of us can have our names go down in history. Oh, so that's what my name looks like. Wait a minute. Why is Asian's name longer than mine? Are you stupid? He's the only one with a surname, of course it's longer. Grin observed them for a while, then finally sighed deeply, face-palming, and prepared to turn and leave. It would be rather awkward if others saw people from their faction not helping set up the site, but instead all gathered here vandalizing. After taking just a few steps, he heard Crush's clear and authoritative voice not far away, with the knight's responses rising and falling in an orderly fashion. He saw Crush standing amidst more than 10 messengers, issuing instructions methodically. First squad, deploy defenses along a 30-meter radius around the great tree of flugel. Set up weaponry and sentry posts. Ensure completion before sunset. Second squad, proceed with the planned camp setup. Prioritize clearing an area for wounded personnel to rest. Logistics team, unload supplies immediately. Mage division, responsible for deploying the barrier. Ensure tonight's operation is undisturbed by other magical beasts. Yes, ma'am. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices resonating through the forest. Crush surveyed the busy teams. Her gaze swept over the great tree of flugel and spotted Grin. She immediately waved towards the military formation. From the crowd at the rear of the formation, a fully equipped symphony orchestra slowly emerged. The musicians wore matching dark uniforms, cradling polished brass and string instruments, walking steadily to an open area beside Crush. Leading them was Father Simon, dressed in light attire. Chapter 97, The band's arrangements. Lord Jellin, the manpower you need is ready. They've been practicing the scores you gave them along the way. Crush waved to Jellin, signaling him to come and inspect them. Jellin walked before the group and nodded to Crush with a smile. The Karsten family is truly efficient, but I wonder to what extent they have practiced. Father Simon wasn't wearing that ill-fitting suit of armor this time, looking much more normal. He pulled a monocle reading glass from his pocket and gently pressed it into his deep eye socket. The sheet music in his hands was worn soft from rubbing, showing just how many times old Simon had practiced. There is no problem at all, Lord Grim. Everyone has already carved the tunes firmly into their hearts. He walked up to Jellin, spread out the paper, and pointed at it with a withered finger. I just don't know how to grasp the timing of the performance. Jellin smiled and patted old Simon's clothes, straightening the wrinkles for him. This old man had fleeced him of so many gold coins, yet he didn't even buy decent clothes to wear. Just stay safely in the second line and follow my lead. Simon nodded as if he understood, murmuring in a low voice, these are all good tunes, aside from the fourth movement being a bit strange, all the melodies are top-notch. The symphony orchestra couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. It's good, but can it really deal with the witch cult? Shut up, all you need to do is trust Lady Crush and trust Lord Jellin. We have our own way of fighting. As long as we can kill the white whale, I'll play until I die. Crush raised her hand and ordered, quiet. Everyone immediately fell silent. After calming her subordinates, Crush turned her head and smiled at Jellin. I'm quite curious, Lord Jellin, what kind of power do the tunes you prepared actually possess? Jellin met Crush's curious gaze, the curve of his lips deepening slightly. A secret weapon must always be kept sheathed until the very end. He intentionally kept them in suspense, his gaze sweeping over the tense musicians as he suddenly raised his voice, but before that, let's have a warm-up. Jellin clapped his hands loudly, the crisp sound drawing everyone's attention. All right, everyone get ready, trial performance of the 11th movement. Sing, dare I ask where the road is? Like soldiers, all the musicians quickly lined up upon hearing the command, staring intently at Jelen's hands, waiting for his direction. Jelen looked solemn, lowered his hands, and began to beat the rhythm. Everyone sang in response. You pull the egg. Sorry, sang it wrong. One more time, you carry the load. The initial awkwardness and hesitation were crushed into powder by one shout after another. The tension on the musicians' faces slowly dissolved, and the fear of the witch cult and the white whale that had occupied their hearts gradually faded away in the high-pitched, melodious singing. The night crept in silently amidst the whispers and bustle of the crowd. The last golden glow of the setting sun was swallowed by the mountains, and the great tree of Flugel turned into a shadow that blotted out the sky. In the twilight, dense silhouettes moved beneath the great tree of Flugel, the cold glint of spear tips more numerous than the stars in the sky. No one spoke, there was only the faint clatter of armor and the snapping sound of flags in the wind. The quieter it became, the more old Simon's hands trembled uncontrollably. He tremblingly pulled a rust-mottled flask from behind his waist. He tilted his head back and took a gulp with a gudong sound. The cold liquid ignited a burning heat in his throat, making his cloudy eyes brighten again. Jelen teased with interest, my old priest, don't get drunk, or I'll have to dock your pay if you sing out of tune later. Cough, cough. Old Simon choked a few times and hurriedly stuffed the flask back into his pocket, causing the tense soldiers around him to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, as soon as money is mentioned, Simon gets that look. Isn't that the truth? You can't buy good wine without gold coins. Don't talk nonsense, most of this old fellow's money is donated to the orphanage under the Church of Abundance. The followers have almost all run away, and he's the only one holding on. Wait, what is that? There's a purple meteor. A purple light fell from the sky. It was the magic mirror Wulgaroth gliding at high speed. It's coming. Bearing east-southeast, bearing east-southeast. The mana in the air began to grow restless, as if disturbed by something. The once steadily flowing energy became chaotic. Betty suddenly tensed her body, her small hands clutching Jelen's hair. Jelen, something bad is approaching. Woo-woo. Just then, a long wail suddenly came from the distant horizon. The sound was neither a beast's roar nor the sound of wind. It was like some gargantuan creature was lowing in the clouds, carrying a deathly silence that could swallow everything. The light of the bonfires flickered violently, the faint light of the barrier began to pulse on and off, and even the ground gave a slight, faint tremor. Crush suddenly drew her sword, the silvery blade cutting through the night, her voice cold as ice, all units on alert. Upon her command, the knights quickly formed ranks, and the mages raised their hands, flickering mana light gathering at their fingertips. Father Simon took a deep breath, clutched the sheet music tightly in his hand, and said solemnly to the musicians, everyone stay safe. Before Lord Jelen's plan begins, you must not die easily. The wind grew stronger and the salty, fishy chill almost solidified. In the distant darkness, a massive shadow vaguely emerged, slowly moving toward the great tree of Flugel. Wherever the shadow passed, the clouds seemed to be dyed ink black, and even the moonlight was completely obscured, leaving only a suffocating silence between heaven and earth. The white whale has arrived. Jelen clenched his fists, the blessing of the forest operating at full capacity. The moment his fingertips pierced the earth, the majestic vitality from the deep roots of the great tree of Flugel surged into his limbs and bones like a tide. The clothes around his body tore inch by inch, his bones let out muffled cracks, and his stature grew wildly to 5 meters amidst the shroud of magic, turning into a giant demonic beast that was half wolf and half lion in the blink of an eye. The power of the beast prince swelled to its peak under the enhancement of the great tree of Flugel. Ding, ding. Betty rode on top of Jelen's head as countless deep purple crystals condensed around her. Just go wild, Jelen. Betty will back you up. The crowd, who had just been stunned by the shadow of the white whale, was startled again by this giant beast right before them. Ha ha, Mimi knew it. Mimi of the kitten tribe shouted happily, excitedly moving her short little legs as she rushed over. Jellin used all four limbs, shooting out like a sharp arrow. Mimi followed closely behind, shouting anxiously, "Wait, Mimi hasn't gotten on the bus yet." Jellin helplessly swept his tail, wrapping Mimi up and bringing her to Betty's side. Mimi's furry cat ears twitched, as excited as if she had taken a stimulant. Jellin is so amazing. Charge, charge, charge. 98 The beluga whale used a ramming attack, but the effect was not significant. Chapter 98 The white whale used tackle, but it wasn't very effective. Crush quickly adjusted her breathing, drew her longsword, and pointed it at the white whale. Activate the illumination magic. Everyone advance slowly, then sprint with all your might once the magic takes effect. They didn't have the night vision of beasts, so they could only watch Grin fall behind. Grin was far ahead, dozens of meters in front of everyone. He knew he couldn't miss this excellent opportunity to launch a preemptive strike. The moment the night-dispelling magic ascended, the white whale would surely be briefly blinded. Now he had to shorten the distance as much as possible. Whoosh poof! Dozens of mages simultaneously raised their hands, and dazzling white light shot into the sky, finally exploding high above. Like a scorching sun appearing out of nowhere, it instantly illuminated the entire forest as bright as day. The white whale's massive body had nowhere to hide under the intense light. Its pale white skin glistened with an oily sheen, and its enormous head had a gaping maw that split open to its neck. The sudden intense light made the white whale let out a painful shriek. Its huge head violently shook, its movements noticeably lagging for a moment. This was the opportunity Grin had been waiting for. Grin's roar, imbued with the wildness of a beast, echoed through the heavens and earth. He suddenly leaped up, his body stretching in midair. Just as the upward momentum was about to disappear, Betty precisely condensed a purple spatial barrier beneath Grin's feet. Grin kicked off fiercely, leaping another 10 meters, as if climbing higher and higher on invisible steps. Seeing the white whale's head getting closer, Grin suddenly arched his body, gathered strength in his limbs, and pounced forward. His sharp claws, imbued with enough power to tear steel, thrust towards the white whale's eyeball. With a muffled thud, the seemingly indestructible eye membrane shattered, and a foul-smelling, red and green liquid spurted out, splashing all over Grin. Ha ha ha, Amelia's faction gets first blood. The excruciating pain made the white whale let out a roar that made eardrums ache. This colossal beast, nearly 100 meters long, and weighing over 1,000 tons, twisted wildly in the air. Its snowy white back arched sharply, and its enormous head, like a plummeting small mountain, slammed towards Grin in midair. Don't even think about it. Betty's voice carried an unprecedented sharpness, and her small body erupted with dazzling purple light. Countless deep purple spatial crystals condensed around her like a torrential rain. She thrust her hands forward, and the torrent of crystals whistled as it crashed into the white whale's head. With a crisp crack, large sections of crystals shattered, but they also forcibly halted the white whale's charge for a split second. Seizing this fleeting moment, Grin kicked off the white whale's side face with all four limbs, his massive body retreating like an arrow from a bowstring. The white whale possessed high magic resistance, making it very troublesome for pure magic units like Betty. Just as Grin was falling backward, a small figure shot out like lightning. It was Mimi. The little catgirl's fur stood on end, and terrifying power condensed in her small mouth. She aimed at the white whale's empty eye socket, which was oozing red and green liquid, and shrieked out a fully charged resonance wave. Super resonance wave ah! The violent energy wave precisely drilled into the wound, instantly exploding deep within the white whale's eye socket. A teeth-grinding hum reverberated across the battlefield. The flesh around the white whale's eye socket vibrated and tore wildly at a visible speed. The wound instantly expanded several times, deep enough to see bone. The white whale let out a wail 100 times more tragic than before. Its massive body swayed uncontrollably, causing ripples of distortion in the surrounding air. Grin repeated his trick, spinning in the air, retrieving Mimi with his long tail, and leaping onto the white whale's back using the springboard Betty had created. Watch me tattoo, serve the country loyally on you. Grin used both claws, continuously creating wounds on the white whale's body. Betty followed up with Een magic, driving it into the wounds to form purple crystals, and finally, Mimi added a resonance wave to detonate all the wounds. Bang bang bang. Fireworks seemed to bloom in the sky, and the spraying blood rained down, greatly boosting the soldiers' morale. So the white whale can be hurt too. Strike it while it's down. Charge with me, comrades. On the ground, a sharp glint flashed in Crush's eyes. She raised her longsword high, her voice echoing across the wilderness. Everyone, follow their rhythm. The white whale wailed, letting out a deafening low-frequency roar. Its massive body swayed violently, and its height, previously hovering at the edge of the clouds, suddenly dropped several zhang. Two pitch-black siege crossbow bolts soared from the ground, their sharp arrowheads embedding themselves in the white whale's flesh. The steel chains wrapped around the arrow shafts connected to the great tree of flugel, firmly locking the movements of the calamitous beast. Crush seized this moment, gripping her knight's longsword with both hands. Magic power surged into the blade like a tide, and the sword's edge instantly burst forth with dazzling azure light. Crush let out a clear shout, swinging her sword light through the air. Like a meteor, it precisely struck the white whale's right wing, which was bound by chains, carving a bone-deep gash into its thick hide. The figure of sword demon Wilhelm had already rushed onto the chain like a gust of wind, charging towards the white whale's head. 14 years, I have longed for this day. Today, you shall fall here. Oh my, even though it's my first time meeting Mr. White Whale, my love for it won't lose to yours, old man. On the other chain, Elsa licked the smile from the corner of her lips, a murderous glint in her crimson eyes. The claw blades on her fingertips popped out with a chilling gleam, and she glided along the chain like a ghost, aiming directly for the softest vital spot beneath the white whale's belly. My love has long since been buried somewhere unknown. This strike is for my beautiful Teresa. A deep roar shook the clouds. The sword demon flicked his wrist, and his longsword, like a streak of light, pierced directly into the white whale's other giant eye. The cold glint of the blade reflected in its cloudy eyeball. The white whale violently shook its head to dodge, but the chain's restraint delayed its movement by half a beat. The sharp sword tip still scraped fiercely across the eye membrane, leaving a deep gash. Thick blood splattered onto Wilhelm's clothes, spreading a dark stain. Elsa spun her body, her twin blades dancing like a meat grinder, plowing a long furrow in the white whale's flank. The flesh terrifyingly turned inside out, yet there was no trace of internal organs. White whale's skin is much thicker than I imagined. How much deeper do I have to cut before the intestines spill out? At this moment, the white whale had descended to a height reachable by the lion-tiger beasts. The warriors of the Iron Fang mercenary group also continuously created wounds on the white whale by leaping up at the moment their lion-tiger beast jumped. With its vision nearly 80% destroyed, the enraged beast suddenly swooped down from the sky, heading straight for the crowd below. The powerful inertia made it impossible for Grin to hold on, and he reluctantly detached from the white whale's body. A massive wind pressure descended, making even the earth dragons unstable. Everyone scatter. Crush commanded loudly, riding her earth dragon out of the danger zone. Grin, having just landed, immediately accelerated into a sprint again, rapidly closing the distance. Betty observed the current situation, a glint flashing in her eyes. Grin, throw Betty above the white whale. No, I can't bear to. Oh, hurry up, the chance is slipping away. Grin opened his right hand and placed Betty in his palm. After a few dozen meters of a running start, he threw her out fiercely. I choose you, Pika Betty. Use Thunderbolt. Betty doesn't do such strange things. Chapter 99, splitting into three as the adorable Great Spirit flew above the white whale, he gracefully steadied his pace and hovered in midair. A thick black mist rose around his petite body, and Een magic mana surged like an undercurrent as his fingertips quickly traced the patterns of a spell. Fall completely into darkness, Monster El Shamak. As the low incantation fell, the black mist suddenly condensed into a boundless pitch-black veil, precisely enveloping the white whale's head. An invisible ripple spread out. The white whale's single eye, already scarred and battered, snapped wide open, but it could no longer catch even a glimmer of light. A confused hiss spilled from the white whale's mouth. Having lost its sense of direction, it swung its head wildly. With a thunderous crash, it slammed hard into the thick trunk of the great tree of flugel. The tree shook violently, and countless green leaves rustled and fell like rain. A section of the white whale's head caved in. After letting out a short, muffled groan, it completely lost its balance and smashed heavily onto the ground like a kite with a broken string, kicking up a storm of dust and rubble. "Help, I need assistance. My leg's been pierced by a flying stone." The massive weight caused the ground to shake upon impact, and the huge shockwave sent many people flying through the air. The brief concussion left the giant beast's limbs twitching, and even its strength to struggle vanished for a moment. "Target is off balance. Everyone, focus fire." Crush's roar pierced through the dust, urging everyone to act quickly. Felix also led the rescue team, weaving through the ranks. The Janhin trio followed closely behind. Two carried a stretcher while one held a medicine box. Seeing this, Subaru Natsuki squeezed his legs together and rode his earth dragon over, his expression filled with anxiety and helplessness. "Wait a second, can someone give me some orders? What am I supposed to be doing?" Grin had only assigned him the task of dealing with the Archbishop of Sin, but hadn't said what he should do during the white whale subjugation. Rakins didn't even turn his head. "Ack, don't block the way. If you really have nothing to do, come over and help carry the wounded." "Right, okay." On the dust-filled battlefield, before Crush's roar had even faded, the clashing of steel and the explosions of mana instantly wove a net of slaughter. The first to strike was the cavalry unit under Crush's command. The knights galloped forward, their lances pointed directly at the white whale's slumped body, piercing into the giant beast's thick hide, with a pssh sound and splashing large clouds of foul-smelling blood mist. The mercenaries of Iron Fang held specially made mana-breaking crossbow bolts, their tips coated with a paralyzing agent concocted by Felix. A dense rain of arrows whistled through the air, pinning themselves precisely into the wounds on the white whale's body. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of iron chains rattling echoed through the dust. A light blue figure, carrying a chilling Oni aura, charged out like an arrow from a bow. The hair that originally hung at Rem's shoulders suddenly whipped upward, and a ferocious Oni horn lit up on her fair forehead. The usual gentleness faded from her pupils, yet a cold smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Rem wants to show her coolest side, Green Kuan will surely love Rem even more." The chain of the morning star danced wildly in her hands. With a tap of her toes on the ground, her figure leaped to the white whale's side like a phantom. Her gaze locked onto the caved-in injury on its head, and her wrists suddenly exerted force. Monster turn into Green Kuan's affection for Rem. "Rem, slow down. I can't keep up." Amelia hurriedly chased after her, occasionally condensing ice spears in her hands and firing them off. Grin, who had just run nearby, paused his steps and glanced a bit timidly at Rem's back. "Does this girl have some kind of Yandere trait?" Mimi pinched her fingers and blew a whistle, and a small lion-tiger beast arrived at the call. The little cat girl found the right angle and slid down from Grin's body, landing on the back of the lion-tiger beast. "Ah, big sister is too cunning. Mimi wants affection too." With that, she brandished her wooden staff and charged into the battlefield. Grin watched Mimi leave and muttered to himself with a complex expression, "Another one's gone crazy. Everyone get out of the way. Don't block the stretcher." Just then, a series of urgent shouts pierced through the din of clashing weapons. The Janhin trio carried a stretcher, rushing out of the dust with hurried steps. Raken's sharp eyes spotted Grin's figure, and he quickly ran toward him. "Boss, do you have any healing potions? We've used up everything we had on us." Grin shook his head. "You idiot, do you see any pockets on me? Hurry and run toward the great tree of flugel, the rescue outpost is over there." "Let me down, I can still fight." A stubborn voice came from the stretcher. Grin looked down, wanting to see which brave warrior it was. Damn it, Subaru, how did you get injured? Your mission hasn't even started yet, you moron. Subaru Natsuki's eyes shifted guiltily as he pulled back his lower leg, which had been fractured by a flying stone. I'm actually allergic to rocks. Originally, a small injury like this wouldn't be anything at all. Grin waved his hand backward in disgust. Take him away quickly. Yes, boss. Wait, Grin. Whatever you do, don't tell Amelia Tan about this. Amidst the sounds of battle, the white whale suddenly bounced back into the air like a beached fish. A low, eerie hum began to spread from the white whale's body, the fine vibration drilling into everyone's eardrums. The white whale's head lifted slightly, and its chest heaved violently, as if it were preparing for something. The mental shriek is coming. Everyone, put in your earplugs. Crush shouted sharply, quickly taking out the pre-prepared soundproof earplugs and pressing them firmly into her ear canals. Whoa! A high-frequency shriek suddenly exploded, the sound waves spreading in rings and even distorting the air. Soldiers and logistics personnel who were slow to react didn't have time to put in their earplugs before the sound waves flooded their ear canals. Those with better willpower clutched their heads and knelt, wailing and twitching as blood seeped from their facial orifices. Those with fragile spirits had their pupils dilate and fell straight over, completely losing consciousness. Even those who had their earplugs in felt a sense of nausea, but fortunately, they retained their ability to move. The white whale's shriek gradually weakened, but it transitioned into an even more terrifying action. Puff, puff. Countless slits covered in fine fuzz actually opened up on its scarred skin. Thick white mist gushed out like a flood, instantly shrouding a large portion of the sky. The white whale's massive, aircraft carrier-like body was instantly hidden within the mist. Magic formation. Activate the hurricane wagons. Crush's roar pierced through the sound waves and thick fog. The mages who had been standing by behind her immediately sprang into action. Dozens of specially made hurricane wagons were pushed to the front. Magic crystals were embedded into the formation cores, and as a brilliant light shone, the fan-shaped nozzles exploded with massive wind-attribute mana. These large-scale devices were used during sieges to disrupt rains of arrows. Their effective range was extremely large. The high-density thick mist and the majestic gale collided, creating a deafening roar. The white mist was torn apart by the gale, flowing out toward both sides. Crush felt a wave of lingering fear. If not for the detailed intelligence brought by Grin, the soldiers would have been like fish on a cutting board once the white mist fully settled. The night-dispelling magic had already worn off, and the only light source left was the full moon in the sky. Under the moonlight, the white whale's silhouette reappeared above the rapidly thinning fog. But what was hair-raising was that 3 white whales had appeared in the sky. What is that? Is the white whale a social creature? It's over. There's no way we can win. The shadows that blotted out the sun circled in the air, crushing the hope in people's hearts. Crush slashed out a blade of light, dispersing the last trace of mist, followed by her firm command. There is only one white whale. Don't let clones scare you. Everyone, retreat to the area around the great tree. 100 Celebrate. Chapter 100, Rejoice. Hearing Crush's command, the warriors on the brink of despair finally found their pillar of support, helping the wounded in the field to gather toward the rear. Crush sat high atop her earth dragon, looking with burning eyes at Green in the center of the battlefield. The stage has been prepared for you, Lord Jellin. Let me see your true power. Green also knew the time was ripe. The white whale's health bar should have been reduced by 40 or 50%. He waved his hand, his loud voice echoing across the wilderness. Rejoice, Simon, the first chapter. With that, Green walked toward the white whale with resolute steps. The orchestra was stunned for a few seconds before they began to play in a frantic scramble. Simon kept the beat and slowly began to sing. On that day, humanity remembered the fear of being dominated by them. The humiliation of being imprisoned in a birdcage must finally be settled. Oh, arrow shot forth, fly over the high wall toward the sea. That's the right vibe. Green smiled with satisfaction. The moment he raised his right hand, a cracked bronze crown appeared in his palm. A heavy, ancient pressure swept across the field, as if a deity sleeping for 1,000 years had suddenly awakened. An invisible airwave spread wildly from Green as the center. Fallen leaves and dust on the ground were blown into the air, and even the whistling wind around them came to a halt. Green held the crown high and slowly brought it toward his head. That small crown grew in the wind, expanding to the appropriate size as he put it on. The moment the bronze crown settled, a blazing golden light suddenly burst from the cracks. The bones throughout Green's body let out a series of crack-crack explosions. His muscles expanded wildly, and his stature grew taller and sturdier, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within just a few breaths, Green transformed into a giant standing between heaven and earth. His burly body stood like a mountain, nearly level with the white whale's body. His blue-faced, fanged appearance was quite similar to Yang Jian's law phenomenon from mythology. Furthermore, the power consumed by this giant beastly form was terrifying. A low growl escaped Green's throat as he instinctively reached out his hand toward the great tree of flugel. In an instant, countless energy threads shimmering with an eerie light spread from his palm, burrowing into the interior of the tree like greedy tentacles. The once vigorous green leaves turned yellow and fell at a visible rate. 400 years of stored life force were frantically drained, turning into fuel to sustain the beastification. This made Green's already iron-like, knotted muscles even more astounding. On the battlefield, whether it was the retreating wounded or the warriors standing ready, everyone froze in place. Their gazes were fixed on Green's mountain-like body, forgetting even to breathe. My God, is that Lord Grim? That's at least 70 meters tall. Damn, we've definitely won this time. Among the three white whales, the one flying the highest looked down. It sensed a power equal to its own. The screeching sound rang out again. It was showing off its power to Green, trying to force him back. Shut the hell up. Green roared, his voice exploding like thunder across the wilderness. He arched his mountain-like back and slammed his legs into the ground. Cracks spread instantly as the giant's figure shot into the sky like a cannonball. His thick arms cut through the air, creating a piercing whistle, and in an instant, he leaped 100 meters high. Those giant claws, covered in golden patterns, precisely gripped the back of the white whale's true body. Get down. The white whale let out a shrill wail. Its buoyancy was not enough to support the weight of two giant beasts. The massive body fell out of control, eventually smashing heavily onto the ground. The dust kicked up rose like a mushroom cloud, shaking the entire battlefield. The white whale howled in pain, its massive body twisting wildly on the ground, kicking up dust everywhere. Green's giant claws were firmly embedded in the flesh of its back, and he was dragged along as it rolled and tore at the ground. At this moment, both sides returned to the most primitive state of hand-to-hand combat. The white whale tossed its head, its massive mouth full of sharp teeth biting hard toward Green's arm. Scalding white mist sprayed out from its gill slits, splashing onto Green's skin with a sizzling sound, instantly corroding it into charred wounds. But as soon as the wounds appeared, golden light flowed out from Green's patterns, and the flesh surged and healed at a visible rate. During the fight, Green's blood splashed continuously. Wherever it landed on the ground, it would quickly take root and sprout, blooming into small golden flowers. Those flowers swayed in the scent of blood, weaving a bizarre and magnificent golden sea of flowers across the wreckage of the battlefield. Green roared in anger, his giant arms exerting force to wrench the white whale's head aside. Then, a series of combo moves rained down like a storm. Black Tiger steals heart. Mount Thai press. Hungry wolf pounces on prey. Rhino gazes at moon, monkey plucks peaches, bear paw strike, black bear steals honey. After a full 3 minutes of beating, the white whale's body trembled violently, its eyes rolling back to reveal bloodshot whites, and murky blood gushed from its gill slits. Its gill slits stopped opening and closing, and only its tail twitched feebly every now and then. The other two clones of the white whale in the sky dissipated into mist amidst weak, mournful cries. Finally, take one more tornado destroys parking lot. Green leaped high, curling his elbow to smash down on the white whale's head. Before the attack could land, he realized something was wrong. His giant body began to shrink rapidly at that moment. "Oh crap, I'm screwed." While still dozens of meters above the ground, Green had shrunk back to his normal size, falling straight down like a kite with a broken string. "Green Kuan!" Rem shouted anxiously and leaped onto an earth dragon, turning into a bolt of pale blue lightning as she charged toward the falling figure. She reached out and snatched him, her movements crisp and decisive, catching Green steadily in her arms without the slightest stumble. The earth dragon used the momentum to slide forward a few meters, kicking up a bit of fine dust. Rem looked down at Green in her arms, her fingertips gently brushing aside his sweat-dampened hair, and said softly, "Green Kuan's hero moment shouldn't end in such a mess." A dead silence fell over the battlefield. Everyone's eyes were wide as they watched the mountain-like giant beastman suddenly vanish, so Rem steadily catch the falling Green, and saw the white whale's massive body completely stiffen in the golden sea of flowers, without even a hint of struggle left. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, with only the rustling of the evening wind blowing across the wilderness. After an unknown amount of time, someone's weapon hit the ground with a clang, the crisp sound breaking the stagnant air. The next second, deafening cheers overturned the entire wilderness. "Long live Lord Grim!" Wounded warriors struggled to climb off their stretchers, shouting while waving blood-stained fists. The knights held their swords high, the blades emitting a clear hum as they reflected the moonlight. Crush tightened her reins, looking at Green protected in Rem's arms. A flicker of approval flashed in her eyes as she raised her arm and shouted, "Warriors, cheer for Amelia's knight, and for the future peace of Lugnica." The sword demon Wilhelm's expression was complex, showing neither joy nor sorrow. He slowly walked up to the white whale. This giant beast was already on the path to death, but its body was still rising and falling instinctively. Chapter 101, The Sword Demon's Love Song begins. Many who bore blood feuds with the white whale were drawing closer. But they did not overstep, quietly waiting for Wilhelm to vent his grief first. With a clang, the longsword left its scabbard, its cold gleam piercing the night. "For my wife, Teresa van Astria." The old man raised his longsword high, the veins on his wrinkled arm bulging, and with a thunderous force, brought it down heavily upon the white whale's gradually cooling body. Again and again, the sword fell. Dull thuds rose and fell across the wilderness as the white whale's murky, foul-smelling blood gushed forth, drenching the old man's robes and spattering his hair, pale as snow. The people around watched silently, no one spoke, no one stepped forward. Among those who held blood feuds with the white whale, some had reddened eyes, others clenched their fists tightly, letting tears fall silently. Only when his arm trembled slightly, and the sword's edge showed signs of chipping did Wilhelm slowly come to a stop. The old man leaned on his sword, supporting his teetering body, and gazed at the white whale's mangled form. His hoarse voice carried a trace of relief. "It's over, Teresa. I love you." In a daze, it was as if he had returned to decades past. Back then, he was a shy young man, cornered at the training ground entrance by his radiant, cheerful wife, who flushed his face, forcing him to say those 3 words. He would always timidly turn his head away, deflecting with nonsense about the fine weather or improvements in swordsmanship. Or he would flee in disarray behind the training ground's weapon racks, letting Teresa's clear laughter chase after him, calling his name again and again. Now, a confession half a lifetime too late could no longer reach his beloved's ears. One cannot develop feelings for a mound of earth until one builds one with their own hands. But the Teresa he deeply loved, not even her remains could be recovered. The despondent old man carefully wiped the bloodstains from his sword with a handkerchief. After all traces of grief had vanished from his face, restoring his usual composed demeanor, he leaned on his sword and slowly walked away, step by step. "Now it's finally my turn." A soldier burst from the crowd, gripping his spear tightly. Gnashing his teeth, he charged toward the white whale's corpse, driving the spearhead deep into its cold flesh. Damnable white whale! More and more people gathered, looking as if they intended to chop the white whale into mincemeat. "Beat it to death. Isn't it already dead?" Beat it to death again. I want revenge. On the other side, Grin was strolling through a field of golden flowers. Judging by the scale, one could tell how much blood had been shed earlier, making Grin's heart palpitate. I must make sure to replenish properly when I get back. Rem, who was following behind him, looked up as if she had seen something and quickly moved closer to Grin, softly reminding him, Green-kun, Lady Emilia is coming. Grin followed the sound and indeed saw a lovely silver-haired girl standing far at the edge of the flower sea, hands clasped behind her back, quietly watching him. Her pale purple skirt gently brushed the flowers. She looked as pure as a moonlit elf untouched by dust. Grin bent down and sat, waving toward Emilia. Lia, why are you standing there? Come over quickly. The flowers here are soft and fluffy, it's very comfortable to sit on. Emilia, however, seemed hesitant. She rose slightly on her tiptoes, carefully avoiding the blooming golden flowers at her feet. Step by step, she moved extremely slowly toward Grin, afraid of accidentally trampling any blossom. Seeing this, Grin chuckled helplessly. Lia, you're too kind, aren't you? Just step boldly. These flowers grew by absorbing my blood. The girl, however, acted as if she hadn't heard, still lowering her gaze, picking spots to place her feet, and finally stopped half a step in front of Grin. Before Grin could speak, Emilia took a clean handkerchief from her sleeve, gently crouched down, and raised her hand to carefully wipe the grime from Grin's cheek. Though there were no wounds, Emilia knew her knight must have fought hard in this battle against the white whale. After doing this, Emilia let out a light sigh of relief. Precisely because of that, places where flowers bloom are deeply embedded with your flesh and blood. How could I trample them so carelessly? Rem glanced at Emilia in surprise, a flicker of miscalculation, and regret quickly passing through her eyes. She subtly shifted her feet, gently nudging a few flowers she had accidentally flattened deeper into the grass. Darn it, Lady Emilia is so good at this. Grin was momentarily dazed as well. The Emilia before him looked truly saintly. Lia really is gentle. I wanted to take this chance to say something cool too, to act like it was easy or something. Emilia was amused into a faint smile. She reached out and gently held Grin's head, smoothing his somewhat disheveled hair. You must be very tired, Grin. Her voice was as soft as a feather brushing the heart. Grin seemed to have all the strength drained from his body. He let out a long sigh and weakly leaned against Emilia's abdomen, feeling its soft warmth. I am a bit tired. He mumbled in response, a hint of barely noticeable weariness in his voice. Emilia nodded, wearing an expression that said as expected. She knelt sideways in the flower bed, smoothing out her skirt, and said softly, lean on me and rest for a while. So saying, Emilia put her arm around Grin's shoulder, slowly helped him lie down, and placed his head steadily on her soft lap pillow. Silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, brushing against Grin's cheek with a faint, fresh scent. Emilia looked down at him, her voice as light as the evening breeze. Sleep well for a while, Sir Knight. Now it's the princess's turn to watch over you. Woman, you're a bit damnably sweet. Grin swallowed lightly and guiltily shifted his gaze to Remington, meeting Grin's look. Rem playfully stuck out her tongue, then crouched down to tidy the flowers she had just trampled, humming an unknown tune, seeming in quite good spirits. Grin slowly closed his eyes and grumbled, you useless wife, don't pretend to be working, hey. The night grew deeper. The golden sea of flowers swayed gently under the moonlight, gently wrapping the figures of the three in this tranquility. Looking at Grin's harmless sleeping face, Emilia worriedly furrowed her brows. Grin, now that the white whale has been subjugated, shouldn't we retreat? Your plan is far too dangerous. Grin opened his sleepy eyes and reassured her, we can't avoid it, Lia. With two factions assisting now, it's the best opportunity. Emilia sighed lightly, her tone somewhat melancholy. If I weren't a half-elf, maybe those people wouldn't come after me, right? Grin abruptly sat up, looking rather troubled. He raised his hand and lightly tapped Emilia on the head. Ouch, Grin, what are you doing? You always say things like that, you're almost becoming the Xiangling's wife of another world. Grin is saying things others can't understand again. Emilia covered her head, her eyes aggrieved. Grin, meanwhile, braced his hands on his knees and stood up, brushing the dust from his clothes. Then I'll say something you can understand. If there were another girl who was given cold shoulders, isolated, even framed and murdered because of her bloodline, would you save her? Emilia was taken aback. A layer of faint confusion surfaced in her amethyst-like eyes, soon replaced by a resolute, gentle light. Of course I would, she said softly, yet every word was clear. No matter who she is, she shouldn't be treated that way. Grin curved the corner of his mouth and reached out to ruffle her soft silver hair. Then why won't you save yourself now? Or are you, Lia, so domineering that you won't allow others to be kind? 102 A kiss will result in a baby. Chapter 102, A kiss will make a baby. I understand. Emilia looked as if a light had dawned on her, reaching her small hand toward Green. Then can I rely on you, Sir Knight? Of course. Without hesitation, Green took Emilia's small hand in his. The girl's fingertips were slightly cool, trembling with a hint of nervousness, but the moment they touched the callous palm of his hand, they gradually calmed. Feeling the warmth of Green's palm, Emilia's little heart also secretly began to race. She looked at Rem with teary eyes and asked pitifully, Rem, can I hug Green? For a little while, like good friends. Rem, who had been watching from the side, suddenly pursed her lips and timidly added, shouldn't it be a kiss at a time like this? As soon as these words were spoken, Emilia's face flushed crimson in an instant, spreading from her cheeks all the way to the tips of her ears. She abruptly withdrew her hand, tightly covering her burning cheeks with both hands, shaking her head in panic. Rem, what are you saying? Green also looked at Rem in surprise and asked, Rem, are you my dear wife? Emilia quickly tugged at Green's sleeve, burying her head low, her soft voice filled with seriousness. No, Green, kissing will make you pregnant. Green was just about to explain this absurd rumor. An urgent male voice exploded from the distance, no. Green, what are you doing here with Emilia Tan? Subaru Natsuki shouted while stumbling and running frantically towards them, his face filled with panic. Before he could step into the range of the golden flower sea, a tall, elderly figure flashed before him like a ghost. Wilhelm leaned on his chipped longsword, standing like an indestructible wall, firmly blocking his path. Please stop, the old swordsman's voice was low and authoritative. I cannot allow anyone to ruin this sacred atmosphere. Subaru Natsuki's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Looking over Wilhelm's shoulder, he saw Green and Emilia's tightly clasped hands. The boy's shoulders instantly slumped, as if all his strength had been drained. He slowly sighed, his tone full of resigned melancholy. Sigh, I've lost. Wilhelm raised his hand and placed it on Subaru Natsuki's shoulder. A hint of gentleness flickered in his aged eyes as he consoled him in a low voice, Young man, the Divine One will not overlook anyone who holds hope for love. Do not rush. The fate that belongs to you will eventually come. Subaru Natsuki hung his head, looking exactly like a deflated balloon, muttering weakly, I feel like I'll never fall in love with anyone ever again in this lifetime. Excuse me, are you Mr. Subaru Natsuki? A sweet, intellectual voice suddenly rang out, breaking Subaru Natsuki's sorrow. He quickly turned around to see a female soldier in light armor standing not far away, waving at him with a smile in her eyes. The young woman looked to be in her early 20s, her pretty face bearing an extremely fine scar that added to her heroic air. Did the Divine One really answer my prayers? Subaru Natsuki suddenly raised his hand, wiping his nose haphazardly, took a deep breath, and then walked over pretending to be calm. Hello, I am Subaru Natsuki. Is there something you need? Ha, I came to thank you. The female soldier said with a laugh. During the white whale subjugation earlier, you blocked a flying rock for me. I wanted to thank you on the spot, but you collapsed right after being hit. Subaru Natsuki immediately felt embarrassed, scratching his head awkwardly. Actually, I was trying to kick the rock back at the time. Who knew it would be so hard? The light-armored female soldier laughed heartily, her steps as light and lively as a deer leaping through the forest. She walked up and gave Subaru Natsuki's shoulder a firm, but not too heavy pat, her tone full of sincere gratitude. No matter what, you saved my life. The young female soldier then changed the subject, a sly glint flashing in her eyes, as she made a bright invitation with a radiant smile. After this mission against the witch cult is completely over, would Mr. Subaru Natsuki honor me by having a drink with me? Consider it my formal thanks for saving my life. Hearing this, Subaru Natsuki instantly wiped the embarrassment off his face. He pursed his lips, pondered deeply for a moment, and then shook his head with a determined expression. I'm sorry, beautiful lady. Although you are very pretty, I haven't moved on from my last relationship yet, so. The female soldier stifled her laughter so hard her body shook. Unable to hold it in any longer, she punched Subaru Natsuki in the chest. Come on, I've been listening for a while. What last relationship? And I'm just inviting you for a drink out of gratitude. Don't make it sound like I'm trying to seduce you into bed. After saying this, the female soldier turned and strode away, waving her hand dismissively. All right, it's settled then. Remember, my name is Sarah. Subaru Natsuki covered his chest, coughing dryly. That young lady has quite the strength. Two teasing voices sounded simultaneously. Green and Rem had somehow gathered nearby, wearing identical gossipy smirks, their eyes brimming with mockery. I didn't expect Subaru's immature, fierce-looking face to be quite popular among older women. Green-kun is right. Quite popular indeed. Don't talk nonsense. Miss Sarah explained it clearly. She's just inviting me for a simple drink to thank me. Subaru Natsuki waved his hands frantically, trying to convince everyone to believe him. Green understood all too well the flicker of interest he had just seen in that Miss Sarah's eyes. Suppressing his laughter, he reached out, lifted Rem's chin, and cleared his throat seriously. Ahem, Rem, you should also thank me. Yes, Green-kun. Rem understood immediately. She stood on her tiptoes and gave Green's lips a soft mwah. Green licked the corner of his mouth and raised an eyebrow at Subaru Natsuki. This is how you usually give thanks. You'll understand when the time comes. Subaru Natsuki was horrified and instinctively looked at Emilia. Emilia. Green is acting like this. Aren't you going to do something? On the other side, Emilia was clearly also deeply shaken by what she had just witnessed. She walked over to Rem in a daze and took her hands. Rem, now you're going to have a baby. The blue-haired girl blushed and replied softly, Lady Emilia, if only it were that simple. It's very difficult for Oni to get pregnant. Is that so? Then do you need to kiss more times? Emilia blinked her eyes, filled with a thirst for knowledge, curiously pulling Rem away from the men. After putting some distance between them, they started whispering secrets. Watching this scene, Subaru Natsuki was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. He sidled up to Green and asked in a hushed, worshipful tone, Master, I truly bow to you. How on earth did you manage this? Green clasped his hands behind his back and slowly turned around, like an unfathomable immortal. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Chapter 103, The Spirit Girl's Knowledge Blind Spot Bonus Chapter. The follow-up work for the White Whale campaign proceeded in an orderly fashion. At Grin's request, everything was kept simple and swift. Crush only had her subordinates saw off the White Whale's single horn to be transported back to the royal capital. The wounded, the remains and most of the warriors left with the convoy overnight. Only about 100 people remained on the scene, all of them battle-hardened veterans. The campfire crackled, dispelling the lingering scent of blood and demonic aura in the night wind. Grin pulled his coat tighter around him, and reached out his hands to warm them by the fire. Rem walked over with a bowl of warm meat soup, and sat down beside him. She wasn't in a hurry to speak, only gently stirring the soup with a wooden spoon. Then she leaned in, raised her wrist slightly, and held the spoon to Grin's lips. "Darling, open up." Seeing Grin open his mouth and swallow, her eyes curved into crescents, the smile in them even warmer than the light of the campfire. "Shouldn't you blow on it for me?" "Of course, darling." As they were speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from the distance. Mimi dashed over with her messy orange short hair. Her tail wagged like a rattle, and she held a small, dark red, slightly warm piece of meat in her hand. "Grin, Grin. This. It's super delicious." With her round eyes sparkling, she didn't care that Grin had just finished his soup. She stood on her tiptoes and thrust the piece of liver toward Grin's mouth, so forcefully that it almost poked his nose. "It's white whale liver." Big Sister Felix checked it, and it's edible. Mimi just had a small bite, and it's super chewy. Eat it, eat it. Eat my foot. Stop shoving it in my face." Grin was forced back repeatedly, nearly toppling over. He hurriedly reached out to grab Mimi's wrist. "It's really good, please just try it." "Roast it first." "I only eat cooked food." Grin really had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Mimi got even more excited. She pulled out a small dagger, skewered the liver, and started roasting it over the fire. The flames licked the meat, making a sizzling sound. The little girl roasted it very seriously, staring intently at the meat for fear of burning even a tiny bit. Seeing it was almost done, Mimi immediately turned the tip of the knife and poked the liver back toward Grin's mouth. Take a bite, take a bite." Unable to resist Mimi's enthusiasm, Grin tentatively took a bite. The charred aroma from the charcoal mixed with a faint gaminess spread through his mouth. The texture was somewhat like foie gras. It's all right. After all, the white whale was originally created as food for this world. It was just that this big fellow's combat power was so absurd that no one dared to think of it that way. Rem took a spoonful of hot soup for herself, her gaze somewhat wary as she looked at Mimi's petite back. "Mimi-chan, Rem seems to recall that for you Cat Clan beast men, hunting a fierce beast and sharing its internal organs with the opposite sex is a form of courtship, isn't it?" Mimi's movements suddenly froze. Her hand holding the dagger stiffened in midair, and her previously swaying tail instantly went rigid. She turned her head in a panic, her round eyes wide open, and defended herself evasively. "Big Sister Rem, what are you talking about? Mimi just thought this was delicious." Tui. After all that, you little girl are trying to send me to prison." Grin rinsed his mouth, hurriedly scraping his tongue. Mimi dropped the dagger and used both hands to cover Grin's mouth, smiling with a look of triumph. "Ha ha, Mimi, so you swallow it." Grin let out a muffled groan and struggled to pull her hands away. "Are you looking for a spanking?" With that, he brought Mimi's wrists together and lifted her up with one hand. Mimi wagged her tail and said happily, "Big brother Grin, since you ate Mimi's gift, you're already Mimi's person now." Grin said fiercely, "In a moment, I'm going to tie you to the front of the dragon carriage as a hood ornament." Now, Green-kun. You shouldn't intimidate children." Rem put down her soup bowl and took Mimi down from Grin's grip. Mimi waved her hands happily in Rem's arms. "Mimi isn't a child. Mimi is already an adult. It's just because I'm a Cat Clan beastman that I don't grow tall." At those words, Rem's gaze sharpened slightly, and she put on her professional maid smile. "It's getting late now, so Rem will take Miss Mimi back to the Iron Fang camp. Mimi wants to stay with Grin." Grin narrowed his eyes and gave a faint smile. This girl Mimi has probably become infatuated with the aura and appearance of the Beast Prince. He picked up the soup bowl Rem had left and continued to replenish his energy. Food is precious and shouldn't be wasted. Beside the pitch-black tent, a timid girl's voice rang out. Amelia clutched her hands to her chest, looking around warily. Only after confirming that Grin was alone did she sneak over. Grin chewed the bits of meat in his mouth, watching Amelia's confusing behavior with interest. A bad idea was forming. "Don't be afraid, Lia. Your husband shouldn't have noticed. You're impossible. Amelia gave Grin a sharp glare before sitting down beside him. Grin immediately scooped a spoonful of soup and held it out. Want some? Grin shrugged, pulled the spoon back, and stuffed it into his own mouth, eating with gusto. The atmosphere fell into silence once again. Amelia kept taking deep breaths, as if gathering her courage. Finally, she made up her mind and reached out to tug at the corner of Grin's clothes. What on earth is wrong, Leah? You seem strange. It's just. Rem and I talked about many things in the flower field. Amelia lowered her head, her small hands tapping her index fingers together. She said that kissing doesn't lead to having babies. This knowledge was still very shocking to her. Since she was a child, she had been misled by the great spirit Puck, firmly believing that kissing a boy would make her pregnant. Grin couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile and nodded approvingly. Definitely not. You can't believe everything that fellow Puck teaches you. You have to learn to judge for yourself. Okay, I understand. Amelia's tone gradually became firmer. She leaned slightly closer to Grin and continued, in that case, we should be able to kiss, right? Grin spat out all the food in his mouth. How did you come to that conclusion? Amelia's expression was a bit panicked, and she waved her hands quickly. It's just what Rem said, that if you're the best of friends, you can also kiss, just like a contract, it can forge an even stronger friendship. How could Rem, what she said is actually true? Grin took only 3 seconds to convince himself. He cleared his throat and slowly leaned toward Amelia. The girl was startled and raised her hand to gently block him. Wait, Grin, will there really be no baby? Grin stopped his approach. Cupping Amelia's blushing cheeks, he nodded firmly. There won't be, Leah. 10 for the Daily Life of a Reader Chapter 104. A Reader's Daily Life. Seeing Grin's serious tone and expression, Amelia seemed to have made a decision. She squeezed her eyes shut, and was about to lean in. Grin, however, acted as if he had been burned and suddenly recoiled. How about I go brush my teeth first? Mew baka. Amelia pouted stubbornly, closed her eyes, and lunged forward with a clumsy recklessness, pressing her lips against Grin's before he could react. Amelia felt her mind go blank, her heart pounding like a drum. After only a few seconds of shared warmth, she frantically tried to pull back. But before she could break away even an inch, Grin held the back of her neck. Taking advantage of the girl's momentary shock, his tongue lightly swept across her pearly whites. The sensation came so unexpectedly that Amelia's whole body stiffened, her pupils dilated, and her fingers clutching his clothes instantly tightened. After just a fleeting tease, Grin let go, a playful smile playing on his lips. He watched as she bounced away as if burned, clutching her lips and staggering back a few steps, her small face steaming, and her whole body trembling slightly. Was that just now? What are you talking about? Grin chuckled and smoothed his hair. No, Grin, this is very important. Amelia looked a bit anxious, her small face filled with panic and confusion, yet she didn't know how to describe that strange sensation. Rem only said that kissing won't make you pregnant, but you seem to do something else just now. No, I have to go find Rem to confirm. The girl muttered to herself, turned around in a panic, and ran toward where Rem was with her little white boots going tap tap tap. Looking at that slender back fleeing in panic, Grin was momentarily entranced. What a cute girl. From this perspective, Puck's education has its merits. The crackling of the campfire gradually grew quiet, and the night wind blew through the camp, carrying the snores of sleeping warriors. Grin stretched, wrapped his coat tighter, and leaned by the fire to close his eyes. Time passed quietly. In his sleep, a soft furball seemed to sneak into his arms. Dawn slowly bloomed, gradually washing over the camp's meadows and dyeing the campfire embers a warm golden red. Grin was woken by the warm sensation in his arms. It was like holding a small stove, preventing him from feeling any of the morning chill. A faint milky scent lingered around his nose as he groggily nuzzled the softness in his arms, mumbling in his sleep, Betty, you seem to have gained weight. Ha, it seems someone slept very peacefully last night. Grin jolted awake and met Betty's icy blue eyes, which were filled with annoyance. The girl stood a few steps away with her arms crossed, her golden curls shimmering coldly in the morning light. He only then looked down and realization curled in his arms was actually Mimi, the Cat Clan beastman. The girl was sleeping soundly while hugging his waist, her cheek rubbing against his lapel, and her drool had even dampened a small patch of fabric. And leaning on his shoulder was Rem, also sleeping sweetly. The girl's profile was pressed against his shoulder, her long eyelashes drooping, and her breathing shallow. The three of them were covered by a single blanket, looking like a picture of family bliss. "How does the new body pillow feel, Grin?" Betty said through gritted teeth, her gaze toward Mimi carrying a hint of coldness. "Baby Betty, this is an accident." Grin scrambled to get up, his face filled with embarrassment. He reached out and grabbed Mimi by her back collar, carefully lifting her into the air. The Cat Clan girl woke up slowly from the shaking, let out a long yawn, and rubbed her round eyes into slits with her small hands. "Good morning, Brother Grin." Grin forcefully booted up the drowsy Mimi, and stood her upright on the ground. "Mimi, Miss Anastasia just came to visit the mercenary group and brought lots of cakes. If you don't go now, Hey Ta Luo and Tivy will eat them all." Mimi's ears perked up with a schwa, and her round eyes instantly lit up like morning stars, her previous sleepiness vanishing instantly. She didn't even bother rubbing her eyes, instead wiping the drool off on her clothes with her small hands while muttering, "What? Mimi's going to beat them up." With that, she turned and bolted toward the center of the camp, her small figure quickly disappearing among the tents. Grin then leaned down with a fawning expression next to the sulking Great Spirit. "I was wondering why it felt so fuzzy. It turns out it was that Mimi girl. She can't even compare to one of Betty's leg hairs. You Betty doesn't remember having such disgusting things." "I don't believe it, let me check." "Someone will see us, you idiot." After a bit of playfulness, Betty's anger mostly dissipated. In her heart, she didn't mind how close Rem or Amelia were to Grin, but she would never give up her spot as Grin's body pillow. "Yon Green Kuin, you can't." Rem's sleep-talking made the two stop playing. Her small head kept adjusting its position, as if searching for Grin's shoulder. Grin shook his head helplessly and leaned over to gently poke Rem's cheek. "Wake up, Remington. The sun is shining on your butt." "Okay Green Kuin." Rem will get up after counting to 100 in her head. Seeing Rem roll over to reconnect with her dreams, Grin had no choice but to pick her up and carry her toward the tent. He turned his head and said to Betty as he walked, "I'll be right back. Stay here and don't move." This tent belonged to Amelia, and the cute half-elf girl was also still sleeping soundly. After placing Rem beside Amelia, Grin tucked the quilt in tightly. After finishing, he leaned down beside Amelia and called softly, "Puck, are you there?" He waited for half a minute, but there was no response. Damn, this bastard better not have bailed already. Old geezer. Beast of the end of the permafrost. Puck squeezed out from Amelia's tightly wrapped blanket, making a silencing gesture with his small paws. "You bad guy, don't shout like that." "Well, I had to make sure you were here, didn't I? I have something to take care of, so take over and protect the two of them." Before Puck could nod in agreement, Grin quickly got up and slipped away. "I'm not very good at babysitting." The Great Spirit Puck was a bit flustered. He wanted to stop Grin from leaving but didn't dare shout too loudly for fear of waking the two girls from their dreams. Grin had just returned to Betty's side, a fawning smile on his face as he reached out his right hand. "Good Betty, walk with me for a bit." Betty glanced sideways at his outstretched hand, her icy blue eyes still reflecting a bit of awkward moodiness. She slowly lifted her small hand and placed it gently in Grin's. "Humph, Betty watched Woolgaroth for you all night, and yet you slept with other girls in your arms behind Betty's back. You have to apply for permission next time, you know." Chapter 105, Grin's childhood name. "Haha, no problem." Grin cast a doting look at Betty, took her small hand in his, and slowly paced toward the edge of the camp. "But why are you monitoring that guy? Didn't he volunteer for the night watch?" But Woolgaroth ran off to eat the white whale's soul after everyone fell asleep. Betty shook her head, her golden drills swaying with the movement. "Seems normal, doesn't it? When he was in the Mather's territory, he ate the souls of the Ulgrim as well." Grin frowned, somewhat puzzled. "It's different." Betty emphasized her tone, and the small hand-holding grins tightened. "Last time, to make the souls easier to digest, he tore them apart before swallowing. Now, faced with the massive soul of the white whale, he chose to swallow it whole instead. That damned hand mirror better not be thinking of harming Grin, or Betty would surely crush it into crystals and exile it to the darkest of dimensions." Grin pondered the information in Betty's words, and a sense of unease gradually crept into his heart. Swallowing it directly. The soul of the white whale. The dark fairy tale book contained detailed information about the magic mirror. He remembered that if Woolgaroth swallowed a soul whole, he could preserve it long-term or even enslave it. As he was thinking, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly summoned the pitch-black dark fairy tale book. He flipped it open with a rustle, and just as Grin suspected, the content on the pages had changed. Snow White Core Compendium, Unlock Condition, Kill 7 Demons, January 7th. What exactly does this guy want with the white whale's soul? It seemed he would have to find time for a thorough investigation. Before Grin could think any deeper, a rhythmic sound of footsteps suddenly came from the edge of the camp, mixed with low animalistic growls and the rustling of grass, breaking the silence of the early morning. Turning to look, he saw dust rising on the forest path bathed in morning light as over 30 mercenaries riding lion-tiger beasts marched toward the camp. Leading the group was a purple-haired figure, the only person in the squad riding an earth dragon. His pure white knight's uniform, embroidered with an iris crest, was spotless, and his handsome face bore a smile that was gentle yet authoritative. Grin and the men exchanged smiles, and Grin waved from a distance. Once the group drew near, he spoke up. "Long time no see, Julius. It is wonderful to see you safe and sound, Lord Grin. However, I regret to say I am not the Julius you speak of, but merely a wanderer known as Yuri." Julius looked down and smiled, his light tone carrying a hint of seriousness. As the Mun dubbed the kingdom's finest knight, he could not accept being reduced to a mere mercenary. One could call it a bit of spiritual pride. In truth, this man had been adopted by his uncle after his parents passed away, jumping from a commoner to the heir of a noble knightly family. But this unorthodox origin, combined with the heavy weight of family responsibility on his shoulders, had long ago buried a deep-seated anxiety about his self-worth in his heart. It drove him to always strive for perfection, to be worthy of the title finest knight. Felix had spotted Julius's group long ago and happily approached, teasing him familiarly, only just leisurely showing up to rendezvous now. "You certainly have quite the attitude, Julius." A look of apology appeared on Julius's face as he responded with a humble posture. "Saying that puts me in a difficult position. However, per Lady Anna's arrangements, everyone was bound to feel exhausted after the subjugation of the white whale. At such a time, a fresh force with high spirits is needed to serve as the vanguard." The moment he finished speaking, his tone shifted abruptly. He faced Grin solemnly once more, straightened his back, and gave a deep bow. "I offer my heartfelt thanks to Lord Grin for his contributions to the kingdom. To make up for the regret of not joining you in the battle against the white whale, I shall give my absolute all in the upcoming purge of the witch cult." Grin reached out to help Julius up, looking grateful. Hearing the finest knight speak is truly reassuring. Julius remained silent for a few seconds before sincerely repeating his earlier words. "It seems the two of you have forgotten, there is no knight here. You only need to call me Yuri." Felix shrugged helplessly and explained to Grin, "He's always been like this. You'll get used to it. Besides, doesn't Greencoin's plan involve using pseudonyms anyway? The methods of those lunatics in the witch cult were far more sinister and troublesome than one could imagine. Rybatten Catos, the Archbishop of Sin representing gluttony, possessed the authority to devour a target's name and memories. However, this authority had certain restrictions. First, he needed to know the target's true name. Second, he had to touch the target with his palm, and then lick his own palm. Only then could the authority be successfully activated. Those whose memories were eaten would lose all recollections except for common knowledge. Those whose names were eaten would be forgotten by the world. This information had been mentioned in the intelligence Grin provided, along with a strategy to use fake names in battle. Julius nodded in understanding and pointed to the mercenaries lined up behind him, his voice steady and powerful. We have already familiarized ourselves with each other's fake names in advance, so we can react quickly during combat. Hearing this, Felix tapped his chin with a fingertip, his golden eyes darting around as if suddenly remembering something. Speaking of which, Green Kun hasn't told us what your fake name is going to be yet. Grin was slightly taken aback. He lowered his head to think for a moment, then scratched his head in frustration. I actually haven't thought about it. Any recommendations? Felix blurted out, just use your childhood name. It's so much simpler. Childhood name. The name you had when you were still nursing. Oh, Grin had a sudden realization and clapped his hands. Then should I be called Baby Grin? The corner of Felix's mouth twitched. Still contains your real name. Pick another one. Then how about Big Baddie? Or maybe Darling? They sound quite intimidating. Grin pondered with a straight face. Felix means the name you had while nursing as an infant. Not the names you're called at those times. The femboy knight couldn't keep up with the pace of Grin's dirty jokes and quickly protested loudly. Betty also felt a bit flustered and quietly tugged on the corner of Grin's clothes. Betty thinks you could be called Prince, just like in the story of Beauty and the Beast. You are. Julius's gaze fell upon Betty, and his brow slowly furrowed. The relaxed expression he had just a moment ago instantly turned solemn. He instinctively took half a step forward and knelt on one knee before Betty, his voice filled with undeniable surprise and a sense of reverence. I have been most impolite. I did not expect a high elf such as yourself to be present here. Betty turned her head away with a huff, her small fist lightly thumping Grin's waist as she crossed her arms in a very proud stance. Humph, did you see that, you guy? Betty is like a treasure, she is respected wherever she goes. If you don't cherish Betty, Betty will ignore you for a whole day. 106 Greed and Gluttony. Chapter 106, Greed and Gluttony. Like stroking a cat, Grin Anderson reached out and ran his hand through Betty's hair, moving down to her slightly puffed-out cheeks and giving them a gentle squeeze. What's the matter, Betty? Clearly, it's you who's made things miserable for me, right? Betty was a bit lost by this question, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. She furrowed her small brow in displeasure and asked huffily, Betty has been protecting you this whole time. When has Betty ever done anything to harm you? Right now, Grin Anderson leaned down and whispered into her ear, his voice low, husky, and tender, for making me like you so much. Always saying such nonsensical things. Betty's fingers, which were clutching the corner of Grin Anderson's clothes, suddenly tightened. The tsundere look on her small face instantly crumbled, and she felt quite embarrassed. In a corner of the camp, Subaru Natsuki was holding a palm-sized notebook, his pen scratching across the paper as he seriously and earnestly recorded every word Grin Anderson said, looking for all the world like he was studying some peerless secret manual. But Grin Anderson wouldn't stop there. He went even further, clutching his chest and putting on a look of pain and horror. This is bad, Betty. I think I can't feel my heartbeat anymore. Oh please, you're trying to trick Betty again. Betty turned her face away, but still couldn't help stealing a glance at Grin Anderson to check on him. Oh, I forgot. Grin Anderson slapped his forehead as if suddenly realizing something, his tone full of playful indulgence. My heart was stolen by you a long time ago. Stop it, you big dummy. Betty forgives you. Betty hastily spoke up to stop him, fearing he would say something else that would make her face flush red. The soldiers in the camp gathered in small groups, whispering in low voices, their eyes full of amused excitement. My God, Lord Jellin is a genius. Impressive. I feel like this is more effective than magic. Look over there, there's even a guy transcribing it. The rising and falling sounds of discussion reached her ears. Even as a great spirit who had lived for hundreds of years, and was usually calm and self-possessed, she couldn't quite handle this situation. She hurriedly grabbed Grin Anderson's hand and dragged him toward the tent, her voice carrying a hint of bashful anger. There are too many people here. If you have something to say, go back to the tent and say it to Betty alone. I thought you were shy. Well, you're right, this place isn't suitable for a cutie like you. Woo, a melodious yet urgent horn sounded, abruptly cutting through the noise of the camp. A scout riding an earth dragon sped in from Lifaz Road, a branch of Flugel Avenue, looking travel-worn. The dragon's hooves kicked up a cloud of dust, and his voice was filled with anxious shouts. Enemy detected. Enemy detected. 2 people. They are less than 200 meters away. The happy expression on Grin Anderson's face switched to a poker face in a second, his eyes suddenly turning solemn. He raised his hand and shouted to the soldiers in the camp, all of you, fall back and stand by. Hold the formation, do not attack recklessly. The soldiers moved aside in an orderly fashion to open a path, and Crush's heroic and spirited figure emerged from within. The longsword in her hand was already unsheathed, and the mana she had exhausted during yesterday's hunt for the white whale had returned to its peak. Lord Jellin, the Karsten family has no precedent for letting an ally face a powerful enemy alone. Whether it is the white whale or the witch cult, we shall only meet them with the edge of our blades. Grin Anderson exchanged a smile with her, and turned to walk to the front of the line. Rem had already rushed over with her morning star, following half a step behind him. That guy Greed was definitely not someone who could be overwhelmed by numbers, and besides, Grin Anderson couldn't bring himself to let the Allied forces go to their deaths. He took a deep breath, his eyes occasionally glancing at the massive corpse left by the white whale. Rakins and the other 2 thugs wobbled over, looking like they hadn't slept well. Holy crap, it looks like we're late. Seeing everyone standing there in a daze, they immediately woke up from their drowsiness, feeling like they had overslept for military training. The 3 of them quickened their pace to catch up to Grin Anderson. The small Ahan even dragged a folding chair from the camp along the way. Boss, the 3 of us just went to find a chair for you, that's why we're a bit late. Right. As the boss, how could you be standing with everyone else? Please have a seat, boss. The 3 of them chattered away, pulling and pushing Grin Anderson until he was seated in the chair. It seems someone is specifically waiting for us. They possess some basic level of upbringing. Truly, there are quite a few fragrant-smelling fellows here. I can feel my stomach starting to churn. I really can't get enough, no matter how much I eat. 2 figures, carrying completely different eerie auras, slowly emerged from the end of the road. Grin Anderson narrowed his eyes into slits. The dark fairy tale book was already in his hand, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the cover. The first to walk over was a short boy of about 14 or 15. His dark skin was covered in dense whip marks and bite marks, ugly scars crisscrossing so much that almost no intact skin could be seen. This guy was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Rybatten Katos. Shark-like fangs bit into his dry lips, a suppressed swallowing sound rolling in his throat, and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. We sensed our pet had been taken out, so we came to take a look. It really is a bountiful harvest. After all, you killed the white whale that did as it pleased for 400 years. I expected you to be ripe and delicious, but the situation has truly exceeded my expectations. Regulus, the Archbishop of Greed, didn't even lift his eyelids. He waved his hand with some disdain and spoke to the crowd, rest assured, everyone. He and I are completely different. I hate conflict. Hunger and longing such lowly private desires have nothing to do with me. I only came here to check in passing if any of the women present are qualified to become my wife. This man had a well-proportioned build and a complexion that was pale from years of being out of the light, but his face was so ordinary that it would instantly vanish if thrown into a crowd. His pace was neither fast nor slow, as composed as if he were strolling in his own backyard. Even though there was no mana leaking out, the surrounding air froze, exuding a suffocating pressure. Regulus looked over the scene with a scrutinizing gaze, finally landing on Grin Anderson, who was sitting in front of everyone. "You there, can't you stand up and show some respect while someone else is speaking seriously? To actually put on an act of watching a play, it's truly irritating." In this situation, Grin Anderson felt it would be a waste of the setting not to put on a bit of a show. He sat broadly in the chair, lazily slanting his eyelids, his fingertips tapping on the armrest with a dong-dong sound. His tone carried 3 parts playfulness and 7 parts disdain, much like a host at a banquet smiling at his guests, as he spoke slowly to the uninvited visitor. The Harem King has arrived." Chapter 107, Fourth Movement. Harem King. Watashi wa. I am Regulus Corneas, the witch cult's Archbishop of Sin representing greed. Regulus repeated each word slowly, with a grating gloominess, as if he were passing judgment on some unforgivable sin. "Lowly ant, are you defiling the love I have for my wives? I love them all equally. Every one of my wives has been properly granted her own exclusive number." Sorry, I overslept a little." Amelia's clear and beautiful voice rang out from behind Grin, carrying a hint of the soft drowsiness of someone who had just woken up, yet she still hadn't forgotten what Grin had said about not calling him by his real name. This girl had been resting in the tent where Grin and Rem were keeping watch, and only got out of bed after hearing the noise outside. Amelia's silver-white hair fell over her shoulders like moonlight, and the plain white dress she wore was slightly damp with morning dew, yet it didn't diminish her innate saintly aura in the slightest. The moment the girl's soft whisper fell, Regulus's originally calm and expressionless golden pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had discovered some treasure. He stared intently at Amelia, and for the first time, a smile of interest appeared on that ordinary-looking face. "Ha ha, what a pleasant surprise. It would be a waste for such a beautiful face to be eaten by rye. Hey, you woman, do you want to be my 79th wife?" "Regulus, what do you mean? If I'm missing a piece of dessert, I won't be full." Rye's raspy voice carried an obvious note of complaint. Only then was Regulus willing to move his gaze away from Amelia for a split second, glancing at Rye with an arrogance that brooked no argument. "If you're not full, go gnaw on those soldiers, or swallow that white will carcass. Either way, there's plenty to fill your stomach." Amelia felt a bit annoyed hearing such blunt and shameless words. She stole a glance at Grin out of the corner of her eye, then responded to Regulus with a cold face. "I don't want to marry such a rude guy. And besides, 79th wife sounds way too ridiculous, doesn't it?" Grin raised his hand to shield Amelia behind him, and looked at old Reg with a mocking expression. "I say, why does an impotent guy like you always love collecting young girls? And trying to poach someone right in front of me, isn't that a bit much?" Betty let out a soft huff, completely disregarding the pathetic fellow before her. Her tone returned to the same arrogance she displayed in the library. "What a boastful fellow. Talking about a 79th wife, you sound even more of a philanderer than a certain bad guy. But who knows if it's even true? Could you just be a king living in a fantasy? Sleeping under greasy blankets while the cold wind blows every day, and returning to your illusory castle as soon as you close your eyes. Wow, baby, since when were you so sharp-tongued?" Grin was dumbfounded, looking at Betty with a face full of admiration. The little girl felt a bit shy under his gaze, and turned her head away. "Baka, keep your eyes on the enemy. Don't keep paying attention to Betty." On the other side, Regulus was about to explode with rage. His face turned the color of pig liver at a visible speed, and a storm of fury surged within his originally calm golden pupils. He clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly, and his features became distorted and hideous due to extreme anger. "You uncivilized barbarians. This is an infringement on my right to pursue love." Regulus's right foot slammed into the ground, sending gravel flying. Like a frenzied beast, he lunged toward the group, enveloped in a world-destroying pressure. Seeing that the other side was about to go berserk, Grin raised his hand to stop him as if possessed. Wait a minute, I still have something to say. If you have last words, it's better to keep them brief. Upon hearing this, Regulus actually stopped his movements, though his eyes, filled with killing intent, remained fixed on Grin. Grin found it amusing and shook his head leisurely. The only redeeming quality of this bastard Regulus was probably his habit of letting people finish what they had to say. This likely stemmed from his obsession with contracts and rules, which had long been carved into the fundamental principles of his logic. In Regulus's perception, a dialogue itself was a form of implicit contract. When one party spoke, the other had the obligation to finish listening. Grin curled his lips into a wicked smile. Regulus, right. You look like an honest fellow. I happen to have a very excellent lady I'd like to introduce to you. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Hearing this, Regulus's brows furrowed deeply. The killing intent in his golden pupils faded slightly, replaced by heavy wariness and suspicion. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think such a crude trick can fool me? However, if you offer up that silver-haired girl beside you, I might be magnanimous enough to let you die an easy death. Where is the trust between people? If you don't believe me, you can go ask around the royal capital. When has this prince ever lied? Grin shrugged, the wicked smile on his face deepening. He intentionally drew out his words, speaking slowly. That lady is gentle, virtuous, and clever. Most importantly, she's truly a beauty. She's practically a tailor-made candidate for your 79th wife. Regulus's breathing visibly hitched, and the wavering in his eyes became more apparent. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, then, where is she? Rai, listening from the side, grew impatient. His shark-like pointed teeth ground together, and his raspy voice was full of complaints. Damn it, how much longer are you two going to chat? Regulus, do you still want that pointy-eared woman? If not, let me eat her too. Interjecting into my conversation with someone else, are you provoking me? Regulus snapped his head around to scold him, clearly having his mind hooked by Grin's words. He looked at Grin again, his gaze sharp as a knife. I'll ask you one more time, where exactly is my 79th wife? You'd better not be lying to me, or I'll make you experience a pain worse than death. Don't worry, I'll invite her out right now. Now let's prepare the welcoming ceremony. Grin's gaze darkened as he waved toward the symphony orchestra. Play, Simon. Fourth movement, Grace Before Meals. Old Simon's expression became more solemn than ever. He had vaguely guessed that fourth movement in the score must be the true reason for their presence here. He straightened his hunched back and raised both hands high, his well-defined fingers tracing a precise arc in the air. With a forceful pause of Simon's wrist, the poised symphony orchestra instantly erupted into a grand and eerie movement. The majestic music, carrying an atmosphere of interwoven chill and mockery, swept through the entire camp like a tide. The old priest's deep, raspy voice pierced through the quiet wilderness as soon as he spoke. The wolf girl in human skin, her tail and claws must be hidden with care. Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Where is today's dinner hidden? Grandma ate an old woman, undigested flesh churning in her stomach. Tear it apart, let it flow, take everything in sight into your mouth, then weep bitterly for your dead family. 108 A Witch from Another World Chapter 108. The Witch from Another World. As the brief singing drew to a close, the dark fairy tale book in Grin's hand floated into the air of its own accord. The pages flipped with a rustle, stopping at the section for the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Half-Wolf Girl Margaret Core illustration, unlock condition, dissect the bellies of 100 canine creatures. Status, unlocked ritual requirement 1, 1,000 tons of flesh ritual requirement 2, sing the nursery rhyme, Grace Before Meals. Aloud, the bright red figure leaped off the page, and those eyes, as lively as a forest fawn's, seemed to give a strange, eerie twitch. Grin faced the corpse of the white whale and recited solemnly, I offer these 1,000 tons of flesh to the forest. Descend, Margaret. As Grin's shout faded, the wind around the camp suddenly turned foul and metallic, and the dust swirling in the air was dyed a dark crimson. What remained of the white whale's corpse melted and liquefied at a visible rate, turning into an endless stream of red blood that meandered through the air. These thick waves of blood seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, surging together toward the dark fairy tale book floating in midair, and seeping into the edges of its pages. With every bit that flowed in, the illustration of Little Red Riding Hood Margaret glowed with a trace of bewitching red light. When the red light reached the final corner of the illustration, the pages vibrated with a hum, and a pillar of scarlet light suddenly shot into the sky, dyeing the dawn firmament the color of blood. Within the pillar of light, a slender figure slowly took shape. It was a girl who looked no more than 17 or 18, her scarlet hooded cloak fluttering. The edges of the hood were embroidered with dark gold thorn patterns that rippled with faint magical light as she moved. Her long, curly flaxen hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her cold, lake blue eyes hid a greed and indifference that could swallow everything, as if all things in the world were merely garnishes on her dinner plate. The girl's figure slowly descended, landing with one foot on Grin's shoulder. Ring-a-ding, the silver bells on her wrist chimed softly in the wind, her voice carrying the joy and excitement of seeing the light of day again. My lovely Apostle Grim Anderson, what an eagerly anticipated meeting, ha ha ha. I wouldn't happen to be the first one to descend, would I? Margaret's petite frame looked to be no more than 40 kilograms, yet at this moment, Grin felt as if he were carrying a mountain. His beast instinct's warning capability had completely shut down, even transmitting a ridiculous thought to his brain: you have been preyed upon. Please die immediately. Grin raised his head with difficulty and said haltingly, Big sis, you just exposed my real name. What if I get eaten by gluttony in a bit? The girl chuckled, covering her mouth. Ha, you can't die, Grin, or else something terrible will happen. That damn dark fairy tale book had been urging Grin to start the ritual ever since he unlocked the core illustration. The magical knowledge brought by the Queen's Snow White illustration also continuously helped him analyze the ritual's category and abilities. All clues pointed to one result: summoning and descent. Oh my God. Old Simon walked over trembling and knelt on the ground like a pilgrim 10 paces away from Margaret. A god has descended. It is Her Excellency the Forest Goddess. His aged voice carried a sob, his thin palms pressed tightly against the ground, and his forehead made thudding sounds as he kowtowed. These words were like a clap of thunder, instantly shattering the dead silence of the camp. You've got to be kidding. The gods actually exist. It's true. It's the one from the reliefs in the Church of Abundance. Forest Goddess above, please protect us lost lambs. There were plenty of believers among the soldiers. They were now kneeling in swaths, foreheads to the ground, not daring to look directly at the deity. Amidst the commotion and sounds of worship, only Regulus remained calm, his expression even carrying a hint of presumptuous scrutiny. He greedily eyed Margaret's beautiful face beneath the hood, a self-righteous smile curling the corners of his lips. What a pretty face! Regulus muttered to himself, completely ignoring the kneeling crowd around him, nor did he take the terrifying pressure on Grin's shoulder seriously. In his twisted perception, any woman beautiful and special enough should become one of his many wives, and this girl who had descended out of thin air was naturally no exception. Regulus straightened his collar, stepped forward, and stopped directly in front of Grin. He looked up at Margaret, his tone carrying a condescending arrogance. You are quite good, you possess the qualifications to be my wife. Abandon the ant beneath your feet, and come with me. As a loving husband, I can generously forgive your sin of making me look up at you. Before he could finish, Margaret suddenly tilted her head, a faint trace of mockery flickering in her lake blue eyes. The red-robed girl raised her index finger, placing it in the middle of her delicate, rosy lips. "Sho, I'm talking to my doggy." Before he could react, the girl standing on Grin's shoulder suddenly raised her foot. Her slender toes, carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, struck first despite moving second, kicking Regulus squarely in the chest. A deafening thud exploded. Regulus didn't even have time to cry out before he was sent flying like a cannonball hit by a battering ram, trailing an endless line of dust across the wilderness. What just flew past? Rye froze in place, his drooling mouth still slightly agape, his scarlet pupils suddenly shrinking. He stared fixedly in the direction Regulus had flown, his eyeballs trembling slightly. His face full of greed was completely replaced by shock, and he even forgot to swallow the saliva sliding down the corner of his mouth. The one who was practically the strongest combat force among the archbishops of Sin had been kicked away by that seemingly slender red-robed girl. Grin blinked in astonishment. He had guessed she would be powerful, but he hadn't expected her to be this powerful. Seeing this, he didn't care about anything else and raised his small hand, pointing straight at the Archbishop of Gluttony. "Margaret, give this shorty a kick too." Is it my turn?" Rye raised his wrist to wipe the drool from his mouth, his eyes fixed intently on the red-robed girl's body. Margaret's eyebrows twitched slightly, a hint of playful ruthlessness washing over her lake-blue eyes. She pushed off lightly from Grin's shoulder with her toes, her slender figure suddenly leaping up and drawing a red arc in midair. Shoo bang! In the next second, the girl's right leg tensed into a sharp kukri, accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking air as it slammed down toward Rye. Rye's pupils shrank. His survival instinct overrode all shock as he scrambled and lunged to the side. A sharp gust of wind grazed his shoulder, leaving a small wound. Before he could feel relieved, a piercing, burning pain came from his shoulder. He looked down, and his pupils dilated to their limit. Though the wound was small, bright red blood was gushing out as if it were alive, and it couldn't be stopped. Damn it, is this the divine protection of the death god? The flowing blood seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, leaving Rye's body and turning into slender lines of blood dancing in the air. Margaret landed slowly and raised her hand in a hollow grip. The dancing lines of blood spiraled and gathered at her side, gradually condensing into a blood sphere the size of a human head. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly and deepened her breathing. Following her breath, a wisp of blood mist peeled off from the churning blood sphere and surged into Margaret's nostrils. Few blood mixed with countless soul fragments is indeed a bit hard to swallow. Chapter 109, The Authority of Gluttony. Margaret. He already knows your true name from the moment you descended. Be careful not to let his palm touch you. Grin reminded her from the side. He wasn't sure what the red-robed girl before him was capable of. Margaret extended her right hand, flexing her slender fingers. It's a pity that small fish only gave me a momentary sense of fullness, otherwise, that blow just now would have flattened this shorty. Rye staggered to his feet, pushing off the ground and tensing his muscles to compress his wounds. In those cloudy, fish-like eyes, nothing remained but a madness scorched crimson by desire. Ha ha ha, it's too unfair if you're the only one eating. Please, let me have a taste of you too. Before his voice could fade, a cold light flashed on the back of his hands as two bound short swords sprang from their sheaths. His figure blurred into an afterimage as he lunged, the short swords thrusting toward Margaret's throat from a tricky angle. A playful arc curved at the corner of Margaret's mouth. With a light flick of her wrist, two slender fingers moved faster than the eye could see, precisely pinching the incoming blade. Quite the impressive technique. To think someone who looks so young can use moves that ordinary people would take decades of training to master. Margaret tilted her head and gave her fingertips a gentle twist. Rye felt a surge of immense force. His right wrist sword began to buckle under the pressure, trembling and warping. With a dull explosion, the blade shattered. Sharp fragments flew in all directions, sinking deep into Rye's arm, and blood instantly gushed out. How wonderful! This is great. Isn't it great? Rye felt no pain. Instead, he let out an excited roar. This mouth-watering physical strength of yours doesn't smell like a divine protection. I happen to need exactly this kind of method to strengthen my physique. His pupils dilated to the extreme due to sheer greed. Dragging his bleeding arm, he frantically swung his remaining left wrist sword, slashing wildly at Margaret. The sword light was impenetrable, moving so fast that only a cold afterimage could be seen. But every attack was easily blocked by Margaret's fingernails, the sound of metal scraping acting like a mockery of him. Not over yet. It's not over yet. Rai roared, the muscles in his left arm bulging wildly as he poured every last ounce of strength into the blade, thrusting it violently toward Margaret's heart. Margaret's brow twitched slightly. She clenched her fist and flashed in front of Rai's face, delivering a swift, powerful punch. Another crisp crack sounded as the left wrist sword shattered. Sharp fragments mixed with Rai's blood splashed all over his own face. The Archbishop of Gluttony staggered back half a step, the intense pain from his wounds nearly tearing his consciousness apart. How wonderful, such intense pain. It's too good. Rai suddenly grinned madly, his mouth splitting all the way to his ears. The more pain I feel, the stronger the desire to devour becomes. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly arched his body and pounced at Margaret like a dying beast. I really do dislike this fighting style that gets one's clothes dirty. Margaret's eyes turned cold. She raised her hand and delivered a palm strike, piercing toward his chest with the sound of breaking air. Pucci, the hand blade sank into Rai's body without resistance. Warm blood instantly splattered onto the girl's red robe, blooming like bewitching flowers. Rai's body trembled violently, yet he stared fixedly at Margaret, who was inches away, his eyes churning with ultimate madness and greed. Using his last shred of strength, he slammed his mangled palm against Margaret's shoulder, spreading a circle of bloodstains onto the deep red cloak. Ha ha ha, I caught you. I finally caught you. Miss Margaret, I'll be taking your name and memories now. Rai made a strange wheezing sound in his throat. A bizarre black-purple light glowed in his palm, as the authority of gluttony operated frantically. He raised his other hand toward his mouth, sticking out his long tongue to lick his palm. Grin's heart instantly leaped into his throat, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks as he bolted upright from his chair. Margaret, pull back quickly. His authority will erase your existence. The true name was known, and the touch was complete. Once the authority of gluttony was activated, even this mysterious girl would likely be unable to escape the fate of having her name and memories plundered. Zila, amidst a harsh sound, Rai's palm charred and carbonized at a visible rate. Intense pain spread wildly up his arm, shooting straight to the top of his head. His eyes widened in disbelief, his fish-like pupils filled with terror. His originally crazed smile froze on his face, instantly twisting into a hideous mask of agony. How is this possible? The power of the authorities' backlash swept through his entire body like a tsunami. His soul stomach felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, the cramping pain made him curl up, his stomach churning. He violently spat out a large mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, and his presence withered away at an alarming speed. Margaret quietly watched the person before her gradually wither, a mocking curve touching the corners of her lips. With a sudden twist of her waist, she withdrew her hand blade. Her long right leg, like a coiled steel whip, carried a sharp whistle through the air as she delivered a vicious roundhouse kick to Rai's abdomen. The kick was as fast as lightning, and its power was absolutely terrifying. Rai didn't even see the movement, he only felt a heart-wrenching pain in his abdomen as his entire body was sent flying, as if struck by an earth dragon. Rai's body was like a kite with a broken string, flying back over 10 meters before slamming heavily onto the ground. He tried to struggle to lift his head, but he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the floating orb of blood beside Margaret began to glow with a faint light. In the next second, an irresistible suction force emanated from the blood orb. The wounds on Rai's body seemed to be torn open by invisible hands. The gushing blood no longer dripped into the dirt, instead, it turned into thin threads of blood, racing toward the blood orb. The burning pain of the wounds was instantly replaced by a hollow chill, as his body shriveled up at a visible rate. The heavily injured Rai questioned the culprit behind all this in a state of collapse. Why is this happening? The blood orb spat out tiny silk threads, guiding Margaret as she floated into the air. The red cloak behind her billowed in the wind, its hem rising to brush against the girl's cheek as if caressing a junior. She raised her hand, pinching a corner of the cloak to her cheek and rubbing it, saying in a gentle tone, "I'm sorry, Shorty, but my dear grandmother's name isn't Margaret." To the side, Grin swallowed hard and slumped back into his chair, exhausted. Holy crap, it really is a human skin garment. Looking at the fallen Archbishop of Gluttony, Grin's grin gradually spread to his ears. He stood up again, dragging the chair in his hand, and ran quickly toward the red-robed girl. All right, Margaret, stop hitting him. Let me get a few kicks in. 110 Binge eating. I'll fuck you. Chapter 110, Gluttony, you motherfucker. Grin ran faster and faster, reaching the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony and raising a chair to smash it down. I'll beat you to death. With a loud bang, wood splinters flew everywhere. Riot, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, was knocked back a short distance once again. But this tenacious fellow hadn't died completely, he stood up unsteadily. A large hole had been kicked into his abdomen by Margaret, and internal organs mixed with black blood leaked from the wound, dangling precariously. Rye's throat made a strange rattling sound as his cloudy eyes stared intently at Grin in front of him. Gulp, gulp. The next second, he suddenly lowered his head and bit down hard on the chunks of internal organs that had spilled onto the ground. The sound of teeth tearing through flesh was nauseating, and blackish-red juice dripped from the corners of his mouth. Rye, however, acted as if he were tasting the most delicious delicacy in the world, chewing and swallowing frantically. A crazed roar squeezed out of his mangled throat, authority of gluttony, self-consumption. The moment the words fell, black flames erupted from Rye's broken body. Like a ghost rider, he wobbled toward Grin. He, as long as I eat you before my soul burns out. I can still survive, I can still become stronger. Holy shit, holy shit. This isn't right, that old bastard Nagatsuki didn't say you could do this. Grin retreated rapidly and hurriedly waved at Margaret. Little Red Riding Hood, tag in, tag in. You should do this after all. The girl in the red robe chuckled. Instead of continuing her attack on the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, she looked up toward a distant spot. I'm afraid you'll have to handle this yourself, Grin. A troublesome fellow has returned. Just as she finished speaking, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the end of Flugel Avenue, shaking the earth. Margaret. The fury in that voice was enough to burn through the air. Following it, a white angold figure wrapped in a gale came sprinting like a madman. Regulus Corneas, the Sin Archbishop of Greed, had features twisted with rage. His right hand was tightly gripping the neck of a witch cultist whose face had turned purple, limbs kicking futilely, unable to even make a sound for help. This guy's eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead. He stared fixedly at Margaret, who was floating in midair, the rage in his eyes almost solidifying into substance. You shameless woman. You dare reject me? This is a desecration of Lord Regulus. While still dozens of meters away, he suddenly exerted force, and threw the cultist in his hand toward Margaret like a piece of trash. Go to hell. The cultist's body traced a sharp arc through the air, heading straight for Margaret's face with a whistling sound. The girl in the red robe didn't even blink. She merely raised her hand carelessly, her fingertips twitching as an invisible blast of wind suddenly exploded, sweeping out like a blade. With a dull thud, the cultist's body exploded in midair, turning into a rain of blood. Before the blood could hit the ground, the blood-colored sphere floating in the air surged of its own accord, drawing it all in and absorbing it. To casually smash my lovely, pitiful, hard-working, loyal fingers into pieces, it truly makes my brain tremble. A sticky, hoarse roar suddenly erupted, and the shadows on the ground churned like living things. Countless black-robed witch cultists crawled out, holding rusted short blades, their eyes hollow as they closed in on the center. Pedalgius Romani Conti, the Bishop of Sloth, was also among the crowd of cultists. His back was hunched, his tattered hat sat crookedly, and his withered fingers scratched frantically at his cheeks, nails sinking deep into the flesh to leave bloody trails. Occasionally, he trembled violently from extreme excitement, the bones beneath his black robe clicking like a dying spider. Another one. Where are the teammates? Grin growled, instantly completing his beastification. His claws tore through the air as he charged toward the Archbishop of Gluttony. Hold on, husband. Your wife is coming to save you. A clear female voice, wrapped in resolute killing intent, pierced through the battlefield as Rem was the first to charge into the circle of witch cultists. The Oni horn on her forehead suddenly thrust out, shining as bright as day. Her suppressed hatred for the witch cult was reignited at this moment. Damn you! Don't you dare think of taking my happiness away again. Her slender arms swung the heavy morning star, creating a whistling wind. With one strike, the bones and muscles of several cultists were instantly crushed. Treading a path of blood, she selflessly tore a gap in the dense cultist line. Closely following Rem was a purple-black phantom. Elsa moved like a ghost among the cultists. Wherever her kukri passed, she precisely sliced open a cultist's abdomen. She licked the blood from the corner of her lips, her tone lazy yet playful. Slow down the pace, little sister. This is the first time I've swung my blade to protect someone. After the battle with the white whale, Grin saw that this woman was bored out of her mind, so he arranged for her to secretly protect Remington. Of course, it wasn't for nothing. Afterward, Grin would have to process the intestines Elsa had stripped from the white whale into a sturdy and durable little umbrella. The powerful combat strength Margaret had shown earlier had left the others with no opportunity to intervene in the battlefield. But now, with the number of enemies increased, it was their turn to take the stage. Crush's expression was solemn, as her sword pointed toward the dense swarm of approaching witch cultists. Proceed as planned. The anonymous squad will assist Prince Kuan. The hand-severing squad will stall the Archbishop of Sloth, and everyone else prioritize clearing the ordinary witch cultists. This was also the plan Grin had preset. Before killing the Archbishop of Sloth, all of his fingers had to be cleared out. Betelgeuse Romanicanti was himself an earth attribute spirit, who could form contracts with those highly compatible with spirits. The content of the contract was self-evident: sharing bodies. To put it simply, it was equivalent to preparing bodies for possession in advance. These people were called Fingers by Sloth. If even one was missed, Sloth could not be killed completely. Miss Bowel Hunter, don't act on your own. You're charging too fast. Crush's voice was clear as a sword's ring. Holding her longsword, her silver armor gleamed in the sunlight. Wherever her blade passed, black-robed cultists fell one after another. The mercenaries of the Iron Fang followed closely behind. Ricardo swung his giant axe, his burly frame crashing through the cultist encirclement like an iron tower, the roar of his broadsword deafening. Let's show you what the Iron Fang is made of. The battle cries of the mercenaries merged into one, intertwining with the screams of the cultists. Lord Grin's kindness shall be repaid with your lives. Old Man Wilhelm moved as if in a deserted place, strolling casually while twisting his wrist to swing his blade, leaving severed heads everywhere he went. Julius, the finest knight, had not yet made a move. His gaze remained fixed on the Archbishop of Sloth. That was precisely the opponent Grin had prepared for him in the plan. Chapter 111, Gluttony Must Die. As most of the warriors surged into the battlefield, an injured person limped over from the far rear of the camp. I'm here. You must be Julius, right? My name is Subaru Natsuki. In Grin's words, I'm going to be your eyes. Then I shall leave it to you, Sir Subaru Natsuki. Julius gave a gentle smile and reached out to touch Subaru Natsuki's forehead. Strands of multicolored light seeped out, transforming into an optical cable that linked the two of them. Ah, can you hear it? It's my diligent followers diligently marching toward death. And you, why are you still alive? I will never allow you to commit such a slothful act. Betelgeuse's screech was sharp and piercing. He threw open his gaunt arms, and dozens of pitch-black invisible hands instantly surged from beneath his robes. These tentacles hid in the air, slithering silently like venomous snakes toward Grin, who was currently locked in a struggle with gluttony, attempting to entwine and tear him apart from all directions. At this moment, Grin was in a beastified state. Sparks flew as his sharp claws collided with Rai's fists, which were burning with black fire. But the instant the tentacles approached, the fur all over his body stood on end, and his beastly instincts exploded in his mind like an alarm bell. Those trajectories, invisible to ordinary people, were crystal clear in his perception. Holy crap, a sneak attack. Have some martial honor, will you? Grin let out a low growl and suddenly lunged to the side, barely dodging a tentacle hacking down from above, while simultaneously whipping his long tail out like a steel lash. A tearing sound of chi-chi echoed in the air as several invisible hands were struck by the long tail, instantly turning into black smoke and dissipating. Without a moment's pause, he used the momentum of his sideways move to slash his claws fiercely at Rai's chest, forcing the opponent back several steps again, while his peripheral vision remained locked onto Sloth's direction. You saw it. You can see it, can't you? How can you see my unique proof of being loved? Betelgeuse was shocked and enraged by Grin's performance, and even the invisible hands began to boil along with his emotions. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. The berserk bishop of Sloth expanded the range of his authority. Every invisible hand became thick and powerful, dancing around like giant pythons and destroying the terrain. Grin felt a massive pressure bearing down on him, and his beastly pupils suddenly constricted. Just as he forced Rai back, several tentacles as thick as water buckets came with the sharp whistle of breaking wind, attacking simultaneously from the front, back, left, and right, sealing off all paths for evasion. Seeing this, Rai lunged forward with a sinister grin, his palms burning with black fire aiming straight for the back of Grin's heart. Let's see where you hide now. Obediently become the nourishment for my revival. At the very moment Rai's palm was about to touch Grin's back, Grin suddenly deactivated his beastification and shrank his body, slipping through the mesh of the web woven by the invisible hands. A pitch-black tentacle, several times thicker than the previous ones, suddenly swept across, brushing past Grin with such force that it created a whistling sound. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Rai, didn't even have time to react before he was struck squarely by this brutal sweep. His body, burning with black soul flames, flew backward like a broken kite, skipping across the ground like a stone on water before crashing down. By the time he stopped, the black flames had been knocked so dim they looked like a candle flickering in the wind. Rai spat out a large mouthful of black blood, his clouded eyes full of disbelief. He struggled to get up, only to be met with the agonizing pain of dislocated bones. Brainless spirit, I'll chew you up along with him. Rai cursed hoarsely, his voice filled with stifled rage. So you're the bastard who's been pestering my husband. A voice full of resentment rang out behind Rai, followed closely by a whistling morning star. Rai's bones were already dislocated and he was in piercing pain. He had no time to turn around before being slammed face down onto the ground by this blow. Rem seized the opportunity, swinging the chain in a full circle as the morning star, wrapped in the sharp sound of breaking wind, slammed into Rai's body over and over again. Witch cult. Beat you to death. You dare bully my husband. Do you think I'm some pushover? With every angry shout, the hammerhead heavily crushed Rai's body. The crisp sound of bones shattering was continuous. Rai's screams were smashed into fragments, leaving him able only to curl his body in a futile effort. Shut your mouth and go die. I told you to stop. With a shrill roar, the black fire around Rai suddenly surged, actually managing to deflect the incoming morning star by sheer force. Before Rem could react, Rai had already pounced forward like a mad dog, his gaunt fingers clutching her sleeve tightly. Your name. Tell me quickly. Rai hissed, his voice as raspy as sandpaper. Do you think I'm an idiot? The Oni horn on Rem's forehead flared with light, and the coldness in her blue eyes was enough to freeze the air. She raised her other hand and punched Rai squarely in the face without hesitation. This punch, carrying the brute strength of the Oni race, slammed into Rai's face. His nose bridge collapsed instantly, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, sliding several meters across the ground and plowing a deep trench in the soil. Seeing that this guy was barely breathing, Rem quickly trotted over to the deflected morning star to retrieve it, then turned to support Grin's direction. Just as Rai thought he could catch his breath, Elsa approached with elegant steps, a kukri spinning between her fingers, looking to be in quite a good mood. Allah, that person told me stories about you, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony of the Witch Cult. What a long title. Your bowels are clearly about to burst out, so why are you trying to stop them? What are you going to do? Haha, though your combat power is high, your bowels are still quite immature. Please bear with it, Mr. My employer gave a special request to let you savor the taste of death as many times as possible. Elsa held the hilt with one hand and stirred inside Gluttony's abdomen, as if she were making a jar of rich mayonnaise. Every inch she moved brought a sharp wail from Gluttony. On the other side of the battlefield, Grin was playing jump rope with Sloth. It was just that Sloth was swinging the ropes too chaotically, lacking any aesthetic sense. Although these visible to everyone hands were quite slow, and could basically be dodged if seen. One had to admit, the destructive power was still very strong. If one were accidentally swiped, it would probably be no different from being hit by a transformer. While darting around, Grin took the time to check on the deaths of the other witch cultists. Once all the fingers were eliminated, he could cut loose and fight Sloth properly. Hurry up, Crush. I've been pinning down the supervisor for ages. Grin's shout was drowned out by the sharp whistle of a tentacle cutting through the air. He suddenly ducked, barely avoiding a tentacle sweeping toward him. The thick, black limb grazed his scalp, and the low slope behind him was leveled in an instant. A multicolored sword light flashed, and all the invisible hands interwoven on the battlefield were severed. Please hand the battlefield over to me. Julius leaped in with his eyes tightly shut, the long sword in his hand glowing with multicolored light, condensing multiple types of spirit mana. Sloth was already dumbfounded, his right hand trembling as if he were having a seizure, pointing shakily at Julius. You saw it too, didn't you? 112 The Power of Girls Chapter 112, The Maiden's Authority. Why can you mere mortals all glimpse my unique, beloved proof? The witch's favor. Her partiality. Her affection. My brain is trembling. Betelgeuse's shriek suddenly rose an octave, the madness in his voice almost overflowing. His emaciated body trembled violently, and the invisible hand surging from beneath his robes instantly multiplied several-fold. Dense, pitch-black tentacles, like wildly dancing giant pythons, crushed down simultaneously towards Julius and Grin. At the edge of the battlefield, Subaru Natsuki was firmly planted in a horse stance, using both hands to pry his own eyes open. The one who could actually see the invisible hand was him. The vision was being shared through Julius's chain magic. You can do it. You can do it, Subaru Natsuki. The immense mental burden placed enormous pressure on his soul. At this moment, he was holding on purely by willpower. It was as if several meteors had crashed into the ground. Thick dust clouds billowed up, allowing one to only see two figures colliding within. Regulus was hammered into the earth, only his head exposed, yet there wasn't a single scratch on his body. Margaret looked at this ginseng with great interest, puzzled. Strange, why aren't you dead yet? Damnable woman, I hereby declare you have lost your qualification to become my wife. Regulus's roar made the ground hum. The veins in his neck bulged, and a torrential surge of mana erupted violently around him. The earth and stones pressing down on him were flung away, as if by an invisible hand. He yanked himself violently from the ground, the greed authority surrounding him transforming into a visible golden halo. He spread his fingers, then abruptly clenched them tight. The scattered rubble around him was instantly swept up by the mana, shooting towards Margaret like a torrential downpour. The sounds of them tearing through the air were as dense as machine gun fire. Margaret's red lips curved slightly. With a light flick of her wrist, the crimson robe behind her suddenly billowed up like a curtain blotting out the sky. Upon the robe, countless lifelike black wolf phantoms abruptly materialized. They bared their pale fangs, emitting low growls, their wolf eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light. Before the rubble could even touch the hem of Margaret's robe, it was completely engulfed by the leaping wolf phantoms. It seems to be an authority with very high resistance. In that case, I'll also show a bit of my true skill. Margaret gently pulled down her hood. Her ears, now exposed to the air, visibly transformed into a pair of orange-red wolf ears. Her pupils contracted into pinpricks, and sharp claws, shimmering with a cold light, sprouted from her delicate fingertips. Margaret's figure shot out like an arrow from a bow. Her speed was astonishingly fast. Under Regulus's astonished gaze, she had already closed in right before him. Her sharp claws, carrying a sharp whistling sound as they split the air, struck straight towards his chest. Overestimating yourself. Regulus laughed wildly. The golden halo around him suddenly swelled violently. He stood there with an odd, flickering instability, as if not existing within the flow of time. The greed authority is an existence that surpasses all others. Your filthy hands won't even touch the hem of my robe. The moment the claws descended, a piercing grating sound abruptly rang out. Margaret only felt an extremely powerful repulsive force at her fingertips, as if, within a millimeter of Regulus, time had been slowed down countless times. Yet her gaze grew even colder. She abruptly exerted force in her wrist, and the cold light at her fingertips actually faintly seeped out a trace of pitch-black patterns. Those patterns, like wriggling blood vessels, spread along the claws to the surface of Regulus's body, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The smile on Regulus's face instantly froze. He could clearly feel that his pride and joy, his authority, was being eroded by this bizarre power. What the hell is this thing? The few seconds of stalemate felt as long as a century. Margaret's wolf ears twitched slightly, and a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. Immediately after, a crisp cracking sound abruptly rang out. That last strike seemed to have pressed and shattered the invisible barrier on Regulus's body, causing countless translucent cracks to appear densely all over him. What did you do? Regulus's pupils abruptly contracted, his face full of disbelief. Before he could react, Margaret's sharp claws had already pierced through the obstruction, viciously digging into his chest. Warm blood splattered onto Margaret's cheek. She tilted her head slightly, extended her tongue to lick the blood at the corner of her mouth, her scarlet eyes filled with playful amusement. An authority that shatters heaven and earth, as long as it hits, is guaranteed to destroy. Regulus shuddered all over, excruciating pain washing over his body like a tide. He channeled his authority fully into his right hand, and with a savage swing, his fist pierced through Margaret's head. The maiden, as if without sensation, revealed a smile brimming with madness. A decent strike. It seems your authority can also enhance physical attributes. Having said that, Margaret retracted her claws, and then thrust them fiercely into where Regulus's heart should be. Regulus cried out in pain, gritted his teeth, and yanked himself back with all his might. The clothes on his chest, along with a large chunk of flesh, were torn off by Margaret, revealing an empty heart cavity. The greed authority activated once more. The torn wound, the flowing blood were instantly suspended. The only thing that could not be stopped was Regulus's contorted face, and the fear in his eyes. The blood sphere in the sky seemed to be breathing. After churning for a moment, it split off into strands of blood filaments that poured into Margaret's pierced head, repairing it completely in less than 2 breaths. On the other side, with Julius's assistance, Grin had completely suppressed sloth. Julius swept his longsword horizontally. A sword net woven of colored light tightly entangled most of the invisible hand, yet several tentacles that slipped through the net still lunged towards Grin's flank. Grin didn't even dodge or evade. His beastified hind legs powerfully kicked off the ground, and his body shot towards Protagonist like a cannonball. His claws, carrying the force of 1,000 June, chopped directly at the other's legs. To repay favor with diligence, that is the duty of the chosen. The slothful are not worthy of breathing. Protagonist's shriek was abruptly cut off. Grin's claws, with a sharp whistling sound as they split the air, smashed viciously into his knees. Those emaciated legs bent into an unnatural angle like dead branches, blood instantly spurting out. Protagonist screamed, lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground. The movements of the invisible hand abruptly slowed. The flying everywhere sky-filling, dancing offensive onslaught had a momentary break. Grin's roar pierced through the chaotic battlefield. His beast eyes locked onto the convulsing Protagonist on the ground. Swinging his long tail, he whipped several tentacles attempting to counterattack into black smoke. This fleeting opening was precisely the opportunity they had long been waiting for. Chapter 113, Witch's embers, blood-red cloak. Almost at the same time the roar subsided, a snow-white figure wrapped in a biting chill streaked through the air. Amelia's silver hair fluttered in the wind as she raised her hand toward Protagonist, who was trapped by the wall of light, and chanted softly, "Evildoer of the witch cult, sleep forever in the extreme cold." Puck's figure emerged on her shoulder, and the chill around her surged instantly, turning into countless ice shards that shot toward Protagonist. Protagonist's frantic struggling suddenly froze, and a look of madness appeared in his bloodshot eyes. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, a raspy, rattling sound leaked from his throat, and his gaunt cheeks twitched uncontrollably. "Lady Witch! Lady Witch!" He forgot to struggle, forgot to resist, and just stared blankly at that face, which was identical to the Witch of Envy's, opening his arms for an embrace. His parched lips trembled as he repeatedly muttered, "Love. This is the love that belongs only to me. The believer of sloth is here, repaying your grace with diligence." Countless sharp ice shards pierced his body, and a bone-chilling cold seeped into his limbs and bones. His gaunt frame was frozen at a visible speed, and those pitch-black tentacles, like frozen venomous snakes, stiffened in midair before shattering piece by piece. Within a few breaths, the black mist filling the sky vanished without a trace, leaving only a lifelike ice sculpture in its place. Inside, Protagonist's face was frozen in an expression of madness and resentment, still staring fixedly in the direction where Amelia stood. The main force led by Crush also sent word of victory. The once dense crowd of witch cultists had turned into a field of corpses. "All cultists have been annihilated. Check if there are any stragglers." To the north. A dragon carriage is rushing over from the north. The sentry's roar pierced the brief silence of the battlefield. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a dragon carriage emitting black smoke speeding toward the center of the crowd. The earth dragon pulling the carriage had long been whipped until its skin was raw and bleeding, letting out a shrill, mournful cry. The driver ignored everything, frantically cracking the whip, his black robes snapping in the wind. He was the last remaining witch cultist. Sensing danger, a fire lesser spirit immediately alerted its master, Julius. Upon receiving the message from the lesser spirit, Julius's expression changed drastically, and he shouted in alarm, "That carriage is full of fire magic stones. Everyone, get back." With such a massive quantity of fire magic stones, the consequences would be unthinkable if they lost control and exploded. Before he could finish his sentence, the cultist driving the carriage let out a cackling laugh and pulled out a sharp knife, stabbing it hard into the earth dragon's rump. The earth dragon gave a miserable wail, and its running speed reached its peak. "For the glory of the witch cult. For the glorious Archbishop of Sin. Witch of Envy Bonsai. What are you babbling about? Betty, get rid of him." Grim waved his hand toward the back with indifference. "Honestly, whenever you run into trouble, you push it onto Betty. Don't think you can just brush me off with a few verbal compliments afterward." She grumbled, raising her small hand to begin constructing a spell formula, ancient runes flowing through the air. A purple-black light suddenly surged, turning into a massive vortex that appeared out of thin air in the path of the speeding dragon carriage. A heart-stopping suction emanated from the vortex, and the surrounding air surged frantically, even swirling the gravel on the ground into the air. The madness on the driver's face instantly froze. He looked in terror at the vortex right in front of him, making a raspy sound in his throat. He tried to pull the earth dragon to a stop, only to find the reins already pulled taut by the suction. No, impossible. What kind of sorcery is this? Before his shrill scream could fade, the entire dragon carriage, along with the wailing earth dragon, was swallowed by the vortex. "At least I'll take a few people down with me." Ha 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 ha, the witch cultist's gaze turned fierce. At the moment before sinking, he pulled a fire magic stone from his robes and threw it toward the center of the crowd, then vanished into the rapidly closing vortex. The fire magic stone had clearly been tampered with beforehand. It flickered with a dangerous light in midair and crashed down next to the frozen sloth in the middle of the crowd. "Everyone, get out of the way!" Grim roared, rapidly completing his beastification. then hoisted a boulder-sized rock from the ground and slammed it down over it. A deafening sound exploded. Fortunately, there was only one stone, so the power wasn't that great. The airwave, carrying sparks and ice shards, swept through, only knocking off the helmets and shields of the surrounding soldiers. A charred mark was scorched into the ground, with cracks as fine as spiderwebs spreading only a few feet before stopping. Grimm's beastified body firmly withstood the aftershock, only being forced back a few steps. The large rock in his hands shattered into several pieces, crumbling into dust. Cough, cough, why do I always get blown up? The battlefield fell silent once more as the dust slowly settled, revealing the scarred earth. A red shadow descended from the sky and landed beside Grimm. Margaret stretched, revealing her jade-white waistline. I had a lot of fun today. The air in this world is truly sweet and fresh. Margaret, how was it on your end? Did you finish him off? Grimm looked at Little Red Riding Hood with anticipation, raising his hand to make a throat-slitting gesture. Margaret spread her hands helplessly and said, "Ha ha, he escaped." His movements were quite comical, as if he had thrown himself away. No way, I clearly saw you getting heart-to-heart with him just now. He could still run. Why didn't you give chase? Margaret sneered, extending her right hand and curving her thumb and index finger into a sharp angle. The sacrifice you offered was so meager, yet you want me to serve you for how long? Never mind, time is almost up. Before Margaret's voice could fade, a ripple of distortion suddenly appeared in the air around her. The edges of her crimson robes began to turn transparent, as if being torn by an invisible force. Grimm's pupils constricted, and he instinctively reached out to grab her wrist, but his fingertips only touched a cold phantom image. What are you doing? Margaret looked down at her palms, which were gradually turning into fine sand. The nonchalant smile remained on her lips, but her tone became a bit playful. What's the rush? It's not a final goodbye. Or has our cute little apostle fallen in love with me at first sight? No, I still have many questions to ask you. Grimm was a bit anxious, constantly rubbing his temples as he thought about where to start asking. Margaret raised her hand again in a silencing gesture, but this time there was no mockery on her face, only a tenderness reserved for family. Don't be impatient, little Grimm. Just like a fairy tale book, you need to flip through it page by page. Before I go, here's a little gift for you. With that, the girl untied the ribbon of her red robe, and the crimson cloak slid off her shoulders like flowing fire. She flicked her hand, and the cloak traced a smooth arc in the air, like a red butterfly spreading its wings, landing precisely on Grimm's shoulders. Grimm was startled and struggled frantically. Holy crap, I don't want this human skin. 114 The Death Throes of Laziness Chapter 114 Sloth's Deathbed Counterattack. Unfortunately, the blood-colored cloak fluttered in the wind for a few moments before fading into Grimm's body and vanishing. The dark fairy tale book appeared on its own, its pages turning without any wind, fluttering with a dark red light as countless transparent threads emerged from between the pages, reaching out to entwine Margaret. The last trace of playfulness in Margaret's eyes turned into a faint smile of relief as she allowed the threads to wrap around her sandy body, slowly being pulled toward the gaps between the pages. Remember, give me a happy ending. Margaret's entry in the compendium changed once again. All descriptions related to the ritual disappeared, replaced by normal ability introductions. Abilities: authority to shatter heaven and earth not acquired, authority of blood frenzy not acquired. Held item: blood-colored cloak acquired. The pages snapped shut with a crisp clack. The red shadow dissipated completely, and the fairy tale book trembled, turning into a streak of light that re-entered the depths of Grimm's soul. That's so stingy. All those good things, and you only left me an old lady's skin. A golden mirror peeked out stealthily from behind Grimm's shoulder, as if hiding from something. Be content, master. If she had given you the authorities as well, you'd definitely be picked clean by the others once we get back. Grimm flipped his wrist, his fingers gripping the edge of the magic mirror like iron pincers. You dog, which corner were you cowering in earlier? His voice was subtly low, his eyes filled with suppressed fury and suspicion. A flurry of panicked ripples appeared on the magic mirror's surface, its shrill voice trembling with a sob. This. That lunatic little Red Riding Hood has always been at odds with Snow White. If she saw me hanging around you, I'd definitely be shattered. Snow White. Grin keenly caught the flaw in its words, his fingertips suddenly tightening. As far as I know, you used to belong to Queen Snow White, didn't you? What does that have to do with Snow White? We're all family. Though she's a stepmother, blood is thicker than water after all. The magic mirror's voice grew increasingly guilty. Their relationship isn't as incompatible as the rumors say. From time to time, they still have heart-to-heart talks and such. Before it could finish, Betty's cool fingertips gently pulled at the hem of Grin's clothes. The girl's exquisite face was covered in a layer of frost, her voice as clear and cold as ice. Grin, the soul of the Archbishop of Sin of Gluttony, has also disappeared. Betty thinks we can throw it into the fire to interrogate it. Although the girl was talking to Grin, her gaze flickered occasionally, glancing at the Bishop of Sloth frozen in the ice, as if reminiscing about something. A cold arc curled at the corner of Grin's mouth as he nodded slowly. Good, good, good. I've really got a traitor in the house. I didn't even know I was harboring a traitor. Seeing this, Rem timidly raised her small hand. Her fair cheeks were filled with unease, and a trace of confusion rippled in her watery eyes. Green Quinn, is harboring a traitor a bad thing? Grin's expression softened instantly, the previous hostility vanishing without a trace. He quickly put on a smile and comforted her softly. No, no, this has nothing to do with you. Go rest for a bit, baby. Oh, okay. Rem stepped back obediently. Grin turned back, his smile disappearing immediately. You brat, are you secretly plotting something bad? Spit it out now, or I'll have you embedded in the toilet when we get back to the mansion. How could I, master? The magic mirror's voice suddenly became sycophantic. Look at my eyes, how sincere they are, Woolgaroth. That cloak little Red Riding Hood just gave me can chew up even hard flying stones. I wonder what would happen if I threw you two together. The magic mirror's eyes instantly cleared. I confess, master. I am guilty. Keep talking. It's Snow White. The magic mirror's gaze dodged as it spoke intermittently. Before I was unsealed, Snow White sought me out and asked me to help her collect some powerful souls, she said. She said it was so that when she descends to the mortal world, she can maintain her manifestation for a longer time. She went through all that trouble to extend her manifestation time. What exactly does she want to do? Grin pressed, his gaze sharp as a knife. The magic mirror's light dimmed, its voice full of terror. That I really don't know. To her, I'm at most a magic enlightenment toy. Grin's gaze softened as he affectionately stroked the outline of the magic mirror. You're always like this, going silent whenever you encounter a difficult question. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to the surrounding soldiers and shouted, Everyone, does anyone have a hammer on them? Or a chisel or something? The magic mirror panicked, No. Master, I really don't know. A soldier in the crowd began to raise his hand. Lord Grim, do you want a wine bottle opener? Since you put it that way, I've got a nutcracker here. The magic mirror's eyes instantly cleared, and it quickly leaned into Grin's ear to plead in a low voice. I swear, I really don't know what she wants to do. It was only because she promised to let me eat Queen Snow White's soul that I helped her out. Grin looked wary and pointed at the magic mirror, shouting, Damn. You actually have a history of devouring your masters. I'm a national treasure of the Snow White Kingdom. That old witch only got me after she pleased the king. We weren't really master and servant. Woolgaroth's mirror surface shook violently, its shrill voice full of panicked haste to clear its name. My loyalty to you is as clear as day. How about this, master? When the time comes for you to prepare the ritual for Snow White, we'll quietly tamper with it to ensure she's completely submissive to you after she manifests. Grin gave the magic mirror a suspicious glare. I'm not interested in what Snow White is like, but you'd better be honest with me. Yes, master. No problem, master. I will remain loyal to you forever according to the contract of the World Book, I mean the fairy tale book. The magic mirror had a master-servant contract engraved by the dark fairy tale book. If anything happened to Grin's soul or body, it wouldn't be able to escape either. This wasn't a suitable environment for a conversation, so Grin decided to interrogate this fellow properly after they returned. Seeing Grin's anger gradually subside, Wolgaroth began to ponder its soul-swallowing plan again. Master, there's still an Archbishop of Sin's soul here. Do you think you could let me collect it? Fine, swallow him quickly so he doesn't cause any more trouble. Grin said. As long as they weren't chewed up, the souls swallowed by Wolgaroth could be preserved, which also prevented Sloth from possessing anyone else. Found it, a fresh body. He, a shrill, wild laugh pierced through the ice. Then a pitch-black phantom suddenly shot out from the ice sculpture at an unimaginable speed, lunging straight toward the dazed figure outside the crowd. Subaru Natsuki had been standing far away, wanting to come over and see what was happening, but he didn't expect disaster to fall from the sky. The black shadow was like a maggot on a bone, instantly drilling into the space between his eyebrows. He clutched his splitting head tightly and said through gritted teeth, "This terrible feeling, it feels like something came inside." Chapter 115, Which Factors? Subaru Natsuki's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils dilated abruptly, and his whole body began to twitch violently, making strange rasping sounds from his mouth. His hands clawed uncontrollably at his neck, nails digging deep into the flesh and leaving trails of bloody gashes. What is this? Get away from me. Subaru Natsuki's voice was full of terror, yet mixed with a greasy, raspy tone that didn't belong to him. What a suitable body. Betelgeuse's soul was crashing wildly inside him, attempting to seize control of the body and forcibly establish a contract to share it. Underestimating the enemy, neglect, these are unforgivable acts of sloth. You should have sent me on my way immediately after killing all the fingers. Jia, this feels so good, my brain is trembling. Frantic roars spilled from Subaru Natsuki's mouth, his eyes gradually grew cloudy, and a twisted smile curled at the corner of his lips. Everyone, get back. Julius drew his longsword and stood before the group, his sharp gaze more solemn than ever before. Normally, Amelia's magic would indeed be unable to trap Sloth. But it was the great spirit of fire, Puck, who had acted. The freezing power of the Beast of the End had completely solidified the target's mana flow, and would even freeze the soul within. Without external interference, Sloth could not possibly have escaped. Grin turned to examine the block of ice freezing the Bishop of Sloth. Sure enough, he saw a tiny crack on the surface, likely caused by the explosion of the fire magic stone just now. Grin, leave the rest to Betty. Betty raised her small hand, stopping Grin just as he was about to act. It was too cruel to let Grin personally end his own friend. This sort of thing was better left to Betty alone, along with poor Giuse. She slowly walked up to the Bishop of Sloth, her expression somewhat somber. Giuse, if there is even the slightest trace of Betty left in your heart, then please, come out of Subaru's body on your own. Tears seemed to shimmer in the girl's eyes as she tentatively reached out her hand toward him, desperately hoping to pull the man who used to always wear a gentle smile out of the darkness. Betelgeuse, occupying Subaru Natsuki's body, froze the moment he saw Betty. He slowly stuffed his fingers into his mouth and gnawed on them, flashing a rather frenzied, mocking smile. Ha, trying to get me to come out without putting in any effort at all. You really are slothful, great spirit. As he spoke, he twisted Subaru Natsuki's body provocatively, his hands constantly caressing himself. Ha, what a superb body. This perfect compatibility, this thick scent of love, could it be? Ha, to possess such thick love yet remain slothfully dormant until now, it is a sin. A disgrace. This body should belong to the diligent me. Betty bit her lip hard and withdrew her hand, her trembling fingers curling into a fist. In that case, Betty will have to bury you with her own hands. Betty's rage caused the surrounding mana to surge into a fierce storm. Grin glanced sideways at the magic mirror. Although this guy wasn't very smart, he was at least an expert on souls. There had to be some way to handle this. He pushed the magic mirror forward. Wulgaroth, I command you to deal with him. If even this guy couldn't do it, he'd have to restart the whole run. The magic mirror Wulgaroth floated over pompously, acting very pretentious. Ahem, stand back, evil lowly. Remember, authority must be used to defeat authority. Before he could finish, a blinding red light suddenly lit up on Wulgaroth's mirror surface, and countless pitch-black chains wound their way out from deep within. At the other end of the chains was a twisted, struggling phantom. It was the soul of the Archbishop of Sin of Gluttony, Lay, whom it had swallowed earlier. As soon as the soul appeared, it let out a hungry roar, its cloudy eyes filled with a greedy craving for souls. The chains rattled as it struggled, yet it remained unable to break free from the magic mirror's binding. Lay's soul pounced onto Subaru Natsuki, gripping his arms tightly, his mouth opening and closing mechanically. Gyuz Romani Conti. Then, Lay's soul stuck out a long tongue to lick its palm, and its authority activated instantly. A horrifying suction force erupted. Betelgeuse, who had been screaming frantically inside Subaru Natsuki's body, let out a shrill, agonizing shriek. The soul belonging to Sloth was actually dragged halfway out of Subaru's shell, its transparent form covered in fine lines of blood. No, my diligence. This is impossible. To be destroyed in such a compatible body, just as the trial was about to be completed. The more Betelgeuse struggled, the faster he was consumed. Ultimately, he was pulled out completely and drawn into the magic mirror. Subaru Natsuki's body swayed, the haze quickly fading from his cloudy eyes as he collapsed weakly to the ground, unconscious. The magic mirror let out a satisfied burp and patted its stomach contentedly. Grin grinned and lightly patted the magic mirror. Not bad, Wulgaroth. I'll consider this as making up for your past mistakes. The magic mirror's virtual pupils suddenly dilated, and it began to shake violently. Oh no, these two powers are clashing. Wulgaroth's scream pierced the brief silence. Intense ripples surged across the mirror's surface as red and purple lights darted wildly inside like two fighting snakes, making the mirror crack and snap as spiderweb-like fissures spread rapidly. The magic mirror acted decisively, extending an arm formed from mana, and plunging it into itself to pull out a writhing, purplish-black mass. I can't hold it. Take one, quick. With that, it shoved the purplish-black energy mass directly into Grin's chest. Son of a... Grin's curse got stuck in his throat as he fell backward involuntarily. The purplish-black energy mass felt like a red-hot iron, turning into flowing magma the moment it entered his body. His muscles tightened uncontrollably, his eyes suddenly clouded with a murky crimson. It was as if countless fragmented roars echoed in his ears, all whispers of diligence, love, and the sin of sloth. The next second, Grin suddenly raised his hand and clawed hard at his cheeks, his mouth stretching into an exaggerated, twisted arc as he made strange rasping sounds. Jia, how lazy, how slack, how slothful. For love, for dear love, for loyal love, for favored love, for love, for love, for love, 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 love. My brain is trembling. His voice suddenly became greasy and raspy, exactly like Betelgeuse's tone from before. He even began to twist his body provocatively, mimicking the other's movements. Seeing this, a flash of inspiration struck the magic mirror. It also released a surge of mana, swaying in midair while deepening its shrill voice into a gruff tone. A would devour, chew, bite off, crush, binge eating. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding warriors straightened up as if struck by lightning, raising various weapons in alarm. Crush sighed, rubbing her forehead, and raised her hand to gesture for everyone to calm down. Stay calm, everyone. Rem's pupils shrank for a moment, then relaxed, leaving only a trace of resentment slowly leaking from her eyes. Only the innocent Amelia turned pale as a sheet, her voice full of anxiety. Grin. Mirror, please wake up. Puck, hurry and save them. Puck licked his paw awkwardly, grooming his fur with a sheepish smile. These two have been beyond help for a long time. 116 The Lustful Wife Chapter 116 The wife of greed. The frenzied grin. Anderson slowly walked towards Amelia, drool leaking from the side of his mouth as his hands flailed wildly. At this rate, I guess there's no other way to wake up the owner of this body except for a true love's kiss. The magic mirror trotted after him. Me too, me too. Grin was furious and backhanded it away. What the hell are you? This is my crush. Woo-woo. Master is still being super aggressive today. Holding its face, the magic mirror timidly floated behind Betty. Betty said with her arms crossed, watching silently to see what he was trying to do. When Grin looked up again to try and resume his acting, he happened to meet Amelia's poker face, and a chill rose from his heart. Cough cough. My brain is ouch. Before he could finish, Amelia had already grabbed his ear and pressed his head into her chest. Baka baka baka. Grin, when will you ever change your terrible personality? I was wrong, I was wrong. Lia, let go first. The drool at the corner of Grin's mouth hadn't been wiped clean yet, leaving a damp mark on Amelia's skirt. He scrambled to wipe it, but Amelia's other hand pressed against the back of his head, holding him even tighter. The girl's voice was a bit pouty and soft, yet hidden within was a hint of helplessness. Honestly, last time you pretended to be a criminal at the inn, and today you even dare to play as the witch cult. Why do you always do such dangerous things? Grin protested in a small voice. Lia, you can't be this violent. Amelia leaned in close to his face, staring sternly into Grin's eyes. Then give me your word that you absolutely won't mess around next time. Grin's eyes darted around. Next time, let's talk about next time when it happens. As the two were playing around, a soldier came running over in a hurry, bowing to Lord Grim before speaking. Reporting to Lord Grim, we caught a spy in the nearby forest. Grin was a bit confused. He pushed Leah's hand off him and stood up straight. A spy. Bring them here. The crowd wrestled and made a path. A blonde girl being escorted by soldiers kept her eyes downcast. Her violet blue pupils had lost all luster, like a puppet whose soul had been drained away. Grin couldn't help but twitch his lips upon seeing this person. Damn, that dog Regulus didn't even take his wife when he ran away. The person before him was one of Regulus's wives, seemingly named Sylphie. Regulus must have brought her here to store his heart. Grin pushed his beast instinct to the maximum, and after focusing his senses, he let out a light sigh. As expected, there was only one heartbeat inside this woman's body. It looked like Regulus had taken his own heart back. He waved his hand at the soldiers. Let her go. This girl isn't a spy. The soldiers let go, and Sylphie simply maintained her etiquette with her hands against her stomach. Her entire being exuded a numbness that allowed her to be manipulated, completely lacking the vibrancy of a living person. The moment she regained her freedom, as if receiving an invisible command, she mechanically lifted her feet and slowly moved toward the forest. Grin quickly reached out to stop her. Hey, hold on. Where do you think you're going? Sylphie obediently stopped her steps and replied, if you aren't going to kill me, I must return to my husband's side as soon as possible. Wow, your brain, you've been beaten into stupidity by domestic violence, haven't you? You really don't cherish your own body at all. Grin frowned, his tone full of incomprehension towards Sylphie's behavior. To his surprise, upon hearing this, the girl slowly raised her head and responded with a flat face. Is the Lord interested in my body? If you have needs, please feel free to do as you wish. Before she finished speaking, she raised her hand to undo the laces of her collar, her movements numb and submissive. Grin was shocked and quickly stepped forward to stop her. After holding down Sylphie's hands, he quickly turned back for help. Someone help me out. Felix, stop watching, I mean you. Get over here quickly. It was simply unbelievable that an impotent guy like Regulus could brainwash his wife into this state, with no other thoughts in her head besides obeying orders. Why does it have to be me, Nyan? Felix strolled over reluctantly and lightly brushed his fingertips across Sylphie's neck. Pale blue healing mana instantly rippled out. In an instant the girl's body went limp, and she completely lost consciousness, falling into a coma. As expected, the cuter they are, the more decisive their strikes. Grin felt his arms grow heavy as the girl's full weight pressed down on him. He scrambled to support her and looked at Felix with a bewildered expression. "What are you doing?" "What else could I do? This lady has been so thoroughly brainwashed that if I don't knock her out, she'll run back to the forest and lose her life the moment we stop watching her." Nyan. In the capital of Lugnica, inside Crush's mansion, a grand victory banquet was in full swing. The crystal chandeliers in the hall were blindingly bright, casting a warm glow over the carved long tables and the crimson carpet. The tables were laden with smoked meats, pies, and various drinks. The crisp clinking of silver pitchers mixed with laughter and cheers, sweeping away the tension of the past few days. Crush had also taken off her military uniform. Standing by the head seat with a wine glass in hand, she said in a pleasant voice, "Everyone present is a warrior who has won back peace for Lugnica. To that end, let us raise our glasses together. Let us celebrate our own courage and dedication." With that, she tilted her head back and drained the fine wine in her glass. The moment the bottom of the glass lightly tapped the table, the knights throughout the hall shouted, "Long live," in unison. The crisp sound of clinking glasses made the roof beams tremble slightly, and the bustle of the victory banquet grew even more intense. "Where is Lord Grim?" "He was just here. I must toast him," a bearded knight shouted while holding a wine pitcher, a few drops of liquid swaying out of the spout. "You want to toast Lord Grim? You're as black as coal. Lord Grim already went off to have some lovey-dovey time with his princess, ha 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 ha." "Mind your words. Although that lady is a half-elf, her heroic figure when facing the enemy can never be denied." On the other side, Grin wandered around the party for a few laps before decisively making his escape. These old veterans were like bottomless pits, he couldn't outdrink them at all. He leaned on the balcony to catch some cool air for a while, when he suddenly felt warmth near his elbow. It was Emilia leaning over. She was wearing a pale white long dress, her silvery hair cascading over her shoulders, with a bit of gold dust from the celebration crackers still clinging to the ends of her hair. "Haha, the great hero being boasted about by the entire banquet, the one who brought down the white whale is actually nesting here in a daze." Grin caught a very faint scent of alcohol and asked, "Leah, did you drink again?" Actually, he didn't even need to ask, judging by the girl's rosy cheeks, she was clearly already a bit dazed. "Just a little bit, mixed with a large glass of soda water," Emilia explained flusteredly. With so many people at the party, it would be too embarrassing to make a fool of herself in public. A breeze blew by, brushing against Emilia's flushed cheeks, tangling the soft fragrance of her hair with that hint of alcohol, and gently carrying it toward Grin's nose. Chapter 117. The indivisible hand. The girl raised her hand to brush back a strand of silver hair that had fallen onto her cheek, revealing the small pointed ears unique to elves. "Grin, look over there, it seems to be Subaru." Emilia suddenly raised her hand and pointed toward the octagonal pavilion in the courtyard below, her voice carrying the curiosity typical of someone watching drama. The shadows of the two people in the pavilion merged under the warm lamp. Subaru Natsuki's back was against a cool stone pillar, his eyelashes trembling in surprise. The female soldier in light armor raised her hand to clasp the back of his neck, her other hand against his waist, as she leaned down and kissed him fiercely. Her neat short hair brushed against Subaru's reddened jaw with a touch of domineering force, making even his struggle look pathetic. "It's that Miss Sarah from before. It looks like she and Subaru have become the best of friends," Emilia exclaimed, her eyes filled with recognition and witness to this friendship. At this moment, she felt that the feelings between her and Grin weren't unique, but something perfectly normal. Ordinary and common had always been the two words the girl yearned for the most. Whoa, this development is way too slow. Grin also hurriedly narrowed his eyes to look closer, his lips curling into a knowing anti-grin. As Emilia watched, her cheeks grew hot. Her small hand resting on the carved edge of the balcony quietly moved toward Grin, and gently pressed against his palm. After a brief moment of surprise, Grin gripped Emilia's hand tightly, took a step back to pin the girl between the balcony railing and himself, and rested his chin gently on her shoulder, immersing himself in her light fragrance. Leah, did Puck ever tell you what kind of relationship exists above being best friends? Grin's voice was soft, brushing against her ear with warm breath. Amelia curled her body slightly, her heart beating so fast it felt like it would burst out of her chest, her mind in a jumble. Above best friends that should be like family, being together forever. As soon as she spoke, she pursed her lips in frustration, feeling the answer wasn't right, but unable to think of anything else, only allowing the heat in her cheeks to spread all the way down to her neck. In truth, Puck had never taught her anything related to love and romance. Even the childish rumor that kissing makes you pregnant was something she had heard years ago from the 9-year-old young head of the Magirius household. But she would never dare say that. If Grin found out she believed a child's nonsense, who knows how long he'd laugh at her, so she quietly let Puck take the blame. Grin moved his nose, gently rubbing it against her soft ear, causing a slight shiver to ripple across the girl's neck and shoulders. "Ha ha, that's actually true. That feeling of wanting to become family with someone missing them when they're out of sight and feeling empty inside. Feeling at peace when together, wanting to share the little things, and once your heart settles, you can't help but feel sleepy." Just as he finished, Amelia let out a small yawn for no reason, her long eyelashes trembling. Remembering Grin's words, she hurriedly pulled herself together, raising her hand to cover her mouth with her fingertips, her eyes still holding a bit of misty drowsiness. Steadying herself, the girl looked up and spoke softly, "Grin, I don't understand, what exactly is this feeling?" "It's love, just like the kind between a father and mother, a love that yearns to stay together for a lifetime." "Father." Amelia whispered these two strange yet warm words, her voice trembling at the end. A sudden needle-like headache struck, making her body twitch for a moment as her fingertips instinctively gripped Grin's hand tighter. Grin's heart tightened, and he quickly steadied her. Then he gently turned her around, cupped her small face in his hands, his voice full of worry. "Are you okay, Leah? Don't think about anything else, just look at me." Those two words just now had actually nudged the seal on Amelia's memories, and a blurry fragment flickered by. But in Grin's arms, the discomfort in her mind was quickly washed away by bashfulness. The girl's eyes darted away, not daring to meet Grin's gaze, her voice murmuring, You're too close, Grin. What are you shy about?" Grin chuckled, his fingertip gently resting against her chin, a ripple of emotion in his eyes. "Isn't this a privilege only best friends have?" His thumb gently slid across her soft lips as he leaned down, getting closer bit by bit. Their warm breaths intertwined, carrying each other's scent, intoxicatingly sweet. "Leah, let me see your little tongue." Amelia obediently closed her eyes with a murmur, her lips parting slightly to reveal a small tip of her sweet tongue. Grin's lips gently covered hers, holding her steadily in his arms. He kissed her slowly and tenderly, without any force, like a feather brushing against her lips, making them go soft. As the passion deepened, Grin also began to use the authority he created himself, the wandering hand. That hand slid gently down the soft curve of her waist, his fingertips brushing past the folds of her waistline, pausing briefly at her hip before giving a light squeeze, neither too hard nor too soft, a playful and intimate gesture. Amelia trembled in shock. She suddenly raised her hands against Grin's chest, and used a burst of flustered strength to scramble out of his arms. "Gee, Grin, where were you touching just now?" The girl bit her lip and stumbled back, her eyes too frantic to look at him, her pointed elf ears twitching violently, unable to even finish a sentence. Grin explained with a sheepish grin, "Sorry, Leah. Doesn't this just prove my body loves you even more than my soul does? How about we try that kiss again?" Amelia kept a stern face, crossing her arms in refusal. "Bad, Grin. For the rest of today, I'm not kissing you anymore, humph." The girl pouted and turned away, running toward the banquet corridor like a startled little rabbit, her skirt brushing against the carved balcony railing and leaving behind a faint, sweet scent. Grin watched her fleeing figure, clutching his chest in despair. "Leah-chan, don't go. I don't want to do this edging challenge." Hearing this, Amelia stopped, turned around, and stuck her tongue out at Grin. Although she didn't know what an edging challenge was, being able to tease Grin made her feel very satisfied. Watching Leah's figure disappear around the corner of the corridor, Grin shook his head. No longer in the mood to stand on the balcony in the breeze, he turned and walked slowly toward his room. The moment he pushed open the door, the empty room he expected was filled with the faint sound of voices. "Hurry up, Betty. Mimi's been waiting forever." Mimi spoke first, her voice a bit impatient, her small hands clumsily holding a few playing cards. Betty glanced sideways at her and huffed, "So noisy, don't disturb Betty's thinking. As for you, you just swapped cards with Hey Ta Luo, didn't you?" Hey Ta Luo. Grin remembered, he was Mimi's younger brother. He looked around several times but didn't see him. There was only a little furball with paper strips stuck all over its face, huddling in a corner and trembling. Seeing Grin enter, the little fellow hurried over to ask for help. "Big brother Grin, you should be the one to play with big sister and the others. Here, whether I'm the landlord or not, big sister won't let me win." 118 Blindfold Game Chapter 118. The blindfolded game. After speaking, Hey Ta Luo haphazardly stuffed the remaining large stack of cards in his hand to Grin and practically scrambled out of the room on his hands and knees. Seeing this, Mimi happily waved at Grin. Grin, come over and play with us." Hey Ta Luo is so useless, he got caught just switching cards. "What the hell, aren't you guys playing Fight the Landlord? How come there are almost 30 cards in this hand?" Grin sprawled out in a starfish shape, lying back on the soft bed, and counted the cards in his hand with confusion. Mimi put her small hands on her hips and retorted righteously, "Hey Ta Luo is younger than Mimi, so Mimi gave him all the small cards. Then I'm not playing with a little cheater." Grin tossed the cards aside, rolled over and pretended to sleep on the bedding. He had originally wanted to invite Rem for a sweet duo session after returning to his room, never expecting to find people gathered here for a Fight the Landlord game. Sigh, life is full of surprises. Before Grin could even catch his breath, Mimi directly pounced onto his back, pressing down firmly, and wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, shaking him non-stop. No, Grin, get up. Just play for a bit, we need 3 people to start." The sudden weight made Grin grunt, and he sank deeper into the bedding. "Damn, Hajime Mimi, are you trying to murder me? Hey Ta Luo already ran away, we can't do it without you. Mimi is super awesome, she can definitely lead you to defeat Betty." Mimi buried her little head in his back and rubbed against it, refusing to let go no matter what. "What is this filthy quadruped saying?" Betty stood up with her hands on her hips, quickly ran over, and dragged Grin behind her. "Grin is Betty's contractor, you stay away from him." Seeing Betty pulling Grin behind her, Mimi immediately panicked. Her small hands tightly gripped Grin's arm, and pulled him towards her, her little body stiffening straight. Grin already ate Mimi's hunting gift, so he belongs to Mimi too. "Betty, you stingy little thing." Betty, on her side, also refused to loosen her grip, pulling Grin's other arm back and retorting in a shrill voice, "We're going to rest now. It's not your turn to cling to him." Pulled from both sides by the two, Grin felt his arms being painfully stretched. He was dragged back and forth on the bedding, the imprint he had just made getting completely messed up. "You let go first, then obediently go be the landlord for Betty. Why should Mimi listen to you? Stop it, you two idiots." Listening to the two little ones arguing, Grin couldn't take it anymore. He abruptly yanked both arms back with force, pulling both Betty and Mimi tightly into his embrace. His gaze inadvertently swept over Betty's exquisite little face, and a ripple of emotion stirred in his heart. "Playing cards? What's so fun about that? I have a more interesting game here, want to try it? Betty is over 400 years old, it should be fine, right? In Galga games, with such high affection levels, you can already switch to hard eyes." Mimi immediately began happily swaying her body, raising both hands in agreement. "I want to play. I want to play. No matter what game it is, Mimi will be the best at it." Betty snorted angrily and looked at Mimi disdainfully. It better be a competitive game. Betty must crush this dirty little cat under her foot. Then wait for me a moment, I'll go prepare some props needed for the game. Grin released the two, did a kip up from the bed, and walked out of the room. About 10 minutes later, he returned carrying a tray with a lid. Grin closed the door behind him, placed the tray on the small round table by the bed, tapped the edge of the tray covered with a white porcelain plate with his fingertip, raised an eyebrow, and looked at the two girls before him, saying, "The rules are simple, blindfolded food guessing. Guess one correctly, get 1 point. The one with the highest total score at the end wins." Mimi stood on tiptoe, leaning against the table, her little head moving forward as if to lift the lid. "Ha ha, is it something delicious?" Grin reached out and pressed it down, no peeking. Betty tilted her little face up with a cold snort, but couldn't help glancing at the tray, stubbornly saying, "Such a childish game, Betty is sure to win." Grin smiled, pulled 2 dark-colored handkerchiefs from his pocket, walked up to Betty first, raised his hand, and gently covered her eyes. His fingers went behind her ears and loosely tied a knot, and he even pinched her puffed-up little cheek. "Don't try any clever tricks to peek." Humph, to deal with a house cat with less than 20 years of life experience, Betty doesn't need to resort to that. Beatrice turned her head and struggled slightly, but her nose tip twitched unconsciously as she tried hard to sniff out the scent from the tray in advance. Mimi also eagerly approached, waiting for Grin to blindfold her. Once all the preparations were complete, the game began. Betty goes first. Grin picked up a small piece of honey sponge cake and brought it to Betty's lips. Betty paused slightly at first. The moment she opened her mouth and bit into it, the clear sweetness of honey mixed with the soft fluffiness of the sponge cake melted between her teeth. Without almost any thought, she proudly lifted her chin. "Honey sponge cake. Did you think something like this could stump Betty?" "Correct, Betty gets 1 point." Grin announced with a laugh. Mimi beside them was so anxious she kept swaying her body. Blindfolded, she reached out towards Grin. My turn, my turn. Brother Grin, give me something to eat quickly, Mimi will definitely guess it right too." Grin picked up a piece of fruit in cream sauce and offered it. Mimi took a big bite with an "awoo." The sweet and sour fruit mixed with the milky flavor burst open in her mouth. Chewing with puffed cheeks, she called out crisply, "It's fruit in cream sauce." Mimi answered correctly too, 1 point. Back and forth they went, their scores neck and neck, until Betty was the first to fall into confusion. Slurp slurp, the girl's little face quickly heated up. She seemed to have guessed the answer but didn't know how to say it. "Mimi is still here. Good Betty, please, I'm begging you." Hearing Grin's pleading, the shy Betty immediately softened. Ever since she witnessed the whole process of this guy getting close to Rem, Betty knew she couldn't avoid getting intimate with Grin either. She just didn't expect it to be in this sudden, unprepared way. Stupid Grin, shameless scoundrel. But he's begging Betty like this, wouldn't it be too pitiful not to agree? Mimi on the side also raised her nose, continuously catching the scents in the air. "Haha, Betty still hasn't guessed it. Just admit defeat." As expected, Mimi is the best. After her words fell, no one in the room responded for a long while. Only a few faint, fragmented sounds, so light they were almost inaudible. "Are you guys still there?" A trace of doubt arose in Mimi's heart. She raised her hand, wanting to take off the velvet handkerchief covering her eyes to see what was happening. Grin, quick-eyed and swift-handed, immediately reached out and pressed down on Mimi's small hand, whispering, "It's not over yet, Mimi. It'll be your turn soon." Chapter 119. Brushing your teeth regularly contributes to dental health. Having no choice, Grin had to free up one hand and patiently continue the guessing game with Mimi. "This is vanilla cake. This is a cookie." Mimi's voice was bright and clear, and her speed at guessing was astonishing. Every time she spoke, she was precise and accurate, without the slightest hesitation. Grin's arm gradually felt sore and weak, and even his fingertips trembled slightly. "I say, Mimi, can you guess a little slower?" Mimi smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, her small body constantly swaying, and her tone full of pride. Betty hasn't been able to guess the names of the food for a long time. Big Brother grin, is Mimi about to win? The little cat girl was still full of energy, taking this prizeless competition extremely seriously. Meanwhile, after a clumsy yet persistent effort, Betty finally felt a warmth spreading between her lips and teeth. Just as she tried to pull away, Grin mischievously pressed down. Grin, you're so naughty. Betty hurriedly covered her mouth with her small hand, her voice muffled. She didn't dare to shake her head too much, and her delicate little face was flushed crimson, even her earlobes were red. Betty, what's wrong? Hearing the strange noise, Mimi immediately stopped cheering. She blankly raised her hand to pull off the velvet blindfold, her round eyes filled with confusion. She looked up and saw Grin sitting in the posture of a thinker, a hint of lazy weariness in his eyes. The wicked thoughts that Amelia had stirred up earlier had long been completely purified by Betty's gentleness, leaving nothing behind. The little cat girl tilted her head and asked curiously, Big Brother Grin, why do you look so tired? Mimi, this isn't fatigue, this is sublimation. Don't you want to know the origin of the universe, why the stars hang high in the night sky? Why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west? Grin spoke hoarsely, his eyes deep as an abyss. His handsome appearance, coupled with that perfectly timed hint of weariness, made him truly look like a sage who had seen through the world. Mimi isn't very interested in things she can't eat. Mimi shook her head hard, not understanding at all. Big Brother Grin's reaction is so strange, and Betty too, constantly covering her mouth, she must be doing something. Could it be? Did they secretly eat something delicious while Mimi wasn't looking? Thinking of this possibility, Mimi instantly became unhappy. Her little mouth pouted high, her cheeks puffed out, and the look she gave Betty was filled with intense displeasure. Meanwhile, Betty could no longer hold on. Her throat unconsciously moved slightly, seeming to swallow saliva, and a little bit slowly seeped through her fingers, wetting her slender fingertips. Mimi, sharp-eyed, immediately spotted the abnormality. She instantly widened her eyes, pointed at Betty, and shouted indignantly, "That's too much. Betty really did secretly eat something delicious all by herself, didn't you?" Cough, cough. "I did not." Betty frantically wiped her fingertips, her cheeks flushed bright red. She glared speechlessly at Mimi, then shot Grin a fierce look, her eyes full of reproach. In her shame and anger, Betty ignored everything else, quickly slid off her seat, and hurried towards the door. As soon as Mimi saw her running, she panicked and quickly chased after her. "Betty, wait a minute. You haven't admitted that Mimi won yet. Mimi won this game. You won, you won. Stop following me." "Ha ha, Mimi knew she would win." "Wait, Betty, where are you going?" "To brush my teeth." Betty's voice came from far away, filled with a hint of embarrassed petulance, and faded into the hallway. It was late at night. Grin held Betty, resting peacefully curled up in the quilt. His warm breath lightly brushed Betty's hair, and his arm loosely encircled her small body. He was fast asleep. At this moment, Rem was tending to a slightly tipsy Amelia. Betty, however, felt wide awake. Nestled in his warm embrace, listening to his steady heartbeat, she became even more conscious. Using the faint moonlight filtering through the window lattice, she slightly raised her small head and quietly studied Grin's sleeping face. Recalling the previous absurdity, her cheeks quietly flushed pink again, and her fingertips couldn't help but lightly brush against his cheek. Dirty, vulgar, filthy, gentle, mischievous, childish. Betty silently recited the words, as if showing off her treasure to the moon. After staring for a long time, she slightly tilted her small face up, moving closer little by little, her soft lips gently pressing against his. "Moi dash, I should have bitten you before brushing my teeth, so you could taste that damned flavor too." The girl muttered softly, her tone full of resentment. After doing this, Betty turned her head and lay flat in Grin's arm. Her body was lightly tense, and she made her breathing as faint as a mosquito's buzz, afraid of disturbing the peaceful sleep of the person beside her. Woolgaroth, are you there? Betty permits you to manifest here. Betty parted her lips slightly and softly called out to the magic mirror. After the magic mirror swallowed the soul of Sloth earlier, Betty asked Grin to grant her permission to summon the magic mirror. The magic mirror had always been unruly and mischievous, and Grin had long ago revoked its right to manifest on its own. Now, if it wanted to come out, it had to receive permission. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint violet glow quietly rippled out from the shadow beside Grin, condensing into a golden mirror in midair. Seeing that its super male master was sleeping soundly, Woolgaroth didn't even dare to raise its voice. It gave a huge yawn, its tone listless. "Yawn evil lowly, why are you summoning me in the middle of the night? If I wake up the master, won't I get beaten again? Are you trying to kill me?" The last time the magic mirror snuck out while Grin was asleep and wrote a few words on the Book of Wisdom, Grin wanted to destroy it right then and there. Consequently, Grin often muttered things in his sleep about killing the magic mirror, which led Woolgaroth to suspect that Grin liked murdering people in his dreams. Betty gripped the handle of the magic mirror and pulled it closer, instructing in a low voice, "Let Betty see Gyu's current state. Ho, if you want to have a nightmare, I can help you with that. Why bother looking at that thing?" Although he said that, Woolgaroth still displayed the current appearance of the Bishop of Sloth in the mirror's surface. In the dark, lightless void, Gyuz was curled up in a ball, countless pitch-black soul chains densely piercing his soul body, binding him tightly. His originally frantic eyes were now covered by a layer of chaotic gray mist. Most of the black aura around him had faded, yet wisps of dark light still darted around his body, struggling like a trapped beast. Those were the witch's miasma, and they were currently being continuously digested by the magic mirror. "Sad Ella, forgive your faithful servant, who can no longer diligently carry out your command." His voice, hoarse and broken, drifted out from the mirror's surface, filled with despair and obsession. 120 Roswell, I have a plan. Chapter 120, Roswell, I have a plan. Betty gazed at her old friend deep within the mirror's surface, crystal teardrops uncontrollably rolling down her cheeks. Before Sloth's psyche was twisted by the Witch of Vainglory, he was essentially a teacher to Betty. Seeing him in this state now, Betty couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Just then, a pair of warm hands reached over her shoulders, gently pulling her into a hug, palms resting on her back and stroking her tenderly. Green's voice rose by her ear like warm sunshine, "Baby, what's wrong?" While using his thumb to gently wipe away Betty's tears, he looked up and cast a reproachful glare at the magic mirror, saying in a deep voice, "You, get the hell out right now." The magic mirror immediately raised a hand in a respectful salute, "Yes, sir." With that, Woolgaroth instantly transformed into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Betty clung tightly to Green's chest, her thin shoulders still trembling uncontrollably. She looked up at Green and said with a sob, "Green, Gyuz, can he still come back to Betty's side?" Green held Betty tightly, gently nuzzling her soft hair, and promised solemnly, "I guarantee you, I will bring Gyuz back to you in one piece." This wasn't just empty talk. Now that the witch factors had been stripped from Gyuz and the remaining miasma was gradually thinning, he might suddenly wake up from his stupor one day. With Green's assurance, Betty's anxious little heart finally found some solace. The girl raised her hands to wrap around his neck, affectionately nuzzling his chin, and replied softly, Betty believes you." As the night deepened, only the sound of steady breathing remained in the bedroom. The next day, the members of the Amelia camp passed through the Gate of Opportunity together to return to Roswell's mansion. Of course, our Subaru-kun was tied up by Sarah and couldn't get away. After parting with Green yesterday, the half-elf girl went to chat with Crush, likely feeling that this young duchess could help her resolve some long-standing doubts. During their chat, she had a few drinks and went to bed quite late, leaving her still a bit drowsy now. Rem strictly adhered to her duties as a maid, single-mindedly protecting the core of the camp. Upon returning to the mansion, she helped Amelia back to her room to rest, never relaxing for a moment throughout the process. Under the corridor, Green rubbed his sleepy eyes, clearly quite impatient about waking up early. However, as the mansion's guard, he still had to conduct a thorough sweep for security risks after returning. He rubbed his bleary eyes and muttered to himself, "Elsa, didn't I give you time off? Why did you follow us back?" Elsa followed closely, half a step behind Green, her thin dress accentuating her snow-white skin. Her charming eyes were curved, her gaze constantly following Green's stride. How could the royal capital be as interesting as this place? The master of a mansion hiring assassins to deal with his own retainers, and the royal candidate he supports. Such a brilliant drama sounds exciting just hearing about it. In Elsa's eyes, Roswell's hypocrisy and schemes were nothing more than a stage play for her amusement. As a bloodthirsty hunter by nature, the more chaotic the scene, the more it piqued her interest. I thought you'd found your conscience and wanted to protect the mansion." Green chuckled lowly, paused his steps, and turned to look directly into Elsa's eyes, his dark pupils holding a hint of playfulness. "However, you should have something to tell me." Elsa curled her lips into a smile, looking like a harmless and gentle older sister. She slowly raised her pale hand, and gently reached into her deep V-neckline. From within that unfathomable curve, she slowly pulled out a letter warmed by her body temperature, and handed it to Green. Green's gaze first landed on her hand entering her neckline, his eyebrows twitching as a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. "That's impressive, can you perform that again? This big sister's strength is truly profound." That exaggerated storage space could actually swallow an entire arm. Elsa moved behind Green and slapped the envelope onto his face with a thwack. Her warm breath brushed against his ear as she whispered teasingly, "Green Kun can take a sniff before opening it. I'm not that perverted." Green turned slightly to avoid her, tore open the envelope with his fingertips, and fixed his gaze on the paper. His originally light-hearted expression gradually darkened, and even the aura around him grew a few degrees colder. "On the 5th day after Emilia leaves the mansion, kill everyone inside." Seeing the handwriting on the paper clearly, a cold smile curled on his lips, and a chill surged in his eyes. It didn't take a genius to know this was definitely Roswell's doing. This mole hiding in the shadows had even attached a map of the mansion's routes in the letter, and even wrote down the way to enter the forbidden library clearly. If Emilia stayed at the mansion forever, would the assassin's legs go numb from waiting? It was hard to say. If they adapted to the situation, they might strike early. Besides, Emilia did indeed need to go to the sanctuary to reclaim her past memories. Roswell, that master of internal conflict, was incredibly sinister. He nominated Emilia as king only because the new king of Lugnica would have the chance to see the divine dragon. And he wanted to use that opportunity to slay the dragon, then use the dragon blood which possessed ultimate healing and regeneration to resurrect Echidna. You heard right, he wants to pick a fight with the divine dragon. It was like having a pair of threes in hand and insisting on being the landlord, then standing on the table claiming it's a royal flush. Damn it, once we get to the sanctuary, I have to hang this dog up and beat him to vent this anger. Green crumpled the letter into a ball and tossed it into a trash can in the corner of the corridor. "So what do you plan to do, Elsa? A gut ripper never takes two commissions at once. I still have that much professional integrity." Elsa's voice was soft and seductive, her breath like lilies, every movement carrying an alluring charm. "But after that clown gentleman was rejected by me, he will likely turn around and hire other assassins from the organization." Green subconsciously swallowed, quickening his pace to put some distance between them. No matter what this big sister did, it felt suggestive. He nodded without hesitation. It was highly likely Roswell would hire someone else. After all, Elsa and Melly weren't the only ones doing dirty work in this world. He took over Elsa's words and continued the analysis. "That's not good. Those guys will probably take care of you and Melly along with their mission. Is Green Kun worried about me?" Elsa leaned in slightly toward Green, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness and joy. "I'm a little worried. You probably don't have many resurrections left, right? Don't end up getting kicked to death in some corner like a stray dog." Green's bluntness carried a hint of genuine concern. Thinking carefully, did an assassin who could defeat the woman before him even exist in her original organization? Even the current sword demon Wilhelm would find it hard to win against the Gut Ripper, as he was well past his prime, and his physical reflexes were no longer what they used to be. While he was lost in thought, a dark shadow silently and rapidly approached the two from behind. Chapter 121, Take My Punch, literally. Hearing this, the smile on Elsa's face suddenly froze, and a faint trace of bewilderment flashed in her eyes, so quick it was impossible to catch. Even Melly often treated her as an unkillable monster. This was the first time someone had expressed concern about her dying. Green Kuen's words are truly sharp. They always seem to seep into a girl's heart. When she least expects it, she quickly withdrew her expression, her lips curling back into a smile, though a hint of imperceptible complexity lingered in her eyes. That doesn't sound like your usual style. I thought you were going to call me warm-hearted, or something like that. Grin chuckled, resting his hands behind his head as he walked forward at a light pace, not continuing the conversation. The morning sun slanted into the corridor, making him squint unconsciously. Dust motes floated gently in the beams of light, lending a rare sense of leisure to the scene. Grin stopped without warning, his brow suddenly furrowing. His intuition had always been keen. Just now, that familiar presence behind him had vanished. Along with Elsa's footsteps, it had come to an abrupt halt the moment he finished speaking. A soft sound of something limp hitting the floor, accompanied by the gentle rustle of falling fabric. Grin felt a chill in his heart, and whipped his head around. The corridor was empty. Only a long dress with undergarments still attached lay slumped on the floor. Where was Elsa? Only the windows on the corridor wall were wide open, a cool morning breeze pouring in. The luxurious silk floor-to-ceiling curtains flapped loudly, carrying a strange sense of desolation. Grin called out tentatively, but only the echo vibrated through the corridor. No way, you're playing a horror game now. He cursed under his breath, his vigilance instantly peaking. His aura became sharp as he curled his right hand into claws, ready for any sudden situation. Shwa shwa, a raven darted out from the shadows, the little creature flapping its wings awkwardly as it flew toward Grin, looking like a beginner among birds. His nerves tense, Grin raised his hand to provide a perch for the raven, catching it steadily. He could clearly sense that the little thing held no malice. The raven tilted its head, and let out a few raspy cries, like a drowning person struggling in a black sea. A sharp glint of white light was faintly reflected in its clear eyes. A sharp sound of something piercing the air suddenly rang out from behind Grin's head, bringing a hazy ringing to his ears. Grin's hair stood on end as a powerful sense of mortal danger flooded his mind. Almost instinctively, he mobilized all his mana and stamina, lunging forward to dodge. But the person behind him was faster. A bone-chilling coldness pressed against the back of Grin's head. The sheer terror of being on the brink of death caused his heart to stop for several seconds. A dense crimson light flared around Grin's body. A deep red cloak materialized rapidly from his skin, wrapping around him like a living thing to form a solid defense. From the cloak, countless black wolf shadows surged out, bearing fangs and claws as they crashed into the attacker behind him. The sounds of wolf phantoms shattering and shrill wails rang out one after another. A crimson blood mist exploded in the corridor, emitting a thick witch's miasma. Grin finally managed to evade this wave of attacks, retreating to a safe distance. He staggered to steady himself, pressing his hand against the cloak that surged with blood-red light on his shoulder, and gazed coldly at the petite figure. With such a dense witch's aura, it definitely wasn't Elsa. Oh my, how surprising. I thought you were just an ordinary piece of meat scraps. A cute yet somewhat crazed laughter echoed through the corridor, its sweet tone wrapped in bone-chilling malice. The newcomer appeared to be a short blonde girl with strikingly bright magenta eyes. Her short blonde hair was loosely pinned up, with a few stray strands clinging to her cheeks. She wore a bikini-style top paired with tight black pants, and two black circular appendages on her hips swayed slightly, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Hey. Are you kidding me? Capella Emirata Lugnica. Grin clenched his fingers, making a crisp crackling sound. Things were starting to get weird, or rather, the wheels of history had veered off their original course. Capella, the Sin Archbishop of Lust of the Witch Cult. This individual might be slightly inferior to the Sin Archbishop of Greed in terms of combat power, but she was definitely second to none when it came to causing large-scale disasters. This made Grin secretly thankful that he had moved all the residents of Aram village away, otherwise, they would have all been turned into piles of flies and frogs. Capella tilted her head, her purple eyes swirling with crazed laughter as she raised a hand to lightly lick the wound scratched by the wolf shadows. Does this young man know me? Great reaction. Could it be that some loved one of yours died by my hand? Roswell, screw you. You actually fucking hired the leader of an assassin organization. Grin roared, immediately activating the blessing of the forest, attempting to complete his beastification. Mana from the surroundings surged into his body like a tide, and muscle lines bulged wildly under his clothes. Signs of beastification clearly emerged as claws and fangs slowly extended, and his pupils narrowed into slits. But at the very moment the form was about to solidify, the crimson cloak on his shoulder suddenly erupted with intense red light. That red light was like burning chains, tightly binding the surging beastification mana around Grin, and forcibly suppressing the transformation. All the characteristics of the beast prince receded visibly. Only the explosive power throughout his body did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, under the reinforcement of the cloak's red light, it climbed toward an even more terrifying level. Asterisk clap clap clap. Capella clapped her hands with great interest. Scary scary, your eyes are so frightening, mister. If I fell into your hands, I wouldn't be violated then killed, would I? The sweet-looking girl spoke nothing but filth, and from her expression, she seemed to be somewhat looking forward to such an ending. Grin gave a cold laugh and swung his fist toward Capella's head. His body's massive momentum caused the raven on his shoulder to lose its balance and tumble backward awkwardly. I prefer killing than violating. Stand still and don't move, let me level you with one punch. Although he lacked the massive size of his beastification form, his muscle density had been compressed to an incredible degree. Please make sure to use a lot of force. Capella still wore an expression of crazed excitement. Instead of dodging, she put her hands behind her back and leaned her face forward, like a girl in love offering a kiss to her boyfriend. Grin's fist punched through her slightly open mouth without resistance, piercing straight through the back of her head. Crimson blood droplets mixed with the slime of brain matter splashed onto the corridor floor through the gaps in his knuckles, making a soft pattering sound. Grin could clearly feel the warm, soft brain matter trembling against his forearm. Capella now had only the upper half of her face left, making incoherent, gurgle sounds, yet she still struggled to lift the corners of her torn mouth into a bizarre smile. Grin's mouth twitched as he violently withdrew his arm and kicked her in the stomach. You old pervert, just die already. 122. You are not a fish, how can you know the joy of fish? Chapter 122, You are not a fish, how do you know the joy of fish? With a dull thud, Grin's kick sent Capella's body doubling over like a shrimp. Like a kite with a broken string, she crashed into the stained glass window of the corridor. With a sharp shatter, shards of glass flew everywhere, falling into the courtyard below along with sprays of crimson blood. Grin disgustedly shook the blood and brain matter off his hand, his stomach churning. The blood-red cloak on his shoulder suddenly stirred, rippling with red light that drew in and absorbed all of Capella's scattered blood, even the traces of brain tissue left on the back of his hand. On the bluestone slabs of the courtyard, Capella lay among the shattered glass. It hurts, and it was my first time, too. How could you be so rude? Her body was curled in a distorted posture, her skull, pierced by a fist, still had a gruesome bloody hole. Brain matter and blood mixed with glass shards flowed onto the ground. She looked like she was on the verge of death. But in an instant, the witch's miasma around Capella suddenly surged like ink. Pale black mist enveloped her body, and the bloody hole through her head actually squirmed and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The great witch cult's Archbishop of Sin representing Lus Capella Emerata Lugnica is back at full health. The girl's crazed laughter erupted in the courtyard, but as she laughed, she suddenly stopped. She raised a hand to touch her head, as if sensing something was wrong. The next second, she thrust her sharp claws directly into her newly healed head, rummaging around haphazardly. Her red eyes were full of confusion. Strange, where is my brain? A piece is missing. That's way too bizarre, sister. Looking like that, who could possibly get hard? Grin stepped onto the windowsill and vaulted down. Looking at Capella's terrifying appearance, his eyes were filled with disgust and vigilance. A portion of this woman's brain tissue seemed to have been eaten by the old grandma's skin. It probably hadn't regenerated yet. You lied, didn't you? The girl stared blankly at Grin. The next second, she violently swung out her right hand, which had been stuck in her head. That arm twisted and surged in the air, instantly transforming into the head of a giant green-maned lion. Its ivory-white fangs bared, it lunged at Grin with a foul wind. Do you dare say you didn't have a single disgusting thought? You were clearly about to connect with Elsa in the corridor just now. You hypocritical piece of meat. Grin muttered the name under his breath, sidestepping the lion head's bite. His peripheral vision caught the trembling raven at the second-floor window, and his heart sank. Damn it, did you turn Elsa into an animal? Ha ha ha, when daughters grow up, they always want to escape their mother's control. So, I gave her a pair of wings to see how high she can struggle. The employer clearly requested to wait a few days before acting, but as a mother, I couldn't restrain this feeling of familial love upon seeing my daughter again after so long. Capella laughed crazily. The flesh on her lower back suddenly tore open with a boom, and a pair of broad, purple-black wings snapped open. The right arm that had turned into a lion's head instantly retracted, twisting and surging along with the left arm, transforming into two claws covered in hard purple-black armor. Do you still like her in that form? Humans are always like this, speaking of love this and love that, but in reality, they only care about the outer shell. Bloodlust surged in Capella's red eyes. The wings on her back flapped violently, sending her body into the air. Using the momentum of her flight, she swung her two purple-black claws towards Grin's throat. Stay away from Betty's contractor, you filthy lump of meat. A pale purple magical halo suddenly rippled above the courtyard, and a youthful female voice rang out with boundless fury. Betty appeared out of thin air, floating beside Grin. Countless sharp purple crystals condensed in midair, and even the surrounding air became stagnant under the pressure of the magic. El Minya. Before Capella could react, the Great Spirit chanted the spell and threw the crystals with force. The deep purple crystals sliced through the air, crashing into the airborne Capella with a screeching sound. With a loud boom, the crystals exploded, and dense magic energy swept out like a wave, knocking Capella backward. Her airborne body flew backward and slammed heavily into the stone wall of the courtyard, creating several spiderweb-like cracks. Hee, contractor. What a sacred, what a burning title. Capella slid down the stone wall and fell to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood. Her gaze toward Betty was full of playful malice. It seems you care quite a lot about this man of yours, little one. If I were to turn him into a disgusting rat, would you still love him so much? Betty hovered beside Grin, her small chin slightly raised. Pale purple mana still condensed at her fingertips, and her tone was resolute. No matter what Grin becomes, he will always be number one in Betty's heart. Even if he becomes a rat, he'll be the cutest one. Besides, it wasn't as if Grin hadn't turned into a rat before. It was just that the tingling sensation of him scurrying around inside her clothes wasn't very pleasant. Exactly. Did you think I was unloved like you? After hearing Betty's words, Grin felt a surge of secret satisfaction. He crossed his arms with a smug look. Even if I turned into a cockroach, Betty would still be infatuated with me. Cockroaches are a no. Betty shut him down with a cold face. If you turn into a cockroach, I'll step on you immediately. Grin muttered aggrievedly, you're so cruel, Betty. Ha, as expected, it's the same. How could humans love animals or insects? Frogs, flies, fish, or snakes without a pretty face, it's impossible for desire to arise. The smile shifted to Capella's face. In her mind, all the love in this world was based on a good appearance. Grin frowned and argued, that's too absolute. Why wouldn't fish be possible? Betty turned her head in shock to stare at Grin, quietly swallowing. Don't tell Betty that you've also done that thing from yesterday to a fish. I have a friend, but he and the fish were mutually in love. Grin explained quickly. If one really couldn't hold back, one could just take care of it oneself. There was really no need to go that far. Hey, could you stop chatting among yourselves? It's too rude to ignore a beautiful lady like this. Capella felt she wasn't getting the respect she deserved, and her face gradually distorted. The parts that had just been affected by the crystals had already returned to normal. Grin spread his hands and responded with a relaxed demeanor, calm down, Capella. I haven't left you out. Just wait while I figure out a way to kill you. By now, enough time had been stalled. Emilia and Rem should have noticed the situation in the courtyard and taken action. Why duel when you can gang up on them? Sure enough, Rem's gentle and sweet voice rang out as a massive 10-meter ice pillar fell from the mansion's upper floors, shooting straight toward the top of Capella's head. Chapter 123. The witch's attention. The giant icicle plummeted with the weight of 1,000 tons, but Capella didn't even try to dodge. Instead, she threw her head back and let out a manic laugh, opening her arms wide to welcome it. How impressive. I won't really be killed, will I? Squelch thud. The icicle pierced her chest without resistance, pinning her ruthlessly to the ground. Ha 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 ha, it hurts so much. Rustle, rustle. Before her voice could fade, her pinned body suddenly began to twist and melt, transforming into hundreds of sleek black rats. Their shrill squeaks instantly filled the courtyard. These rats scurried along the icicle and through stone cracks in all directions. Some lunged toward Grin's group, while others dove into the courtyard's grass. Betty's magic crystals struck several, instantly crystallizing them, but there were simply too many rats to stop them all. You really play in a perverted way. Grin's brow furrowed. He raised his foot and crushed several lunging rats, his blood-colored cloak rippling with red light, consuming all the rats around him. The pale blue mana halo around Emilia surged as she waved her hand, summoning a sky full of ice mist. Sparahuma. Countless fine ice needles fell like a rainstorm, each one accurately piercing a rat's body. Wherever the ice mist passed, the ground froze over, trapping the fleeing rats in place. After finishing their taunts, the remaining rats changed direction and gathered in one spot. The frozen rats all exploded into a crimson blood mist, merging into black-red shadows that converged toward the swarm. The piercing squeaks grew so dense they instantly drowned out all other noise. Grin was quick on his feet, firmly stepping on a rat that tried to slip past him. With a little pressure, the rat let out a shrill squeal, its limbs kicking wildly but unable to break free. Meanwhile, the rest of the swarm and the blood mist merged violently in a corner. Amidst the churning black witch's miasma, Capella's figure reformed. But as soon as she stood up, she instinctively clutched the left side of her chest. A section there had collapsed, the skin and flesh clinging tightly to her ribs, forming a jarring contrast with the fullness of the other side. Her red eyes snapped toward the rat under Grin's foot. She immediately put on a flushed expression, her voice full of bashfulness. How mean to think you'd step on a beautiful girl's breast. Grin's eye twitched. He couldn't help but exert force, crushing the rat under his foot. Ah, it hurts. Big Brother rubbed too hard. Capella affectedly clutched her chest and panted, a sickly, charming smile on her face. The fire in Rem's eyes was almost overflowing. She hurried to Grin's side, bent down, and wiped the foul blood from his shoe with a handkerchief, her voice full of harsh warnings. Green-kun, stay away from unclean women. Just one look at a woman like this might cause some infectious disease to drift over. Capella's eyes widened in displeasure. She looked around, scanning the pretty faces of Rem, Emilia, and Betty, her gaze growing increasingly disgusted. A bunch of disgusting bags of meat. What is there to brag about in love obtained through exceptional skin and flesh? Nonsense. Rem and Green-kun truly love each other. That kind of thing. is a sign of love progressing from mutual liking to mutual belonging. Rem was a bit shy, but she spoke out bravely. She would not allow anyone to doubt the feelings between her and Green-kun. Grin wrapped his arm around Rem's waist, pulling her into his embrace to back her up. A single dog like you shouldn't be barking here. Hurry up and go back to being a minor. You're Grin. This time, Capella actually showed a normal expression, a look of surprise as if finding treasure appearing in her eyes. She immediately pulled a palm-sized gospel book from her clothes, her small fingers flipping through it rapidly. Ha ha ha, yes, that's right. It's written in the gospel book. Grim Anderson, the only person in the world who might fall in love with me. Bullshit. I'm not that desperate. Grin grew agitated. It felt like standing at the bottom of Iron Barrel Street, and having foot-washing water poured over him from head to toe. It's true. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Although I'm different from those other lunatics completely dominated by the gospel book, I have to admit the contents of the book have never been wrong. Capella casually spread the gospel book open and held it before Grin's eyes. On the yellowed pages, Grin's name was written in crimson ink, with a crooked, distorted heart drawn next to it. It was completely different from the usual cold text of the gospel book. It looked more like something she had added herself later. I should have noticed earlier. You clearly got my blood on you during the fight just now, yet you weren't affected at all. This bond must transcend the corruption of dragon blood. Rem nervously pulled Grin back. You can't look at that, Green-kun. It'll turn you into a lunatic. Damn Pandora, what kind of garbage did you write? Grin cursed viciously. The so-called guidance in these gospel books all came from the most wicked witch in the world, Pandora, the witch of vainglory. Just as he was about to reach out and snatch the gospel book to tear it to shreds, the text on the page changed. The characters decomposed and reorganized into new words. Hello there, Grin. Then, the words began to rewind as if in reverse, returning to their original form. Grin was startled. Crap, what the hell was that? Am I seeing things? Have you seen enough, Green-kun? If you have, then come with me. Although you haven't fallen in love with me yet, I believe that as long as I turn you into a frog, and have you hop in my arms for 100 years, you'll definitely fall in love with me then. Hey, you're really trying to make trouble for me, aren't you? Come here, come in front of me. I'll explain to you exactly what falling in love means. Grin laughed out of anger, beckoning with his hand for Capella to walk over. Wonderful, Green-kun. Let's show the world what sacred love is. Even if you become a frog, my feelings will remain constant from beginning to end. Capella raised an eyebrow and skipped over with her hands behind her back. Once the obnoxious brat entered his attack range, Grin's hands snapped together, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up. All right, do you feel like you've fallen into a river now? When every cell in your body fails from lack of oxygen, let's see if you die. The moment Capella's feet left the ground, there wasn't a hint of fear in her eyes. Instead, a deeper, more sickly obsession rippled through them. Her red eyes locked onto Grin's face, and even her labored breathing became an ambiguous pant. It really makes one's breathing tight, Green-kun. Is this SM? I'll SM your mom. Grin increased his strength, his hands sinking deep into Capella's flesh. The girl let out a raspy sob with her mouth agape, her once bright red lips turning pale and purple at a visible rate. Her chest spasmed violently, each breath becoming faint as a thread. Finally, her body went limp, her eyelids rolled back, her red eyes lost their light, and she stopped moving entirely, as if she had truly died of suffocation. 124 A Token of Love. Chapter 124, A Token of Affection. Grin loosened his grip, and Capella's body slammed heavily onto the bluestone slabs, remaining motionless. Is she dead? Rem hid behind Grin, clutching the clothes at his shoulder for support, while lifting her foot to give Capella a kick. I don't think so, Grin replied flatly. He reached behind Rem's waist, pulled the morning star from beneath her skirt, and swung it ruthlessly toward Capella's head. The spiked hammerhead, carrying the vicious momentum of breaking wind, smashed toward the ground, grazing Capella's head with a dull thud. Amidst flying stone chips, the person on the ground tilted her head slightly, narrowly avoiding the strike. Her movements were far too agile for someone who had just died. In the next second, she suddenly looked up. Her dilated red pupils had long since regained their usual crazed light. With traces of wet blood still hanging from the corner of her mouth, she grinned, stuck out her tongue, and made an exaggerated face at Grin. "You missed. Oh, I can't take this anymore. Lia, have Puck come out and freeze her." Grin shouted urgently. Hearing this, Emilia immediately raised her hands to form a seal. Pale blue mana surged in her palms as she called out softly, "Puck, we need your help." However, the cat Great Spirit, who would usually appear the moment he was called, showed no sign of movement. The mana in her palms dispersed and condensed again, yet she couldn't feel even a hint of Puck's presence. Emilia's face paled instantly. She called out urgently twice more, "Puck. Puck, are you there?" There was only dead silence in response. She clenched her fingers, her eyes filled with panic. Strange, Puck has never been like this. Is he too tired from the white whale battle? Puck ran away too. My God, they're all traitors. Grin sighed to the heavens, shouting his accusation. Seeing this, Capella laughed maniacally. The black and red witch's miasma surged around her like waves. With a flicker of movement, she lunged in front of Grin, reaching out to grab his wrist and forcibly drag him away. "No one's helping you anymore, Greencoin. Come with me obediently and stop struggling. I'll prepare a magnificent castle for you built to the size of a frog, of course." The moment her fingertips touched the blood-colored cloak fluttering behind Grin, the seemingly soft red silk suddenly erupted with a scorching suction. Capella's fingers felt as if they had been touched by a red-hot branding iron. Her flesh was consumed by the cloak's red light at a speed visible to the naked eye. Capella screamed in pain. That heart-wrenching shriek lacked any trace of playfulness, there was only genuine, searing agony. She jerked her hand back but only pulled back a section of white bone. The connection point was ragged with flesh, looking as if it had been gnawed off by some creature. What the hell is this thing? Capella staggered back, clutching her wrist. The obsession in her eyes was momentarily dispersed by shock. Grin was also stunned for a moment. He glanced down at his cloak, then quickly reacted. A ruthless smile curled his lips as he unfastened the blood-colored cloak to use as a weapon. "Ha ha, this is the scary grandma." Emilia also suppressed the panic in her heart. The pale blue mana around her condensed once more, and several ice blades hovered by her side. With a chilling aura, she said, "Even if Puck isn't here, don't think you can take Grin away." Betty floated above Grin's head, violet-black crystals of Een magic condensing at her fingertips, radiating a dangerous aura. Betty will use magic to slow her regeneration. During that time, Grin's cloak will eat her up entirely. She was truly angry this time. This impure woman actually dared to make such wild claims about taking Grin away and keeping him as a frog. Usually, when facing an enemy, Grin would grant the magic mirror the authority to observe, effectively giving him an extra set of eyes. At this moment, Wulgaratha's thoughts were noisy and incessant in Grin's mind. Ever since obtaining the gluttony which factors, the magic mirror felt it was terrifyingly strong. It kept urging him, "Let me out. This woman's recovery ability is extremely strong. I'll deal with her from the soul level. Just stick to her and call out her true name, and I'll drag her soul directly into the mirror space to crush it." Grin thought this made sense and immediately raised his hand to summon the magic mirror. "A mere sin Archbishop of Lust dares to act wild in front of me. Today, I'll let you taste the sensation of your soul leaving your body." As soon as the magic mirror appeared, it turned into a black shadow and lunged straight at Capella. Its expression was distorted with arrogance, intending to press itself directly onto her. Capella had just had her hand injured by the blood-colored cloak, and was already displeased. Seeing this suddenly appearing magic mirror coming at her so aggressively, the shock in her eyes instantly turned into violence. She didn't care what the mirror's origin was. What disgusting thing is this? The moment the magic mirror was about to touch her, Capella raised her intact right hand, and with a force that could split mountains and crack stones, slapped the mirror's surface hard. After a crisp sound, the magic mirror flew backward at supersonic speed, crashing into the garden pond and kicking up a series of splashes. This guy was still too playful. In the face of a great enemy, he actually had the mind to play at skipping stones. Grin watched the magic mirror sink to the bottom with a glug-glug. His mouth twitched, and only one thought remained in his mind, that was reckless. Capella shook her numbed palm and spat, her eyes full of confusion. Green Kuen's method of throwing hidden weapons is a bit too crude, isn't it? Or are you intentionally showing me mercy? She rubbed her wrist, preparing to activate her dragon blood and go on a rampage, but the gospel book in her bosom suddenly grew hot. The yellowed pages flipped open on their own, and crimson handwriting rapidly appeared, rendezvous with Regulus and heal his wounds. Who cares about you? Capella reached out with her severed limb, intending to use the blood to smear the words away. Before she could, another line of text appeared on the page. Rendezvous with Regulus and heal his wounds, he will help you obtain adoration. The handwriting carried an irresistible pressure. The veins on Capella's hand holding the gospel book bulged as she let out an unwilling roar. To achieve her ultimate goal, the contents of the book were still very much worth following. TSK, what a killjoy. Capella stared fixedly at Grin with a look of obsession, then quickly switched to a look of contempt as she scanned the others. You pieces of female meat are lucky. I'm being ordered around again. She spat viciously, then suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist that was nothing but bone. With a crack, she actually snapped the entire section of bone from the joint. Holding the pale bone hand, she ignored the blood still gushing from her wound and tossed it casually toward Grin. Green Kuen. This is a little gift from me. Please feel free to use it on those lonely, cold nights. The black and red miasma around Capella suddenly shot into the sky. Her form rapidly mutated within the miasma, hard scales pierced through her flesh, and massive dragon wings burst open. In an instant, she transformed into a pitch-black giant dragon with crimson vertical pupils. The dragon's head tilted back and let out an ear-splitting roar, looking very majestic. But when it spoke, it was in that characteristic bratty tone, Green Kuen, next time we meet, you must fall in love with me, ha 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 ha. As soon as she finished speaking, the giant dragon slammed its wings together. Its massive body soared into the air and vanished into the clouds in an instant, leaving behind only the mess in the courtyard and the echoing rumble of its departure. Grin fiddled with the jade-white hand bone, and as if possessed, reached behind his back to scratch an itch. The meat was picked pretty clean. Rem solemnly grabbed Grin's hand, snatched the bone away, and tossed it into the bushes. Green Kuen, don't play with such dirty things. If you really have a need, you can use Rem's hand. The girl's voice grew quieter and quieter. Noticing the strange looks Amelia and Betty were giving her, she quickly added. Rem meant for scratching itches. Chapter 125. The head maid Frederica. Thanks to the generous support of the book-starved King Ka, the caw of a raven suddenly rang out above their heads. The little fellow flapped its pitch-black wings and landed lightly, perching steadily on Green's shoulder, its round black eyes clouded with a layer of mist, looking somewhat dazed. Green slapped his forehead and said in frustration, "Darn it, that lust fellow got away." "What about Elsa?" Betty floated nearby, her small brows furrowing slightly in thought, before reminding him, "Green, don't you know a spell called transformation magic?" "That's different." Green waved his hand, his tone full of helplessness. Transformation magic requires constant mana to maintain, and what it creates is just a surface appearance. It doesn't solve the underlying problem at all. He spoke with some worry, reaching out to gently stroke the raven's smooth feathers with care. The once powerful gut ripper had now turned into a little house sparrow. "Until I find a way, you have to stay close to me. Don't go flying off. If you end up mating with some other bird, don't blame me." The raven seemed annoyed. It suddenly arched its neck and pecked hard at Green's forehead with its sharp black beak. It pecked 2 or 3 times in quick succession, with fast and fierce force, making Green's forehead sting with pain. Stop pecking, Elsa. Where's your cool and elegant persona? You're going OOC, do you know that? Green tilted his head to dodge the attacks, one hand shielding his forehead while the other didn't dare push too hard, fearing he might hurt the little raven's body. Excuse me, did something happen here? A somewhat deep, alto voice rang out. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound and saw a tall figure standing at the mansion's entrance. Her long blonde hair was neatly tied back, revealing a smooth forehead, and her emerald eyes were clear and calm. This older sister's dress was stained with grass clippings, and her chest was still heaving heavily, indicating she had run over after noticing the situation here. Emilia's face lit up with a look of surprise when she saw the woman. Frederica. Why are you back? The blonde-haired maid walked forward quickly and gave a slight curtsy to Emilia, her movements standard and respectful. Lord Roswell sent word for me to return. I'm not sure what exactly happened here. I happened to be nearby when I saw the shadow of a giant dragon in the sky and felt the residual mana from the mansion, so I rushed over. Everyone explained the situation to Frederica, treating this attack as the witch cult's second offensive. After returning inside the mansion, Frederica brewed a pot of hot tea for everyone to soothe their turbulent emotions. Emilia and Rem were very happy to see this long-separated old friend. They chatted happily and poured out everything that had happened recently. Green lay lazily on the soft sofa, playing with Elsa, who had turned into a raven. You really overdid it this time. Poor thing, a woman like an eagle has turned into an ugly little raven. He raised his hand, his fingertips sliding gently through the little raven's soft downy feathers, teasing the little fellow. But in his heart, he wondered just how much of Elsa's consciousness still remained. Emilia glanced at the little raven with concern and softly advised, Green, you should say less. I feel like she's going to bite you again. The little raven glared fiercely at Green in agreement, flapped its wings to fly onto his head, and pecked him a few times with a thump-thump sound. Green naturally understood what the little fellow meant and smiled as he held up his cup of warm black tea toward the top of his head. The little raven Sunderly leaned its head over, its beak dipping into the tea. It was hard to tell if it was actually drinking, but it certainly put on an air of importance. Look at that. On the surface, she's wearing a mask, but in reality, she's revealing her true nature. Now she's completely pushing her luck, or rather, pushing her luck right onto my head. Rem sat nearby, watching Elsa in this state, and finding her exceptionally cute. She reached out to gently smooth the feathers Green had ruffled and said softly, Green-kun, although Miss Elsa seems calm enough, it must be hard for anyone to suddenly turn from a normal person into a small animal. Please stop teasing her. Don't worry, Betty is already helping me look for relevant magic books. This can't be rushed. Green took a sip of the black tea and continued, the most important thing right now is to go to the sanctuary and bring back the villagers from Aram village. We can't let them stay there in fear forever. Frederica, seeing that Green's tea was getting low, perceptively refilled it for him. Lord Grimm is truly kind. I sincerely thank you for caring so much about the villagers. The head maid respectfully pinched her skirt and gave Green a slight bow, grinning to reveal 2 rows of shiny, sharp fangs. It's fine. I am on very good terms with the children in the village. Green looked at Frederica's teeth with interest. One bite from those would probably shred someone like a loofah. At that thought, a sudden chill ran through him. He quickly turned his gaze back to the little raven and said, however, the gate of opportunity leading directly to the sanctuary seems to have been unilaterally cut off by Ram's side. I didn't see any dragon carriages in the mansion either. We can't exactly walk to the sanctuary, can we? The reason they could construct a gate of opportunity at Crush's house last time was because Betty had left a coordinate point at the Roswell mansion beforehand. Ram's destruction of the gate of opportunity was likely out of concern that the enemy might find the entrance to the mansion. Lord Grimm need not worry. Frederica lowered her eyes gently and gave her assessment with a firm tone. If, as you say, the villagers evacuated through the Gate of Opportunity, then there must still be earth dragons left in the stables of Aram village. We can borrow them for the time being. Green's eyes lit up. True, and there are still spare carriages here at the mansion. He had seen them in the warehouse while on patrol, but they were quite old or in disrepair and couldn't be used directly. The head maid nodded understandingly and stood before Green with confidence, her hands folded over her lower abdomen. Please rest assured and leave this matter to me. By the day after tomorrow, everyone will be able to set off in a clean and comfortable dragon carriage. As she finished speaking, the softness in her emerald eyes faded, and the smile on her lips vanished into a thin line. Even her aura became somewhat heavier. However, there is one thing I must remind you all. She looked up at everyone, her gaze steady yet clearly solemn. Once you reach your destination, you must be very careful of a person named Garfield. He is the person you, Lady Amelia, must be most cautious when dealing with in the sanctuary. Amelia saw that Green was somewhat distracted, his attention still fixed on the little raven. She pursed her lips and tugged at Green's sleeve. Green, you really should listen to Frederica's warning. Yeah, I got it. Crispy Shark says to watch out for Garfield. I'll remember. 126 Cuteness Transformation Techniques Chapter 126, Cutification Magic. The originally heavy atmosphere was instantly shattered by this nonsensical remark. Rem sat to the side, lightly covering her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly as she stifled a laugh. Green Cohen, don't go around giving people nicknames. Are you kidding me? He was the one constantly being given nicknames by others every day. Frederica also regained her composure. Hearing that the lord before her could even shoot down the white whale, she realized she had been overthinking things. She shook her head helplessly, a faint smile spreading across her lips. Lord Grimm's way of putting things is truly quite cute. Rumble rumble, the wooden wheels of the dragon carriage rolled over the dirt road through the forest, making the gravel crunch softly. The twin-horned earth dragon pulling the carriage exhaled pale white breaths as it carried the cabin toward the sanctuary. Green leaned against the cabin wall, propping his cheek with one hand while flipping through a heavy magic book with the other. Wrapped around his wrist was a necklace with a blue pyroxene pendant. Frederica had given it to Amelia before they left, but Green had asked for it. Nowadays, Amelia would easily agree to some of Green's slightly selfish requests. Frederica claimed that this pyroxene necklace was the key to crossing the forest barrier and entering the sanctuary. But Green knew that Roswell had tampered with this necklace. It would trigger teleportation magic the moment they entered the barrier. On the other side, the little raven was nestled in Green's hair, sleeping comfortably. From time to time, she would peck at the top of Green's head with her sharp beak, and Green would have to raise his hand to bring her food and water. After flipping through it for a while, Green yawned tiredly, closed the book, and set it aside with a helpless tone. This book is about physical degradation, it's completely unfeasible. Betty, get me another one. Hearing this, Betty flicked her finger, and a pale purple magic current carried another thick book with a yellowed cover from the void, landing precisely in Green's palm. A hint of jealousy hung on her small face. This is the last book in the Forbidden Library that records physical mutations. Why don't you just give up? Betty thinks this fellow seems to quite like her current appearance. Time passed and lamps were lit inside the dragon carriage. Green held the thick, yellowed book and looked down to turn the pages. As his fingertips brushed over the obscure ancient incantations, his fatigue suddenly vanished. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he pressed his finger firmly onto a yellowed page. Found it. It's the basic spell for flesh reconstruction. Betty leaned her small head over, her pale purple eyes scanning the incantation as she curled her lip. This spell causes flesh to grow wildly. Do you want to turn her into a monster? Don't worry, I can handle it. Green said as he raised his hand to gently steady the raven on his head. The little thing was woken by the movement and let out a dazed croak. Green took the opportunity to feed her a piece of meat before continuing. As long as I use the incantations of transformation magic as the boundary for the growth of flesh and blood, it can be completely customized. I mean, I can restore her to her original state. This method was equivalent to using transformation magic to create a temporary mold, and then stimulating the flesh to be injection molded into shape. To put it simply, it's just like casting a mold. Amelia covered her mouth in surprise. To think you solved such a difficult problem in just one day. Is Green actually the intellectual type? Hearing this, Rem, who was driving the carriage, puffed out her chest with pride, her eyes full of little stars. As expected of Green Cohen. Rem knew you could do it. Green responded with a doting wink at Remington. Where else could you find such an all-around perfect wife? Rem, drive for a bit longer. I'll come and switch with you once I've finished things here. Green raised both hands and carefully lifted down Elsa, who had been turned into a raven. He said to her solemnly, "No time to lose, let's get ready to start." Betty's small face immediately turned solemn, and she nodded seriously. She released her pale purple magic, condensing it into a dense orb of light. Guiding the incantations with her fingertips toward the raven, she said coldly, "Leave the flesh reconstruction to Betty. Green, you use transformation magic to confine the boundaries." The moment the Great Spirit's magic enveloped the raven, the little creature let out a soft cry. The outline of her physical body slowly stretched within the magic, and her pitch-black feathers began to dissipate into shimmering light. This was the flesh reconstruction spell stimulating the original body. Betty's magic was incredibly stable, firmly supporting Elsa's form to prevent it from collapsing. Green concentrated and held his breath, condensing the slender magic unique to transformation magic at his fingertips, bit by bit sketching out the outline of Elsa's original figure. Amelia stood to the side, weaving a thin shield of pale blue magic to stabilize the magical fluctuations inside the cabin, fearing that external interference might disrupt the spell. The reconstructed body was slowly taking shape, that proud figure, those exaggerated curves, that unfathomable greatness. A violent magical shockwave exploded inside the cabin. Multicolored magical mist surged and rose, causing even the dragon carriage to sway slightly. Amelia hurried to expand her pale blue shield to its maximum to block the scattered magical aftershocks. Cough, cough. It should be a success. Betty fanned her small hands to disperse the mist, her pale purple eyes squinting as she peered into the center of the smoke. A slender figure gradually became clear amidst the haze. Long, black curly hair hung loosely to her shoulder blades, with her signature thin braid still woven on the left side. The tear mole under her left eye remained clear under the lamplight. Yeah, very successful. It's just the size, there's a teeny tiny little flaw. Green's voice grew less confident as he spoke. Looking at that tiny body, he quickly took off his coat, stepped forward, and gently draped it over her, his eyes darting away, not daring to look directly. Once the smoke had completely cleared, only an 11 or 12-year-old girl remained standing quietly on the plush cushion. Her sickly pale face showed the innocence of a child. Her downturned purple eyes were clouded with the daze of someone who had just woken up. The coat she wore was loose and baggy, hanging almost to her knees, making her look even more petite. Elsa first tilted her head slightly, then reached out her fair, tender little hand, staring blankly at her palm. Her fingertips were slender, lacking the thin calluses of adulthood, or the strength accustomed to gripping a blade, only a newborn softness remained. Within moments, she grasped the current situation. Not only had she failed to recover her original appearance, but she had also been compressed into this childhood form. Her 36D chest had now become a flatland. Elsa slowly raised her eyes and looked straight at Green. Her small mouth was pursed into a thin line, and her eyes held dissatisfaction and resentment. Like a provoked little animal, despite her petite stature, she still exuded some of the gut-ripper's sharpness. "Era, what's your explanation, Green Cohen?" Green scratched his head frantically. "Just now, I felt like everyone was collectively making a person, and it felt quite heartwarming, so I hallucinated about my future baby." As soon as these words came out, the cabin instantly became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Even the sound of the dragon carriage's wheels rolling over gravel became exceptionally clear. Betty was stunned for half a second, then clutched her tummy and burst into laughter. "Green, you idiot. To think you'd get distracted while casting a spell." Chapter 127, The Witch's Tomb. Betty has such mastery over mana, yet Grin actually molded a lowly. Amelia's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She covered her mouth and coughed repeatedly, her eyes drifting out the window while the tips of her ears turned pink. She was clearly embarrassed by those sudden words. Outside, Rem, who was driving, couldn't help herself either. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and though she pressed her lips together, she couldn't hide her amusement. "In that case, please leave the baby's clothes to Rem. Green Kuan, come and drive." "You're really my savior, Rem." Grin hurriedly responded in a fluster, okay. I'm coming." As he moved to step outside the carriage, he caught a glimpse of Elsa's face darkening further, the sparks in her purple eyes nearly overflowing. He paused, then turned back awkwardly and stammered an excuse, "Don't look at me like that. I think you're doing quite well right now." Elsa raised an eyebrow at him, her voice carrying a child's innocence. "Oh. Then please tell me, Green Kuan, what exactly are the benefits of this fragile, half-finished form?" At least the sentence is increased." Grin stiffened his neck and squeezed out a sentence, his voice getting smaller and smaller as he scrambled out the door and ran to the driver's seat. The wheels of the dragon carriage rolled over the gravel path through the forest. After a long period of jolting, the sky outside gradually darkened. "When are we going to arrive?" Grin looked at the endless road ahead, feeling a bit lost. There was a rustling sound behind him as someone else walked out from the carriage. The evening breeze blew back, bringing a fresh, fragrant scent. Judging by the scent, it should be Amelia. "Grin, I want to talk to you." The girl squeezed in to sit beside Grin, her eyes filled with unease about the road ahead. "I called out to Puck many times along the way, but he hasn't responded to me." Grin rubbed his brow in frustration. How should he put it? That bastard Puck had definitely returned to his original body. Originally, Puck's kitten form was just a clone. On one hand, he could accompany Amelia as she grew, and on the other, he used this clone to seal away a part of Amelia's memories. "Don't worry, Leah. Puck can't be by your side all the time. Doesn't he usually work 9 to 5 anyway? Just think of it as him taking his annual leave." Grin focused on driving the Earth Dragon, not daring to get distracted. After all, his driving skills were completely amateur, and this was a mountain road. If this Earth Dragon weren't so gentle, it probably would have turned into a bumper car by now. After hearing Grin's words, Amelia fell into deep thought, the seed of unease in her heart still spreading rapidly. She raised her hand to grasp the corner of Grin's clothes and asked softly, "Then what about you, Grin? Will you also suddenly leave without saying goodbye?" "Is hard to say." Grin raised an eyebrow, a mischievous curve appearing at the corner of his eyes as his right hand quietly crept onto Amelia's waist. "Grin, be serious. Driving a dragon carriage with one hand is dangerous." Amelia's voice was a bit urgent as her fingertips gently tried to pull away the hand he had placed on her waist, though she wasn't as shy as before. "I know, but I've always enjoyed danger." Grin finished speaking and was just about to explore further with his hand, a somewhat roguish smile frozen on his lips. But in the next second, the wooden wheel of the dragon carriage suddenly crushed a protruding sharp stone with a muffled crack. The Earth Dragon reared up in pain, and the dragon carriage instantly lost its balance, jolting violently on the rugged mountain road. A huge force of inertia suddenly flipped the carriage to one side. Holy crap! Grin's body was thrown out of the carriage uncontrollably. In his haste, his right hand tried to grab Amelia beside him, but only brushed against her cool fingertips. Just as Grin's body was thrown into midair, the pyroxene necklace he had been wearing around his wrist suddenly erupted with a blinding white light. The place he crashed into was precisely the edge of the sanctuary barrier. The faint light of the barrier and the light of the pyroxene necklace collided and intertwined, turning into a distorted gate of light. The power of teleportation magic suddenly erupted, and a powerful suction wrapped around Grin's body. Amelia lunged toward the edge of the barrier, but her fingertips caught nothing, touching only cold air and dissipating light particles. Grin's figure vanished from the spot. The moment the white light faded, a strong sense of dizziness accompanied by a pungent, moldy smell of soil rushed over him. Grin stumbled and fell onto the rough ground. Damn it all, where the hell did you send me? Is this even still in the country? Grin stretched his aching waist and looked around aimlessly. Just after cursing a few times, a very soft rustling sound suddenly came from his ear, like someone stepping on rotten leaves with bare feet. Who's there? Grin's nerves instantly tensed. He snapped his head toward the direction of the sound, his gaze locking onto the back of a thick ancient tree. The shadows of the tree swayed, and a glimpse of a pink and white figure was just barely visible from the shadows. Waist-length pink hair, a plain white robe, and a slender ankle showing beneath the hem of the garment. The figure looked to be only about 11 or 12 years old. She was slightly turned to the side, seemingly not expecting to be discovered, her movements pausing for a moment. Holy crap, a wild Ryuzu figure. If I'd known, I would have brought a sack. These little pink-haired lolas in white clothes are all clones created by the greed which based on Ryuzu Meyer. Except for the first 4 clones, the rest do not possess self-awareness. This one in front of him should belong to the mass-produced version. Grin was about to approach, but the pink-haired loli's figure flickered. She lightly retreated several steps, turned, and sped toward the depths of the forest. Hey, don't run. Seeing this, Grin didn't have time to think much and immediately gave chase. This was the only clue in this unfamiliar forest. He couldn't lose it no matter what. After chasing for an unknown amount of time, the trees ahead suddenly became sparse, and a ray of dim twilight finally filtered in. The moldy smell in the air gradually faded, replaced by a heavy scent of stone. When Grin pushed aside the last cluster of thick bushes, the view ahead suddenly opened up. Before his eyes was an ancient stone wall built of rough boulders several people high. In the center was an archway also made of boulders, with faint, golden magical patterns still remaining on the mottled stone surface. However, the figure of the little darling Ryuzu had suddenly vanished. Looking at the ancient building before him, Grin suddenly became a bit excited. This should be the witch's tomb, right? He muttered to himself, carefully taking steps and slowly approaching from the main entrance of the building. The ancient door seemed to sense something, and a semi-transparent screen lit up, hanging down like a floor-to-ceiling curtain. Grin didn't know if he met the requirements to enter the trial. If one was not of a mixed blood race, they would suffer very serious injuries upon contact with the tomb's barrier. I wonder if partial beastification will work. Grin secretly circulated his magic. After some characteristics of the beast prince appeared on his body, he then nervously pressed his hand against the barrier. 128 The Witch's Tea Party Chapter 128 The Witch's Tea Party. As his fingertip touched the translucent barrier, the expected magical backlash did not occur. Instead, it passed through empty air, slipping inside with a light, floating sensation. The moment Grin's feet touched the ground, the barrier faded behind him. The scene before his eyes was completely different from the dusky twilight outside the door. Corridor walls were embedded with faintly glowing crystals, casting a play of light and shadow along the winding stone path. Hello, is anyone there? Grin wandered inside the structure for quite a while, but unlike Subaru Natsuki in the original story, he did not enter the tea party space of the Witch of Greed, Echidna. It seemed his inner thirst for knowledge did not meet the tea party's requirements. This couldn't be helped. The wanderer from Blue Star knew too much. He didn't have a particularly strong desire to learn about this witch's past or the secrets of the sanctuary. Grin curled his lip. His beastified ear tips twitched slightly, capturing the magical fluctuations coming from different directions within the corridor. Behind some of the branching paths, complex magical arrays and patterns filled the air, carrying the distinctive pulling sensation of trial formations. No need to think, These were clearly trial rooms prepared for people like Emilia. In another direction, the atmosphere was somber, cold, and silent. No glowstones illuminated it, yet it exuded an even heavier aura of a witch. Green's eyes immediately lit up. He formed hand seals with his fingers, stepped into the Big Dipper stance, and slowly advanced inward. Seek the dragon, divide the gold, observe the winding mountains. One mountain range is one barrier. If the barrier gate holds eightfold perils, it cannot escape the forms of yin, yang, and the 8 trigrams. There's definitely treasure in here. The corridor grew increasingly narrow the deeper he went. The surrounding quiet became more and more unnerving, even the sound of his breathing echoed off the stone walls. Damn it, why is there no path? Moving forward in the dark, Green unexpectedly bumped into a hard stone wall, knocking a big lump on his forehead. The pain made him grimace. A thought crossed his mind, and he summoned the magic mirror. Wulgaroth, quickly search for the location of the Witch of Greed, Echidna. Yes, master. Please wait a moment. As it spoke, the magic mirror pressed a dangling shard of mirror back into place. It formed hand seals as if invoking a deity, channeling power. Only then did Green notice the magic mirror's sorry state. No wonder this guy had been so quiet lately, it was recovering from injuries. Ha. The magic mirror strained with effort, its mirror surface flickering with faint light. After a long while, it finally turned to Green with a grave expression. The situation is a bit off. What's wrong? Is there a trap? Not that. It's just my search function seems to have been damaged by that meat woman. It hasn't recovered yet. You damn. Forget it. Stay on the side and rest. A vein twitched on Green's temple, but seeing Wulgaroth in this state, he couldn't bring himself to be harsh. Rubbing the lump on his head, a bit of anger also flared up inside him. Looks like there's only one way. If the path is blocked, use fists to open it. Green took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and began employing a traditional craft attacking concrete. Aura. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Dull impact sounds exploded one after another in the narrow corridor, echoes layering upon each other, vibrating painfully in his eardrums. After who knows how many punches, when the final heavy blow, carrying a do-or-die force, struck the center of the stone wall, the web of cracks spreading across it suddenly shattered. The entire stone wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Gasping for breath, Green retracted his fist, his shoulders heaving violently. Blood mixed with stone dust dripped from his knuckles. He wiped the dust from his face with his hand, and walked inside. Ha, I knew there was a door here. The magic mirror followed behind, looking shocked and muttering quietly, the supermasculinity syndrome is acting up again. Looks like I need to be careful. As the dust settled, a soft yet cool glow of light shone through the hole. The witch's aura was now so thick it felt almost tangible. This was a stone chamber several times wider than the corridor. Its walls were embedded with pale blue glowing crystals, illuminating the entire room with a clear light, making even the dust floating in the air clearly visible. And in the very center of the stone chamber, a coffin crafted from a massive crystal lay quietly. It was filled with flowers, appearing incredibly holy. A young woman with silver hair reaching her waist and snow-white skin lay inside, hands resting on her abdomen. She looked as if alive, merely sunk into a long slumber. Seems like I hit the jackpot. Green's footsteps unconsciously lightened. He walked over, placed his hands on the crystal coffin, his eyes filled with a mix of astonishment. Wow, she's been dead for 400 years and still looks this tender. Master, could it be you want to? Jia. Should I inject some soul fragments into her? That could temporarily restore some reflexive actions in her body. Green shot the magic mirror an icy glare. You have one mouth too many. Get lost now. Fine, I'll get lost. Don't come looking for my help later. Grumbling, the magic mirror shrank to the side and began channeling magic to continue repairing the cracks on its surface. Green, meanwhile, stared at Echidna's body, lost in deep thought. Woolgaroth, stop watching the show over there. Come help push. I really don't have any strength left. I can't push it either, master. How about we lubricate the bottom first before pushing? It should save some effort. All right. Green thought it made sense too. He took the water flask from his waist and poured some liquid under the crystal coffin. When they tried pushing the coffin again, it was indeed much easier. The magic mirror, somewhat puzzled, came closer and asked, Master, why are you stealing a corpse? I thought you came here to unlock the power of Prince Charming. Unlock my ass. Right now, I'm suspicious of everything related to Snow White, including you. Once I get Echidna out of here, I'll directly hold the Son of Heaven hostage to command the nobles. I guarantee Roswell will be kneeling on the ground begging me. Green pushed Echidna's crystal coffin with great effort, veins bulging on his forehead, trying to move it away from this place. The thing looked small and light, but in reality, it was firmly suctioned to the ground by a massive magic array, making it extremely difficult to move. Forget it. Let's leave the coffin. Just carry the person away. As soon as the words fell, Green deftly lifted the crystal lid, climbed onto the coffin, and reached his arms under Echidna's waist, about to hoist her up. The surrounding space seemed to tremble slightly. In a daze, the heavens and earth seemed to invert for Green. The light in his vision completely faded, plunging him into a void. I thought I'd get to see some scenes of tomb raiders ravaging the tomb owner, but Green Kun doesn't seem to like dining in, huh? A teasing female voice sounded, rousing the anxious Green. As soon as Green opened his eyes, he found the scenery around him had undergone a dramatic change. He was no longer in the tomb chamber but on a vast, boundless green meadow. Under a blue sky with white clouds stood a sun umbrella, and beneath it Echidna sat on a chair. This was the witch's tea party space. Green was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand to scratch his head. I don't have any questions. Why was I still summoned here? Echidna raised an eyebrow, pressing a fingertip to her lips as she answered with some helplessness, Sigh, I couldn't just stand by and watch myself get packed up and taken away, could I? Woolgaroth, who had somehow floated over to the side, was staring at Echidna with shining eyes. This soul, 99% pure, a rare treasure. Chapter 129, Turmoil in the darkness. Slurp slurp. The magic mirror wiped the drool from the corner of its mouth, as if it were sizing up a piece of cake. It smells so good. This is worth at least 10 times the soul of a white whale. Then why don't you go up and take a bite? Green's eyes slanted with a hint of mockery. Don't you have a germophobia, master? You should go first, I'll just follow along and have some soup. The guests this time are truly enthusiastic. One has fallen in love with my body, and the other has set its sights on my soul. Could it be that you came here specifically to hunt me? A look of feverish curiosity flared in Echidna's eyes. Stop being so narcissistic, Echidna. I just want to take your body out to get some sun. Green gave the witch a very faint roll of his eyes. He still held a deep prejudice against this person with such a nasty personality. Just because she was curious about the personality growth potential of an artificial spirit, she had trapped Betty for 400 years with a single verbal agreement. Think about how much trouble Brother Monkey caused, wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace, stealing and eating countless spiritual fruits and medicines, and he was only sentenced to 500 years. You're treating Betty like a monkey. It seems I've been disliked by Green Kun. Is there something that makes you feel uncomfortable? Echidna tilted her head, her eyes filled with an inquisitive lack of understanding. Green didn't reply. He walked straight up to her, and amidst her stunned gaze, reached out his index finger and lightly poked her cheek. You seem to have a physical form here, don't you? Ha, it's only a relative physical form. After all, everyone here is in a soul state. Echidna gave a light chuckle and waved her hand. An exquisite teapot and 2 white jade teacups appeared out of thin air before her. She poured a cup and pushed it toward Green, saying with a beaming smile, Green Kun is truly an incredible person. Most humans would have been trembling with fear long ago upon seeing me, let alone boldly touching a witch. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me at first sight? I was just making sure I could touch you, Green said coldly. And then you're taking a punch from me. Before his voice had even faded, the aura around Green changed abruptly. His originally relaxed posture tightened instantly as he charged his right fist, and, with a sharp gust of wind, slammed it into Echidna's face. The punch was fast and ruthless, without any warning. Echidna didn't even have time to pull back the smile on her face before she was hit squarely. The massive force sent her flying, her body soaring backward like a kite with a broken string. She spun 720 degrees midair, her silver hair whipped around by the sharp wind. A few breaths later, she crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Propping herself up with her hands, she looked completely dazed. She stared blankly up at Green. Why did you suddenly hit me, Green-kun? Green gritted his teeth and said with contempt, why? I don't like the look of you good enough. Betty admired you and loved you, yet for nothing more than a curious thought, you kept her blind in the forbidden library for 400 years, making her keep a hollow promise and wait in loneliness day after day. Can you even be considered a mother after doing that? He grew angrier as he spoke, looking around for a handy tool. When his gaze swept over the magic mirror, the fellow instantly froze in place, playing dead. Hee, master, since you hit her, you can't hit me anymore. On the other side, Echidna slowly stood up and lightly brushed off the non-existent dust from her clothes. A slight smile hung on her face once more, as if the person who had just been violently punched away wasn't her at all, showing no trace of anger. Oh, I see. It was for Betty. Looking at the result, her choice was quite interesting, wasn't it? What's interesting about it? What's funny? What do you think life is? Echidna responded nonchalantly, Betty possesses an almost eternal life. 400 years is but a few blinks of an eye to her. But 400 years ago, she was just a lively and cheerful little girl. Why should she have to adapt to that kind of loneliness? Green cracked his knuckles, approaching her step by step. Echidna let out a helpless sigh and said, this is truly saddening. Regardless of everything, I am a frail young girl. Do you really have the heart to strike me? You mustn't fight. A timid female voice sounded from behind Green, and someone seemed to be tugging at the corner of his clothes. Green's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. The voice seemed to carry magic, causing his clenched fist to loosen by half. The moment he turned around, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. A girl stood behind him, her long pink hair falling to the middle of her back, her frame so frail she looked as if she might break at a touch. A plain white long-sleeved garment wrapped her slender body, and her small hands, hidden in her sleeves, timidly hooked onto the corner of Green's clothes. She was very pretty, but it wasn't a world-shaking beauty, it was just that kind of ordinary and pleasing cuteness. Carmilla, the Witch of Lust. Crap, I fell for it. Green muttered to himself, his eyes completely fixed on Carmilla. His heart was left in a void, even his breathing seemed to be cut off by an invisible hand, and his eyelids began to grow heavy. This was the passive trigger of the Witch of Lust's authority, Faceless Bride. It forced the target to become completely obsessed with her, ignoring everything around them, even forgetting to breathe or their own heartbeat. The magic mirror, which had been cowering and playing dead, suddenly shuddered. The faint light on its surface dimmed abruptly, and fine stone textures instantly crawled over its edges. It lost even the strength to hover and fell heavily to the ground. The petrification of the mirror was spreading wildly due to the master-servant contract. The magic mirror's surface buzzed and vibrated in panic. It used the last of its strength to roll to Green's side, grabbing his leg and shaking it hard. Wake up quickly. You can't lose consciousness, master. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Carmilla flusteredly pulled the scarf around her neck upward, covering her face and cutting off the effect of her authority. She didn't want to hurt anyone, but her authority took effect passively and could not be turned off. Green's tired eyes struggled several times before finally closing slowly. A sense of weakness washed away his spirit, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. A vast and violent storm of magic suddenly erupted with him as the center. A thick black book with a mottled cover, carved with twisted thorns and eerie eye patterns, slowly manifested. It was the dark fairy tale book. The pages were not touched, yet they flipped wildly on their own, making a piercing clatter-clatter sound. Countless thick plumes of black gas gushed out from the gaps between the pages, spreading through this space like ink. The air was instantly filled with a cold, viscous, and terrifying pressure. Is this the secret hidden within Green Koan? I wonder what interesting things will jump out. Echidna cupped her cheeks in anticipation, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on her face. It's over. The magic mirror shouted loudly, frantically digging into the ground in an attempt to bury itself. And from within that wildly flipping black book, countless fine, sharp, and eerie voices filled with extreme longing began to emerge. It's a new world. A new world that isn't withered and is full of life. I'm going out first. It's my turn. I got here first. Don't push me, you disgusting swine. 130 The Emperor Without Clothes Chapter 130 The naked emperor. From the very center of the surging black mist, a sudden, ear-piercing sound of metal scraping rang out. A fat figure slowly descended, using the black mist as a staircase. Not a single piece of clothing covered his body, only the pure gold crown atop his head radiated light. Upon landing, he tilted his chin high and puffed out his massive belly, striking a posture of supreme arrogance. He slammed his golden scepter onto the ground with a heavy thud, the dull sound causing the surrounding black mist to surge slightly. Since you see the king, why do you not bow? Echidna looked the naked emperor up and down with great interest and said calmly, Your Majesty, before you grace us with your presence, could you perhaps put on some clothes? There are still children in this space. Carmilla shrank back in fear, her pale fingers tightly covering her eyes as she said tremblingly, It's too scary. Echidna, it's best not to let Typhon come out yet. Why won't Mila-chan let Typhon out? A tender, childlike voice drifted down from above. A young girl with brown skin and dark green short hair appeared abruptly, her small hands behind her back as she stood firmly atop the emperor's head. Typhon, the Witch of Pride, had broken through Echidna's shielding and joined the tea party. She looked down, her gaze sweeping over the king. His naked fat hung from his body like a coat of blubber, which actually managed to obscure certain private parts. Typhon frowned and asked, Why is there such a large, naked meat worm at the tea party? The emperor was struck in his sore spot by the term meat worm, and his flabby body shook with rage. He suddenly jerked his head up, staring at Typhon above him with eyes wide in fury, and let out a raspy roar, Impudence! To dare mock us time and again! You foolish creatures, how could you possibly see the magnificent clothes upon our body? Before his voice even faded, he gripped his golden scepter and swung it upward with all his brute strength, stirring the surrounding black mist into a chaotic swirl. Die for us! Typhon simply gave a light hop to dodge the attack, landing once more upon the emperor's head. The golden scepter missed its mark and slammed heavily into the emperor's own temple with a dull thud, making him grimace in pain as he saw stars. A bruise instantly swelled on his fat head, and the crown atop his head fell to the ground with a clatter, rolling far away. Several faint sneers emerged from the open dark fairy tale book, seemingly mocking this clumsy assault. Ha, this useless emperor can't even beat a child. This space is very peculiar, only souls can descend here. This idiot emperor clumsily squeezed his way out, not even realizing his physical body was left behind. No wonder. This big fat pig only has that coat of flesh and blood worth looking at. He's a complete amateur when it comes to a battle of souls. Since his soul is out here, why don't we just devour his physical body? This hand is mine. It smells so good. The sounds of crunching and chewing followed one after another. Only his style is left. Does anyone want it? Typhon looked down at the emperor, who was clutching his head and howling in pain, and said cheerfully in her tender voice, Haha, to swing a blunt instrument at Typhon so decisively. "Your Majesty, you couldn't be a bad person, could you?" As she spoke, she leaned down and pressed her small palm gently against the Emperor's forehead, whispering a proverb of judgment: "Sins can only be compensated through pain." Authority of pride, condemnation, activated. With a sharp tear, the Emperor's neck snapped, and his entire head was left in Typhon's grip. His flabby body collapsed with a crash, while Typhon descended lightly as if she had cast off gravity. The Emperor's head twisted frantically in Typhon's palm, his mouth agape as a shrill scream made everyone's ears ring. "Put my head back quickly. You little brat, this king will have your entire family strangled to death. Then I'll refine your flesh and blood into silk threads to sew onto my body. Wait, where is my body? Where are my precious clothes?" Only then did the Emperor realize he was in a soul state. "So it hurts that much?" Typhon pouted, her face showing a hint of displeasure, her crimson eyes devoid of any pity. "It seems your Majesty is a bad person through and through." Her authority, condemnation, would tear the target's limbs apart. The good would feel no pain as they were separated, but only the evil would suffer heart-wrenching agony. Typhon tossed the Emperor's head into the air and continued, "Sins shall turn into wooden nails, never allowing escape." As the words fell, it was as if a linguistic curse had been triggered. The Emperor's limbs suddenly crystallized and shattered into tiny fragments. This was another effect of the authority of pride. Those burdened with sin would shatter on a physical level, and could not be healed by conventional means. On one of the fragments, the Emperor's mouth opened and closed as he shouted for help. "Ah! Damn it, protect the king! Protect the king!" The other shadows within the dark fairy tale book showed no intention of helping. Instead, they laughed even louder. "Ha ha ha ha, how interesting. He dared to go out without even scouting the situation first. He truly deserves it. It's my turn. Such an exquisite and condensed soul body, I shall pull it all into the pot to enjoy." Before the voice had even finished, a dull vibration of bronze suddenly echoed from the surging black mist of the dark fairy tale book. A low hum rang out. A bronze kettle lamp, covered in mottled green rust, slowly floated out from the black mist. The body of the kettle was carved with a twisted, wailing human face, and its narrow spout emitted a cold, pulling force. Before anyone could react, the spout of the bronze kettle lamp suddenly spewed a thick cloud of smoke, dark black mixed with pale green. The green smoke expanded upon meeting the air, swirling and condensing frantically. Within a few breaths, it transformed into a massive spirit several dozen feet tall. This spirit had no fixed shape, its body wrapped in roiling gas, with only a pair of crimson vertical pupils glowing brightly within the mist. "Now you must grant me 3 wishes. First, lie in my stomach for 1,000 years, ha 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 ha." The pile of emperor fragments on the ground immediately called for help. "Spirit, we command. I beg you to send me back into the world book, and I can give you a massive reward. Residue, shut your mouth. Anything else can wait until after I've finished my main course." The genie raised its hand and struck. A giant palm, dozens of feet wide, blotted out the sky, pressing down toward Echidna's face with cold, star-like manna. The surrounding black mist was whipped into a frenzy by the wind from the palm, and even the space itself seemed to distort. At that moment, a languid voice drifted up from the ground. "Sigh, things have become troublesome again." Sekhmet lay on her side on the green grass, her eyes half closed. Her hair fell loosely against her cheek, and she showed not a hint of intimidation. Yet the moment she raised her hand, an invisible force like a solid barrier slammed into the spirit's giant palm. A heavy hum vibrated through the air. The dull impact caused layers of black mist to dissipate. The massive, misty spirit, several dozen feet tall, was knocked back as if struck by a heavy hammer, its giant body stumbling backward. The violence in its crimson eyes instantly froze, and the swirling mist was torn by that invisible force, making a sizzling sound. Sekhmet's voice was nonchalant, filled with the weariness of sloth, yet it made the air of the entire dream citadel seem to grow heavier. "Sigh, hurry up and wake that boy. I really can't muster any energy." Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.